Waiting for some people to come in. Hello. Hello. Volume a bit low. Is my mic working? Very quiet. Settings. Okay. Should be better now. This is an early one. Get my guitar. Yep, got somebody in. Virus eater. Oh, wow. Just waiting for some more people to come in. Right, Simon. Oh. Yeah, my stomach's fine. Just digesting my food. I ate it too quick. Enough of that. Oi, punches. And I've got pop-ups popping up all over the place, warning me about all the outages, Restreamers. Restream saying there might be cuts in the stream because of the outages, internet problems, I've had no problems today. Not a single one. Sam and Jess. Oh, are they on? Notifications. Sam and Jess. Who's Sam and Jess? I've got Exploring with Ash was just on. I ain't got a notification. Let's put the link in. Anyone wants to come up? Oh God, Scooby Raid incoming. I put Coke in my whiskey tonight. Watering it down a bit so I don't get so drunk. Loopy Loo, hello. Unknown, alright. Land Roamer, you're all piling in now. What's this, a Scooby Raid? I don't know what I'm doing at the minute. Just decided to come on board. Jasper. Yes, punches. Alright.
How's it going?
Okay. Yeah, whiskey in the Coke. Or Coke whiskey in the whiskey.
Not the other one. It's like whiskey with a little spritz of Coke. From a spritz bottle. I'm not too loud, am I?
No, it's fine.
I notice how damn loud I am sometimes.
Did you get that reply email?
Self-aware.
Did you get that email I sent back?
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
Those messages that Tony sent.
Oh, poor Tony.
Yeah. I don't want to read them out on here. I don't want to say anything on here. Just to let you know what's going on with poor Tony. I think he deleted them as soon as he posted them because they're not on my...
Were these comments under your video after you...
Yeah. Yep.
I hope he was like... Because you can just report something as being like abusive towards you.
Yeah, I know, but there wasn't anything abusive on that Friday stream, was there? Didn't have any trolls or nothing.
Yeah, I don't remember any of that.
Right, I've got somebody saying Scooby EGM, but he ain't got his camera on, has he? Oh, yes, he has. Yeah, it's him. Just double checking.
I'm going to be on without the camera on, if that's okay.
Well, as long as I know it's you.
Yeah, it's just me, so I just prefer to be off for now. I'll be in. Apparently, you're doing guitar stuff, so I thought I might, come on and do a bit of a duo this to do.
Nice.
Well, I started the stream with a bit of guitar, but I just put it down and started talking.
I could play some stuff, but I don't want to, they just said, I'll play with flanks. I was like, okay, I'll come over.
I got some of that Mexican.
All right.
You know what I'm talking about?
Saying that.
Crazy John's got his roast on, so he'll be up in a bit, he says.
Yeah. Oh, man, he was talking about a roast with chicken and some things I've never heard of because it's English.
Chicken, was it spinach, dumplings, tatties, roast potatoes? veg.
Tatties. What the hell are tatties?
Roast potatoes.
Oh. Okay. That makes sense. Tatties.
Yeah,
I thought he said tatties, but then he said potatoes, and I was like, well, tatties must not be potatoes. If he said
John Bengal.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yep, fine.
Yeah.
Good.
Nice. I never used this app, so I'm just seeing how it is.
It's I prefer it now that I've got used to it. Once you get used to it, it's better quality audio for a start.
All the social media platforms are back online for about 5 seconds.
Yeah, you know how I mentioned that there was a Time Team episode of the Codnar Castle called Golden the Moat, right? And I had left a comment on that video like months ago. And after doing the live stream and mentioning it, the next day there was a troll on my comment fucking berating me and calling me pathetic and shit, trying to get a reaction out of me.
Yeah, they do that.
So I'm pretty sure they were in chat or watching the video and
they
decided
do
to go
that.
and
That's what they do. All of them. Just
when
ignore
the
idiots in there.
the last three characters in their name, or in their name, is 666. They have good intentions.
No.
And it was funny because he was talking about shit. He had no idea what he was talking about. That's why I was just like, wow, this guy's funny. Like, just going to report him as harassing and abusing me, but and he actually disappeared. Disappeared after that. So YouTube probably agreed with me.
I got a message on my last video stream of someone talking about, when I was talking about Vauxhall, Volkswagen not be known by Vanguard. And someone said, oh yeah, every company that makes diesel engines has to pay Volkswagen like a royalty fee because apparently they invented it. So
Really?
They have a patent. They probably own a certain patent
Rudolf-
for a device that makes
Rudolf Diesel
possible.
was supposed to have invented the diesel engine, Rudolf Diesel, but I looked it up on Google and it says Rudolf Diesel, inventor of the diesel engine.
Yeah, he
And
did.
I looked up the invention and he didn't invent a diesel engine, he invented a coal dust burning engine.
An oil thing, wasn't it?
No, I've got it here.
Probably invented the glow plugs.
No, the glow plug thing and like the modern diesel type of engine was invented by Herbert Ackroyd Stewart, born in 1864 in Halifax, England.
Nice. Another
And,
English invention, I see.
Yeah, English invention stolen by the Krauts.
As normal.
Bastard.
Crowds.
They bloody do that. Have you noticed how in history they're literally doing that with everything? Everyone that you thought invented something is actually not the person who invented it.
Yeah.
Well, of course
Thomas
not.
Edison
because-
invented the light bulb. No, he didn't.
The first people to put it into production, mass produced, was Hornsby. It was used in a waterworks as an engine for waterworks, and then it was the first diesel train engine and the first diesel tractors was the Hornsby Ackroyd oil burning engine, which is the same as the modern diesel with glow plugs and burns oil. And that went into production before diesel's patent was even put in. 7 years before.
Bloody hell. Come on, folks. We've got 30 people watching and only 14 likes. Show some love. Come on.
Yeah,
Bring in the love.
I haven't liked it. I've got to remember to like my own stream because that adds one as well.
All right.
That's
I already
just
like it.
cheating. That's just cheating.
I already
That's
like
not.
it. I'm usually really good at liking, so because it's
I
not
don't like
hard.
my own stream. That's cheating.
It's not a hard thing to be good at.
Oh, man.
Well, there's an original engine. It was a Blast induction diesel. It's on YouTube. You can find it single cylinder, and it's like Blast injection or something.
It's the article. I'll put the article, the link to the article. It's quite interesting. Read about, because it talks about the diesel fella. He apparently committed suicide, jumped off overboard on a ship crossing the English Channel, coming to England.
That sounds convenient. Oh, he accidentally fell. Did you guys all see that? Right?
He was a bit of a maniac. He's a bit of a maniac, full of paranoia all his life. Probably because he stole a bloody patent and made billions off it.
He probably stole lots of other things too from people.
Yeah, he was a money grabber.
Just like
English,
just like everybody
fella.
thinks of Thomas Edison.
Yeah, I know.
Really, it was Nikola Tesla.
Yeah, that's a biggie, isn't it, that one?
Yeah, that's a big one.
I had someone in my chat from Iraq earlier, apparently. Someone called Ibram something earlier.
All right.
I was like, he goes, oh, I'm just interested because it's a social media outage. I'm from Iraq. I'm thinking, okay. And he goes, oh, Americans this. I'm like, whoa, hang on a minute. Don't go down that road.
So I was telling my family during a little gathering yesterday about the whole Vanguard thing, and my mom was like, that's weird because your grandpa, who was a Freemason, every month he would go to a Vanguard meeting. And he said it was like the heads of a bunch of companies.
Yeah. Well, they own, what's it, over 7 trillion in assets, and they own 99.96% of all the stock market and the global trading.
Yeah.
And all the debt for all the world they own.
Yeah. They just pay their own debt, basically.
They've got no overheads either because they don't actually own a business. They don't actually sell anything or do anything. They just put money into companies and take the profits out.
Mm-hmm.
7 trillion in global assets. Bloody hell.
Yeah.
That's basically all the people on the planet.
99.96% of all stocks and shares as well.
Wow.
Of all the globe.
Yeah, but you got to consider those companies probably consider us human beings to be assets.
The top in the top 10 of their most what they own is Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, Elon Musk, Amazon, all the big tech companies, all the pharmaceutical companies, all the agricultural companies,
defensive contractors.
Yeah, all the weapons manufacturers. They all of them. Practically everything in the world they own.
Yeah,
and if you find a company that's not owned by Vanguard and it's owned by someone else, you look up that company, and then that company's owned by Vanguard.
Yeah.
Sometimes
they have like proxy control over. And I was like thinking, how it's all hidden. It's all hidden who owns Vanguard, and it could be a company that owns Vanguard could be one of the lowest valued companies on the planet, own the most valuable.
My ashtray's gotten really hot. It's a bit too full. I think I've set it afire.
I did that the other day.
That happens.
Yeah. I just put my fag down on it. I thought, God, that ashtray's a bit hot, and it's like burning underneath.
That's why I
empty it.
I get these type of ashtrays, man. Where you just
oh mate, they're the old school ones.
Yeah, these things. It's like $8 at this local smoke shop, but yeah, these things are awesome because they smother anything you put in there.
My nan and granddad used to have them on like their armchairs.
I was going to say that my nan had one of them. I remember that vaguely. Like And my granddad used to have one. They had on their armchair, like you said, and like they used to like. My granddad used to smoke a pipe, so they'd just tap it out and then they'd press it, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. You just like. Yeah, and they make them in like little like stands where they stand up. It's like a little tower with one of the.
That's it. Yeah.
My nan and granddad's was actually in the chair of the arm.
Yeah. They make them like there's like a crap ton of different kinds of them.
I don't know whether they did that themselves or they bought an armchair that had it in it. I don't know. Probably had it in it in those days.
Yeah, probably it was like a lazy boy feature.
There weren't no health and safety back in those days.
No.
Yeah, and everything was safer, which is a bit weird.
Get real comfortable and really sleepy and light yourself up a cigarette.
Yeah. Go up in flames.
I've never been able to do that. I don't smoke in the house now, but I mean, I used to.
Combustion is a big deal, huh?
I've never fallen asleep with a cigarette. I've never fallen. Well, I only smoke rollies. They go out anyway, but.
Yeah, I've never fallen asleep having a fag. No, I can't do it. It's like a built-in mechanism, isn't it?
The only accident I've ever had was with a soldering iron. Set fire to my bed once, doing soldering on my bed.
That's a strange place to do soldering.
I know.
Are you soldering on your bed?
Soldering a chastity belt or something like.
No, my guitar. I put pickups on my guitar, and I didn't want to put the guitar on the floor to scratch it, so I put it on my bed.
Oh, okay.
And I rested the soldering iron on it. I went out to the toilet, come back, and it fell off onto my bed and set my bloody sheet on fire. Yanked the sheet off. Stamp on it.
I'm sure you haven't done that again since.
No. No. It's only a sheet anyway. Luckily, the mattress was fireproof and it just got a bit brownish. Just washed it off.
I went to something with one of like an iron that you get, like an ironing iron. That's the steam they use to iron and flatten things out with, like clothes out.
Oh yeah.
I did that
the
once.
old cast iron ones.
Yeah, it was electric. And I left it face down on the ironing board, which had like a fabric covering, and it burned through the fabric.
I think this is the earliest stream I've ever done.
All right, what time is it? It's not even midnight there.
No, 11 o'clock. I started.
It's amazing. We're actually talking to each other on the same day.
Yeah.
Wow. What time is it where you are?
5:30 almost.
Evening or morning?
Yeah.
Afternoon.
6 hours ahead of me. Uses.
I looked at the map of the outages and there was no outages in Texas, so I thought, you'd definitely be on.
Oh, I've heard that there's like internet outages and also that social media globally was down.
Yeah, there's internet ISP outages in London and City of London. I think they're just going after the financial centres. Seems to be all the financial centres. Yeah, it's it's in New York, it's in London, City of London. It's in like all the big finance places. Looked at the map of all the outages.
Well, just ISP outages.
Well, if you think about one company being in control of everything without anybody
ISPs,
knowing who they are, they would have to use hacking techniques to.
All the actual internet networks have gone down in the City of London.
Okay, now.
So that's going to cause major losses on the stock market.
Yeah, but the losses on the stock market, people then start to buy. It then goes up, and more money is made. So you figure it out. You think as soon as there's an outage or something big goes down, then the market goes down. People start buying because it's cheap, and off it goes again. The rich get richer.
Crazy Johnson got 8 hours.
Apparently, Facebook is going now. I heard it come back up for a brief minute, and it said
It did go up.
it had a fake page saying it's for sale.
I would like to see that. That would make me laugh.
It just says on mine, it says something went wrong. This may be because of a technical error that we're working on to get fixed. Try reloading the page. Reload the page. Nope, same thing. So you can log it. Like, I'm already logged in, right? And I can see Matthew Brady online and everything, but I can't, there's no feed. So I can message people on Facebook, like message my friends and stuff, but I can't, there's no feed. Like if I scroll down, there's just a wrench there that says that there's something wrong.
Yeah, apparently they deleted their system file, apparently.
I bet Zuckerberg is all like, he's like alien ass. That dude's an alien.
Yeah, he looks half dead.
Alien.
He looks like some.
He looks like a robot or an alien.
I've been looking everywhere for that. There was a video someone posted. You know the Honda robot that Honda made,
where he's walking exactly like Joe Biden.
Yep, and they've got like Joe Biden walking, and then they've got a split screen with the Honda bot walking, and they've synced it so that the left step's the same as the right step, and it's exactly the same walk, identical, shoulders, feet, everything.
It is, and you know what? It's weird how because Biden will come out and do a press conference, and then he'll walk away from the podium off to the right and go into the door, and you can play every single time he's come out and done it, right? And it's like he's cloned. It's like the whole process is cloned because it's exactly the same. He's like a robot.
I'm waiting for shit to hit the fan on that with him and a lot of others, because there's a big old hack, weren't there, of all the financial stuff of all the rich and famous. Have you heard about that? It was yesterday, no. I think. All the it was all these like like you get all offshore accounts, everything. There was like something like 1.7 terabytes of information have been hacked, and literally files, and they've got like Tony Blair and ex-Prime Minister of Britain saved X amount. Although the dealings aren't illegal, but it just shows how much their people are fucking scamming everyone. Like me, you, Joe Blogs, etc. We wouldn't get away with it. It's a fucking nightmare.
The man who sold the world.
Scooby said, "Holy shit, I'm not wrong. All the service providers are down in London." Yep.
Yeah. I'm gonna have a look, see what's going on. Let's have a look. Was it
old DOS attack?
Somebody put a link into the map.
The hackers are always one step ahead of the ISPs, though.
I can't remember what the link was now. I've got history turned off on my recently closed tabs. There we go.
So I'm just looking now.
Here's a map of all the outages. You can zoom into it. See, I've got it.
You got it. I'm just interested to have a look, see what's going on.
That's the map of the world.
I showed my mom your stream, Frank. So I'm wondering if she subscribed.
Yeah, does she have a camera? Will she come on and give you a like?
I don't know if she would come on or not. She's been like threatened pretty badly because of her views too. So.
All right. Well, we're friendly here.
Yeah.
everybody should be allowed to have their own, what they think, whether it be right or wrong.
Disagree with your opinion could be what you consider wrong, but yeah.
Scooby says BT, EE, Virgin Media, TalkTalk, Sky are all down. But they're not all down everywhere, only in London. Because I'm with TalkTalk. Mine's been solid as anything. And at the moment, mine is faster than it usually is. Probably because everywhere else is down.
It's because the bandwidth opened up.
Yep. So my frame rate's pretty good at the minute.
Yeah, pretty much. A lot of the places are out, haven't they? I'll just look at the UK.
So yeah, let's have a look at that map.
I think it's crazy how Sleazy played
nowhere in Africa.
Day of the Dead, and it got copyright claimed.
Yeah, I see that. London, Ilford is down. City of London's down.
He ain't the mink.
Dudley.
Wow,
down.
yeah.
Cambridge down. Norwich is down. Stoke-on-Trent's down. Manchester's down. Between Sheffield and Wakefield, down.
I would consider it. It's not a mistake, or it's not like a fault in the system. It's a pre-planned attack. It's definitely a DDoS attack.
Yeah, Stoke-on-Trent's down. It's just certain areas, just like isolated areas. Plymouth is down. That's a sensitive place, isn't it, Plymouth?
Plymouth.
A lot of bases in Plymouth.
Look at London. It goes in a line as well. I don't know if you noticed that, Frank, on your map. It goes in a line. It's quite weird. Like central London going out to Ilford and so forth. All in a straight line.
Yeah, that line's got bigger since earlier on. It was just 3 at the top early on in London, like Wembley, City of London, Ilford. That's all there was earlier on. Now it goes over to Brentwood into Essex.
Romford, Brentford.
Romford, Chigwell, Ilford into Essex, and
all in a line, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all in a line, exact perfect line. And then where's that? Southeast London.
It's almost like a directed energy weapon.
Kingston upon Thames. Yeah, Norwich. What about Wiltshire? No.
Crazy John says Plymouth is fine.
You think
you're breaking up
Steve
now.
Ellis. Good to see Steve. Anthem Inc., Crazy John, Land Rover, Steve Ellis, Epic Gaming Moments,
Wiltshire's fine.
aka
fine.
Scoobaroo. Unknown.
It's all very strange.
I'm guessing that unknown and known unknown is the same person. I don't know.
Oh me.
No, they're different people. Known unknown is different to unknown.
Oh, okay.
And they're usually on Matt's streams as well. So.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Channel.
Got Simon B.A. John Doe. It's kind of a
Luke, seen.
H. Jasper. We got
H. Jasper. How you doing? Haven't spoken to you for a while.
Yeah. He left a message on me.
So
Yeah, it
I
does.
noticed as an American, like it seems like half of you Brits say H and half of you Brits say H.
H.
Is there
I
like
say H
is there like
because
a
I'm
is
I'm
there
really
like a
common.
regional thing or
Yeah, yeah,
Is that like a cool whip or a cool whip?
yeah. Cool whip,
cool whip?
Cool whip or whip?
Stewie.
Yeah, that's it.
Cool whip.
So is it
Yeah,
like people
it's a,
from the south say H and people from the north say H or what?
no, it just depends how you're brought up, I suppose.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. Interesting.
Depends what school you went to.
Yeah.
It depends. It depends. Yeah, it does depend how you're brought up. I mean, some people speak very well and will speak very fluently, and others just
Yeah.
like speak like this and don't give a fuck. Blood.
Right.
That's how I couldn't get like. Well, I did have decent jobs when I was younger. I
What?
used to speak quite
Cheerio,
good.
cheerio, chip, chip, chip.
But I couldn't like as I started
Tip,
teaching for the Royal
tip,
School of Music
cheerio.
years ago, and I got like they wanted to send me to elocution lessons so I could learn how to speak like with a plum in my mouth. I said,
Ah.
"Sod that."
You notice all those World War II veterans from England they all speak very posh.
Oh, Teddy,
Especially if
hello,
they're a
chap.
pilot. They're RAF pilot. They speak very posh.
They wanted to send me to London Guildhall University to learn how to speak properly. So I thought, sod you, I can do the job just as well as anybody. People can still understand me.
Yeah, I don't see the point of it. I mean, you're right, Frank. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not posh in any way, shape, or fucking form. But sometimes, if I'm speaking to various people, like I sort of, I don't know what, I just do it. I suppose I do it to take the piss. I'm like, oh yes, that's absolutely brilliant, fantastic. Oh, tally ho.
What?
Tally ho!
Oh,
Tally ho!
I'll get the pipe out. Oh, tally ho, old chap. Oh, it's been wonderful to see you today. Oh, spiffing. I'll see you with some cucumber sandwiches next week. Lovely.
Should I expect you to be on the fox hunt next Saturday?
Would you like to come round for some tea and scones?
Oh, I'll be on the green at 9 o'clock in the morning. I'll be shooting something, and then we'll go home for some supper and a bit of tiffin. Well, maybe not in that order, because tiffin is at about 11 o'clock.
I think I'll scoff a kipper.
Yeah, kippers. Proper peasant food, kippers. Lovely and all.
Not if they're served on a silver plate.
Punches, I reckon you could do a brilliant English accent.
Only if I'm only if it's like lines from a movie or something like that. Like if I'm reenacting a scene from Monty Python or something.
Have you?
I'm just going to get.
There's a guy who comes in. He hasn't been in here. He comes into mine. I know him quite well. Called Jamfart. He's in California, and when he does his English accent, he sounds exactly like Austin Powers. It's absolutely brilliant. I've told him this, and he's like, "No, of course." It's like, "Yeah, baby, yeah." It's like, "Fucking go on, son."
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm just going to.
Behave.
I'm just going to go and get a refill.
Behave.
Behave.
I think it's something to do with you Americans that you speak your own lingo, and then when you decide to do like an English accent, you all sound like Austin Powers.
Yeah, it's like an amalgam of all English accents kind of mashed together. And every once in a while, some Scottish comes out and stuff.
I'm going to leave you with this video while I go and get a refill, get my whiskey. So I'll play this little song.
That's life. That's what all the people say. Quarantine in April, lockdown in May. But I know that we're really all immune. 'Cause they open pubs in June. I said that's life. Sing, let me sing, manipulated death tone, know what I mean. So don't you ever let them get you down. Spread the truth to everyone in every town. 'Cause they're just puppets and liars and pirates, you know that. They're pulling your string. I've been up and down beyond any doubt. Now I know I'm clear. Each time I find myself with a mask on my face, I rip the thing off and say, fuck you, gays. That's life. I tell you, if you deny it, then you're quitting, baby, but I ain't gonna buy it. 'Cause if I didn't think it's worth a try, then I'd just wave my rights and freedoms goodbye. 'Cause they're just puppets and liars and pirates, you know that. They're pulling your string. I've been up and down beyond any doubt. No, I know I'm thin. Each time I find myself with a mask on my face, I rip the thing off and say, fuck you, gays. That's life. I tell you, if you deny it, then you're quitting, baby, but I ain't gonna buy it. Everyone just refuse now to comply. So wake up now and stop by calling out the line. That's life.
Lovely.
Brilliant.
Brilliant.
I love that. The bloke who done that is a genius.
Oh, absolutely.
No one like that, says Scoobs. Yeah, well. You got the hair of the dog there?
Yeah, I'm just like finishing the end of the bottle.
That dog bit you pretty hard the other night.
It did. Well, I drank nearly a whole litre, so.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
And I done a hungover stream the next day, and I was like,
Yeah.
I was like shaking like that.
You were like this.
Yeah.
You had your hand on your forehead almost the whole time, just.
I know, I couldn't turn the
Holy
light on
shit.
either. It was, my brain just went soft, and every time I moved my head, it hurt.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
We've
like
all
they're
been
doing
there.
like there's a laser light show going on in your freaking eyeballs.
Yep. I need to get myself some dark
Oh,
glasses.
I went to the Seattle Science Center, and they have a laser light show they do. It's called Laser Floyd. It's Pink Floyd with like a laser show. It's fucking cool.
Laser Floyd. I've heard that before somewhere.
Yeah, it was awesome. It's like they have like laser projectors, and then they put like a fog machine out, So it's like you get like the clouds, it like lasers clouds above you, and like all the things
Yeah.
on the screen, and it all goes with the music. It's really awesome.
Love a bit of Pink Floyd.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
A bit of Comfortably Numb always does you a treat.
Yeah, my favourite Comfortably Numb is
Yes, with the rusty spoon.
it's with Snowy White, when Snowy White played it with the Wall. Snowy White was on top of the stage playing instead of David Gilmour. Did the solo to Comfortably Numb. It's the best solo I've ever heard on Comfortably Numb. Snowy White. Because Snowy White was one of the original members of Pink Floyd, like back in the early days
Yeah.
on the recordings.
Oh, really?
He was brilliant. On a Les Paul. Oh, it's brilliant sound.
Oh, he's a guitar.
Yeah, Snowy White was like he was a legend. Played with Peter Green as well back in like the early Fleetwood Mac days.
Did he roll around with an entourage of midgets? Snowy White and the Seven Dwarfs.
Yeah, I think he only ever made 1 or 2 records, Snowy White himself. Was it Bird of Paradise? Like back in the 80s. And some other one, like pop blues rubbish. But Bird of Paradise was alright. It's got the same chord sequence as Brothers in Arms, but it's before Brothers in Arms. Dire Straits.
Yeah, that's a good tune, man.
Brothers in Arms, the Steven Spielberg series,
Brothers in Arms, Dire Straits.
miniseries.
No, the song, not the.
The song, Brothers in Arms
I was
by
thinking
Dire
of the World
Straits.
War II like miniseries.
The 12-inch version. You have to listen to the 12-inch version. Brothers in Arms. Brilliant. When music used to be music.
Yeah, it's all like sampled shit now. I don't mind mixes, don't get me wrong, but I do love a bit of an original stuff, you know.
Yeah. There are still bands out there that do it, but they just don't get the airtime.
No, you're right. Absolutely.
I mean,
You know what's
really...
crazy? You ever watch old cartoons like Tom and Jerry or the Roadrunner and stuff like that? Is that they actually had a symphony, like watching the cartoon, and they wrote music to the cartoon.
Yeah.
Yep. The old Fred, what was it, Fred Quimby?
Like, yeah. And now when I hear classical music, my brain tunes to the music. It's weird. Like I hear classical music and it's like I see Tom and Jerry. I see I see the hammer just got dropped on his head. You know, you know that.
See hear a bit of classical music and go back to Fantasia.
Yeah, well, it is classical music.
Damn.
That was Fantasia and whatever it was.
That was like
that
1952 or something like that, wasn't it?
Oh, it's
that
brilliant.
That was music from Tchaikovsky, like a Nutcracker and that.
That's it.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. I think it was really good, and yeah, the original Fantasia would like you say, with all Tchaikovsky and everything else, and the dancing hippos and all that jazz. I think it was brilliant.
I've got a video here somewhere of John Williams' Star Wars
Such a
themes.
trip.
Yeah.
Are all copies of old classical pieces.
Yeah.
Really?
Just a couple of notes changed here or there, even in the same keys.
Look up
That's
Trevor Moore,
surprising. Never knew that.
how John Williams, how he comes up with his music. Trevor Moore skit.
Well,
He's just
I
like
find,
walking around his house like.
I find a video, the Star Wars theme, original. I'll try to find the original writer. He was a wrote film music back in like in the early like 1930s, 40s.
Right.
Original fella. He wrote this original that
Mm.
Mhm.
and the Imperial March
Yeah.
and
Yeah, it's all
Holst
ripped off.
Holst Mars is one of the Star Wars themes as well from Holst from the planets.
Oh wow, I never knew that.
Yep, John Williams Star Wars theme plagiarism. Plagiarized.
Chicken man.
Is that
Chicken.
John Williams borrowing from other composers? Film music that copied classical music. Is John Williams a thief? There's loads of them.
Is John Williams a thief?
I'm trying to find just the song. So I'll play a bit of the original because I won't get copyrighted then. Funny you get copyrighted from a bloke that copied it. But
Yeah.
you can play the original because it's like 100 years old. There ain't no copyright on it. Where is it? I'm trying to find it.
That's
There's
why
a
I was
Star Wars
surprised Day of the Dead got copyrighted on Sleazy's.
What was that? Day of the Dead got copyrighted.
Yeah,
Like
that's a really old.
When it was made, they forgot to copyright it, so it was like it went into public domain really quickly, apparently. So,
Oh wow.
but it's weird how nowadays
What about the film?
copyright.
I like your
Put it in the,
T-shirt. I like your T-shirt, by the way, Punches.
Yeah. The old gold school Jurassic Park. I love that movie.
Clever girl.
Timeless movie, man. Yeah, that movie's almost 30 years old. Can you believe that?
I found a little clip of Star Wars and Holst. It's only 1 minute 13, so I'll play that one instead. I'm gonna put it in another window, so it won't be full screen, so I shouldn't get copyrighted. Right, entire screen. I done this the other day with Sleazy P Martini's stream, and he shouted me out like when I was streaming his stream. He shouted me out. Hey, oh, Frank Triggs, he goes.
Nice.
Man, I wanted to save that bit where the Harambe thing. That was funny. I got him laughing his ass off.
Right, hang on, I'm going to do this because it's. There we go.
I'm intrigued to hear this.
Sleazy P Martini or the John Williams. Oh, gotcha.
All right, I'll just put it up there. So
What?
I've got to tab out
Confusion.
and start play on it. Anyway, that's a little clip of it. Just like a little section of bit of Star Wars where it's in there's like half hour of it. You can see where it's copied nearly the whole film score. Of
That's
different
mad.
composers. And the
It's
original Star Wars theme as well is copied. I can't remember the name of the composer, otherwise I'll find it.
So basically, he's just got the classics and fucked around with them.
Yep. Just rearranged
Wow.
them a little bit.
Yeah, I was listening to it. I could just hear it. Yes, that's really strange.
I don't know how he didn't get done for bloody copywriting and plagiarism.
Because he changed it a
Maybe.
little.
Yeah, maybe. You couldn't hear it.
No, you could only just hear it. I could, but
Yeah,
so I don't know what everyone else could hear.
Pretty quiet. I turned my sound up to 100.
Oh, damn it. It's probably because the way I shared it. It's because I stuck it in another screen.
John Dove, it's all gone Spielberg tonight. We're going to need a bigger boat.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll download that little clip. So I'll play it properly, so you can hear it properly. Right, so it'll take a second. See if YouTube will let me download it. Come on, hurry up.
They're onto you, Frank. They're onto you. Quick, hurry up.
I've got it downloaded already. Right, share. What is it? Add source. Local video. Videos. John Williams. John Williams versus Gustav Holst. Right, this should play there now. Can you see it?
Yeah, the whole beginning of that was.
Anyway, get the idea.
Yeah, proper. I never knew that. Never even crossed my mind.
Yeah, but the most blatant one is the actual Star Wars theme. It's da 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 da. Instead of da 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 da, it goes da 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 da. Just like changes the octave of one of the notes. That's all he's changed.
It's not heroic. It's not heroic sounding.
That's crazy. Well, you learn something every day, don't you? Oh.
Yeah, and if
They
like,
change. That's why they have certain music for the bad guys and for the good guys, and you can tell they're like good guy music and bad guy music. You know.
Holst, Mars, Star Wars. That's probably another better one. There's another one. Where is it? Oh yeah, it says here that there's a story behind it. Apparently, that George Lucas had a temporary track for his score for his film. And apparently, this is why John Williams copied those tracks, because George Lucas put the classical pieces while he was making a film, while he was waiting for John Williams to write the score. But because George Lucas wanted it the same sort of theme, John Williams just basically copied them and changed a few notes here and there. Apparently that's the story.
Well, proofs in what you just done, mate. I reckon you're probably right. It's probably right. I mean, that's awesome.
And I'm trying to find. I love the Holst. This is the original Holst, like from the beginning. You probably can't hear it. Probably have to download it again. I'll have to download it. Black Sabbath copied it. It's a Black Sabbath song as well. I'm just downloading it so I can share it. I was share. I'm bloody on YouTube instead of Restream. I'm trying to share it from YouTube. Right, remove. I've got too many bloody videos loaded now. Where did I share it? Oh, I've just sorted by date. I've got too many files in my video folder. Thousands. Takes ages to sort it by date. Oh, Windows 98 used to be a lot faster.
Yeah.
Still waiting for it.
Yeah, but
Still waiting for it to sort it out. Gustav Holst. Just bloody. Just go to the alphabetical. It's just original. You probably recognise this from the old Quatermass.
Quatermass. Now we're talking.
The old TV series. This was the theme music. Brilliant. I love this. Bit quiet. Anyway,
same music from Godzilla. That.
These old composers, like the old composers, were like they're on another league of like music writing because it's perfect. It's like film music. It's film music without the film. It's like it's before they had film, so
it's whatever the composers had.
Imagination had to be used a lot more back in those days. So.
You imagine that they walked around their houses like, like singing to themselves and shit. Like,
it was so much more dramatic, wasn't it? It's so much more drama in the music.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And people don't.
Makes you wonder what those people saw. They're composers, you know, like because they're expressing like a feeling and stuff, right? Without any words. Like, what did they see, right? What did they experience this in their life or something that's, you know, it's crazy.
I've got the Quatermass intro. It's like that, but it's been recorded by the BBC Orchestra. but back in
I like Quatermass. That was really good. Series and the film. The four films, should I say.
Yeah. I think it's Quatermass. Well, the original series was 1957 or something. 54.
Yeah. In my opinion, they're still good today, though. I love them. My dad got me into all that.
Quatermass in the Pit was the original.
Mate,
TV series.
That film's brilliant.
But the series is even better than the film.
Yeah.
6 parts. I've got it. Oh, it's on my USB hard drive. I'll share that. Quatermass 2. I've got the whole series. Quatermass. I've got all of them. Well, Quatermass 1, bloody BBC never recorded the first or the last 4 episodes. Never saved them. So they're missing. So you can only see like the first 2 episodes of the series for the original first series. Secondly,
Well, they never recorded the other 4.
No, they just because they were only broadcast live because they acted them and made them as a live broadcast.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, all the Quatermasses were done live. The original.
Wow.
Here's the Quatermass.
Oh no, my elbow.
Now then, my lad, how goes it?
All right, Sergeant.
Brothers on, probably.
There you go, my lad.
Control room, you keep going faint on them.
It's me voice, Sergeant.
From so-called song and the village boozer. Your pal in the next cabin's not much better. Now, next subject's due any minute.
BEA plane to Glasgow. I had him yesterday.
Oh, you're going to learn all the targets off in advance. That'll be useful if war breaks out.
I never meant...
Whatever you see on that radar tube is important. Just keep your eyes on it.
Radar
And
tube.
talk loud and clear. I'm going to make bloody BBC announcers out of you lot if I have to soften up your gullets with my bare hands.
Here it comes now, Sergeant. That's funny.
What?
Where he showed up. Must be right, of course.
Perhaps you learnt it wrong.
It is.
Now, that isn't a plane. It's far too weak. 10,000 yards. No, less.
TC, calling control tower.
Wait a minute. 8,000 heading this way. Quick, get Captain Dillon.
Eh?
Control, is Captain Dillon there?
No. I better not show too much of that, otherwise I get copyrighted. It's an old BBC.
Yeah, definitely. That's where Punches has got his English accent from, isn't it? Oh, hello.
Watching Channel 4 stuff.
You can get all of them Quatermasses on what's it, Daily Motion, I think. They're all on,
Well, I
all
used
on
to
there.
watch brain farting, the young ones and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, they're brilliant.
Anything Edmondson, Rick Mail.
Have you seen the Jolly? Is it Mr. Jolly?
No.
Rick Mail, agent.
Yeah,
their
Mr.
first-
Jolly.
Mr. Jolly. That's the first movie they
No.
did.
I really like
And then there was
Guest House Paradiso.
Yeah, the first one, Mr. Jolly. I can't remember what it's called now. Rick Mal and Edison. What's it called? Mr. Jolly something.
Like it in Guest House Paradiso, and they're crawling through the crawl space, and he's got the candle. Candle in the eye. Oh, righto.
Mr. Jolly Lives Next Door. It's called.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you got to watch that. That's hilarious. Mr. Jolly Lives Next Door. That's really funny. Serial killer lives next door to him.
Right, Frank, I've got to go. I've got to get up in the morning. But thanks for having me on. Nice to see you again, Punches.
All right, nice to see you.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
No, you're always welcome, mate. When I eventually get around to doing my live, pop in and say hello. Come up.
Yep.
See you later.
Matt was up on my last live stream, last hour. Matt
Oh yeah.
So.
That's good. Well, you're doing well. I mean, I don't know how many you got in at the moment. You got 43 people watching.
Yeah. Well, last stream.
Oh no, 33 now, but it's still that's brilliant, mate. Keep going.
The last live stream I've done, I finished the stream and it come up how many hours it was, watch hours. That I got 248 hours when I finished the stream. Watch hours, people watching from one stream.
Why not? It's brilliant.
I've already got my watch hours to be monetized. I just need more subs.
That's the way to do it, though. To go live a lot.
Yeah. Anyway.
Right, I'll see you later. Take care.
See you later.
See ya.
Right. Turn him off.
And then there was two.
Anyone else want to come up?
In the quest to find another contestant to come up on the panel.
I want to try and get that. What's this called? Is it Justin Villarreal?
I'm sure Random TV just came in. He'd probably come in.
Nocturnal Frequency. He was on Nocturnal Frequency the other day.
Justin.
Yeah.
This is real.
Wouldn't mind getting him on.
Yeah, he's interesting.
He was an old mate of Gareth's, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Share some stories.
I think so.
Share some conspiracy stuff and because he's into that as well. Hey, got another legend. Crazy John. All right.
Crazy John. Tommy Hilfiger. He's a Tommy Hilfiger guy.
Tommy Hilfiger, yeah.
You know,
can't see the color too well, but it's in pink.
Tommy Hilfiger was my neighbor when I was growing up.
Really?
The actual, he owned a huge forest property up in Washington State, just down the street from me. It was like down the street and turn right, and at the end of that street was Tommy Hilfiger's house.
Did he give you any free clothes, like?
No, but my dad jumped over the fence and cut down one of his trees for Christmas one year.
Wow. What a skin flint, not giving you any free clothes, like.
Yeah, it's a big forest, yeah. That's pretty funny. I was just joking.
This definitely ain't going to be 8 hours or 12 hours.
No.
Yeah, long as we're off before like fucking 5 o'clock in the morning. I want to go to fucking bed.
Well, I woke up day before yesterday. I woke up after my hangover. I went to bed early. I done that live hangover stream, and then just for like 3 hours or whatever it was. And then I went to sleep straight away. Woke up at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I thought, this is good, like back in the routine.
Wow, I didn't get up until about 8:30, which is rare for me to have a long sleep like that. From 2 o'clock in the afternoon, from 2 o'clock in the afternoon till 8. That's the fucking longest I've ever slept in my life.
I think that after my hangover stream,
That's good though.
which is Saturday to Sunday.
What's that? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, that's 6 hours. No, it's 6 hours. Fucking what am I on about that? 6
So
hours. Just normal, like.
So I woke up Sunday at 2 p.m. I thought, great, back into a routine now. Then I couldn't. It must have been just like a jet lag sleep, because then I was awake all the way around to bloody 2 o'clock the next afternoon.
Yeah, Sunday was a weird day, like, because I was up again. I think Saturday night, you didn't do anything on Saturday night, did you? So I went to bed reasonably early there, about 5 o'clock in the morning, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. I still woke up about midday, 1 o'clock, like. So it was normal sleep pattern.
I've got to get up early Thursday. Got to go out with my band Thursday. So
I got to go in the shop tomorrow, like, because if I don't, they'll think I'm never going to come in again, like, you know.
Yeah.
And that stops me. That stops me getting DVDs, like, you know, at the end of the day.
You don't want to throw away your like main contributing.
Exactly, like. Exactly. I got a hell of a fucking thing worked out there, man. If I fuck it up.
Don't want to mess with that, dude.
You get first dibs and everything that comes in, I suppose.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I get first dibs of everything, like. Yeah. Before it even goes out in the shop shelf. We got so many in storeroom, like, we just got thousands, like, you know, at the end of the day. So I just go, oh, look. Here's the one I'll have, like. So I get tops of Blu-rays. I get occasionally. We'll get the odd, like, 4K comes in, like, and I'll have them straight away. Fucking, I'll have them, like, you know, they never even see the light of the shop, like, they're fucking gone straight away, like.
I used to get that on, when I used to work in a music shop when I was younger. I used to work in a music shop. I used to get guitars coming for second-hand, people trying to sell them, but the shop wouldn't buy them, wouldn't buy second-hand stuff because of, like, in case they were stolen.
Right.
So I'd say to them, here's my address. Come
Yeah.
see me later on.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, come outside later on. Like, yeah, fucking right.
Yeah, come see me later on. Like, yeah. So
I was tempted to do it one day with somebody. Like, they come in the shop, and I was like, "Fuck, you know, should have given them an address. Like, I'd have bought it." No, they brought it in and gave it away. You know, and the fucking shop sold it for about 150 quid. Like, you know, I was like, "Fuck me, man." You come and see me, I'd have given you fucking 35 quid for it.
Well, that's how I got this, my Marshall guitar amp. Someone come in with the shop for it. Wanted to sell it. He wanted 200. Well, he said he wanted 300 quid for it. I said, oh, no, the shop won't give you that for it. Maybe 150. And then I asked the shop owner if she'd want to buy it for 150. She said, okay then. He says, no, I can't do it because I'd have to get the police involved and have it checked and all of this, and it'd cost me. And
that's right. It has to go in a book if it's over a certain limit. I know that with the shops in town where I am, like, you know, if it goes over 500 quid, 600 quid, it has to go in a book. It's all written down, like everything. They had a guitar. Somebody came in there with a guitar once. I think they came in with a Gibson. And old boys like that. Okay, no, I don't know if we can buy this. Like,
so I gave him my address, and he brought it around to my house later that evening. And I gave him $250 for it.
Wow, fair play.
So, but now it's worth like nearly $2,000.
Yeah,
they just shot up in price because it's they're like collector's items now.
Right, yeah.
Wow, Marshall.
Yeah, like Peavy's as well, like any Peavy amps.
Yeah, Peavy's not so valuable.
Not so valuable, like.
No, the old Marshalls, valve amps, the best. I used to have a Peavy, an old Peavy Classic. It had really the best speakers you can get in an amp, though, is Peavy speakers.
Yeah, man, they're not bad.
What do I got?
I used to have two 30-watt speakers in my Peavy amp. I used to run my Marshall Head 100-watt valve amp through it.
Oh,
yeah,
great.
It sounded gorgeous.
Yeah,
they were like breaking up beautifully, the speakers, just on the edge of construction. It sounded gorgeous.
Mm.
overloading the speakers, but it just sounded so bloody beautiful. Better than any other speakers I've ever tried before. Even the ones I got now, like Celestians and things.
Celestians, lovely.
They don't touch. Well, the PV speakers are miles better.
Yeah. Don't ever get anything with the name Ramza written on it.
What now?
Ramza. Don't ever get any of that. That stuff is shit.
Never heard of
Anything with a mirror finish speaker cone, like
Yeah.
the Mylar metal, rubbish.
Yeah, don't get 'em.
Paper cones all the way. They're the best.
Gotta be like.
I tried to buy a couple of Fane speakers for my amp. Because old Fane speakers are really good. They're all handmade. I looked online to buy one. It's like £500 a bloody speaker. I thought, Jesus
Fucking
Christ.
hell, like. Mate of mine's got a whole Opus rig. If you ever look at Opus, like Opus Audio, like it's fucking way out there, like beautiful sound.
Do you remember the old WEM cabinets that you used to see in the 60s, like on the stages, WEM?
Yeah.
WEM. Those cabinets are filled with Fane speakers.
Yeah,
That's what Hendrix used to use as well
Hendrix,
back in the days of his Marshalls. 15-inch Fane speakers.
Yeah.
Big 15-inch ones.
Big ones.
The Who used them as well. Practically anyone that was loud used them. I think Motorhead used them as well.
Probably, like, because I remember going to a Motorhead gig once. And I was deaf for about 2 weeks after one.
Yeah, I know. The loudest band I ever see as well. I've seen Motorhead live.
Yeah, I saw them in '82.
And Hawkwind.
Not '82. I saw '84. Sorry. Yeah.
Saw Hawkwind after they did was it Silver Machine?
Never really got into Hawkwind.
Yeah, Hawkwind's more of a stoner band, wasn't it?
Trippy, innit?
Yeah.
Hippie trippy sort of stuff.
But with Lemmy's bass thundering.
Well, Lemmy was there was only 2 of them in there who did Amplet, wasn't it? In the group, he said. And then one of them left, and he was the only guy left doing Amplet. Everybody else in there was smoking.
Yeah, smoking and on mushrooms or acid.
Mushrooms or acid, yeah.
No, Ruka, hello.
Hey.
Is Simon B.A. in? He should have pop in.
Hey, I've seen Scott Enigma. He's got a camera earlier on. Is he still in chat?
Yeah, Simon B.A. was there, yeah.
I've seen Scott Enigma pop on anybody's stream live since he came on. I think he was on Brady's once or something.
Yeah. Nice to get a few new people on.
It would, wouldn't
Was that that girl that I tried to get on the other day, on Friday? I was trying to pull her. Who was it? I can't even remember a bloody name now. She said she was 50. So I thought that's my age. Like, near enough.
Oh, right.
She said she was too shy to come on the camera. She says she's only just got the courage up to talk on the chat.
What's the matter with these people?
Yeah, I know. I told her she has to take the plunge like jumping in cold water.
That's it. Sure, some of these people have got laptops like cameras.
Yeah.
You just daren't come up. Can I hear that cat look?
Was it Jodie Swamps? I don't think it was Jodie Swamps. I think it's someone else.
I can't remember, mate. We were on for hours, like.
I think someone's cat is very hungry.
I looked through it, like, and I think I was asleep for about 40 minutes.
Yeah, I know. And then you woke up and you said, "Oh, nice nap there," and you said, "No, I was just resting my eyes."
Resting my eyes. yeah. It was
like-
the back.
You're like
Yeah,
that. Like,
it was the Vanguard, man. It was the Vanguard that got me, man. I was just like, fucking right.
that's what made Matt come on. when we
Yeah, I
talked
know.
about
I seen Matt, but I didn't see him at the last when he come on again. Like, and I was asleep through that bit, so I didn't see what he was on about. But I did
that. He
watch
was
it
on
later.
for about. He was on for a good like half hour, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think he was on for about 45
45
to
minutes.
an hour. I think Tony went off at one stage and then came back on as
Yeah.
well.
Tony sent me messages, says he's not coming on any more lives.
Why?
Apparently he's had some bother with some trolls. Racist.
Van takes things too much to heart. Like.
Yeah, I know. I show Punches the message what he sent me.
Yeah, but I didn't
Right.
see him. I didn't see what he was talking about.
It could only have
Didn't
been
see the
that.
pictures?
It could have only been the guy who had a go at him for who said sheep shagging, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was it. But that was
Was
the
that
week
was that was
before.
all about? Was it? I thought he laughed that off.
Yeah, that was the week before, not Friday. Didn't
Oh,
have any
right.
problem Friday. I didn't let anyone up without a cam on Friday.
I didn't know. Yeah, I thought that was on that stream.
No, that was the week before, I think.
All right.
I can't remember. I was a bit pissed.
No, then it was definitely Friday stream. 'Cause I remember him laughing it off, and then he said something about it later on. But I didn't think. I think he did take it to heart, like, you know, like whoever that guy was, really did have a go, like, you know.
I think it was Google Man.
Oh, well, Google man, yeah.
So I'm not going to let him up anymore.
No, I wouldn't bother with that one. Like.
No.
Yeah, that's what it was about. I was reading the whole email you sent me.
Oh man, he must have been.
He was like fucking livid, dude. Livid
Really?
about that. Yeah.
Man, the man's got
He was
two
effing
sides.
riding, telling
Really?
people to F off and
Yeah.
calling them racist
Yeah.
death.
He got fucking really mad about
What, he
that.
put comments? Did he put comments below or something? Did he?
Yeah, on my video, but then he deleted them straight afterwards. But I still got the notifications.
What's
all-
the matter
all
with the guy?
notifications.
Guy's fucking. Wow.
And he, before that, he put up his video. Did you see the video he put up of?
Oh, I didn't know. All I've seen is a black screen again. Like, I thought, oh, there's no point watching that for 5 minutes. Like,
He put the video up of his flat of how close his fridge is to his bedroom
really?
to try and like explain why he was so quick getting the beer out the fridge that time. Yeah, Flash. Because I played Flash, the Flash theme tune.
It was just a joke, man. It was just like a
Yeah, that's what friends do.
light-hearted ribbon, light-hearted ribbon, you know. Like
He gave Gareth a load of stick for that though, as well.
Oh, yeah,
that,
he
that
did.
Flash. Yeah.
But that's what friends always. If you're like close friends with someone, you rib each other.
You gotta have
Because you know we're not.
It's like I say, you gotta have a sense of humour. If you
We're
haven't
not
got a
malicious.
sense of humour, there's no point being on it.
yeah,
It's not being malicious, it's
there's
not
no
being-
malice involved.
There's no malice involved with it. If you're gonna be malice to people, you're gonna start saying effing and blinding, like, you know.
Yeah. Just a bit of ribbing, bit of barracking.
Yeah.
Guys in his own world. But
It's it's a bit too sensitive, serious.
seriously sensitive.
I like him though, but
I don't know. Sometimes he's just like that. I'd say.
well, he's one of the old gang, and he so like.
He'll come on again, like, I'm sure he will.
Yeah,
One of
hope
those
so.
blokes, like. Yeah, he will. I'll put money on it. Put money on it, he'll be here.
Yeah, I've been trying to get in contact with that Justin Villarreal that was on Nocturnal Frequency the other day.
Alright.
See if I can get him on, because he was Gareth's old friend. He probably got some stories he can tell about Gareth.
Cool.
It's one of Gareth's oldest friends in America, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think he'd done some explores with him, like going out with him.
I think there's some early videos with him in there, like, yeah. Well, there's that other guy who's on there called Crazy J, isn't there, as well? That other bloke who was on last night. He came on our stream. He came on Gareth's stream a couple of times as well.
I watched that bloody film that he recommended me. The Colour Out of Space.
Colour Out of Space.
Oh, fucking hell. Nicolas Cage film. Oh. 2 hours of my life that I won't get back again. Fucking hell. But
you watched The Color Out of Space?
The Color Out of Space. See, I haven't even seen that film. So.
Well, apparently, because I've
never seen it either. Yeah.
And it's a remake of a film that was made 10 years ago.
Oh, right.
But with Nicolas Cage. And God, is it gory. Well, not gory, but disturbing.
Disturbing.
It is a disturbing film. It's like
what kind of disturbing are we talking about?
Well, this meteorite thing lands in their backyard. They're living out in the middle of nowhere in America. Just him and his family. He's got like this hippie living as a like a in his land, in his cabin. And he's like into his surveillance and stuff. Anyway, this meteorite apparently had like alien, some sort of alien intelligence in it, and it started messing with the animals and the plants around the area, and it made like lightning, which changed the genetics of things, and and then it like it fused the mother and the little kid together in like some sort of fucking what was that film about the caterpillar thing?
Centipede.
They fused together.
Human centipede.
Yeah, it's almost like the human centipede crossed with alien.
That film, those films are fucking bizarre, man. I've only ever watched the first one, and that was fucking bad enough. Man.
And they're like fused together. The bodies fused together. The boy and the mother. There's a young boy. It's only like 4 or 5 years old. It's like, it's just get out of it. It's like
it's like a quado looking thing.
It's just like they're fused bodies together, and the boy has been sort of absorbed into her body, and he was crying and everything. Oh, it's really disturbing.
Yeah, sounds it.
I recommend a film like that to me. Oh God, I watched the Poxy thing as well. I was glued to it.
That's
one of those films.
That sounds way worse than like, that crazy part in the thing.
I'm trying to remember the film. He gave me a hint of a film that was on BBC years ago. Like he said, if you can find that on DVD, he said send it over. Like, you know. And so I kept looking out for it, and there's this one film that he'd found. And it's on YouTube, but it's a very bad copy of it. And I watched about fucking half an hour and I thought, man, this is fucking crap.
I'll just put it in the chat what it's called, The Colour Out of Space with Nicolas Cage. It's a new one, I think it's 2020 or 2021.
Oh, yeah.
And I've got another one as well that he recommended called Mandy.
Mandy.
And that's another Nicolas Cage one. But I put in the chat, I said, what? Because he recommended those two movies with Nicolas Cage. I said, what? Nicolas Cage has been in a good movie in the past few years. It's like the past 10 years, Nicolas Cage movies have been fucking shite.
Everything he's done is shite, really.
I thought
apart from The Rock, I mean, The Rock's a good film. He's all right in that.
He was in there was quite a few films like he was really good in. But then he just like started accepting anything, and he was in loads of shit films.
And he got two brothers as well, like who were actors. Am I getting him muddled up with somebody else? I remember there's another American actor who's got two brothers. Steven is one, and I can't remember what the other one's called.
I'm sure a lot of them have. There's a lot of Yeah.
There's brothers like that you
Wilsons,
don't think are
Will
brothers, that
Wilson,
people don't realise are brothers, like Charlie Sheen and Emilio Estevez.
Well, yeah, they got different mothers.
Just different mothers, same father.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Charlie Sheen's got AIDS apparently as well.
He's had it for donkey's years. 15 years or so he's
He,
had
he,
AIDS.
he didn't tell anybody about it for about fucking 5.
HIV, not AIDS. He's got HIV.
HIV, yeah. Didn't say nothing about it, did he? For years.
And guess how many people who've got HIV how many people have died who never took any medication?
Never even knew they had it.
0. Not a single person's died from HIV who never took medication.
No.
They never even got sick.
It's mad, isn't it?
They just gave up drugs.
That's another thing. You mess around with drugs, especially needles.
They gave up drugs, and mainly the thing that caused AIDS, they reckon. There's a movie documentary called House of Numbers.
Right.
I recommend everyone to watch it. It's got the man who discovered HIV virus, Luc Montagnier.
Right.
He won the Nobel Prize for discovering HIV, which Robert Gallo and Fauci tried to claim, but it was really Luc Montagnier, and he won a Nobel Prize for it in the end. Luc Montagnier. He's on that documentary saying, if you've got HIV, he said it can be cured, controlled, so you have no illness whatsoever all your life if you just change your diet, eat healthy, and don't take drugs and toxins, and it will never be a bother. And you won't even pass it on either, because it won't be like prevalent in your body.
Right.
And that's from the man who discovered HIV, from Luc Montagnier, the person who won a Nobel Prize. And he says it's no problem, just eat healthy and don't take basically poppers.
Poppers, yeah, fucking right. Don't do poppers. Fucking hell.
That's what caused the lymphomas in the gay people that had HIV.
That stuff is fucking crazy.
Caused lymphoma, look like the Black Death or the black stuff, and like tumours under their arms and around the lymph glands.
That's right.
That was caused by poppers.
Top of the arm. I think it's like Freddie Mercury. Like he had it for years and he didn't even know he had it.
Yeah.
And then went off.
There's no doubt there is a virus called HIV, but it doesn't cause any problems if you live a clean lifestyle.
Oh, for some reason he knew about it and he carried on. Freddie.
Yeah.
By the time he found out he got it, it was too fucking late.
Yeah, shame about Freddie.
You know, I always have this, one of a kind, but I always think he was a bit selfish, really, when it came to that. He knew it was around. He'd been warned about it years before. I think he was warned about it as early as '82 or something like. There's a disease around. You've got to be careful, like. And his attitude to that was it? Well, if I die, so what? Or is it no? I'll be bagging anyone or anybody. I thought, wow. I think it was who told him? Like Paul Gambaccini told him. Said like, have you heard about this new disease? And he went,
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen that? Did you see that? Did I play a video before? Paul Gambaccino slagging off the BBC.
Well, he's.
This is recently. This is like the last month or 2 months.
Well, he's still working for him, like, so he can't be that pissed off, like.
No, I'll play it because it's he tears a new arsehole out for the woman on the BBC.
Yeah, well, he's as bent as he come.
Oh no, I think he's all right because you watch him on here. Where is it? I've got it downloaded here.
He hung around like with all of them in the early years. You can't tell me at the end of the day that he isn't batting for the other team. Right?
It was about Cliff Richard.
Right.
Yeah, pedo case thing, and it being set up because he.
That sounds very much like Gambaccini. I mean, go on.
Have you seen the protests outside Dr. Hillary Jones's house?
No.
Hang on. Quickly play that because I just found that. That's easy to find on my thing. Hang on. Actually, I've got the I've got the Gambaccini one here.
I'll whack up Gambaccini.
Where's the Gambaccini one?
He's unique, that guy.
Oh no, it's not in there. I thought I saved it. Oh, I've got too many videos.
We're okay, Paul. How are you?
Yeah. What's up, Full-Addo?
Right.
Sup, crazy people.
And Matt Hancock, when he was doing the London Marathon, did you see that video?
No.
Did the London Marathon last week, and the whole crowd shouting at him as he's going, "You fucking murderer! You murderer! You murderer!"
Really? People kicking off, like.
Yeah, like they're going mental. You murdered people with Midazolam in hospital. That video that I showed.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
That's what they're shouting at him. They're shouting that at him. Like, murderer! You fucking murderer!
Wow.
Nuremberg 2.0. They're going Nuremberg 2.0.
Jesus. Poor bloke, like.
And he's like, he's running and he's knackered, like almost finishing, like this fucking London Marathon.
Trying to get away from everybody, like.
Yeah, like that's the only reason he finished it, probably, to get to the finish line and hide.
Fucking right, like. I'm amazed the guy wasn't fucking lynched halfway round, like.
This is a short video. Protesters served Dr. Hillary Jones notice of liability at his house.
Dr. Hillary Jones.
And,
Doctor to the stars.
This is a longer video. Oh shit! I've opened it up and fucking. Is this the one? I'll probably have to fast forward it.
What are you doing? Here to do a little swimming. You gotta wear a life jacket or else you can't come in. No, I'm good. Thank you though. Life jackets are mandatory. Mandatory to wear a life jacket when you swim? And when you're not swimming too. Why? Cases of people getting wet are going through the roof. It's a scary time. Put it on. But that doesn't mean they're drowning. People get wet every day. It's part of life. 0.0001182% of all people drown each year. That's practically everybody. So put on a life jacket. That doesn't make any logical sense. I'm not putting one on. I know how to swim. I've had swimming lessons. Oh, swimming lessons? You think those exist? So what, you just think your body has this natural ability to traverse through water in a way that keeps your head up so you can still breathe? Yeah, it's called swimming. Never heard of it. Flotation devices are backed by science. You don't believe in science? I do. It's just, I know how to swim. You're kind of being racist right now. What? Look how his life jacket is keeping him from drowning. He's just standing in shallow water. Put a life jacket on now. You're putting everyone at risk of drowning. How am I putting everyone at risk? Their life jackets won't work unless you have one on. Does his life jacket work? Yes, very well. Then why would he need me to wear a life jacket when his life jacket already works? We have to protect the protected swimmers from the unprotected swimmers. But aren't they already protected? Yes. very well protected, so they should be fine. They would be, except they're not very well protected because of you. Look, you gotta put one on or you can't go in. This feels creepy.
Hang on. That's the intro to the video. This bloke that made this video.
JP Spears.
Yeah, he's taking a piss out of the. You have to be jabbed to protect.
He's funny, man.
Jabs and...
I've been following him for years.
Yeah, it's good. It's funny. Here we
like
go.
even before the whole pandemic thing, I was following him.
It's just playing. Just stuck.
What am I looking at?
It's stuck.
Just follow them.
A businessman, and he's got a conflict of interest because as long as this pandemic goes on, he's making money because he's got business interests in the vaccine industry, and we've got all that to prove to him today. Unless he comes out, but he's not going to come out because he's cheating on both his ex-wives, so it tells you the kind of man he is. That's fine, mate. We're waiting for him.
We're not trespassing at all.
What's it like living next door to a serial killer?
Yeah,
Murderer, deaths of thousands of British people. He's killing children. We've got a mass murdering. There's no difference from him in there to Harold Shipman. He's even worse. He's no worse than killing thousands of people. He's a mass murderer. These people are mass murderers, and we're not having it no more.
kids are already dying.
Kids are already dying. If people are stupid enough to listen to these 500 adults already. But children are being cussed by people like him. People trust him.
There's over 500 deaths what have over killed adults already, so what's it going to do to children? What's it going to do to children? Already 500 deaths for adults.
In this folder, I've got over 200 freedom of information requests from every major hospital, from funeral parlours, from all the councils up and down the country, and from Public Health England to say that the virus doesn't exist, there's been no excess in deaths, and they're running the PCR test at over 45 cycles. So everything about this is fake. Everything about this is a scam. This man is earning money out of us, and he's killing us while he's doing it. That's right. He's got patents. He's in with Bill Gates. You can follow the money back. He's part of Medtate, which is partnered with Gavudine, which he is a chairman of. He's also a chairman of the London Air Ambulance, which is a Freemasonic charity. This cunt is an eye-up Freemason, serial killer, fucking nonce. So today, he's getting told what exactly, and we ain't moving until he fucking comes out on a FaceTime, or he comes out and has a word with us, and tells us we're wrong. Tells us he's wrong. Also, what I want to say...
He believes in what he's doing. He's got back up.
He wants us sticking these up our kids' noses twice or once a day, twice a week. Come and stick one of these up your nose in front of us. Show us how safe they are. Yeah.
Hi, this is Cassandra S. Dunn, your favorite registered nurse. Not only am I a registered nurse for several decades, almost 3, I'm also a certified federal medical investigator. These nasal swabs that are used to test for this, quote, pandemic are made in China, dipped in ethylene oxide, saturated with it. And this is what they're putting up deep into your nasal cavity, close to your brain. The EPA, as well as the International Agency for Research on Cancer and the National Toxicology Program, classifies ethylene oxide as a carcinogen to humans. Evidence in humans indicates that exposure to ethylene oxide by inhalation increases the risk of lymphoma cancers, myelomas, and leukemias, and for females, breast cancer. I don't know what to say, people. This shit can't make this up. We're being poisoned in every way, shape, and form, and it all stems from China.
Show us how safe they are.
And yet kids are doing a medical procedure on their own when it should be...
Well, your kids can't have a paracetamol in school.
Without consent.
But now they can have not a vaccine, because he keeps calling it a vaccine. Let's get away. It's a mRNA gene altering therapy.
That's right.
And they're consenting to that. It's abhorrent what they're doing to children.
You can't go and get a tattoo until you're 18, and the tattooist is liable. Yeah, kids under, 12 to 15 now can go and get an experimental injection, and there's no liability.
It's just as permanent.
Does he? That bloke. I'm trying to think who he sounds like. Who's that comedian? Russell something, isn't it? Russell. Is it Russell Brand? Sounds very much like Russell Brand. That guy, like.
No, he's like a proper
Russell
geezer.
Brand's
that guy.
been red pilled. Russell Brand's been recently red pilled.
Yeah, he's Russell Brand is on like this side of. He's on our side really. Like, watch his Russell Brand's channel on YouTube.
Oh, Russell Brand's funny as fuck. Like he is bang on there.
His newest videos of him are him like basically being red pilled and realizing he was fucking wrong the whole time.
For the past year, Russell Brand has been exposing like all like Gates, Fauci. He's exposing.
Oh yeah, he's on it. He's on it. He's a big pro like for legalizing of drugs and stuff like. Yeah, I like Russell Brand. Like he speaks for the people. Like
he does.
Yeah, man.
But the media make him out to be some sort of
lunatic.
Yeah, like a lunatic fucking Castro figure.
Ex junkie. He is aware that people think he's like a spokesperson for the elitists and stuff. He's like, yeah, you could think that. It's fine.
Yeah. He'd stand there and laugh at that person who said that. Then he'd be like,
But Russell Brand, because he's such a huge bloody celebrity, he's got a bit of.
I remember him years ago, right? He did a program years ago, right? And he went to Portugal, right? And they have a shooting gallery in Portugal, like, right? And there's everybody in there shooting up heroin and fucking smoking heroin. And he's in the room, like, with all these people. And he's going, "Oh my God, I should be in here." and he's like wandering around all these people, like, and they're all foiling up around him like that. And he's like going, "Oh, can I have a smell of that?" He grabs it out of old boy's hand, like, he's going, "Oh God, yeah, I remember that." Fucking hell, like.
But now he's like he's for the past like I don't know several years he's been on a health kick, like doing yoga and meditation.
Oh yeah, he's full on like Mr. Turned it around like that.
Yeah,
he is very pro legalizing of drugs, and when he went in there with all the councillors, he went into an actual councillor meeting, and he sat there and he's putting on a right show, like, you know, and he was just pure like Russell Brand, like, and they're all in there going, "Excuse me, Mr. Brand, could you please calm down?"
I'll tell you something, all those drugs never fucked up his brain.
No, they didn't.
He's really intelligent. He's got a good brain on.
Oh, he switched right on. Like, yeah, he definitely is. Like, he just got in with the times like that. You know, when he was doing gear.
I think that's a misconception that like smoking weed can alter your brain to make you stupid or something like that. But really, it just shifts your focus from something that you would normally be focused.
Well, weed makes you look inward. At yourself.
Yeah.
I hate these people who say it makes people psychotic murderers.
No, it don't.
And it doesn't. I hate those kind of people.
Well, that's ignorant.
Scaring people into not doing it.
That's people that have never tried it.
Exactly.
Never done it.
Exactly. It's coming from somebody who's never done it.
And they've only listened or watched the propaganda that's.
Yeah. Probably watched Reefer Madness and thought, "Fucking hell, this is real."
Yeah, Reefer Madness was a real propaganda film.
Yeah, real propaganda films. Yeah.
Well, there was a big problem when before oil became the currency of the world, like big oil. It was hemp that could have been more profitable.
Yeah.
Could have got more oil. And made more things from hemp than any other products in the world.
Definitely. I go totally along with that. Like, hemp is huge. You could even run a car on hemp. That's how fucking good it is. You know. But the fuel industry will never let that happen, like, because at the end of the day.
And the plastics and the materials they make out of hemp is stronger than steel. It's a stronger steel.
Yeah.
This hat is.
Oh yeah, I totally agree that hemp was huge, right up until it was like stamped out. Like it was massive.
It's actually
Henry
really
Ford,
it's actually softer than cotton.
but it's stronger, harder wearing.
It's harder
It's
wearing.
It's softer than you can make it softer than cotton.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's like a finer thread.
Yeah. You could do all sorts with it.
And Henry Ford, who made the first production car, made his first car totally out of hemp.
Of hemp, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if he even ran it on hemp.
It's 10 times stronger than steel hemp polymers.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's a guy that made an airplane out of hemp, 100% made out of hemp, and it's like 10 times stronger than steel.
Yeah, man.
Well, Henry Ford's first car he made, the engine block was made of hemp. Polymers.
Yeah, huge.
And it wouldn't wear out, it wouldn't rust.
Right.
It's just like everlasting, isn't it? It's just
you would just chip away at it and smoke it.
No, it wouldn't get you stoned. It's just different.
No,
they were growing hemp in my old village, for CBD.
We had it down in Cornwall. Like they were growing hemp. They were growing male plants in these fields down where I used to live, down in Cornwall. Like there was like 8 fucking fields full of it, all male plants, like 12, 13 foot high. They're fucking massive, We couldn't believe it when we went in there.
We had them in our old village, and we went round there one night because they had fucking motion detector fucking cameras all round the fucking field.
Yeah.
Because it was owned by a pharmaceutical Sitting Bull Research.
I'm trying to remember when this was.
Who make drugs from hemp to sell to pharmaceuticals.
Yeah. Well, this field, I remember it was about 2001 or something. I think I remember seeing it. The 8 fields full of it, and it was just.
It's about the same year.
Yeah. I couldn't believe we were taking pictures of it. You could even stand up in the middle of it, and there was like a big raised area in the middle. You could stand up and then look over the fields, and it was all there, just fucking loads of it. Fucking unreal, man.
Down my way, it was about 1998 when they started growing it around.
I think it's around about 2001. I remember seeing it.
Yeah, 98.
It's down in a place called Budok Veen down in Cornwall. It was.
We pulled up a big fucking plant each, like fucking 12-foot plant, and we were running down the road to a mate's house to try and dry it out. And when we dried it out, smoked it, and it's like it was fucking. There was no high off
nothing.
It.
Smoking paper.
It was awful. Like we did exactly the same thing. We thought, fucking hell, let's have one of them. Like Riank. Went off with it and it smelled and everything. It all had to smell like that.
But you can't.
Nothing.
You can't grow. Hemp. You can't grow hemp without, seeds of some kind. And you can't get seeds without the plant.
And the only ones that really produce the seeds are the females at the end of the day, not the males.
Yeah. Yep.
The males don't do shit really. And
males are mainly for as you say, for hemp, for whatever they're using hemp for.
It's the female. Yeah. The female's got to be nowhere near a male, so it doesn't pollinate.
That's right, because it'll ruin it. Yeah.
So that the buds fill up with resin.
That's right.
Otherwise, if they pollinate, they just flower.
That's right. It's pollinate, it fucks them up.
Yeah. Because my dad used to grow it, and I used to grow it as well. After my dad died, I started growing it as well for my mum. But then when I moved, I had to sell it all.
Yeah, a friend of mine, he got caught growing a load years ago.
Well, I got caught when my dad died because the police come round, the ambulance crew and everything, when my dad died in the house, Christmas morning, and they saw the plants growing.
Yeah.
All the hydroponics set up at the bottom, big plants, fucking 8 foot high, up to the ceiling.
Not good,
He says, we're going to have to come back and see you about that. I thought, oh, fucking hell, no. They come back about 3-4 months later. They left us for a long while. Well, my dad just died anyway, so they gave us a bit of time. But they turned up the door with a fire safety officer. Come in and checked it for fire safety.
Wow.
That was it. Left us alone. You're fine, it's
nuts,
okay.
Isn't it? That's nuts, isn't it? Nuts.
It says problems are, you're allowed to grow no more than 2 plants for your own personal use. It's fine. That's what they said. But that was
How long ago was this from?
That was Christmas morning 2007 when I found it.
Was that when they were still classed as
Yeah.
group Class B, wasn't it, or something? Or Class C? Didn't they class it as Class C for a little bit?
Yeah, it's Class C.
Yeah.
2007 Christmas morning.
So I remember they brought it in for Class C, and then they brought it back up to Class B. Because everybody was growing it.
But they said the only problem we had was, in the end, wasn't with the police
Talking about their favorite kind.
or the authorities. It was with the housing association.
Yeah, because it's growing in their building,
That's the only why we had to stop it.
If you were in a private residence, you've got no problem whatsoever. You were left alone.
Yeah. It's empty.
I haven't. I've always been. I always wanted to grow it, but I just never had the balls to do it.
Just what I had the other night.
Wow, I'm amazed you still got it.
Yeah, honey stuff though. Yeah.
Well, I couldn't drink anymore since because I was a bit hungover. This is a drink I've had since that night, and I'm mixing it with Coke now as well. So.
Ducks go quack. Where is it legalized MDMA? Where?
They've legalised it for medicinal use.
Where?
Can't
be in the UK.
Oxford, London. Yeah, Oxford, London. Oxford.
Really? That's interesting to know because MDMA was really developed for an antidepressant for
I've got a video somewhere talking
postnatal depression or something. I think
I've got a video from England. This bloke from England, this university bloke, who's leading the study for psychedelics and MDMA and other drugs for health and medical reasons, and he works out of Oxford.
Well, I know they're doing tests at the moment for PTSD with MDMA. They were doing that.
This is people with psychological problems, mental health problems.
Yeah, it's always been like for that. When it first started appearing on the streets, it was not so long after it failed getting its certificate. They had it all ready to go. They'd done the tests, and it came up with something about side effects. And because of the side effects of it, it never got the seal of approval. Like that's why we had loads of pills around in the 80s, like late 80s.
I think this is wrong, Dux.
Yeah, I don't think it was MDMA. I think
it wasn't MDA. That was speed.
It was amphetamine. Yeah, it wasn't.
MDMA, if the Germans were giving him aid, they would have been in each other.
No, the Germans. No.
Why are we killing people, man? This is
listen. Stupid. The Germans had Pervitin. Pervitin. Listen, Pervitin was what the Germans had. They also had another drug called Nazi Crank, which was like an amphetamine.
It's amphetamine.
Pervitin is crystal meth. Like it's a prescribed form of crystal meth.
Yeah, you would think that.
And Hitler used to do Pervitin.
Yeah. Did you see how tired and old he looked in the last days there? He was looking pretty fucking.
Well, he had
scared shitless.
He had a guy called Dr. Monroe, I think his name was. His personal doctor was. He used to give him a Pervitin shot every morning, like.
No, Hitler's doctor was they called him the Angel of Death, didn't they?
Well, they had two doctors, but they had the fat gadget called. I'm trying to remember what his name was now.
Joseph Mengele.
No, not Mengele. Mengele wasn't his personal doctor. Mengele was in the camps.
I know his doctor used to inject him with horse semen.
Yeah, there's a rumor about horse semen, but mainly he had pervitin, and a lot of the German,
steroid.
a lot of German soldiers also had pervitin as well.
Because
Yeah.
they were the ones who discovered like steroids, more aggressive and stronger, using steroids, and from horse semen or whatever it was.
Right.
And so Hitler got injected with horse semen. He was the one who tested it.
Yeah, good thing they didn't know about PCP.
Well, PCP, like, yeah, they're strength of 10 men, like.
Good thing they didn't know about PCP, because they'd be like shooting everybody up with PCP on the front lines. They'd be like fucking just,
Oh, fucking hell. PCP, man, you can have that stuff, and you can be lifting things up like a fucking Iron Man, like great big cars and stuff, ripping your veins in your arm, like
like that movie Aeon Flux when she rips the lid off the tank.
Yeah, literally ripping things
Or
off.
was it
the
Aeon
thing.
Flux or no? It was Ghost in the Machine. Ghost in the Machine, where she rips the lid off the tank.
Right.
And her muscles are all like popping and shit.
Popping, yeah, that's it. It used to give people the strength of 10 men. But it also had a nasty side effect on it. That side effect was that you wanted to throw yourself out of a window.
Is that a moon rock?
That's a tea bag.
No, Sensi seeds.
Sensi seeds.
Nice.
Nice bit of sensi, mate. Sensimilia.
Yeah.
I like to smoke marijuana.
It's just miniature cannabis, isn't it? That's all it is.
Yeah. Sensi.
Yeah. You got like a
Sensimilia.
50-50 chance that each one is male or female, right?
They're all feminine, all females.
They're supposed to be feminized, yeah.
They're feminized Sensi seeds.
Yeah, lovely. Nothing beat nice bit of sensimilia, man.
I got some feminized seeds, and they popped out fucking hermaphroditic fucking plants.
Hermaphroditic.
I've got a bolster on the light, but the electric it uses, I don't think I can afford to fucking grow them.
Well, let's say this, like, your meter would definitely be going up, like.
No, no.
Salvia. Salvia is like a gross fucking thing. It's not
No,
even,
salvia,
it's not
yeah,
even fun or
it's
pleasure.
bad. It's a bad high.
Yeah, it's just really bad. It's terrible.
Awful.
No. I had this stuff when I first started smoking. I was given called a bag of buzz. It was just like just leaves. It's supposed to be like cannabis, but it weren't. It didn't hit you like cannabis. Called, I don't know what it was. Buzz, they called it.
Buzz.
Like the stuff you can buy out of the back of High Times magazine.
Well, we got like a
fake buzz?
2 ounce bag, a solid 2 ounce bag of it for like £5. I thought, oh, this has got to be shit. So we rolled it up neat, massive fucking Camberwell carrot, like 12 skins. Rolled it up neat, fucking that fat, you know, like really fat, like a big fucking.
Did it make you nearly ill, like smoking it?
We smoked it and we thought, this ain't doing nothing. This ain't doing like big long drags, and then all of us sitting in a circle. After about 3/4 of an hour, we all go, oh,
whoa,
oh. We all started humming together at the same time. and it was just like everything went dark around us. So we just saw a fucking light, a tunnel. And it was like a rush down this fucking tunnel, like we was going 1,000,000 miles an hour at each other. We ended up putting our heads together in the middle of this fucking circle. It was weird, going oh, like deep fucking guttural humming. Put our heads together in the middle of this circle, and
that's why when you see it,
all we could see in our eyes was like a white tunnel rushing.
A long white tunnel.
And then all of a sudden, after about, I don't know, half hour of that, fucking hippie humming, we just went, oh, and just woke up out of it. It's like,
fucking hell, what was that?
The fuck was that? Yeah.
Sounds
don't know
like
what that
DMT,
stuff
like they
was.
sprayed. Sounds like they sprayed you some DMT or something, or not even that,
DMT,
something
yeah.
else.
Fucking
I
wet,
don't know
wow.
what that was. I don't know what that was. It wasn't like DMT because DMT comes on really quickly.
No, not DMT, but
Because I've tried DMT before. You take like 2-3 big huffs of DMT out of a pipe.
Yeah.
And then you put it down, and it's like fucking blast off.
Blast off, yeah.
Blast off to fucking Orion.
Oh, fucking right, man.
Blast off, yeah.
Mad stuff, that is. DMT, like.
But it only lasts about
you
10 minutes.
That's right. It's a 10 minute. It's a 10-minute buzz, like. It's fucking right intense, like.
Yeah.
There you go.
You're like talking to other beings. You're talking to beings from another dimension in some kind of like city that exists and stuff.
I think you only get when it's intravenous, like a DMT intravenous.
I smoked it. I
Man,
did, like.
When I smoked it, I went and fucking talked to fucking crazy beings and stuff.
I was like talking to trees.
Well, the only time I was like that was when I done mushrooms, and that lasted hours.
Machine elves. They describe them as machine elves.
And
they're like the artwork on an Aztec, like on an Aztec temple. You know those artwork. It's like that with like kaleidoscope kind of coming off of them in like a pulsating pattern.
It was like a buzz.
Some different colors.
Like a real intense fucking buzz.
And the colors and everything coming out of this thing was actually creating the city. Like the city was made out of these colors that was coming out of it.
That's what I had on psilocybin mushrooms. Because I ate a whole bag, 14 grams of it, half ounce of mushrooms.
I think it's just like accenting their pineal.
The hero's dose, which is the big dose that you're supposed to take to be like a hero, like the hero's dose with mushrooms is 5 grams.
5 grams, yeah.
And I did 14.
Yeah. Lucky you ever came back.
That was my first time.
Yeah. Lucky you came back, like, because I mean I seen old boy do a load of them, like, and he never came back.
Well, I came back sociable than I ever was before.
He never came back. He never went normal. He just went fucking bizarre, like, and he got really fucking what they call it, like almost psychotic. Like, you know, he just went fucking crazy, like, never the same again.
When I was a kid, I used to have a really bad stutter. I used to stutter all the time. I was really bad talking, and when I was really young, they diagnosed me with having autistic spectrum disorder.
Disorder, yeah.
ADHD.
What,
no,
ADHD?
Not ADHD. No, autism.
Oh, right, autism. Right, yeah.
They reckoned I was like a mild autism, just like broad spectrum autism.
See, I'm amazed you got diagnosed with me, because I always thought I had it for years. Because I had it when I was a kid, like, I used to have a concentration span of 5 minutes.
No,
if he didn't entertain me in 5 minutes, I was off somewhere else, like, you know, either looking out the window or just causing havoc.
I was the opposite. My autism made me concentrate on something all day, every day, 2 hours a day, for 6 months, and I wouldn't take my mind off it. If anybody stirred me, I went mental.
Wow.
That's what my autism was. I had to concentrate on what I was doing 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Otherwise, if my routine was mucked up and I couldn't do what I was supposed to be doing, what my mind said I was supposed to be doing, I'd lose the plot. Yeah. And I was totally antisocial growing up through primary school up until secondary school. And then secondary school noticed that I was intelligent, not a fucking... Because primary school had me down as being like a remedial.
Yeah, that's what I always had.
And then as soon as I got into within the first 6 months, they put me in the A stream of every fucking class, English, maths, everything.
Right.
Because they realised that I was just bored. And because I was so bored, because it was just in and out, they put me up to the top stream of everything. I had a really good secondary school. It was comprehensive, but
I never learned anything in my third year. My third year at school, I learned absolutely nothing. My fourth year, I tried to get something sorted out, and it was too late. And then in the fifth year, they put me in the remedial class, like, which was like a special class of all the bad kids in school, like, you know. So you had all the
You know when
fucking
everyone did
maniacs.
their mock exams
Special
in
ed.
school, when everyone did their
Special
mock
class.
exams,
So we were also.
hang on,
Yeah,
do you know
that's
when
it.
everyone did their mock exams in school? The mocks.
Never.
like in
Well, the
third
mocks. I was sort of. Don't think I ever sort of sat down and
Mock
did
exams.
mocks.
Mock exams for O levels in the third year we done.
Oh no, I never did that.
But when everyone did their mock exams, which was before you went in the fourth and fifth year in your third year, I was doing the real exams, the proper exams, when I was 13. So I had all my O levels when I was 13. Then when I was 14 and 15, I did my A levels at comprehensive school.
There's a fungus among us.
I had a really good school, and that's how I left school at 16. Didn't go to college. I went straight into GEC Avionics
Right.
and Marconi. Got some good jobs. Then I got laid off from there after they lost to BAE Systems. So I got laid off after about 6 months there, and then I went to work for Shell Research, just as a lab technician.
Wow.
When they made an engine out of that ran on sugar beet, which ran in Le Mans.
You had some fucking good jobs by the sounds of it, Trump.
Yep, and then we had to sign an NDA to say that because it was a success because it completed Le Mans, all the cars run on that fuel.
Wow.
Out of sugar beet. Then they binned it, Shell Research. That was at Sittingbourne Research Centre.
Still, Shell paid a lot of money to fucking bin it, more like.
Yeah, and so they laid everybody off that was working on it. And as far as I'm concerned, as soon as they laid us off, the fucking NDA ended. Because I know that they're not paying me anymore, so why should I keep my fucking mouth shut about it? And then I went to work for Rockall Data, which was a company doing the...
Sounds good money, that.
Rockall Data was a data processing company doing the data records of oil reserves. So we knew like how far the oil wells were, how full they were. Because we were putting the data in the computers. That's all I was doing. I wasn't doing anything technical, just inputting data all day.
Wow.
To make the
mind-numbing job by the sounds of it.
Yeah, it's just fucking boring. But I worked there for about a year, and that was at the time of the peak oil crisis.
All right, yeah.
And we were noticing when I was working, or I was noticing, that the oils are filling up, the wells are filling up, and like they let a well go fallow, like crop rotation, and they go to a new well where it's full, and by the time they've drained that new well, the old well that they emptied is full again.
Wow.
And it's a cycle. It just keeps refilling, and it doesn't come from fossils. It comes from dead vegetation.
Yeah.
And dead material from forests and stuff that just falls to the ground. The oils from the plants and dead material soaks into the earth, soaks down. We had all the data there from that Rockall Data of how oil seeps into the ground, how long it takes, and how long a well fills up. And then I thought, fuck this is all a lie. And I gave it all up when I was supposed to be 18, 19. I thought, fuck this. By that time, I thought, this is all a load of bollocks. What I've been taught in school is all a lie. Dropped out. Picked up my guitar and thought, I'll make a career out of music instead.
Wow.
And then from like 18, 19, that was it. Music for me. Couldn't handle it anymore. I only worked between like 16 and 18, 19.
Really?
After that, it was made me living out playing guitar.
Fucking hell, we should have done something like that.
I thought it ain't. Why? What for anyone else? Just follow my fucking dream. Just like.
I think I only ever worked 7 years of my life.
Yeah.
The rest of it was fucking partying.
And all my jobs after that was only to I had like a few shitty jobs after that just to money so I could afford to buy a new amp or a new guitar.
Wow.
Like go to work on a site or something, like some shitty job.
Don't do that.
Because it was good money and I could earn money quick and just go in there, work for like 3-4 months, make enough money, like a couple of grand.
My biggest problem was I had an old man who had a load of money, and he died, and I got
it. Lucky. Well, not lucky.
Well, it was. You know, he gave me a letter before he died, and he said, "I hope you do something sensible with it because I've never had any money in my life. I worked for my money," he said in the letter, and yeah, he worked too hard. He never looked after himself. That was his downside. He never looked after himself properly. He had issues with his guts and his indigestion and stuff like that for years, and he never did anything about it. Whenever his twin brother said to him, "Get it sorted out, go to the doctors," he'd go, "I haven't got time to be sick." You know, you kind of felt like saying, "Have you got time to be dead?" Because that's what's going to happen, and it did. It killed him in the end. But yeah,
I grew up in poverty. Well, our family was in poverty. My dad was a taxi driver when
we were middle class. Like we weren't the fucking rich. We were middle class.
My dad was a painter and decorator. When he was younger, like my dad, he had like big businesses in London, but he had to run away from London to get away from the fucking gangster businesses.
Yeah, man.
Because he got a bit involved, and he did 10 years in prison. So, and then come out of prison, met my mum, who just come over from Ireland with 8 kids, who got put in a convent because she had to run away from an IRA fucking bastard. So they met up, they fell in love, had me. Then my dad got all the kids out of the convent.
My father never really sort of got into getting married. His twin brother was married at 21. My father bummed around for about 10 years before he got married. He met my mother through just basically. My mother said years ago, she said, all we ever did when we were courting was drinking in pubs. So, you know, my mother was a middle class as well. She came from a rather well-off family in Barnsley. And, you know, when they both hooked up together, my father sort of like didn't get into having that sort of lifestyle with a wife and kid. He still wanted his what we call it, playboy life, like not playboy. He wanted playboy. He was
gigolo.
But yeah, kind of a gigolo. Kind of, he just wanted to be like he had his clubs. He had his Masonic fucking dues. He had his Rotary dues. He was a Mason, my old man, man. So you know, he obviously he had a lot of money to be in the Masons. You don't get invited in there unless you got money, like.
Yeah, my great granddad was a 33rd degree fucking Mason. My great granddad.
My old man was a lodge keeper. That's, you know, I don't know what lodge keepers do. Like at the end of the day, that's what he was. My
old great granddad was a fucking wizard, fucking Mason.
Yeah, man.
He was high up, 33rd degree, fucking.
No one ever knew what he did there. He never said a fucking word to my mother. Never said a word to anybody really what he did.
I've got an old Masonic Bible here somewhere from my great granddad.
Yeah, he had the case in there. He had the briefcase and everything with all the Masonic bits in it. You know, all that. So I had a look at it one day when I was a kid, like, and just didn't understand anything.
I tried to tell my mate who joined the Masons, Brian. He works for BAE Systems. I used to work with him at GEC Avionics when I was young, when we left school. He left to work for BAE. I had enough of it, and I left. I took my redundancy.
Wow.
And he went on to BAE Systems, and he's now the fucking head of the design department for the heads-up displays and the AI stuff.
Serious money, like.
And he joined the Freemasons.
Yeah, well, he would have got invited. You only get invited into the Freemasons, so you've got to have a lot of money to get invited. My father was
I was invited into the Freemasons about 10 years back. and I had no money.
Must have changed over the years, like.
Because what I was speaking about and what I knew about the Freemasons, that I got invited in, and I said no thanks. And then I said to my mate, because my mate was the one who's inviting me in, because he says, "Oh, you seem to know a lot about it." I said, "Yeah, I do." I said, my great granddad was one. I said, "I got the Masonic Bible." He says, he was only 3rd degree, this fella at the time, it's like really low down. He says, no. Freemasonry is not a religion. I haven't got a Bible. I said,
fucking hell.
Freemasonic Bible. I said, I've got it indoors. It's based on Babylon, like Babylonian religion. He says, no, it's not. There ain't no such thing as a Bible. I said, do you know what the light giver is? What they say, like the light bringer.
Yeah.
The one that gives light, the light giver. That is. It's like, yeah, God, or like the one who gives knowledge. That's what he said. I said, yeah, it's Lucifer. And he's like, no, it's not. I said, wait till you get to level 6.
Yeah.
And then you'll find it.
There's a book called The Satanic Origins of the Freemasons.
Yeah. And he wouldn't have it, and he still won't have it to this day.
No. I've got to go for a piss, man. I'm breaking my neck.
He's the one who's playing bass guitar on that. I've got the Another Brick in the Wall on my channel.
Yeah.
The Muckabout Band and Matchbox.
I was telling you how he was a 32nd degree, and he would go to these meetings that they called Vanguard meetings.
Yeah.
That was like years and years ago.
This old Masonic Bible I've got is fucking old. It's like 1800s. It's got like a lock on it.
Apparently Vanguard is from Avante Garde. Is what it's from. I was looking all into that because I think it's kind of like prophetic, you know.
It's basically the Old Testament, but the Babylonian, Sumerian versions of the Bible.
That's better. I was breaking my neck there.
A few different books in there. It's almost the same as the Old Testament.
I was breaking my neck.
That was quick.
Yeah. I was fucking breaking my neck for a bit. I couldn't hold it any longer, man. I was like...
That was very quick. That was so quick. I'm going to...
I'd have to rip any doors off to do it there.
That deserves a flash.
I haven't seen Tony in the chat either. So.
Is he not in the chat, is he?
No.
No.
We got a chance.
It says something anymore.
He's steaming. He's got steam coming out his ears. You gotta wait for him to cool off.
It's not going to come anymore because of the English racists.
Okay, that was a Welsh thing. Then.
The way he was going on about the black kids, right? He was going on about the black kids that were disrespecting him and stuff, and it's like,
oh, not again, man! He wasn't bringing that again, was he?
That's to get trolled, though. Kinda, you know, like.
You said about that before about the young kids giving him grief. Man, you're going to ask for it. You're going to stop by and give him grief. You're going to get grief back.
I made a point on Friday of trying to help him. I am first on in the stream. I invited him before through email. I sent him a link for the video before for the stream,
right.
So that he'd be first on. We can have a nice chat before we even go on. And we did, and I was giving him some fucking ancient proverbs and stuff, things that mean
right
something.
on the top of his head, like.
Yeah, that you can use, keep your head towards the fucking light, and all the shadows will fall behind you, and things like this, things that mean something. Truth. Truth is like a lion. You don't have to defend it. Let it loose and it'll defend itself.
I should think that was going right through one ear out the other, wasn't it?
Yeah, if you tell the truth, you don't have to remember anything.
Hard work.
An empty vessel makes the loudest sound. Men with no substance are the greatest babblers. The pessimist complains about the wind. The optimist hopes it will change. The realist adjusts the sails.
Jesus.
All ancient proverbs. They're fucking. They're useful though. I find.
Oh, but yeah. I bet to him it was just like, what?
Always remember that you're absolutely unique, just like everybody else.
They're so depressing. No, knock it off.
Knock it off.
When one door of opportunity closes, another opens. We look so long at the fucking closed door, we fail to see the one that's opened.
You ever seen that dog that the ball is right on the other side of the fence and he's like, and he doesn't realize the gate's open? He can just walk around and get it.
It's far better to be alone than to be in bad company.
Wow.
You cannot shake hands with a clenched fist. I've got loads of these. A shared joy is a double joy. A shared sorrow is half a sorrow.
I think most of them are quite obvious, like when you read them off. Like.
Yep. It's better to light a candle than to curse the darkness.
Yeah.
Whoever gossips to you will gossip about you.
Keep your enemies, yeah.
There is no shame in not knowing.
Keep your friends close, keep your enemies even closer.
Yeah. There is no shame in not knowing. The shame lies in not finding out. What you see in yourself is what you see in the world.
Right.
There's one that you probably won't see on there. Mind your own fucking business.
Yeah. Mind your own fucking business.
Here's a good one. All time being angry is time being happy.
And is there 2 G? Is it? And is there 2 G's in bugger off?
Bugger off.
Don't let what you cannot do interfere with what you can do. I used to get that all the time with like parents fucking telling their kids, you can't do this, you can't do this. Like you're not good enough to do that. You need to be fucking talented to do that.
Don't stick your tongue out. One day the wind will blow and it'll stay out. That was one I used to get quoted. You're so you think you're so clever. That's another one I used to get told as well.
Better cook that lip son, get out on tripwire.
All the darkness in the world cannot extinguish the light of a single candle. That's a good one.
Basically, darkness is nothing, and light just cuts through it.
Yeah,
you can see a candle from like light years away in space.
Yeah, these old proverbs. I used to listen to them when I was like really out and depressed and wanting to do myself, and I found they helped me see the world and like change my mind around of.
No, I never really got that
getting
bad.
off the negative thoughts and thinking, just concentrating on good stuff rather than.
What was it? Somebody said to me, "You're always." Somebody said to me one time, "You're always bloody depressed." You know, and I said, "Well, yeah." He said, "You don't ever go anywhere if you're depressed. You get fixated
on."
Yeah, you do. You get set in your ways. Ooh.
But you need a kick up the arse.
That's it. Kick your ass. That's what.
Change it up. Sell your house.
For God's sake.
Start driving around the country.
Yeah, for God's sake, smile. You know, I mean, I'd be like, for fucking hell, like, I don't want to fucking smile.
love. That's what it's about. Tough love. You need a bit of
Tough love, yeah. Oh, I've had lots of tough love over the years.
You need someone to tell you how it is and fucking to not hold back and be brutal.
Oh, I've had that as well. Like sometimes it don't go down too fucking well. That.
No, but it sinks in. It does sink in.
Oh yeah.
It's like you're planting a seed in someone, and they go away fucking fuming, and you have a fucking big argument.
Yeah.
But like a week or 2 weeks later, they come back to you and they've had and they say. Usually, I find they usually end up thanking you, like for pulling them out of the fucking mire that they were in.
Yeah, I've had people like that. Yeah, I've had a few people like that. I mean, like, some people very fucking, very dangerous as well, like with it.
Yeah, but they can either go over the edge or they can.
And then in the end, that
pull
person,
themselves back.
that person in the end, topped himself in the end, like he finally did.
Yeah.
Some people you can't save. Some people you can't save.
No.
And he sadly he was one of them. He was one of them. He just in the end.
There's no place with some people.
You couldn't help him.
I had a mate that I grew up with through primary school and everything, and we were best of mates up until I was in my 30s.
Yeah.
But he got into when I was about 25 into acid, and he ended up doing like fucking 150 fucking acid tabs all in one go. Like just to get, because he got so used to it every day.
That's
good. Crazy.
For like a year or so, he was doing that. Like fucking.
It's like when you.
It's not good, man.
So when you go to the house, like, innit? Yeah.
And then he
yeah.
stopped doing it for a long while.
Seen that Whitest Kids skit? He's like, "Oh, it's just a gallon of PCP."
But then we'll have a drink together. Like he come round, he'd sleep over like mine, skip on the floor. We'll have a smoke or whatever. But then he get a bottle of vodka out and we start drinking, and he'll have like flashback. He start fucking tripping again,
Manic,
even though he hadn't had
depressive.
any.
Yeah.
It was just like a bit of vodka and
flashbacks.
He'd tripping his head off.
Yeah, get
climb
flashbacks.
up the fucking wardrobe.
Yeah, climb up the walls, like, yeah.
Yeah, he's climbing the walls, literally.
I've had people like that. I used to. I had a lad.
Take him out one night in the snow and call his parents like to come and pick him up. And it was like snowing outside. I said because he lived like a good 15 miles away, he used to cycle down to me. And I said like I had to call his mum and dad in the end, and I dragged him out, and my dad helped me drag him out because he was tripping his ass off, and we couldn't handle him. Like, he was fucking tearing the house up.
Yeah,
I had to drag him outside and like fucking leave him outside in the snow.
A lad I knew,
call his mum and dad up.
Yeah, a lad I knew, he'd done amphetamine since he was 14. So then he got in with his mate who had a lot of money. He had a big windfall of cash. So you can imagine the amphetamine went out the way and they started doing cocaine together. And then old boy who he was with just stopped doing the cocaine. But my mate, because he'd been doing amphetamine for years, the cocaine, he went back to the amphet, and the amphet did nothing for him. So he was doing loads more amphet. And in the end, he had to knock it on the head. He had to get away from it. And in those 2 weeks before he topped himself, he just went fucking. He went berserk. He was like putting tin foil on the fucking windows, painting the fucking windows black. He said, "All I want is some sleep, like, and be in a dark room." He just couldn't handle it. He couldn't handle reality. Like, he just couldn't get back. And in the end, he topped himself. His missus finished with him 2 days before, and that sent him over the edge. That was enough to fucking put the noose around the neck. He died.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened to my old mate, because he just dropped off the fucking face of the earth. He just
face of the earth, yeah.
And I haven't seen him for 10 years or
I
something.
used to have a mate like that in school when I was a kid, like a young lad, and he was a real good friend. And we sort of got split up in our ways of growing up. And then I moved away, and I asked about him about 10, 15 years ago on a Facebook group because of the town I used to live in. And I said, "Does anybody know Paul Jones?" Like, I said, "Is he still around?" And they went, "No, he died of a heroin overdose when he was about 21." Didn't even know about it, like, didn't even know about it for all that time. Like, I only got told about it about 15 years back.
My mate, we called him Rubberhead. Gary, his name was Gary Rubberhead.
Rubberhead.
He got the nickname Rubberhead because we was at this gig one night, and at this leisure centre, there was like a Battle of the Bands gig all day thing, and we done acid together. And it's like in the early days, it's like the first sort of times doing acid and that, just a laugh. And he leant back on the window upstairs, and it's these, there's like go down like that.
Yeah.
So he leant back on it and fucking fell out the window. And
I know somebody's done that. Yeah.
Good 30, 40 foot drop from like the top floor of this place, and he fucking somehow landed in a bush of heat and just stood up and walked back in. And we said, "Oh, that's where he got his nickname, Rubberhead."
Yeah, I had a mate.
Tattoo done on his fucking across his chest, Rubberhead.
I had a mate who did that. Fell out of a window. Fell out of a 2-story building. Like, landed on his legs. Yeah. Nearly busted his shins. Like, but he was lucky. Like, because he was pissed up. He fucking managed to survive it. Like, fucking hell.
He wasn't even hurt. He just fucking walked back in.
Oh yeah, mate. He come back in the house. He come back in the house and he carried on drinking like nothing happened.
Yeah, that's what he did. He was such a nutter. He was the one like when we was like smoking heavy, like doing buckets in the middle of a room in his fucking squat. There's like a big bucket in the middle of the room with a 5-litre bottle with a big fucking socket in the top of it, putting like an eighth of fucking weed in the thing and doing a 5-litre thick bloody bong of weed, like all in one go. Jesus. Getting smashed. And then daring someone to drink the fucking bucket water. And it's like people putting their fag butts in it and everything.
Oh, we used to have head fucks. Like, we used to have these things where you could hyperventilate. So you'd have people hypervent breathing and then jumping straight on a bong, like horsing a bong, and then standing up straight after, like, and it was just watching people twist around the room and then fucking collapse.
We used to call that the shepherd croucher. We grab someone behind the neck and like choke them out, and then get them to do a bong.
Seems like
about to pass out, and look like this. Fucking just about on the edge of passing out, and then I go do a bong, and then they're like, fucking hell, they're chipping.
We had a gadget once at a party, right, and he'd never done drugs in his life, so he's around the party and he's just doing everybody's nutting, like, because he was like the straightest guy. He'd just been drinking, so in the end we gave him a hot knife, like. and he got on it and he just literally went like that with it, and he was just fucking all over the place like the rest of the night. He was just stitch people up.
Resin on
resin hot knives,
resin on hot knife with a glass on the edge of a table. So fill up the glass. We did it that way.
That's what we did. We used to do it. We used to actually do it the knives and then bend the knives underneath, and you just do it straight off the bottle like that. Old boy's just horsed a fucking load of it like that, and he was just fucking all over the shop for the rest of the night.
There was one night we was doing those buckets, and this fucking bucket was filled with fucking dog ends, cigarettes, and everything. And and it was like, "Dare you drink the bong water, drink the bong water." And
we did that.
My mate Rubberhead was like, "Yeah, I'll do it." He was fucking in a mental case.
We got somebody to drink half a bottle of Sarson's vinegar.
He put a pint glass.
Drank it.
Pint glass of this fucking bucket water, which was like brown and fucking filled with fucking dog ends and everything, and he just fucking necked the whole lot. And was like,
reminds me of old boy like that. Did all the mushrooms like. He'd dare him. You dare him for a fiver, like I dare you for a fiver. You do that. He went, yeah, no problem. What?
No, you didn't have to offer my mate any money. Just a dare would do it.
Like, he did. He did. He always did it for money. Like, you know, he's got like, I dare you to fucking drink that vinegar. Like, so right.
Well, his mum and dad, he was like from a really posh family. They were so posh because their name was Smith originally. His dad, Smith. And but his mum was so fucking stuck up. She changed her name by Deepole to Forbes Hamilton.
Fucking hell. Forbes Hamilton.
Forbes Hamilton.
Yeah.
So his mum's name was Forbes Hamilton, but his dad's name was Smith.
Smith.
And his dad was like the head of the Royal Free Hospital in London.
Wow. Good
They
job.
were loaded. They had a fucking big mansion
Fucking
up
right.
in Hampstead.
Yeah, man.
They had like a fucking...
She could afford to have a name changed by Depop.
14 bedrooms in their house. Ensuite bathrooms in every bedroom.
Yeah.
Fucking marble bathrooms, marble kitchens.
Oh, man, spent thousands
Fucking
on
gold,
it.
you know.
Yeah.
Fucking millions.
Yeah. My uncle lived like that. Big house. Biggest
And-
house,
and, she
biggest
was
house
so-
in the street.
She was so, never went outside, never spoke to anybody, she was just a snob.
Stuck up.
She was like the Queen. She actually looked like the Queen as well. She had that
Wow.
face.
Snooty.
Of the stuck up nose, snooty.
My grandfather
And
used
she
to walk
laughed.
around. My grandfather used to walk around like with a permanent sort of like he was smelling shit all the time. As he used to walk around like.
She used to put the alarms on at 10 o'clock at night. If
Like that face.
my mate Gary and we were out after 10, we couldn't come home to his house to stay because we wouldn't be let in because the alarms were on.
Oh,
So then we had to
hell.
cycle like fucking 10 miles to my house to crash at mine instead. And that's how like that's what her family she was like. She wouldn't like there was no exceptions. You weren't in by 10 o'clock. You were out all night kind of thing. And,
Hell, man, imagine
yeah.
that.
She used to
Good
have
fucking-
barbed wire fences around her garden so that her cats
Jesus.
couldn't even get out.
Wow.
She had loads of
She had,
cats.
like air raid sirens.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
She had barbed wire going over like that, over a garden, with a roof on it, so that her cats couldn't get out.
That's in it.
Because her cats might be fucking corrupted by the
Had a
neighbourhood
wild
cats.
guess or something.
No, she only had about 3 or 4
Wow.
cats, but they might become corrupted by the commoners.
Yeah. Commoners.
Yeah, they're
So
they're
snobby.
probably special
Imagine your mother changing her name by Depole because her
I
name
can
was
imagine.
Smith.
I can imagine
Would
something
have-
like that. Yeah. Well, Ward's Harrington's better than Smith, isn't it? Just sounds better. Rolls off the tongue better, doesn't it? Walls.
But that's why my mate rebelled so much because of the fucking
I
the
bet.
constant fucking harrowing fucking life that he had at home of having to conform to this fucking standard.
Regime. Yeah.
Yeah, that he rebelled totally, and he was the one that was the craziest person I ever knew.
Oh, I've known people like that who've grown up in police households. Like the old man's a police officer, like, and he's ended up being the worst person in the fucking town, like, you know.
The worst girls in the village were the ones that their fathers were fucking vicars. Crazy.
I tell you what, my sister-in-law was brought up in a reverend's
They were the
house.
village bikes. They were the village bikes, all of
worse.
them, like village bike.
Yeah.
Open their fucking arms
Well,
out.
she wasn't a village bike. She went tomboy at one stage. I remember seeing pictures of her as a tomboy. Like she had a short copper coloured hair. She was orange coloured hair, so she was ginger hair, and she had a skinhead, and she was about 16 with a skinhead. Like she had that big fucking. You remember the anoraks with the fucking fuzzy fucking hoods, you know, with the fur on it, the fake fucking fur. And she just fucking crazy when she met my brother. Like she ran my brother into basically you know, a personal slave, basically. Like.
Did you see that Tony B's comment there?
Yeah, Tony B's like, yeah, I seen that a minute ago.
I once did drugs and it ended up being a 10-hour hostage situation.
10-hour siege, yeah.
I lost the plot.
Yeah, that'll happen.
She said that the worst thing she ever had was being brought up by a reverend, like, because at the end of the day, they're just the worst kind of people in the world. Like. They got their own set life. They're sort of celibate for years. Then they get a relationship. Well, she just dated males. When she met my brother, like, she conformed him to the way she wanted him to be, like, so he was like fucking Mr. Super quiet. I said to him at one time, when I used to go round and stay at the house, she used to have everything closed up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Beds, kids ready for bed at 4 o'clock. Bath and shower when they got back from school. Fucking watch all the soaps. And I was there for about a couple of weeks. I said, how the fuck do you put up with this? I'd have gone fucking mad by now. He goes, oh, he said, I don't say anything. I hate getting growled at. I thought, fucking hell. Wow, you're well under the thumb. Put me off like that getting married.
I really missed my old mate Gary. Just a shame that he lost the plot because like, we were almost psychic together, you know, like
wow. Yeah, I had that with.
Like I'd plan out the next day to have for like a couple of weeks. We would live like 15 miles away from each other because he moved away with me. Like when we were little, and but we still kept in touch. He used to come cycle down to me. I used to cycle up to him from like the age of 10, 9, cycling 15 miles to see each other.
Yeah.
And then we grew up like that, like all through like primary school, secondary school, cycling up to see each other every weekend.
Yeah, man.
And it would be like a month going by without seeing each other, and then all of a sudden I think, I'll go up and see Gary today. So I get my bike. I had no phone. We never had a phone at home in our house. We had like 2 port worth of fucking landline in my house, so he could never phone me. So that I just got my bike and started cycling up, and I guarantee we meet halfway. He was coming down to me as I was going up to see him.
Yeah, I say Paul. My mate Paul was a bit like that when I was growing up in Chorley, like, and he was a bit like that. Like he was and I think if I'd stayed up north, I probably would have done gear with him because we were so thick as thieves together. We were just a fucking nightmare in school together. Teaching us together was a fucking nightmare. You know, because we just played up.
Younger, we used to write music together as well. I've got loads of like.
Yeah, Paul was he was in the drumming, and he wanted to be in a band and everything. Like he was, yeah.
Well, my mate Gary, he was into like metal stuff, and
yeah,
we done like loads of kind of industrial metal stuff. I've got loads of it on 4-track still, like what we did together. Like he did the drumming programming style, but he had this because he was rich. He bought these samplers, Akai samplers and stuff.
Akai, wow.
Akai S2000 sampler he had.
Yeah, I know them things. They were dumb, weren't
they? Yeah, a couple of grand each they were.
Fucking right, yeah.
Took like a memory card where you could save samples onto it and load them into it.
That's right.
And you could chop them up. You could chop any bit of audio up.
Chop anything up. Yeah, you could get anything like, yeah. Put it in there.
Quantize it to make a beat and then.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
amazing bit of kit. Amazing bit of kit.
Awesome bit of machine. And it used to make all the drum beats up and bass lines, and I used to put all the keyboard bits to it.
Wow.
And then we should do like vocals to it. We should do double speed vocals, record it double speed so it's sounding really low. And you play it back normal. So like death. Like death.
Cool.
Just like single words like death. In it, like but in a beat.
Sample the word death, like, yeah.
Yeah, sample the word death. Just like speaking it normal.
Well, you could put that was when the first thing was the first time that everybody sort of got things from films as well. You could get samples of bits of films and then put them in, and you could get something out of that as well. Like
just together, it's actually pretty good.
Oh, amazing.
I listened to it the other day on my old 4-track. I was going to upload some of it, but I thought,
Amazing
Yeah.
that kid.
I'll probably upload some of it. I'll probably put it on my computer and upload
Should
some
do,
of it.
man. Should
'Cause
do,
some of
like-
it's quite good.
Fucking right. Do it. Do it.
It's
Anything.
like-
Anything I'd love to hear that was used in archive, because at the end of the day, it's just a fucking, you know, blew with the balls. And
He was into like orb. You remember the orb?
yeah,
And
I
Prodigy
love that.
and-
I love the orb. Like I still do. Like I still get into listening to the orb. Smoked a hell of a lot of fucking greed to the orb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The orb, Prodigy, some death metal. That's what he was.
Pendulum are quite cool because they did a fucking homage to Prodigy one night. Like they did a tune, one of their tunes.
Do you remember that James single with James?
I remember
They
James.
done a
but
12-inch. They done a 12-inch that was really, really fucking trippy. It was a proper stoner tune. It just had a guitar in
Yeah.
it that went like a. Just had a guitar in it that went like a.
Oh my god, yeah. Yeah. I've heard the tune now, but I can't remember the name.
I can't remember. I can't remember what the title of it. I've been looking for it for fucking years. I don't know what the title of the
Do
tune.
you remember
is.
what
I can't
year it
find
actually come out like?
Oh, it was late 90s or mid 90s.
Mid 90s.
It might have actually been early 90s. I can't remember, but it's like
I know the one. I've heard the tune you're on about now, but I yet again I can't. Like you, I can't remember the name. James kind of really ruined themselves when they went a bit commercial, didn't they?
yeah. But that was before there was commercial, and it's
Yeah.
like it's a bit like Orb.
Yeah.
And
Well, the orb's always kept to its roots. Like they're my mate actually had Patterson in his car. And he didn't even know he had him in the car. he drove him for about 20 miles somewhere. Like old boy thumbed him down for a lift as well. Like, you know. And he got in the car and he said, he was talking about a band in the 90s, and he said he used to do all this like trippy music. Like, and I go, who the fuck was it? Like, he's going, oh, he said something about the Orb. I said, fucking hell, you had Patterson in the car with you. Like, he went, oh, really? Yeah, she had fucking Ed Mann of the Orb in the car. Crazy.
what's going on in the chat?
Another one I used to like as well around that time was Aphex Twin as well. He's Richard James.
Oh, yeah,
He's a local lad. We used to meet up with Richard down in Cornwall.
Aphex
Like,
Twin. My mate was well into Aphex Twin as well, and
yeah, we met him.
And
We used to know him in the 90s, in the 80s. He used to do illegal raves in the 80s. We actually had this road that was built down in Cornwall, and it was under. They had a flyover they just put in, and the road wasn't even built underneath it. Like, so we all had a fucking rave underneath this fucking flyover. And Richard was on the decks, like he was doing a mixing session that night. Yeah, he used to do. Well, I'm trying to remember what they were now. They used to be Looney Tunes, and I can't remember what the other lot used to be.
Yeah, we did like a remix of Aphex Twin and Anthrax.
Wow, I bet Richard would have loved to have heard that.
Yeah, I've got it on my old 4-track somewhere. It's like, but we re-recorded it all ourselves. We're using his Akai.
Weird old fruit as well, like, because he used to, whenever he got a new synthesizer or a new bit of kit, like he used to whack off.
Oh.
He could whack off. Oh yeah, look at this! I got this.
That was when I had my Moog. I had the mini Moog, and I was doing stuff on the
Yeah,
Moog.
he had a Moog.
And I put the Moog through a Marshall amp, overdriven with delay. So it sounded really trippy with distortion on it. Kind of like a cross between a Moog and a fucking Hammond.
Yeah.
Because of overdrive.
A bloke I knew, like I used to work with years ago, like he actually got the first ever copy of Winderlicker when it came out on 12-inch. It's a fucking brilliant tune. And he got that through Richard direct. Lovely guy, Richard James. Very funny bloke.
I think Patches is falling off.
I'm trying to think who the other guys was. Luke Dilbert was another guy as well, was his best mate. a couple of other lads. I'm trying to remember what the other parties used to be. Okay, now a long time ago. That's back in the 80s, like 89, 88.
Sorry, I had some like a bunch of ants. Oh shit, there's another one.
Get the flamethrower on them.
Yeah, we'll see him in a minute torching the house like, what the hell? Yeah, Alberto Balsam, yeah, Ducks, 1 hour version. Fucking brilliant song.
Yeah, Aphex Twin, yeah, it's brilliant.
You used to go to Richard Landers School down in Redford.
Melissa, 43. You only 43?
Why old did you think she was?
Don't know. But with the band she was in, I thought she was because of the bands, the music she was into, like the older bands, Osric Tentacles, Hawkwind, and all of that.
Yeah, Osric Tentacles, man, they're fucking brilliant. I'd love to see them.
I just thought she was older, been into that older music.
Melissa started young, very young.
Yeah. Well, I started music young as well. I was very young when I was listening to the first music.
Right, man. There's just one thing I wish I'd sort of followed in. Like, I had the chance to do music. I could have done DJing when I was about 19, 18. Probably even when I was 16, because I started collecting records when I was 16, and I was into house music, Chicago house and all that stuff. And I really do wish I'd sort of followed it through. Like, I never did. I never sort of followed it up. And it's one of those big regrets that I never did it.
I don't think I'd still be here if it weren't for music.
I don't think I would be here. I don't think I would be here if I really got into it, because at the end of the day, I got into doing lots of fucking chemicals, even without doing DJing. So, you know, it was. I think it would have just been a fucking Brandon Block with me, like, you know, fucking getting really bad.
Yeah, it gets the emotions out though. Music.
Well, yeah, it's good. Definitely. When it works, like, it's fucking brilliant. I mean, I've seen people and done it myself a couple of times, chopping tunes in and out. And when you get when you get that working, man, it's fucking brilliant. When it works and you're rolling two tunes together, bang, 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 in and out. Fuck
that's
me,
why
man.
I never did any drugs.
Awesome,
I never
man.
did any drugs until I was 25.
Yeah, I started doing it when I was about 18.
Because I was getting high playing music.
Yeah, I wish I had that sort of thing, like.
And I still don't think any high is better than.
There's nothing beats a good mix. Like, if you can get a mix bang on, and I've only ever done it myself a few times, like, and you get a mix bang on and it comes in and people fucking cheer with it, there's nothing beats that, man. That's a rush in its own. It's fucking unbelievable rush.
When I first got in a band playing with a fucking good drummer and a good bass player, and we were jamming, just making it up as we're going along, and we're all like feeding off each other.
Yeah.
And it's like a chemistry builds up, and it's almost like you can feel what the other people are feeling.
Yeah, man, it's a fucking buzz.
And you get into a zone, and fucking time disappears.
Exactly.
And you're jamming, and it could be like fucking 2 hours of non-stop playing, and then you suddenly wake up. Where have I been? It's like it feels like 5 minutes. It's like you've been on the biggest high of your life.
Oh, it's a buzz, man. It's a fucking buzz. There's no doubt about it.
I've only had that playing. I've never had a high like that with drugs. Never.
Yeah. I've had it a few times with music, and a couple of times when I got mixes fucking bang on, and it's fucking great. There's nothing beats that. And when you get people going, way to it as well. Like, you know, it's even more of a fucking rush that. Like,
It's better than sex.
it is better than sex. There's no doubt about it. It is better than sex.
And I think that's a lot of like the legends, like Eric, like Clapton got into fucking drugs, and Hendrix and all of that lot. They weren't into drugs originally.
No, I think
they were trying to replace the high that they got from the guitar that they couldn't get anymore.
I always found with that Keith Richards used to say he used to have a problem all the time. He was thinking of tunes and rhythms, and it got so much in the end that it was just so much on the head that he used to do heroin just to fucking get out of it for a bit, like, you know, get out of that zone of making tunes, like, you know, making music.
But that's why I got into doing drugs, is because I stopped feeling the high because I got used to what I was doing.
I used to do it to escape reality.
Because I made it my living. I was teaching every day. I was playing music every single day of my life, and then it just became like a routine, and I started to love of it, and then I lost the high, and then I replaced it with drugs. And I think that's how a lot of musicians go.
I'll just quote Ducks Go Quack. Hairs are standing on my heart now, John. You bang on. Yeah, they are ducks. When it works, it's fucking great. It's just better than any drug in the world, man, when it works. Yeah, I miss that really at the end of the day. I really do. DJing, when I was doing mixing, it just got too intense, and in the end, I just thought, fuck this.
I think Punches has got an ant infestation.
Who knows? Probably got that fan on, like, and he's trying to get cool. Yeah, man. Good old days, love him. I said to somebody a few days back, I wish there was a fucking time machine. I'd go back there. I'd go back to the 90s in the fucking blink of a fucking eye. I really would. I miss the fucking 90s. I miss them so much. It hurts.
Which saying, Punches?
Oh yeah, it's the ants. Just noticed like a little trail of them. Had to do some extermination with a tissue.
The flamethrower. Come back and the room's burnt out, like, fucking hell.
If it's outside, if you can find a trail outside, just like pour boiling water over them.
Petrol.
Right.
Kill the nest. Kill the nest. They're probably outside, like got a nest.
Yeah, I got some natural like ant killer.
What have we got? Raljacks.
I haven't seen the can forever.
I've got this canned stuff. It's like a lacquer that you spray around your windows.
Yeah.
Death flack.
Death flack. It's probably fucking killing you. Probably killing you, spraying it around the room, like, you know.
No, you don't spray it around the room. It's only for outside.
Oh, right. I was like, fucking hell. I'll spray it inside, like, that sounds lethal, like.
It leaves a lacquer. It leaves a lacquer like around your windows, so that spiders and ants and creepy crawlies avoid it. They don't go over it, so they don't come in your windows.
Rick Howden, the Criminal Justice Act bill fucked it for all of us. Yeah, it fucked us all in 1991. That did.
When you say jungle techno, I think of that Contra 2 game, Super C, for NES. I don't know if you ever played that. He's around my age.
Psytrance, yeah, Psytrance. Now listen, I can't really get into Psytrance, and I never really did. I found it just to be too manic, too same repetitive beat. I was always a hard trance man myself, like, or hard house.
Do you want to come up? Bless her.
I used to also like a bit. I still like D&B to this day. And Speed Garage. I used to get right into Speed Garage as well. Fucking love that. Great tunes. Great era.
I've done loads of industrial stuff back in the day. Industrial metal and industrial techno.
Industrial metal and yeah, that's fucking heavy
Fear
stuff,
Factory.
like, isn't it?
Fear
Yeah.
Factory.
Napalm Death.
No, I never covered.
yeah,
we
Napalm
never
Death
covered
was
anything.
Death
It was
metal.
all, we were original in like the early 90s, like 92, like in the early days.
Yeah.
The early 90s, like 91, 92, was Mike Gary was making tunes up back then,
Right.
and
The industrial
yeah.
techno.
Industrial
Yeah, man.
techno.
I wish you could
Industrial
shoot
love that
techno.
stuff.
on here.
I used to. That's another type of music that's slowly dwindled over the years. Industrial techno and proper strong hard techno as well. Like it's they seem to have waded away from it. Yeah, Colin Favor, Easy
we should
Groove,
down-
Colin Dale
down-
living here.
We should down sample things to 8-bit, so that it sounds rougher and harder,
Yeah.
like from like 16-bit down to 8-bit to make it
Well,
sound like
I used to like the stuff that could get you hiding behind a fucking say like.
so make it sound really, really, really fucking nasty. We used to
Really
like,
dark,
make-
yeah, dark and nasty, like, yeah.
Yeah. The nastier it sounded, the better it was.
Fucking right, the nastier it was, the fucking better it was for your pills, like.
And as long as it had a fucking pumping bass line in it.
Fucking right, man.
Sounds
Run
like
that cock.
it sounds like you guys would like the Russian hard bass.
Russian hard bass.
Yeah, that's basically where they're at. They're kind of like a little bit farther behind on the music thing, but it seems like that's really popular there.
Belgian trance is another one I like. Belgian techno. Belgian techno was another one I used to get right into as well. That's fucking really dark, some of that stuff.
I could probably do a live mix right now if I plug my 4-track into my computer. I've still got the old death metal tapes and the old.
My mate used to
tapes.
mix hardcore, and he used to throw in Lemmy's Ace of Spades halfway through it, and it would go in. It would go in a mix as well, like.
I've still got the original. I've still got the original 4-track tapes that we did, and I could do like a live mix right now, probably. Take me about 15 minutes.
There you got JR and JR's back. Hey JR. The man in the bottom has a soothing voice.
The man in the bottom has a soothing voice. So, yeah, I do have a soothing voice. Like, yeah. Soothing.
When he's not snoring.
When I'm not snoring, yeah. 40
It's
minutes.
a soothing snore.
40 minutes. I don't know what set it off like. I just went for 40 minutes.
Well, you took your pills, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I didn't do the pills. That's the thing. As I was listening to you in the Vanguard, and then all of a sudden, somehow my picture disappears for a second, and then because I think you went on to Matt full screen, and as you come back from Matt full screen, I'm in the court. I'm like that. I've gone, and I was gone. I gone for 40 minutes. Yeah. Literally.
I didn't get anything on that video. No copyrights or nothing. So.
Did you not?
No.
Even though it went down for about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And that didn't even get flagged up either, though.
No, not from YouTube. So,
Well, YouTube stopped the video you put up at one stage, didn't it? Because you got fucking irate about that.
Yeah. I don't know if it was YouTube or because I was in StreamYard.
No, it was YouTube that blocked it because it was still on StreamYard.
Yeah, but the week before I got an email saying about the interrupting the stream for copyright material, but this time I didn't.
Oh.
So I don't know.
I don't know. 10 minutes when it was 10 minutes. It was 5 to 10 minutes. It was off for that one video.
There's not many streams where I haven't been cut off.
Well, we thought that was it. We thought that was it. We were going to have to start a fresh stream.
No, well, that's happened to me.
Which was way past it because you'd already gone over your 4 hours. I think we were 5.5 hours in on that marathon, right? Wasn't we?
Yeah.
So if you stopped StreamYard, it would then come up and said no more.
Found out what StreamYard that limit is only for recording your streams. It's not for broadcasting.
Oh, right. Not for broadcasting.
No, you can still broadcast as much as you like.
All right.
But StreamYard doesn't save the streams. StreamYard will only save up to 20 hours.
All right.
So that's all it is. You can still broadcast on StreamYard when you run out of hours.
I didn't know that. Where's Daniel tonight? That's not rare not to see him, isn't it? I haven't seen Daniel appear at all. Anyway.
Diabetes.
Probably.
Diabetes. Oh yeah. How the fuck does anybody buy that amount of sweets, man? Well, you've seen his cupboard, man. That cupboard was loaded up, and he went, I went and bought a load more. Spent £100 on it. Oh, fucking hell, mate. Are you loaded?
The money from?
Exactly. Where do you get the money from to spend that amount? I can't even afford to fill my cupboards up for a fucking £100, like.
The thing is, though, the millennials, like the born around the millennium, live off their credit.
What credit?
Well, they get credit. They just use credit all the time. I've noticed that with lots of young ones nowadays.
Don't you have to have some sort of backing for that? Just in case the credit runs out?
Yeah.
No, the banks are happy to give out kids credit these days.
Well, then he must be seriously in the shit with debt then, if he is, like, because that's a serious amount of sweet buying, that is.
Well, any kid that goes to fucking college these days are in debt by the time they leave college.
Well, yeah, you're in debt when you go to uni as well, like thousands. And they expect you to go out and then pay it off. And then they wonder why when people leave university, they don't go into the job they were training for.
Yeah. Because they couldn't afford to live and pay the payments back. You have to earn over a certain amount to be able to pay it back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Usually, like a good introductory, like interest rate for a year is like 25%. It's like $250 on $1,000 borrowed.
Massive, isn't it? Massive amount of money. 25%.
I've noticed a lot of the young generation. They've got no concept of credit, like what it's like, what a noose it is.
I don't like accepting credit.
I don't think, to be honest, I think kids of today haven't got a fucking clue when they're going out. Like they haven't got a clue what we went through.
I've never had credit, never in my life. I've never bought anything.
I could never get anything on fucking credit. I always had bad credit. Bad credit meant you didn't get credit.
The only time I've ever bought anything is when I've saved up for it and got enough money for it.
Even when they had money, I still couldn't get fucking credit.
So I think Daniel bought that laptop on like credit.
If he'd spent, what did he say he spent on it?
400 or 500?
400 quid or something, wasn't it?
I think 500 in all in all.
I think it was, 500 quid. Acer computer, isn't it? Is what he bought.
Yeah, and paying it on the HP, probably end up...
Right, he'd probably end up smashing it up in a minute.
Hopefully he'll get on here.
I don't know. He can't come up
could
tonight.
have just saved up 300. Could have saved up 300 quid and gone into a fucking Asda.
He could have gone into Asda. He could have gone into Argos. He could have gone into fucking Curry's PC World. Bought one in there for 300 quid.
Yeah, good one.
And a good one, yeah, and a pretty reasonable. Either a Hewlett Packard or a Dell. Fuck me, don't buy Acer. Man, Acers are fucking unreliable as fuck. worst computer in the world. I've had 2 of those and smashed them both up.
Just another Chinese piece of shit.
Yeah. Just buy yourself a decent computer.
Well, I could do with a £50 laptop here.
Really?
Build a tower.
Second
I mean,
hand.
I got,
like
yeah, that's why.
laptops, but towers are where it's at because it cools.
That's the way. That's the way forward, mate. You're right. You're right, Punches. It's the way forward, man.
Well,
if it wasn't for the fact that mine's stuck with fucking Windows 7, I'd be over the moon with it.
over there in the corner of the room with a blown out power supply.
Wow, man! I could send you a power supply. I got 2 of them down here.
It needs a 500 watt minimum power supply.
I don't know. I'll find out what mine are. What mine are.
Because I bought one a 400 watt power supply off eBay.
Right.
And it just keeps fucking shutting down because there ain't enough power.
Yeah, that means it's fucked.
To it.
Yeah, that means it's gone.
Well, there ain't enough power.
Oh yeah, but
because that's a server. That's a server tower. It's got 2 boards, processors in it. It's like a dual.
Yeah, mine's the next server tower. Yeah.
Look, Duck's
got
got
2
a 550 watt with it. Can you have it? how much you want?
Can I have
Ducks?
it? Can I have it, please? Does it have SATA connectors on it? Because I've got SATA hard drives in mine. Because the SATA power supply connectors are different.
I've got 2 power packs down here.
Yeah, they're flat. They're like flat.
I've got 2 power packs I got out of a Dell, and one's out of the Packard as well. Like.
Because my tower's an old Pentium. It's two duo core processors, so it's quad core, but 2 duo in parallel, and it runs like 10 times faster than this fucking i7 here.
Well, mine runs like a fucking dream. Like it's just got Windows 7 stuck on it. That's all. They never bothered updating it to Windows 10.
That's only each processor, and that's 2.4 gigahertz each duo core.
Right.
Old Pentium, 4, whatever it is, duo cores, 2 boards running in parallel.
Yeah.
2 motherboards.
Yeah, another one.
And yeah, and it runs a hell of a lot faster than the 97 does, a modern one.
Yeah.
So it says so it's really a quad core but parallel. Whereas an i7 or an i5 quad core, an i5 is a quad core, it's not parallel. It's the cores share the same memory. Whereas each core and that's got its own memory.
Right.
Faster.
Less
latency. Less latency.
Mine's got an Intel i5 650 core.
Oh, mine's a
graphics. A graphics card.
How do I get the system details?
The original graphics cards were Intel 857.
Type in system information.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Is it settings? Task manager? No. Device
Yeah,
manager?
the
system
information.
System. This laptop is
Yeah, if you just type in
system Intel Core i7 7740.
Yeah.
CPU at 4.4 gigahertz.
Mine runs at 3.20 gigahertz up to 3.4 gigahertz turbo. Number of cores 2.
Installed RAM is 8 gigabyte.
Motherboard is MS 7613 Alona GL8E It's a pretty reasonable computer at its time.
Windows 10 Pro, installed on 23rd of August 2020. That's when I bought this.
So they put it on later on, like.
Yeah, that's when I bought it. I put it on when I bought it.
I bet you what they did is they wiped the memory and then they had to reinstall Windows 10.
Well, I installed Windows 10 on it when I bought it because it was empty.
All right.
Blank. And I bought this laptop for 50 quid.
Then they definitely cleared it before you got it.
Yeah, it was totally empty.
Yeah. This is what's happened with mine. Somebody fucking cleared it, and then they cleared off Windows 10. Like. If it wasn't for that, like it would run a fucking dream.
i7 4.
Fucking hell, mine's fucking ancient then, because mine's i5.
At 4.4 gigahertz.
Intel Core i5.
You're telling me I've got an AMD A8 APU.
And
39.
it's got NVIDIA. It's got NVIDIA graphics as well on mine.
I can't remember what graphics card mine's got on it. It's got a nice big fan on it, so it's doing something graphic wise.
If I play a game on mine, if I play a game on mine, my laptop starts melting.
You can use VPU, VPU, and you can also use HDMI for your second screen, like. And it does do almost 1080 picture, like, instead of 4K. You can't get 4K out.
No, mine only goes up to 1080, like the resolution.
Yeah.
It's 1920 by 1080 or whatever it is.
It's a good computer. It's got over 1 terabyte gig on it of memory.
But if I play like a 3D game on mine, like the top left of my computer starts melting. I can't even touch it. It's like that now. It's like that now.
Yeah, if I want to, I could put in another hard drive. It's got a slot for another hard drive to put in it.
Yeah, it's got a slot for another memory.
Yeah, I've got free cards, free in the slots, and you've got a space left for one more if I really want to put it in.
Mine, I don't even have to open up my computer to put another memory card in.
Wow.
There's a little thing on the side here, which I can, if I push it in and it comes out, it's got like a blank thing here.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've seen that.
And you take that out and then just slot the memory card in, which is like a laptop memory.
Laptop memory card, yeah.
Memory thing. I can add an extra 32 gig or whatever it is in there.
Yeah.
Memory. Depends what you buy. Like, I think you can get 64 gig as well.
I'm not really into doing much with this, like, at the end of the day, just because it's got Windows 7 stuff on it.
But this I only bought this because so I needed a computer. Otherwise, I go mad with that fucking broadband and entertainment and YouTube and.
All right, okay, ducks. Go to Google search Windows 10 download tool. Download Windows 10 ISO from Microsoft. They make a bootable USB drive with it. You'll get a key for £4 on eBay. Right, cheers for that, ducks.
I've got my Windows 10 for free anyway.
I'm waiting to find one with it on, like, and then I'll put it in.
I just downloaded it off Microsoft. I didn't have to have a key. I just made a Microsoft account, downloaded it.
Oh, right.
Didn't cost me anything.
I don't know. I've got Windows 10 on my laptop upstairs, and it runs like a fucking dog, man. It's shit.
I've got another laptop.
Lags terribly. It's just fucking slow as fuck.
I've got another laptop. This is a Dell.
Yeah.
I've got another laptop. It's a HP. It's fucking slow as fuck.
Yeah, I got a Dell upstairs, upstairs.
But this Dell is a lot faster, a lot better than the HP one.
Yeah. I use that to download movies, and I think that's what's fucking it up, right? Because there's lots of
but the Dell,
lots of bugs and
HP
viruses.
one, It's slower, but it's got a bigger hard drive.
All right.
It's a lot more space on it. So I stick a. I've got a USB hard drive plugged into this. I save everything on here, download everything on here, unplug the USB hard drive, and then back it up on the other laptop. That's the only thing I use that for. Is back.
I don't put anything on the hard drives now. I tend to USB everything I download.
But this is a USB hard drive.
Yeah.
I plug it in USB. It's
yeah, I've got loads of USB sticks like with.
It's a 1 gigabyte. It's a 1 gigabyte.
Yeah.
It's like a big Seagate hard drive, but it's USB plug-in. So I save all the movies.
Another ones you can get. Another ones you're on about. You slip it in the side and the USB ones. Yeah.
It's on a cable, so it's got a big hard drive. It's an SSD.
SSD, that's it.
1 gigabyte.
I wanted to get one of these external ones, like you just slot the fucking hard drive in.
Not 1 gig, 1 terabyte. It's 1 terabyte, not 1 gigabyte. 1 terabyte.
Well, it's 1 terabyte. Yeah, that's what I've got on mine. 1 terabyte.
But on this laptop, it's only got like a 500 gigabyte, like built into it. It's like really shit. That's why I had to have the USB hard drive plugged in.
I want to get one of these things. You can get the port. You can slot hard drives into it. It's like an external thing. You put it on the USB and you just bang a hard drive into it. But they're silly money. They are crazy money.
Matt showed one on. Matt showed.
It's a USB thing. You plug it in, and then you just
old hard drive into it.
Oh, hard drives in it. Yeah.
Old IDE and SATA hard drives into it, like a caddy.
Yeah, that's right. It's like a caddy, like yeah.
You can pick them up for like 30 quid, brand new, 40 quid.
Can you? Well, I've heard them a bit more than that, like about over 100 quid, like.
No, they're about 30, 40 quid, brand new.
All right, I can have a look around, like.
On Amazon.
I must be going in the wrong place then, because we got a computer shop in town, like that sells all sorts of shit. They got serious money.
Because I need to get one of them to save all my stuff off my hard drive off my tower.
Yeah, man.
Loads of stuff I recorded on that tower for like 10 years of stuff I've got on that. Of what I
so that'd be on your hard drive then, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well then,
I've got 2 SATA hard drives in there in that one.
Wow.
And I want to save it off. So.
Yeah, man. Fucking right. Get the hard drives out. Definitely.
And the hard drives are good. The power supply caught fire, but I unplugged it straight away, and it didn't cause any damage to anything else inside. So,
wow,
I did plug another power supply in it, and it did boot up.
Wow.
And it saw the hard drive, and it counted the memory, everything fine. But once it started up and I was using it, playing stuff, it just shut down again because there wasn't enough power.
Wow.
It's only 400 watt power supply. It needed like 500 watts at least.
Oh god, okay, man.
My sound card in that's like a Mo 2 sound.
Wow.
That's what I really want. If I could get a PCI caddy to plug in the USB so I could use it in a laptop, that's what I want. So I could use the fucking sound card. Because my old sound card in there takes up 2 PCI slots. Old Mo 2 sound card.
I'm gonna go for Slash again.
It's a rack mount as well, so I've got a rack mount 10 channel preamps, inputs and outputs, Mo 2 and sound card on my tower. That's what I used to record stuff with, abandon it. I haven't been for a piss in about 4 hours.
I see a lot of people saying that they hate Windows 10 and stuff. Yeah. What do you expect from Bill Gates? He just wants to like cull the population and shit. The only useful thing it's going to be good for is the information.
I got these. I got these 2 power packs. Like,
What's that?
Let's have a look. Oh, let's get my glasses a minute.
Because they go that like lows like 200 to 260 watts. I've seen some people selling. They're useless for mine.
300 watt.
No, that's like I need double that.
Right. Next one is.
I've got to run two motherboards on mine.
Yeah, this was 180, so that's still pretty shit for you. 180 max.
Minimum 500. Because I run two motherboards. Because it's a parallel server. But it's the best like tower you can get for music, for doing music stuff. It's no good for graphics, but it's brilliant for music.
Well, you'd be able to sort that, like get a graphics card for it, like definitely.
Yeah, but it's an old motherboard. It's got PCI slot, 16 times PCI Express. You can't put a new graphics card in there.
Alright.
It won't take it. I'd have to buy a new motherboard for it. Then I might as well buy a fucking new computer.
Yeah, but this here that I've got here is only 300 watts as well, so that would struggle with 2 motherboards.
But it's 2 processors, 2 motherboards, so it needs double the power of a normal.
Yeah. Well, I've seen 500 ones. They ain't going cheap like 500 watt.
No, they're not.
Power packs.
People keep telling me, "Oh, he just multiplying. They're only like fucking 20."
No, they fucking joking, man. They ain't that.
The Steve Wilkes is now the Steve Wilkes show.
Hi everyone.
That's got to be different still because he was in here earlier on.
Yeah, but Steve Wilkes was the guy that was in here earlier, wasn't he?
He might be a troll because Steve.
On another stream.
Well, he's starting off all right if he is. Hello, everyone.
Same. I thought it was just the same guy. Just changed his name. A little bit.
We don't know.
At the show.
Steve Wilkes has got an avatar.
Oh well, that one's got a face. Could be anybody.
I don't know.
Love it. People go, looks like a troll.
That's a scoop.
Poor guy hasn't got a chance.
I'm a bit paranoid now because of
paranoid.
What's happened to time? Yeah.
That time that I had that bad troll in here, the racist one.
One who just put up a load of stuff like put on a ton of.
Yeah, he used a bot or something to spam the messages.
Spam the messages, like yeah.
And then I got the message up telling me to call my local law enforcement from YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Typical American, like call your local law enforcement. Yeah. Oh, it's 999. 111.
Well, I've got no credit on my mobile, so it'd have to be 999. Do you have to pay for it?
Do you have to pay for 111, do you? Fucking hell, outrageous. Wow. I never knew that.
Yeah, it's charged at national rate or whatever it is.
National rate? What's up? £3 a minute.
Yeah, we know it's not the real Steve Coast. It's all right. Of course it's not. It's just a troll. Right.
I think so.
But it's all right. Nothing wrong yet.
I think it was the same one was on Matt's.
I'm bold and I'm beautiful. All right.
A Joker. Good old Joker. Yeah, I'll give you a shout out.
The Joker. Watch out for the Joker.
Yeah, the Joker.
It might be Google, man.
I love that. Oh, look, Melissa Jones has just deleted his message. So he posted something up.
Oh, well, I didn't see that, but I'm watching Restream.
I don't know, whatever it was.
Oh, Melissa's deleted
everything.
Everything, yeah. So he's not the real one then?
Probably not.
Steve Wilkos show was hidden by. Yep.
Yeah. Message
Okay.
deleted.
So
it wasn't real. Good. Thanks.
Of course, it's not the real Steve Wilkos show. It's like a TV.
Yeah.
It's like a fucking TV show.
Yeah, the real one, Scooby put in the real one's got like 1.6 million followers.
Exactly. How many has this guy got? No.
Apparently none.
Yeah, well, there you go, right.
They're still Steve Wilkes, and it's a verified channel, but I can tell you it's not him, as the real guy has 1.39 million subs.
Oh.
Yeah, it's Wilkins. Wilkes, not Wilkos.
Watch, you'll change it.
Old and beautiful.
Spell it correctly.
American, and it's still Steve Wilkos. So why would he be here anyway?
I don't know. Came up in Gareth's a few times, like Wilkins.
Yeah, exactly, Simon. Simon's what's up.
Unless he steps out of line. Yeah.
Steps out of line.
You step out of line, you fuck.
I like that. I like that phrasing, Simon. Steps out of line.
Steps out of line. I'll blow you
Rick,
away.
I thought that was not Wilkins, but Wilkes. I'm sure that's
Mr.
Wilkes. Steve Wilkes. Isn't it Steve Wilkes?
Steve Wilkes. I always thought
Something
it was
like that.
Wilkes.
He's the one into the UFO thing in.
Steve Wilkes used to come up on. He used to come up on Gareth's every now and again.
Yeah.
Say something.
Into the one that the thing that I tried to. What's it? The UFO thing back in the 60s. Oh, brain dead. Brain fart. Forgotten. There's a case. They called it. Oh, what do they call it? Fucking hell.
Well, the two people who got abducted in the 60s.
No, hang on.
Project Bluebot.
60s. UK.
Oh, UK.
Rendlesham Forest.
Rendlesham's in the 80s.
Yeah.
1980. That was.
No, it's in the 60s. I've got it on my channel somewhere. Well, in my favourites. Warminster. The Warminster thing.
Oh yeah, Warminster. I went to a rave in Warminster years ago.
Thing?
The Warminster thing, yeah.
I went to a rave that was in Warminster.
That's the reason why I've got to get my tower. That's one of the reasons why I've got to get my tower sorted, so to get the hard drives out of it, because I've got like 30 gigabytes of stuff from John Searle.
Wow.
The man who built the UFOs from the 40s to the 60s.
Right.
I've got all these documents and files because I helped John Searle
get it out,
put everything on digital.
then you need to get it out, Frank.
I've got videos. I've got town meetings of them doing the Warminster thing. Calling it the thing.
Warminster's a great place, like
but that's where John Searle built his big 30-foot craft. Was that Warminster? It started off in.
Sounds about right.
It started off in a different place, and then he moved to Warminster later on to do the big stuff.
Was he in a dark place? Was he?
But I've got the video footage of the flights, my hard drive, and I've got his newspaper clippings and old ITV show that they had an ITV crew go there every week for about 2 months. The beginning of the show starts off, it plays the Teddy Bear's Picnic song. If you go down to the woods today, you'll surely be in for a surprise. If you go down to the woods today, and they go in the woods. And the camera goes into the woods. The camera goes into the woods and it shows everybody standing on the UFO building it. With John Searle and his fucking flight controls and everything in his like a bunker to control it. And then it's got like later on doing the first flight test.
What, he actually flew it? He actually flew it?
He flew it. He did a test flight that went from Warminster to Cornwall and back again in 3 minutes.
What? Fuck me, man. Get it out. Get that hard drive out.
He was using shortwave radio ham operators to send messages to the thing to do flight adjustments.
Wow.
To go from Warminster. He was planning to do trips to the moon back in the 60s. Moon.
Wow.
To the moon and back, like in an hour.
Fucking hell.
And
insane.
That sounds fascinating.
I've got all his documents and his theories that he wrote down. His books. I've got all his books on that hard drive.
Wow. Get that hard drive out.
All his the law of the squares that he wrote up, which is a mathematical theory that he came up with, which is an ancient theory of the law of the squares that it's like a random order of numbers.
Wow.
Number, each diagonal, each row, each column adds up to the same number. It's called a magic square.
Magic square, yeah.
And he worked out that if you did like a 4 square of a magic square, so you've got 4 elements.
4 elements.
Those numbers that were like random, but added up to the same number, going diagonally, vertically. If you took one diagonal out of that, each one of those numbers represented the atomic weights of each ring in his craft.
Wow.
It was like an electrical device that took energy from the atmosphere, electrons, and Earth in the middle, which was not magnetic. It was just a lump of rare earth, not magnetized. Well, rare earth, not magnetized, absorbs electrons.
Yeah.
So the energy gets sucked in. It's got rollers going around it, each ring, which draws off the electricity. Then it's got another ring, draws off more electricity, another ring, 3 rows of rings, which draws off the electricity, which is attracted by coils. So the more energy it draws off, the more energy gets sucked in. The more energy gets sucked in and the more energy gets drawn off, it gets colder and colder and colder and colder and goes superconducting. And it starts glowing. Gets like a glow around it. And then it starts levitating. Because like a superconductor.
Wow.
And I've got the old video footage of, which was recorded on an 8mm cine film.
Wow.
On a hard drive. I've got fucking tons of it. I was on...
Get the fucking thing sorted out, Frank.
Frank, look at Mick's comment. Where's Mick? Lisa Jones came from
a dark place, normal. There should be Melissa Bars. Normal. Bars.
Right, he's had unhidden. Listen, you said he's done nothing, didn't I? So let's leave it now. Oh, I don't know what that is.
God knows. I can't read that one. I haven't seen it.
Steve Wilkos was the bouncer of Jerry Springer.
Yeah, Steve Wilkos was the bouncer in Jerry Springer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't say
Then he
anything.
got his own show.
Yeah. He had his own show as well. Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Although he might have been the one in the stream that Tony was getting upset at. We don't know. We don't know. I'm not accusing
Yeah,
anybody.
I don't know what
sorry.
Tony was on about. So,
It didn't make any sense.
so did you unhide him, Melissa? Because I don't know. I'm only seeing the comments on Restream.
I don't know. I didn't see him.
I'm not doing anything.
I think he actually might have left.
I didn't see him. I just seen one say he said something, and then it was removed.
Oh well. Moving on. 38
Yeah,
watching.
yeah.
57.
Bit trigger
30
happy there.
Trigger happy.
Dang. Imagine 38 people watching you.
38 people just watching.
There.
Three people
Just
rambling.
You sit there on your couch, just sitting there in your chair.
Sat
I'm
there
not
watching.
really. Hey, look. Oh no, it's not showing up. Oh, yeah, it is. My arms look really long.
They do.
You do?
I've got long arms. My arms go down to my knees.
Do you know what makes me laugh, right? You can have a fucking live stream of a railway station and 158 people are watching it. There's nothing happening on that fucking railway station.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I can't believe.
Because people are obsessed with trains and shit.
Yeah.
I can't believe that I'm getting more viewers than fucking Nocturnal Frequency Radio.
Yeah, 15, isn't it? What did they have last night?
9.
8.
Is the most
Well, he's got a radio show too.
Yeah, but they're
But I
on.
guess
What
they're-
else were they on? What else were they on? They were on some other stream as well, weren't they? They were on some other thing that they were live streaming
Yeah.
on.
Some other kind
There
of
was
like
on
radio thing.
a radio station. They were doing a live radio station.
Yeah, they were on the radio station, weren't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
But you'd think like people that are watching the radio would switch on the computer and go on the YouTube to watch the video.
In the
Yeah.
chat,
Yeah.
just the same people chatting on it.
It seems
us
like
lot.
mostly just the same group of people.
It was. It's just us lot on there, like, wasn't it?
I mean, they're good. It's a good show. Just
It's good. It's good until they put until they put that music break on like every 15 minutes. Like, you go, fuck.
Yeah. It's because that's the radio break. So they
Yeah.
for the YouTube they should just keep going.
Good, right? They should.
And because the radio's not going to hear that music anyway, because they're playing it on the radio while that music's playing. So why don't we
Right.
just keep going on YouTube and just keep the show going?
Because you probably come in halfway through something like that.
they're,
You have to
they're
start
like
all over again.
making drinks in the bathroom and stuff.
Yeah, they could just like
You'll
keep
see,
chatting.
you know, you'll see Jason, and like take off his thing and go
Yeah.
right before it like goes down.
Or they come back in after the adverts and they be in mid conversation of something deep. What did they say?
Yeah, Simon says the breaks are too long.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
are.
but
They are.
radio break
That's the radio.
That's the radio, isn't it? The radio's doing that.
shows you how much
Yeah.
radio commercials there are.
Fucking right, man. Huge.
It's crazy. That's why I use
rambling
an
on.
ad blocker when I watch YouTube videos because it blocks all the stupid ads popping up. Hundreds
Oh,
of ads in a video.
It's
I
annoying,
think
isn't it?
you use the same one as me, don't you? Ghostery.
Ghostery, yeah.
That's the best one I found.
It
I
works.
don't know. I found I'm on 3 different platforms, so I'm using Opera quite often now because it's less glitchy than Chrome. And Opera, when you go into YouTube videos, you don't get any adverts, and I haven't got any ad blocks on that.
Well, even on this restream, it's blocked 3 trackers, Ghostery.
Right. I haven't got it on mine.
It's blocked 1 request. It's blocked 2 trackers on the site of Restream. It's blocked 1 essential tracker, Google Tag Manager. It's blocked Google. And it's blocked, what's this other one? Intercom.
Wow.
Whatever they are.
Does I don't know. Firefox. I can't remember what I've got for Firefox. One of the ad blocks on there. Well, I use Firefox every now and again, like. And I can't remember what ad block I got on that. And Chrome's just got every ad block you can think of, which runs like a fucking dog with it because there's so many ad blocks on it. I stopped using Chrome because it wasn't playing videos.
What I use. Ghostery for Firefox ad and tracker blocker.
All right.
So it blocks like you know, some websites like Facebook and that modify your links.
Ad choice or something, I think it is. One of the biggest fucking ones on there.
So it stops the bits being added to your links.
Right.
As well, Ghostery. So you get a link that's a normal size. It doesn't have the fucking tracking information after it.
Alright.
So Ghostery blocks all of that as well. So Facebook and Google and all of that can't track you when you're browsing the internet. But I found Ghostery, it makes your internet go a lot faster as well because you're not.
Who was it? Who was on earlier on showing? Oh, epic gaming moments. He had Ducks Go Quack browser at one stage.
DuckDuckGo.
DuckDuckGo, that's it. DuckDuckGo.
I use DuckDuckGo.
Quack is in the
yeah, that's it. That's what's doing me like. DuckDuckGo Quack.
Yeah, it doesn't track.
DuckDuckGo. Yeah.
AVG is like a fucking virus in itself.
AVG, don't put that on your fucking computer.
No, that's not the worst. That's the worst.
The worst thing you can put on your computer.
Virus.
Yeah,
that is a virus.
It is a virus in its own, like
You can't get it off your computer.
Well, you can't. Once you got it in there, you cannot get rid of it.
Yeah.
The only way to get rid of AVG off your computer is to reinstall your computer entirely.
Yeah, that's right. Start again. Wipe it.
Start again. That's the only way you can
If
get
you
rid
have
of it.
Windows, the only thing you should really need is like Security Suite, and then maybe something else like on top of that. But Security.
I can't remember. There used to be. I used to find one thing. You used to get. I can't remember what it is now. You used to just do a quick sweep of your computer and just get rid of every single ad and all the fucking spare files that's in your computer.
Do that. Security will do that, and they're the ones that the techs will tell you to get. But,
Well, I only use what's with Windows. Windows Defender's enough for me.
Yeah, Windows Defender. I've heard about Windows Defender. I had it on one computer.
Well, it comes with Windows.
Yeah, I know it's in
It comes
there.
with Windows.
Yeah, I know it's in there. You just got to
switch it on.
Switch it on, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a firewall as well. Blocks firewalls. So.
I think because I'm on Windows 7, I think it's having a bit of an issue with it.
Well, Windows Defender gives you 128-bit firewall protection.
Yeah.
So, which is the same as an VPN.
I can't get it on my computer because of the fact it's got Windows 7 stuck on it. Oh, that's it. CCleaner. That's it. That's the one. Simon BA. CCleaner. Yeah.
that's the same. McAfee is the one you.
Yeah, McAfee is another one that I've used before as well.
But Firefox, I've got all the spy stuff turned off. Like it doesn't save the history or nothing, so the history is not saved. Got all that switched off, so there's no tracking information. One can whoever does get in, if they do get in, I've got no history for them to look at anyway.
Right.
So that's all switched off. You can switch all of that off in Firefox, so there's no tracking. I've got the just an add-on in Firefox of Ghostery. And I've got another one called AdBlock Plus.
AdBlock Plus, I got that.
CCleaner.
I run both. I run AdBlock Plus.
Yeah, CCleaner I've used before.
CCleaner. Yeah, but he just said that CCleaner was caught logging users' data.
Yeah, they were.
And if you want to wipe a computer, there's a program called Windows Washer.
Windows Washer, yeah.
It could do like a military grade wiping of files and stuff. You know, like.
I remember when Hillary Clinton, when she was being asked about the hard drives being wiped, she's like, "Oh, what do you mean, like with a cloth?" Stupid.
To properly get rid of a file, you've got to write the same space on the disk with zeros. Then you've got to write it with random data. But this is like you can only do it with a certain program. You
tend to avoid the sites that have all the hassle like that.
You can't just if you delete a file on Windows, all it deletes is the header of the file. The file's still there.
Yeah.
Right.
And then Windows will just move on to the next empty space of disk, and it won't overwrite that file until you get to the end of the disk. Then it'll go back and start rewriting over the files. But that could take fucking a year to get to the end of your drive and go back and start.
What do you reckon a file shredder?
Yeah, well, file shredder. That's what's in Windows Washer.
Yeah, I got file set shredder on the computer upstairs. Shreds all the files.
It writes zeros over the files.
Yeah.
Instead of just the index. Yeah.
Yep.
That's if you get anything really dodgy. You got to get rid of.
Yeah.
I'd rather just fucking delete or get rid of the damn hard drive, right?
Just get a brand new one, like, yeah.
That sounds like too much work.
Too much hassle, like, yeah.
Just
I like my 1 terabyte fucking thing.
And you call technical and they say, you need to take out the hard drive, and then I'll take out the hard drive, you know, as in take it out, put it in the pasture, and
stamp on it.
No, I mean I'll take it out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, shoot at it. Yeah, I know what you're about.
Dude.
You'd be doing a pure Hunter S. Thompson on it, like.
Put some holes there. I'll put some holes there. Yeah.
I've got to use your little boy's room. So I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to play this video while I'm gone.
Put some holes in it.
There we go.
Oh, fucking hell, man. It's classic.
Get him on the screen.
I love this fucking video. I think it's great.
This one where it falls down?
Yeah. I love this fireplace it's got behind me.
Yeah, art show kind of thing going on.
There's that bass on it. Work it out. It's a fucking brilliant tune.
Work it out.
must have destroyed his glasses in that one. He must have done like as it flew off.
Is he okay? Is he having epileptic seizure right now? Should we be concerned?
Fucking right.
I'm surprised Gareth never found that one.
I'm amazed that Gareth put that one up because that would have been great. That is as good as the funky 2 minutes.
Yep.
Just such a catchy tune as well. Work it out. As soon as he says it, work it out. It's just fucking brilliant.
That's like 2 years old or something, or 3 years old on his channel.
Fucking hell, man! I gotta look through his. There's so many videos he's got up. It's just hard to get through them all, like, you know. There must be some real classics up there, like, you know.
Yeah,
what's it called?
There's several ways to smash the hard drive up.
Yeah, use a hammer.
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what the video's called.
You have to pulverize it, basically.
What?
It's called, that video. It's called Funk Emergency.
Funk Emergency. Well, you know that one he has. You know the Wake Up one, right? The Wake Up one is originally 16 minutes long. The Wake Up.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And that's only one part from like a 2-hour stream he did.
Yeah, from a 2-hour stream. Yeah.
Yeah, I've listened to a few of his 2-hour ones, his live ones.
He's going live on. He's doing live gigs now, isn't he? At the moment.
Yeah. He's been doing some collaborations as well lately.
Yeah, I've seen a couple. As I say, he had Bobby McFerrin's son on there a few months back.
Yeah.
That was quite a cool one. And then he had some bird in there he was singing with as well, some girl. And that was quite cool.
Google threats their hard drives. What does that mean? Threats. I don't get. Maybe you can just say a different word.
Maybe you should come up and explain it, Alex.
Yeah, I had somebody saying to me like on was it Matt's earlier on? Matt's live. Yeah, I don't come up on your stream because there's people there that I don't like. I think, well, fuck off.
What, he said that to you, did he? He said that to you, there's people he doesn't like?
People there I don't like. Well, so get over it, thinking.
Who's that then? Who's he dislike?
What
have we done to upset him? I didn't see that.
Just get along. Just get along, that's what I said. Like, try and get along with everyone. Be friends with everybody. Like,
I didn't see that.
I ain't got time for all this bullshit.
I ain't got time.
Nobody got time for that.
David May. Good evening from Montreal. Hello, Montreal.
Good evening, David May.
Yeah.
Montreal.
Montreal.
Canada.
I've got to play something.
I haven't seen Medieval for ages. Like, I thought he would come up. He hasn't come up since Gareth's streams. Thought he would come on and say hello. Medieval.
Oh yeah.
Remember, he was
a little bit.
He comes up on certain streams every now and again, says hello. Right?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what
he was quite funny. He had some good fucking funny things to say, like when he was on.
Yeah, he was a Canuck.
Remember that one they said about old bird who got killed outside her house because her boyfriend locked her out in the freezing cold, like fucking hell.
Can you hear this?
Happy day to you.
Yeah. Very faintly.
Yeah, I don't know what's coming through properly. It should be coming through loud, but it ain't.
It's not coming through loud. It's just barely coming through. Like you just barely hear it.
Oh, it's turned way up, and it's like.
Happy day to you.
Oh, that was a little bit better.
No, it should be coming through properly louder.
I don't know. You shouldn't be really. At the end of the day, you'd be getting too much like him with all his his little bits. He was unique with his bits. Was Gareth. I enjoyed some of those.
It was me that said about the Children of the Stones and Happy Day to You thing. That's where you got it from for me.
Children of the Stones, yeah, I remember that. That's good.
That's where the Happy
show.
Day to You sample
That's
came
where it
from.
comes. That's where it comes from. Yeah, I remember it as a kid, like Children of the Stones.
And it was me talking about Children of the Stones on the stream, is where he got the sample from.
Well, he was about he was a couple. Was he? He was 3 years older than me. I thought he was about the same age as me, but he was 3 years older than me.
Yeah.
67, he was born. So he would have remembered stuff like Children of the Stones, Flight of the Phoenix.
I remember them all. I
remember that. I watched them as a kid. Yeah, definitely. Like,
have you seen his old pictures?
It was very crumb.
What pictures of him when he was like what?
When he was a kid.
Yeah, I've seen a few. I've seen a few pictures. I've seen a few when he had long hair. He looked like a proper, like he was into his thrash metal at one time in his life. He just had that long hair. He had that long hair.
I have a mullet. Big long mullet.
A mullet. He had a mullet, yeah.
I've got his photo of him here. I could probably show it to you.
He must have had a good time in the 80s. Like, that's what I think. He would have grown up.
Yeah,
at the same
I've
time.
seen Barry Crump. Haven't seen Barry Crump in a long time.
No, Barry Crump's another one.
Yeah.
Disappeared.
Kind of dropped off. Yeah.
Disappeared off the radar, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
There's a few of them who've disappeared.
I'm going to show you some pictures.
Yeah, these are pictures of him growing up. So there's his brother there.
Gareth and his brother.
Yeah.
On the other side, with his mum and dad.
His mum and dad.
And his granny.
His grandma, yeah.
Gareth and his brother when he was little.
Yeah, not much difference between those two, is there? But about a couple of years difference of age. Probably his brother's probably about the same age as me. Looking at that. Well, his brother looks older than him.
Yeah.
I'm taking it his brother's the one who was standing up and he's a little lad in front of the bike.
Yeah, that's him there, Gareth there with his dad.
You have to blow it up a bit because I can't see it.
That's a small picture. That's as big as I can get it.
Alright, I'll have to fucking enlarge this a minute.
Hang on.
Enhance
has died.
Upgrade Flickr to Pro to unhide these ads.
So it's an advert. Here we go. Yeah, his brother, I've taken it, his brother's the one with the Stetson.
Yeah, looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, and he's the one with the cap.
That's him there over in the back playing a bass guitar.
Playing a guitar, man. Look at that.
Bass guitar.
Wow.
It's in his band. It's got
wow.
Whatever happened to the band? This is his old Flickr. You see down there?
Yeah,
He's got comments underneath each one. Gareth Davis.
Cool, man. Nice to see that still.
That's when
look at that, like.
That's just like first time when New York pictures when he first moved to America when he was younger.
Wow. Wow, man. He's got a leather jacket. I got a leather jacket like that.
New York picture with strangers.
Yeah, look at his coat, man. I like that leather jacket he's got on. I got one of those.
Sony building behind him.
Sony building, yeah. Wow. Proper Chris Squire look there, look.
Bass guitarist. I always said he looked like a bass guitarist when I went on the streams. That's what
he looks like Chris Squire there, right? Yes.
Another ad.
Wow, my God, they don't show it.
Well, I've got no blocker, so it's not going to show them.
Hard Rock.
Cafe.
Look at the face on that. Look.
John Lennon was one of his idols, Beatles.
Yeah, he liked the Beatles.
The Hard Rock Cafe.
Look at him.
See his shirt, the Hard Rock Cafe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where he was at, Hard Rock Cafe.
Hard Rock Cafe, yeah.
I've got a lighter, Brazil lighter from the Hard Rock Cafe San Antonio here in Texas.
Cool.
They got a bunch of stuff from famous people there.
Look at him there, look, smoking away.
Yeah,
that's all. He's just like, it's like classic 80s like punk rock album.
Proper fucking, that is, isn't it? That's
Early
old,
90s
that looks like old school Friends, like, isn't it?
Late 80s, he says.
Late 80s, yeah.
A collection of old friends and myself in the late 80s.
Yeah, yeah. Definitely. They're out enjoying themselves there.
Back to album, hang on. There's loads.
Now man, serious from that pictures there, isn't it?
This is just one little album. He's got, that's just one album. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 16, 20,
Jesus.
24 albums.
Wow.
But some of them have only got like, he's got his Back to the Future lot. You remember when he's talking about going to the Back to the Future lot?
Yeah, he would have seen, the,
Is
Twin
it Twin
Pines
Pines
Mall?
Twin Pines Mall, yeah.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
in the movie, it's like the Single Pine Mall, and then they change something, and when they go back, it's the Twin Pines Mall.
Twin Pines, yeah.
Look at that.
Because he runs over
Wow.
one of the trees.
Doing the
Time Warp.
They have like the van
Really
set
nice.
up and everything.
Get out, man. This fucking man, isn't it? Great picture.
That's cool. There's like a whole convention going on around it.
yeah.
Yeah, man. Well, the car they just refurbished recently. So that car there, I think they just found it recently and refurbished it because it was in hell of a state apparently.
Well, DeLoreans are
Another-
notorious for falling apart.
Yeah, the DeLorean that was in the film, for the promotional for the film, is apparently just been refurbished. It's now back out in the
I
museum.
mean, even
Several of them that were
even a brand new DeLorean broke down after 500 miles. So
No, they were built. They were built in Ireland. No wonder.
I know.
They're terrible engines.
Oh yeah, it's shit engine.
and terrible chassis as well, and terrible.
If you ever watched the BBC did a great thing about the guy who was behind DeLorean, like John
They
DeLorean,
look so cool.
and John DeLorean was what he got up to, like it's just unreal. Like.
Whitley Strieber, he met Whitley Strieber.
Yeah, he said he met him, didn't he? Yeah, I remember him saying about that.
All right, later, Melissa, going to bed.
This is the old god. This is the god Rodriguez who we did Nervous Teeth podcast with
Hey, Jody Swamps.
Yeah.
for years. That's Rod Rodriguez who we did the Nervous Teeth podcast with. One of his oldest mates.
Yeah.
He's not with us either. Like he died years ago.
Wow.
There's Whitley Strieber there. Where is it? There's Whitley
Signing the
Strieber.
books. Yeah. Looks like Gareth's in the queue there waiting to get. Yeah. Oh no, old boy's getting it, isn't he?
His mate Rod's getting it.
Rod's getting the signature.
And yeah, Gareth was taking the pictures
Yeah, man.
and horror stuff. It's into his horror films, sculptures,
Mm.
Frankenstein stuff, Dawn of the Dead.
Dawn of the Dead.
There he is,
So,
taking out an occult book.
yeah. Loved his bucks. Man, wonder what he's asking Whitley there, like, just sort of crouched down and he looking at him.
That.
He's looking down at Whitley, like, isn't he? Wonder what he's saying to him. Matey sort of sat there to the left of Whitley, pondering something with his hands, right?
No doubt, Gareth is saying something to him.
Yeah.
The last stream I was on, it was talking about some films, and someone brought up Whitley Strieber, and I said the best book Whitley Strieber I ever read was The Key, and then fucking Gareth went on one about The Key, the book, and everything.
Yeah. Well, The Key's like is one of those books that it should have been it should have been made into a film, like, you know, but it wasn't.
And it's like, fucking hell, Frank, you're reading my mind, he goes. I was about to bring that up. It's like, The Key.
It's a great book.
Yeah, that's his Whitley Strieber out in.
Whitley Strieber. What's it, 2001? Let's see what that's about. Did he meet them? Knowing him, he probably would have met him.
There's a book called Behold a Pale Horse.
Yeah. That's Bill Cooper.
Wow.
Bill Cooper.
Life functions terminated.
I've got it here. Punches. Behold a Pale Horse.
You do?
Great.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Dude, that book is really hard. It's really hard to find now.
I've had it since like 2000 or something. I bought mine 2001.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been like shadow banned basically. It's hard to find.
This is just the pictures from the movie. He took fucking pictures from the screen of the movie.
It's a great film, like.
Yeah.
Frank Poole.
What else?
Star Trek tour.
That's his boy. That's his son.
Oh, right. Wow. Jesus, look at that.
That's his kids. That's
daughter. His kids, yeah.
His daughter and his little boy. With a thing on.
Man. That's awesome.
Who's got the cop?
So...
All Star Trek memorabilia. Oh.
Wow. Some serious fucking stuff there, isn't there, really?
Got his daughter there standing in the Stuck in Another Time he's put on that photo.
That's where Shatner was stuck for right?
Yeah.
Shatner.
In the original series.
I've got an old album here of Shatner reading from a book.
Yeah, he did a few of those, like, didn't he?
What is it? Arthur C. Clarke book? He's like reading some of it. Foundation or something it's called.
Wow. He must be the only one who's left. Shatner.
Yeah. Apparently Shatner goes for dinner parties at someone's house. Who is it? Famous. The singer. The
Spock. There's.
Oh, who's that singer? Like a heavy metal poet. Can't remember his name now. Like a heavy metal singer.
He must be nearly in his 90s now, like William Shatner. Yes.
But he goes to dinner parties at this heavy metal fella's house. William Shatner, still like today.
Wow.
Ghost
of the Queen Mary. Now the Queen Mary is apparently quite haunted, they say. And it's sat there at the moment in a bit of a state.
Queen Mary.
It's UK, isn't it? Nervous Teeth meet up. I've got all of Nervous Teeth's podcasts.
Wow.
Except for number 79.
Oh,
couldn't find one.
Gee, look at that! Look at Matey explaining something. Because you don't have pint glasses over there.
Nah.
I do say.
That's Rod Rodriguez. That was his best mate. Rod Rodriguez, I've got a podcast of him talking about, after Rod died, Gareth done a podcast talking about memories of him, telling him about all the capers they used to get up to, going into the studio to record a podcast, and Rod getting so fucking drunk he'd fall off his chair and pass out on the floor halfway through the podcast.
Shatner is 90 and he says he's off into space soon.
Yeah, permanently. Yeah, probably kill him getting up there. Look.
I'm ready to go, Spock.
Gareth with his nervousteeth.com t-shirt on merch.
Yeah. With a microphone, like, speak into the microphone, please.
Apparently, Nervous Teeth was bigger than Mindset Central. It was because it was the first one that he took off, like his first podcast.
Wow.
It really took off.
You got Maggie swinging out the juggler.
Yeah.
Classic. Oh, so what's Morty free fast change? 100 million.
No.
Oh, pictures from Swansea.
Swansea.
He went back there in the 80s, I think. Well, that's probably 70s.
That looks like.
Oh, no, that's definitely 80s. Like the Peugeot there.
Well, that's a modern Peugeot, so that's 90s. That's when he went back.
Yeah. His daughter there.
And then he's got his Stella pint glass.
Stella Artois. That's where he got it from, isn't it?
That's where he stole it from, like, yeah.
Yeah.
Liberated from a Swansea pub.
Winter Wonderland we went to.
the Pakistani darling.
Swansea. It's probably lived down that street. It's probably why I took a picture of it.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, look over his car's like parked on the pavement in the road. Look.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
What's that?
Parents, be sure to keep your eye on your kids while they get decapitated from this ride.
Yeah.
80s vacation.
80s vacation. Now this looks like fun. Look at him, look. Heavy sesh.
Yeah.
At the bar.
Oh, there's a good one. It looks like he's in a squat and he's like the centre of attention. Everybody around him listening to him.
What sits in the mouth? His eyes, man, really he dilated. What was he on that day?
Ketos or whatever they are.
Imagine. He's like
it does the Power Talk with.
I don't know.
Reeves Cook.
I'm looking at the one where he seems to be holding court on the table with a leather jacket.
Oh yeah.
He's got everybody's attention there.
No, there's a better one. Where is it? I'll find it. That's Reeves Cook in it. It does the Power Talk with.
Could be Reeves, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Reeves.
Yeah. Back in the 80s. There he is. This is the one. This is the picture.
Wow. He's in a squat. No way.
It's bigger. It's bigger on the bloody normal one. Go back to it.
That's a good picture.
Hang on, go down to it. There it is. Got those cans, empty cans around him. Fucking can in his hand. The old ghetto blaster.
Is he drinking Gold Label there? Looks like, doesn't it?
Looks like it, yeah.
Looks like it. They're small cans, like.
He just showed up to this party and was like talking to them because the longer he talked, the more of their beer he could drink.
Probably, like, yeah.
It's definitely a squat mattress on the bed, on the floor.
It's got to be, innit? Ghetto Blaster. Look at that
Look
Ghetto
at that.
Blaster.
No furniture.
No.
Just a load of cans around, and
Load
Gareth the centre of attention.
Holding court, man. Holding
Yep.
court. Yeah, man. It looks like he's drinking Gold Label there.
Big head of hair.
Yeah, mane of hair.
God, miss him.
Wow. Yeah. Heavily drunk there. Look.
Yeah,
Looking good.
blurry-eyed.
Brilliant, man. They're brilliant pictures, like. Phone apps. What's the Shakey's one all about? Looks like a big beer sesh, that.
It's only 5 pictures.
Yeah.
Just pictures of glasses.
Frozen
Empty.
glasses, like frozen empty glasses. And a big meal.
Looks like some
and
decent pizza.
And a Dell computer. Look at that! Look at that brick.
I've got a laptop exactly the same as that.
That's
An old
proper
one.
old school. That is. That's an old
I've got
school
one
Dell.
identical to that. An old Dell laptop, identical.
Wow.
I had an old Toshiba, kind of like that. One of those old Toshiba bricks, the gray ones.
Yeah.
It's the only laptop I've got which has got a VGA output on it to plug a monitor in it.
I work with in the shop. He used to work at Toshiba in Plymouth, and he was there one day and he destroyed 35 TVs because they all fucking fell off. He messed up on the conveyor belt. 35 TVs got destroyed.
Damn, hey, oops, sorry.
Yeah. Oops.
That's where he went to.
A TV factory, man.
He went to the Little Owl Inn along Area 51.
Wow.
Place, Nevada.
It's a crazy pub, that, apparently. Isn't it?
That's like out in the middle of nowhere out there.
It is. It is literally in the middle of nowhere, isn't it?
And Hard Rock Cafe. Oh.
Yeah. Hard Rock cafes around ain't really good.
John Lennon's guitar.
Yeah. Derek's Music. That's
Derek's Music. Wow. I bet he loved going in there.
Who's that, a castle?
Where?
Yeah. Castle's underneath.
Go down a little bit more. What's that?
That would be some castle in Wales, I'd say.
Right.
Well, look at that. Look. A nice
That's
picture of it.
Is that a castle?
Look at that. Look at that. Look at BT built right behind it. Look.
BT Tower.
Yeah.
Fucking castle.
Towering
hell,
over
man.
the ancient remains.
Yeah. Ancient remains. Yeah.
They really need to upkeep this kind of stuff. Why don't they just keep it nice and built and stuff? Rebuild it, you know? Just rebuild it and make it all nice. Make it look like it would have looked. Make it look like it would have looked back in the day, you know?
That's right.
Completely 100% restore it because you got the money.
Sadly.
Give your country some fucking pride, for fuck's sake.
Oh, we got some places still left, you know.
But you just see so many of those ones getting rotted away like that.
We got some places still around, you know.
There's near me. There's Rochester Castle. That's quite nice.
Yeah.
We've got Pendennis Castle down in Cornwall.
Dover Castle's where Henry VIII stayed.
Yeah.
Still got his bed in there and everything.
Yeah, Dover's really nice.
We had Pendennis Castle. That was Henry VIII's castle for the stopping people coming into Cornwall. That's right on the coast. That's all fully restored. That place, beautiful looking place that is.
Right, so
working it out.
About. I'll put a link into his Flickr in the chat so people can go and have a look themselves, browse all his pictures.
Oh, man.
That's his Flickr account.
Well,
All his photos are.
That will stay up for years, huh? For years, people will be looking at it and going, who is this guy? Who was this guy?
Yeah, I couldn't find all of his old Paratalks. The old ones, the original ones. I found like 30 of them, but he done like 95 of them before he moved over to Mindset Central.
Wow.
So I've got all the ones from Mindset Central from 2018 up 2021.
Really? Because he started back in 2018, didn't he? He went off for a couple of years, didn't
No, he started in fucking 1990.
I know he did the ones back in the. I know he started early, but he had a break, didn't he, for 2 years?
Yeah, he gave up in 2017, come back in 2018 or something like that.
Oh, right.
At the end of 2018.
Yeah.
Tea time.
I always wondered, like, what went on there.
Yeah, because Nervous Teeth was like 2007, I think.
He must have stopped doing Nervous Teeth when his mate died.
Yeah, he did. Hang on, I've got all the Nervous Teeth here. I found them all on using the Wayback Machine.
Wow.
On his old website, nervousteeth.com.
Mm.
I found an RSS feed which had the MP3s, and then I was able to type those MP3s in the Wayback and get them all except for number 79 wasn't there.
Wow.
So
Okay.
I put them all up on Google Drive.
Wow.
Which ain't working. Google Drive's gone down.
Well, that'd be something what's going on at the moment, then.
Oh no, it's just come up. It's just slow. My Drive, Mindset Central, Nervous Teeth. 2005 to 2008, he did 4 years for Nervous Teeth.
Wow. Wow. Some serious amount of shows in there. Huh?
Yeah, I've got his vampire encounter, his writings and stuff.
I'd love to know what his book was about.
But this is like part of his book that he wrote.
Yeah.
I've got it, yeah.
Vampire
Encounter by Gareth Davis when he encountered a vampire at a cemetery in New Orleans. Halloween 1988.
Wow.
He was on a vacation in the French Quarter with friends. He wandered off in a cemetery and come across a woman that hypnotised him. It turned out to be a vampire, and then his mate tapped him on the shoulder and he looked back and she was gone.
Fucking hell.
But he wrote quite a long, like several pages, 1, 2, it's just 2 pages, but it's like small writing in big A4. It's part of his story, part of his book, I think he was writing. Found that. Found loads of stuff that he did. Paratalks, I've got episode 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, up to like 16. Then I'm missing a few. Got 30 up to 39.
Rick Horden says, has anybody heard anything from Reeves?
Yeah, apparently Reeves. Yeah, I have. Reeves is going to be starting up Paratalk again.
There you go, Rick.
Yeah, Reeves is going to be doing Paratalk because Paratalk was Reeves' show.
Yeah.
Gareth did Paratalk with Reeves, but Paratalk was Reeves' show. They did it together since day one. There
you go, Rick. There you go, Rick. It is going to happen again.
Yeah, it's going to happen again. He's just he's waiting a while. He's getting things organised.
It's getting
doesn't
sorted
think-
out. Mate.
Doesn't think it's time yet.
No, it's too early.
Yeah. And hopefully he'll archive the old episodes so that we can listen to the old ones as well.
Good, wouldn't it?
So hopefully, fingers crossed. I heard that's through Ben Emlyn Jones told me.
Yeah, but I remember him saying that he was going to do something on the same sort of line. And he was going to do something on a Friday night as well when he reached.
Yeah, Ben Emlyn Jones subscribed to my channel live on one of his live streams.
All right.
And he said, and then he messaged me saying he'll try and join one of my streams one night.
Oh, cool, cool.
So, fingers crossed. If it's not too late, he said, because he looks.
Well, he probably would come on.
If I did a daytime one.
He'd probably come on daytime. Mind you, he's a busy man, like, so he
yeah.
Probably come on early 4 o'clock till 3 or something like that.
Because he asked people if they could save his SoundCloud and his website and everything, and I did. I'd saved every single file off his website, and I saved all of his SoundCloud. I actually archived his website, downloaded the entire thing so it could be viewed offline.
Yeah.
So it's saved forever, so that when it does go down, it could be put back up. So yeah, and he thanked me for that, and he said because nobody else seemed to take the time to do it, so I did it.
Well, no, you've done something that no one else has.
And yeah, he thanked me for it on his live stream and subscribed to me. Said that hopefully he'd be able to let me know what's happening about Paratalk, because
cool.
Because I used to love Paratalk. I've not been able to upload everything on Google Drive at the minute because I need about 50, 60 gigabytes for all this stuff which I downloaded.
Right.
And it's £16 I've got to pay out to Google to get more space.
Wow.
So yeah, and I bought new music equipment and new audio interface and ran out of money. But I've got it all saved on a hard disk anyway, so.
Sweet.
So as soon as I get it, I'll share it out. As soon as I get it all uploaded, as soon as I get the web space. Because there's a lot of this old stuff people would like to see because they've not seen it before. Like from 2005 to 2008, all his first.
Oh, well, there's a lot of stuff I haven't seen. It's like, to be honest. So yeah, I'd be well into listening to some of them.
Like he'd done some investigations as well, where he'd done like road trips, like explores and going to like historic places where there was satanic abuse and claims and old
Satanic
churches.
abuse. You should have come down. It should have come down the southwest.
No.
We had a place down in Cornwall called Baldu Church. And they used to do a lot of satanic fucking stuff down there, like real creepy fucking place that is. Like, church was an east-facing church, and they used to do all this devil worshipping and fucking satanic fucking all sorts of shit.
My old punches dropped off.
I think so.
It's in the background.
He must be doing something. I think he said something
off,
about.
I didn't notice
He said something about doing some food, didn't he? We used to have, as I say, Baldu's really crazy place, like, and it's now been converted into 2 houses, but the place is always on the market. These two fancy houses are always on the market. They even got featured on placed out houses and looking for out. I can't remember. It's on BBC Two. They usually do these searching for houses like of properties in the southwest. Up come Baldu Church, like There's no way I would live in that fucking place.
I've got to back over this chat. I've missed loads of chat because I was looking through on my Google Drive.
There's not much coming up really. It's Rick's mainly talking. Duck's throwing in a couple of things every now and again. How many people? We've got 29 people still watching.
Luke says he's using a Dell Latitude. That's what I'm using. Dell Latitude.
Dell Latitude, yeah.
E7. Whatever it is. E7. Can't
It's an
read
old
it.
computer. Hey!
My bad.
What'd you do? Like, go for something to eat?
Yeah.
What you do?
Make some tea.
What time's it over there, mate?
10:45.
10:45 at night. You got work in the morning, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
What time you get up?
Supposedly.
What?
Get up whenever I get a
So you get up-
call saying I get up.
Oh, is it like-
If I get up early, it's because I got a call and there was work.
You work in your own time then?
You'll never know.
Yeah.
What is it you do again? Like,
That'll be a bite.
what are you doing? What are you doing again, Dan?
Arborist.
Arborist.
Tree.
Tree.
Cutting trees.
Cutting trees down.
I'm actually working for an arborist.
All right.
Yeah.
So, what's the earliest you start? Like 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yes. Trimming them. Pruning. Yeah, better to start like way in the morning when it's still cool, but you're gonna be busting your ass any day.
Wow.
It doesn't really matter. I just sleep and
Right.
try to get going around 10.
What's it like at 5 o'clock in the morning then? Is it really warm?
Polish my coat hanger. Yeah.
So it's warm in the summer, autumn time, and it's fucking freezing in the winter, yeah.
Not usually. Usually it's like. It's warm in
Right.
sometimes even later. Be warm. It's cooling down. It gets
Wow.
windy and stuff. Doesn't really
Yeah.
get down here because we're in the south. You know, it's usually
What
really
time?
warm,
What
but
times it go
last
dark
year
there?
we had that freak storm that. Oh, in the winter.
Yeah.
Like I don't remember. Was the winter sooner or?
What times
I
it
wanna
go
say it's
dark?
Like 6 or something. This stuff's like going down
So what time is it dark tonight?
in the winter. I'm saying I don't remember.
Because you come on when you come on earlier on. You said it was 5 o'clock, but it looked like it was dark outside. So is it dark at 5 p.m. at night?
Got all the windows closed.
All right.
It's light until like right now. I think it's. I haven't even been noticing when the sun goes down lately. To be honest,
Because we're just starting to get dark at 7 o'clock, around about 7:30 at night here, and it's still reasonably warmish, but it's cold.
At that time of day, I'm always looking at a screen. I'm never looking out the window and stuff.
You're another one that sits in the dark, like.
A dark place.
I'm the same. I'm the same. Like I daren't open the curtains in this early in the morning.
Yeah.
Then breaking up a little bit.
So I close it all up so that it doesn't look like somebody's living.
Show it, Dan. Don't be afraid to show your living in a camera. Don't
block off all the lights and stuff at night. You know, make it. blackout and stuff.
Yeah. Don't be afraid of showing where you live.
Don't be afraid. Well, I would love to, because I got a caravan, I should just drive around, because I can get the shit up in my truck and drive anywhere. I just have nowhere to really go and enough money to do it. Because it's kind of expensive to stay at RV places.
Right. So where are you at the moment then? Are you in some sort of... Are you in a trailer park at the moment?
I'm in a
The driveway.
Driveway of a house. You know, like you have a house, and they have a garage and a driveway, another garage.
And you're living in the front of this some gadget's house, like.
Yeah.
That would explain the internet connection then, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's really bad right now,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, it's in and out, mate. In and out.
The connections.
Yeah, it's getting a bit rough at the minute.
It's getting really rough. On the border.
At the recent internet outages, the current map for America. Check it. It's not in Texas though.
I don't know. When everybody was saying about this Facebook earlier on, like it was off most of the day from about 4:30 to about.
Yeah, that's just Facebook, but there's been actual ISP internet service provider outages all over the world.
Yeah, well, that knocked out all of Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp.
Yeah, that was a hacker attack.
Was it?
Yeah, but this is ISP internet service providers going down. They've gone down in Tennessee, Memphis, Arkansas, Los Angeles, Florida, New Orleans, but Texas is clear. Nothing in Texas. Texas is fine.
Random wants to know, is it alright to come on?
Yeah.
Random, we're not staying over all fucking night. We're going to go off at some fucking time. Yeah, come on. You're welcome to come on.
London is... Bits of London are down. City of London and around Croydon Way.
Yeah, Devon was on and off. Yeah, it was, Rick. It was on and off.
But these are actual ISP, the network, internet down, rather than just Facebook. Haven't you got the link?
No, you haven't posted it for a while.
Yeah. Invite guests, hang on. Punches in and out. Oh, there we go. That's better.
Man.
Yeah, man.
Why did it change servers?
VPN.
A few times.
VPN again, like.
Yeah, just a few different servers before I found a good one here. Yeah. You guys You guys wait until you think the gas thing was bad. Wait until they say there's a shortage of food. Go buy some fucking emergency.
What is that?
Stuff. This is freeze dried meals.
Wow.
Good for 25
I'd love
years.
to get. I'd love to get something like that.
124 servings. It's pretty good food.
Wow, man.
About $80, I think, probably.
$80, 60 quid, like, yeah.
The
Man, I'd love to get something like that, man. I'd be eating that relentlessly.
Start ordering it on the internet because You never
Yeah.
know if food going like the gas.
We used to have places years ago, like called Macro, that used to sell stuff like that.
Well, all it takes is the media saying there's a food shortage or somebody, you know.
Well, we've already got a fucking food shortage. You go in Tesco's and there's empty shelves. Like,
You look way too comfortable, Alex. I don't like it.
shave that beard off.
Yeah, you look more comfortable than both Frank and John.
Yeah, I'm suffering sat in this chair. Like.
I'm doing a crazy John now, like laying back.
So I'm in a reclining chair, mate. That's what I'm in.
Be the crazy John. Everybody be the crazy John.
Everybody sit in a reclining chair, like.
See, if I was monetized, you know how you can get those little special, when there's members, get those little special emoticons or emojis. You're definitely making like some leaned back, crazy John emojis and stuff. Spam crazy John.
You know what? This chair is really good, like, but it's also uncomfortable on the digestion system. It makes everything rest in your stomach. You just can't get comfortable in it, like, you know. It's just hard work sitting in it. I'm gonna have to get rid of them and get something better, like.
I was gonna try and use the green screen, but I ain't got it on Restream.
Yeah, they don't have it on here, do they?
Nope.
You have to use like OBS or something else. And
OBS,
just put it on.
Yeah. Because this jumper's like greeny blue. I thought it might work, so I'll just have a head.
It depends on if your walls are either green or blue.
I got a dark house bit where I am. It's all dark.
I wonder why he's moving.
LEDs, like. I've got a white LED over me.
Has your CBD random? CBD fluids.
CBD fluids. Wow.
That's what I'm using right now.
Really? Wow. I envy.
No, it's not like stuff, but you know.
I envy using CBD though.
Yeah, but it doesn't like take a little bit of anxiety off or anything like that.
Doesn't do anything really. I don't. I found.
It doesn't. It just.
Dude, I mixed THC with CBD like 50-50. And that shit fucking wiped me out. I pounded 6 shots, and it was like it hit within 15 seconds. It was like, whoa.
Oh, is THC legally to buy?
No, it's illegal.
Illegal.
In America, it's America, right?
I can go down and buy one of these. Look, see this? This is like a little vape thing. And this little chamber, that's got 1,000 milligrams of CBD with THC.
Wow.
Yeah, I've got 1,000 milligrams.
It's like it has a less than thing, less than sign. 0.3 milligrams of THC.
How much does it cost?
$44, $39. $44.
Not cheap, man. Not cheap.
That is cheap because that lasts for ages.
Well, not in there. That's about 20 odd quid in this country, though.
No, not for 1,000.
Gotta be.
Like
20 quid for
about 20, 30 quid, like.
Yeah, but that's a gram. That's a gram of pure
CBD with THC in it.
So you're not getting all the waste of the plant. It's just a pure active ingredient.
Yeah.
All right.
And this stuff was like almost clear. Like
that's like 10 times or 50 times stronger than smoking a plant because
when we
it's
get
pure.
in
wow. This was just as good as the real deal. This is just as good as the real deal. I'm not joking.
And you can buy it. Do you have to have a card to buy it though? Do you have to? Can you just go in and buy it?
This is legal in Texas. Yeah, this is legal.
So you can go and buy it legal. You don't have to have a card saying I'm a medical exempt.
Just need ID for you.
Show your ID that you're a certain age. Yeah.
Right.
They don't even write down your ID or nothing like that. It's not.
It's like buying cigarettes or alcohol over here. You just need to show your ID to make sure you're over.
Same as all the recreational weed shops in like in Colorado and Washington State.
Yeah, man,
Oregon.
Colorado, like, yeah.
Yeah, you just walk in and I like how that looks. Or do you have anything cheap?
Can you only buy a certain amount though, or are you allowed to buy as much as you want?
I think they let you buy up to 2 ounces or something like that.
2 ounces, fucking hell.
That's quite a bit.
That's a fair bit of fucking weed. That.
It's at each place, so you can go from place to place.
Yeah, you can go off somewhere else and buy some more, like.
Yeah, you can buy 2 ounces place, because that's your legal limit. You're allowed to possess up to 2 ounces.
Up to 2 ounces.
Technically, you go door to door buying more and more.
As much as you want, like, yeah.
If you have the money for it. You know.
I'll
And,
buy
a lot of other places, because they're FDA regulated now, federally regulated, so they have a certain shelf life. So that when they get some buds in, they actually like write down when it all came in and who gave it to them. It's all paperwork. But at the end of its life, its shelf span, they just have to destroy it.
Don't they? Aren't you allowed? Can't you? You're allowed to grow it and sell it to these shops as well, aren't you? Over there.
Yeah, you have to have like a license usually.
A license to do that. Yeah.
That's what Mike Tyson's
federally
doing.
controlled. Yeah. Hell, why
Mike
not, man?
Tyson's got his own, Mike Tyson's got his own cannabis business.
Got his own cannabis business, yeah.
He's been Bob Dopey.
Oh yeah, he needed something to make some fucking money with at the end of the day, didn't he? He was fucking flat broke. He blew every penny, yeah.
That Nintendo game, Mike Tyson Punch Out, they didn't give him no money.
No.
Still really popular.
Yeah.
Just original NES version.
Have you ever seen the pictures of his old house? Like his house apparently is abandoned. Like there was urban explorers in it, going around his old mansion. Like,
is that the place where he had the tigers?
I think he had tigers in the grounds as well. Like, yeah.
Ride the tiger.
Broke.
I'm sure there is on an Urban Explorer. There's somebody who went around his old mansion, like, and it's fucking huge, like, massive great place. And it's just abandoned. It's just been left empty, like, ever since he got rid of it. Well, me, I envy him, man. I really do, like.
I can hear the bubbles of the bong.
Yeah, see, you can hear him doing a bong, like, it's just fucking envious as fuck, man.
God.
Man, why are we so behind in this fucking country, like?
It's like I've got my bong right here and I ain't got nothing to put in it.
Exactly. I haven't even got a bong anymore.
I want to show the algorithm might think it's a firearm.
I've got some seeds, but I can't fucking grow them.
The algorithm probably thinks this is a bomb as well.
I got some seeds. I just pulled all these seeds. Yeah, these are not Sensi seeds. These are Mexican
seeds.
The ones you get from the Mexican stuff.
Wow.
That's from one little bud, like half a gram of bud.
Wow, man, you could put them in and plant them up, like. Jesus.
And you do. You just throw them out in the garden and shit.
Yeah, they would grow, like, yeah.
How much is all that worth then? That many type of seeds.
Seeds that you could grow a plant off each one of those.
Yeah, you have to be careful. Female or male or something.
They're female. Females. Can't get males.
Feminized seeds. That's what these are. These are feminized.
Yeah, they're
feminized sensitive seeds.
Feminized, the only one.
I bought 100% feminized seeds. It was $120 for 10 of them. Okay, in California, from one of their top dispensaries, and when we grew that shit, it was hermaphroditic. It seeded itself up. It was good. Wow. It was really good.
Wow.
Banana Kush.
Really good, like
Banana Kush. And
I know Banana Kush, man. It's beautiful, that stuff.
But
beautiful.
Dude, it came out with some freak plants that were like hermaphroditic. and they seeded the whole crop up, and we had like thousands and thousands of seeds. And I took all these seeds. I actually counted them by weight, like, you know, it was like a certain amount per gram, and then I did the math. And I think I had almost 9,000 seeds, and so I sealed them in a stainless steel like sports bottle.
Yeah.
And I hid it in a cave, like an actual like big granite cave up in like this big crevice. And, like, unless you're like really brave, you won't want to stick your fucking arm in.
No.
It's like sitting on a shelf in this
when
cave.
my dad used to grow it, when we used to buy, my dad used to buy seeds from Amsterdam on the internet.
Yeah, we used to get them. We used to get them every now and again off G Skunk, so which was like government grown G13 skunk, and we found
seed bank.
We used to get seeds off it every now and again. You'd be able to get seeds, and you could grow your own with it from off those plants. Like,
this was proper Amsterdam cannabis place called Seed Bank, and you can order them online legally, get them sent over.
Oh yeah, you get them sent over, like definitely.
And I think it was £10 for 5 seeds.
£10
for 5 seeds, but that was back in 2005, 2006.
The only downside with it is it stinks. Like, we were growing bubblegum crush, which is a really nice plant, but it stank, man. It really fucking stank.
Yeah, my dad did a hybrid. First he grew bubblegum, then he grew AK-47.
AK-47, very nice smoke, beautiful stuff.
Like AK-47 crop, like Afghan Kush.
Kush is fucking.
Oh shit!
He spliced the plant and did a hybrid, and made a bubblegum hybrid plant, seeded it, got the seeds off that, and grew his own crop of a hybrid bubblegum AK-47 hybrid.
Wow!
My old man.
Yeah.
My old man was well into doing that.
I'd get right into it if I had the balls to do it. I'd get right into growing it.
My dad just worked out that because the bubblegum had the biggest buds.
That's right.
Really
the bubblegum, yeah. But the bubblegum stinks. When it's growing, it fucking oozes. You walk in a room with that and it's stinking. You know, I remember a mate of mine had three bubblegum plants growing. This is going back about 10, 15 years back. And
is this
fucking hell, beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
Lovely smell.
Yeah. So it had the strength of AK-47, but the size of the bubblegum.
Yeah. Big, very crystally as well, like.
Yeah.
Huge crystals on it.
Once it dries out, it just looks like sparkling diamonds.
Sparkling diamonds, yeah.
On it.
Yeah. Beautiful smoke.
You can't handle it though. If you handle it too much, it just it falls off.
It does. It falls off. Yeah.
So you've got to be careful with it.
Oh, you've got to be very, very careful with it.
Don't knock it, otherwise it just dust.
Oh, it's fucking rich. It's everywhere, like.
Hey, I think you guys might appreciate this. Check this out.
High Times. Like, I used to read it quite often. Like, I wish I stopped reading it years ago.
This is the special edition 420th collector's edition.
When did you have that from? Because I had some specials at High Times mags as well.
This is the 420th.
That's worth money then.
I have 2 of them.
Fuck me, man. They're worth money.
I've got an old book on growing and making hybrids and stuff.
Oh my god, look at that. Oh my god. Look at them. Beautiful. What a beautiful looking plant.
When I first heard about it, I thought it was only one type of weed plant, but I didn't realise there was that many.
There's fucking loads out there. Loads. Thousands, mate. Thousands. Thousands of them. And there's all different types of strengths as well, and all different types of high. You can have some that are really intense, really get in your head. You can have some that's really mellow, really nice. And you can get some that's fucking shit. Don't do anything at all. Like.
Some of the artwork in here is pretty gnarly.
Right, man, the artwork is fucking classic in that mag.
Cannabis have white on
That's
it.
chameleon glass.
Oh man, that's lush.
This is
Beautiful
10
artwork.
years old.
10 years ago. Wow, man.
Yeah, already.
Also like Purple Haze as well. That was nice.
Purple Haze, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, yeah. Purple Haze, beautiful
Looks
smoke.
purple.
Yeah, purple. Yeah, Purple Haze.
Yeah. I've seen some I've seen
White
some
Widow.
weed growing around here that's or up in Washington.
White Widow's one of my favourite.
Yeah, a mate of mine managed to get some of that growing in his greenhouse. White Widow.
Didn't that don't you have to
Oh,
put
mate. Years ago, this is, by the way, years ago. Please, anybody
White
who's
Widow?
asking.
You have to put Coke on it.
Coke on it, no.
Coke, no. Who's
remember
anybody? Oh yeah, Tommy Chong, like, yeah, he got arrested for it. He put in jail, didn't he, for selling bongs?
I hope I don't set the fire alarm off.
Tommy Chong's in that that's The Colour of Space film with Nicolas Cage. He's the hippie in the cottage.
That's right. That's right. He did a couple of fucking films, like, yeah, he did.
That's a new film. It's like 2021 or 2020.
Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't know he was doing it just recently, like. I'll have to fucking look for that.
Yeah.
Tommy Chong, right?
The Colour of Space. I warn you though, The Colour of Space is a fucked up movie.
I didn't know he was in that, like. I remember you saying earlier on about The Colour of Space, like, it was a bit naff, but I might watch it now. I might watch it now that Tommy's in it.
Colour of Space. What is that?
The Colour of Space, Nicolas Cage is like a horror space.
It's a horror film.
Does look
film.
does sound pretty cool.
And look at that Bob Marley rolling reefers.
Bob Marley rolling big fatties.
Big reefers. Makes you think like Bob Marley smoked loads of green. Yeah, it didn't save him from cancer, like.
Well, you'd find like a stop or something.
Some like crazy.
Horse glass. Look at that, man. That's just like saying smoking glass.
Some advertisements for bud trimmers.
Have they ever got any of that shatter? Do you remember that shatter stuff they used to have, like? It used to be like shatter resin. You smash it up with a hammer. Yeah, and it was then you could then crystallize it and then put it in like a crack pipe.
Yeah, it's called shatter or wax or
shatter wax, isn't it? Or something like that, isn't it? Yeah. I see some good videos of people smoking big heavy bongs, like doing big lungs as well, like filling their mouth up with a ton of smoke, like, and they just go wake up in the morning bong, like,
Right.
fucks you up. Fucking absinthe, man. Fucking hell. That's crazy stuff, that is. I tell you, that fuck drink. Fucking hell. Woo.
I think it started raining here.
This is good. This is a good take. I love these advertisements they got on, like for the posters and stuff.
I love it, man. I love it. I used to love reading it. It was a great read. I used to get it every week one time.
Oh, there's some kids.
I used to get. Remember the Nexus magazine?
The what?
Nexus magazine.
Nexus, yeah, Nexus. Yeah.
I used to get that all the time.
Yeah, I think
weird.
I think High Times is High Times is I think is a monthly production, so I used to buy it every month. Yeah.
Nexus is about like weird stuff and weird science and UFOs and...
Yeah. I had a bit of a phase of going through UFO stuff as well. Like, used to get a lot of UFO magazine and stuff like that. And
Nexus was good for that.
This is weed porn. This is what they call
wow.
weed porn.
Look at that, man. That's just ridiculous, isn't it? Proper tie stick.
I just won't smoke it.
Well, as I say, like, you've got to have a go at it, man. You just have.
It's like weed porn.
That's what I say. Like, everybody should have a go at it once in their life.
I'll just do it straight. I'm not going to do it with the back.
This nature just does this.
You probably enjoy it.
Yeah, she does work. I sort of get a bit tired.
It is. It's like this is like weed, fucking straight up weed porn. Like,
oh man, look at that! It's just fucking, just a beautiful plant, man. Beautiful plant. It is, man. It's just a beautiful plant. It just fucking photographs lovely, like, you know. When you see one that's in full bloom, like,
Fair enough.
with crystals on it, and it just fucking budded right up. It just looks beautiful.
This head is getting full.
You just know that if you're gonna smoke that, you're gonna have a lot of fucking fun, man. Go to Amsterdam as well, you can get a cup of tea of it. They make a fucking tea, hash tea. Just get a whole cup of it.
I love that.
I greened out in an Amsterdam cafe.
Oh man, I'd love to go to Amsterdam. I really would. I don't think I'd ever come back. I think I'd get what they say. The classic thing they used to say about Amsterdam was you went there, you got Amsterdamaged. So I think I would definitely get Amsterdamaged if I went there.
We was walking. I just like recovered enough to stand up to get out of this fucking cafe with all my mates, and I was like,
proper monged out, like, yeah.
Holding onto the wall as we're walking.
Yeah, I've done that as well in the UK.
walking up the fucking red light district we were like to our hotel. and then I put my hand on this window and I turn around and there's this fucking arse staring at me with fucking like fucking hemorrhoids hanging out of it. I thought,
for fuck's sake, man, stroll on.
I was like, it's like looking something out of a horror film, you know? It's like,
yeah,
for
fuck's sake.
I was tripping. Their arse was hanging out like the fucking on the window, and I was like, oh,
It's like when the blob starts like bursting its way out the theater doors.
Yeah.
A mate of mine went there years ago, like a long time back, and they went down the red light district, and there was a girl in there. She just looked fucking gorgeous, like, you know, proper model stance, and she was at the window like semi-clad, like, and he's like that going at the window. And then they had to keep dragging him away for it, and he kept walking back to her. And in the end, she's going, "Come in, come in."
Oh my goodness!
You had to be careful. You had to be careful then, because they were robbing people at the time as well.
We went there for the weekend. Ended up staying there for a week.
I know if I went there, I'd probably never come back.
Got the cat, the sea cat thing across.
Yeah, man.
Oh, never go on that again.
Well, they're fucking crazy sea cats, like.
Mate,
Crazy.
we all felt sick getting off it.
Yeah, I've seen people. They used to have a sea cat that used to go between Gibraltar and Morocco, and people on it were throwing up every time you went over them.
Are they really
You
fast?
see people, yeah, real fast. It's flipping over the water.
Catamaran. It's a
Catamaran.
Is it a super speedboat?
Super speedboat.
It hops across the water. It's
It
like-
literally lifts itself out of the water, and then it just goes whoa, like that, super fast.
It's like
and
a
it
jet
goes,
engine, basically.
yeah,
for the
yeah,
water.
it's jet engine on the back, like, and it's just literally fucking flowing you along the sea, on the top of the surface, right? And as you're going along, it's lifting up every now and again like that, and so everybody's in it going, it's fucking nuts, like, you know.
I've seen those ones that lift out of the water because they have the hydrofoil under the water.
That's right, hydrofoil, right? Yeah, it lifts up.
That's what the sea cat is. It's like two hydrofoils,
Yeah.
like a catamaran,
Catamaran.
and it's just
So when it
skipping
goes-
over the water.
It literally lifts itself out of the water, like, and it goes along, skipping along the surface, and you'll see it every now and again. It'll lift off and lift that back down. So everybody's inside and it's going like that, up and down in it all the time, like you're going. There's everybody throwing up on the fucking thing, like, you know.
The only way to not feel sick is to stand up and try and walk around a bit.
Yeah, you got to stand about, like, you don't sit down there.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, man.
As soon as you sit down and you start going with it, you just like belly
It's
just
awful.
goes.
Yeah.
I don't really
Awful
get sick,
music.
so I'll probably be alright.
I never suffered it, but seeing people throwing up around you is a bit disturbing, like, because it gets you going.
Yeah.
I went on a fishing trip, local out in the Gulf of Mexico here, and the waves were like, it was like 6 foot swells or something like that, and it was just going like up and down and up and down, and I got sick. But after I got sick, I felt fine. Like
Ducks, I would love the isolator. Yeah, Hashi will fuck you up. Yeah, it will, man. It probably would. Probably would. Ducks. It would definitely do me no good today, man.
When I was a kid, we went over to Ireland on the Sea Link ferry.
Ah, yeah.
And we got out, and a storm came and hit us in the middle of the Irish Sea. Gale force 10 winds.
Fuck that.
And,
That's 35-foot waves.
Yeah, they had to shut the engines down and turn the stabilisers off.
Yeah.
Because the engine kept coming out the water.
Yeah.
This is a big ferry.
Yeah,
It's going
lifting
up like
out,
that,
lifting
going
out
up
the water. Yeah.
crashing down,
Going
on its side. Because
Yeah.
they had to turn the stabilisers.
So you're in it like that. Whoa.
People walking down on the fucking walls, like the walls turned into the floor.
So,
and then it tips back up again, and you're fucking over the other side of the wall.
If you go in a room, like everything's moving around in the room, like back and forth.
You get near the toilets, and there's a big fucking pool of sick coming down the corridor.
Yeah. No thanks.
That was awful. We was out at sea for 15 hours.
Fuck that.
Because of the storm. We couldn't
Yeah,
go
man.
near the dock because of the storm. We had to
Too
wait for it to
dangerous,
come
like,
out.
yeah, too dangerous.
Yeah, because that just crashed right into it, wouldn't it?
if you're in a storm on the water, you don't want to be anywhere near land.
Everything was shut down.
Another thing as well is if you've got a shallow bit, like you can almost bottom the boat out, like
And
You're
what was
coming up
worse,
from
that
that.
everything was shut down. No one could buy anything. No one could get any food. No one could
That
get
would
any...
be terrible.
It was awful.
Yeah.
I was only a kid at the time, but
I've seen a video of some boat that was on. We had this ferry, and it's in the middle of a fucking great storm, and it's literally everything's moving from one side of the room to the other. There's like a grand piano getting moved around and everything, like Don't stand in front of that. Don't stand in front of that. You're gonna get fucking hurt.
Like the movie Titanic. Where it's
Yeah,
like,
well, a bit worse than the fucking Titanic, man. This thing's like fucking all over the shop like that at one stage.
I wouldn't want to be
see
on
when
those.
they lift those people and rescue them off the ship right before it like breaks in half and sinks.
This is a great
It's
scene
like a
in
video
Titanic.
of a
There's a great
It's like-
scene in Titanic when it fucking finally starts sinking and they got the boat breaks in half and the stern goes up like that, full up.
Yeah.
And you see people falling down, and you see one bloke goes right down and he hits one of the balustrades on the way down. And you even hear it go kink. As he's gone down, like hit the thing as he's gone down, like
There's a
Fucking
bunch of them
nuts,
that
man.
were falling and like smacking into things as they fell.
smashing into things. Yeah, there's a great big rope balustrade on one part of it, like for putting ropes on the back of the boat. And as he's gone down, he's hit that, and it goes gink as he's hit it, like
I like how they proved that they both could have lived on the door if they both would have taken their if they would have taken the vest off of her and put it underneath the door, and they could both have gotten on top of it and lived. But
Yeah,
weren't
true.
They weren't smart enough to live.
No one could have lived in that water, man. It was fucking freezing.
Yeah.
It was.
Well, the point
Yeah,
is
the
that you can
About
get out of
when
the
a
water.
boat goes down, never stay with it because that should suck you down with it.
Well, it will do. Like, yeah, a lot of people did get sucked down on the time.
They did
The
that-
ones
they
who got,
tested
the ones who actually got off the boat. So a lot of people jumped off before it sank,
They tested that on MythBusters too.
Yeah, MythBusters did it, didn't they? Yeah.
That there's a suction that'll suck you down with it, but
Run away.
A mate of mine on a fishing boat like years back. He got pulled over by one of the fishing nets, and he went down about 20 meters. Not 20 meters. It's a fucking ridiculous amount. He went down a few feet underwater. He got dragged down by the fucking nets. And they managed to get him back up because they put it back in a reverse to start pulling it back up, like, you know. And he went down about 5 foot or something, like 6 foot in the water, like, you know. Right down. Lucky he didn't drown, like, you know.
The fuck?
Yeah, got his foot caught in a net. He went over with the net, like.
The ocean is not a place for humans to be like.
Man, the ocean is fucking nuts, I tell you.
Floating around on the surface.
Get this, like, get this. We had a mate of mine's a fisherman, so he ended up on this guy's boat, right? And the bloke used to fish, I think it was mackerel and something else, like, right? And he sank. 3 boats had sank on him, and he managed to get off all 3 of them. And the last boat that sank, he lost his mate on the boat. He was underneath in the cabin, didn't get out in time. And when they got down and found the boat, because it was only in about 30 meters of water or something, like, when they went down and found the boat, in the boat was his mate in the cabin still. He was floating in it, and they also found his dog in the fucking wheelhouse, floating in the wheelhouse. And he got off all 3 of his boats, like, managed to swim back to shore. Fucking mad, that, isn't it? One hell of a swim, that, like. You had to think at the end of the day what kind of fucking storm it was to fucking sink the boat in the first place, like, you know. Fucking hell. He used to go out in any weather, like, you know. He was an absolute lunatic, like, oh boy, like.
There was a test done. If there's like a gas underneath the boat, can actually like bubbles in it. I can't remember what it's called, what type of gas it is. But if it catches this pocket, it actually sinks the boat. It just makes the water.
Right, we were on the scalloper, right? So a scalloper scrapes the seabed behind it, like, with about two great big things on each side of the boat, and it's literally scrapes the seabed, right? And the seabed is just full of all sorts of things, even mountains underwater, like, you know. So and crevices and rocks. So you're going along, and all of a sudden the boat would just go, and it'll just go like that, fucking almost like that, tilt up, like, on its side, like, yeah, because you've just caught a rock in the seabed, like, you know, and it just pulls the boat. And I was on a boat once, like, they took us out, and it happened to us twice. And the second time, the boat went like that, almost, and it was like water coming over the fucking rain, like, I thought, fuck me, here we go. And it righted itself again, like, you know, and he had to throw the boat in a reverse, go back, get off that rock, lift them up a bit, and then carry on, like, yeah.
Yeah,
fucking crazy, man. Crazy. Get pulled under by rocks, like, in the seabed. Yeah. It was quite funny, like, because we were 3 of us on that boat, but my mate's father used to be on the boat on his own. So he had to somehow get out the wheelhouse, throw the fucking gear in the reverse, as the boat's going like that.
Sounds like it's a bad idea to go out.
It's a fucking crazy fucking thing, I tell you, man. Many a boat has been sunk by that, like what's on the seabed.
Yeah, there's tons of boats on the bottom of the water.
Oh, mate, yeah. Oh, yeah, even going over boats as well, because there's even sunken boats down there still intact. Like, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Next thing you know, you're just pulling that out all of a sudden.
There's like $1 million yachts out here in the water that are like abandoned, and people go out and salvage them and stuff. They're just like big fucking multi-million-dollar yachts.
Yeah.
Somebody sank on
worth it with yachts, like.
How deep is this place? Where's this place?
Imagine like fishing boats, like big fishing boats, still down there, like, you know, full up. Some of them, like, actually on the fucking, they just sank as they are, like, so they've just gone on the floor. Oh, it's got everything still in them. from the day they
Nearly
sank.
a diver.
Yeah.
Many a seaman lost his life out there, like. Yeah, they took me out. They took me out to see if I wanted a job on a fishing boat. With the boat going over twice like that, I thought, "Fuck this! I'm not having this job." Like, you know. Yeah, I went fucking white almost.
I might have to take the sensor out. I think my alarm's gonna go off.
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys are
Risky
in.
job. Eh?
Oh, you can hear me. Whereabouts is this place then, where the boats sink?
Cornwall, down in Cornwall.
Oh, I didn't realise it's there. I might learn to dive and just dive down there and film it.
Not worth it, like. So it's 30 metres, so that's about nearly 100 foot. Bit dangerous, that, like. Get a chance of getting the bends.
Deep sea diving.
Yeah, deep sea diving. Got to go down there with 2 tanks, like.
Yeah, I believe you can't come up too fast either.
No, not a good idea, like.
Very slowly, apparently, you can go up. Or just get one of those drones. You know those drone submarines?
Underwater drone, like.
Yeah.
When matey I was on about earlier on, with a dog floating in the wheelhouse, like they had to go down there.
I hope their bodies aren't still down. Bloody hell.
No, they got matey out who died who was underneath. He was in one of the cabins underneath. They went down and got his body out because they wanted to give him a burial, like, you know. And luckily he was still in the boat. But the dog stayed in the wheelhouse. There's no point getting him out. Yeah.
That'll be interesting.
Floating in the wheelhouse, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Fighters has got one of those drones.
Yeah, he had that given to him, didn't he?
Might get one, but really expensive.
They're about $3,500 apparently.
Yep, about that.
Not cheap.
I can get really.
Look how often like Dan's used it. Not that much, is he? Not since I've not seen much with it done since the car cave.
It's probably cheaper to just dive down there than actually get the drone.
I wouldn't fucking go in anywhere like that. Like the car cave is fucking toxic.
No, I wouldn't dive in there. It's not bad.
Fuck swimming in that water.
God knows how much lives in it as well.
Deep as hell, like deep as fuck.
I haven't seen him use it. Has he used it in the car cave?
He used it in the car cave, yeah. And he also used it in the Bridge of Death as well, like.
Bridge of Death.
Yeah.
Was that the one that?
That's the one where you see Dan walking across the fucking metal, balancing. Not Dan, the other guy, Danny. Danny actually walks over the rails to the other side. I can't remember. I think that's in Wales somewhere. I think the Bridge of Death. I think the car cave's in Wales as well.
Yeah, car cave's in Wales. They went to that mine as well, which is is it a coal mine or metal? Copper mine.
It's a mineral mine.
Oh, so it being coal or something.
No, it was a mineral mine. It was iron ore, I think, or a slate mine. Might have been a slate mine, come to think of it.
Slate mine, yeah. That hole they showed, I want to climb down there, but obviously
it's dangerous, man. You gotta go down there. Don't go there on your own.
No, I'm not doing it on my own. Stop that shit.
Go down with somebody who knows what they're fucking doing as well.
Yeah, called cavers. The cavers don't really.
Yeah, people in the proper know what's going on. Let somebody know you're doing it as well.
Cavers don't tend to get on with urbex.
That's right, Dux. He did. The Bridge of Death, he nearly lost it too. Yeah, he did. He nearly lost that drone in the Bridge of Death, like, 'cause he went down super deep and it got stuck in a place down there. He had to do some manoeuvring to get it out. That's the last time I've really seen it being used. I haven't seen him do any videos since with it.
Unfortunately, it's not wireless. It's done by cable.
It's cable, like, yeah. It's got a massive great cable with it as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, because you can't. We got Wi-Fi actually in water, but go too deep.
Like, it's you can use it on your phone apparently.
Yeah.
Or you can. I think it's the cable you run it with, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not
Unless
good,
there's
like.
a drone, you just connect Ethernet cable to the drone. Obviously, for a waterproof.
I can't remember. I remember him using some nice some fiber optic cable with it. It was not cheap, like the cable either, like. And he had a good amount of cable with it. He had a fuck off great big roll of cable with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he doesn't use it that often. It's just a bit, you know, he had it given to him and he's done really very little with it.
They should do renting out for with it.
No, he should do some more. Should get back on it really and go out there and do some more with it.
Urbex needs to change the way it is, style of it, because everyone's so many people doing the same thing with the Osmos and gimbals. It just the videos are different, style is the same.
I don't know. It just looks a bit. It just needs to run its course.
In America, that hasn't run its course yet.
Well, America is totally different, isn't it?
Yeah, they're huge. I mean,
I like the cinemas and theatres out in America. I find it fucking fascinating.
I do like
quite a few places out there just abandoned. Like. Some big multi-seated places as well, 3,500 seats theatre, like, you know, just sat there. And the outside of it's got an entranceway with marble all over the place, like, you know, just fucking superb. When it was open, it had curtains hanging around in it everywhere, left, right, and centre. Big fancy robes hanging off the ceiling with gold fucking fleece and everything, like, you know, it just looked fucking really nice. And this place is, I think it's called the Uptown Theatre. A place people like the Stones played there, the Rolling Stones and the Beatles and all that played there. And this place has been empty since the 80s, about 1985. It's been empty.
How the heck did they get in there?
There's a bloke does tours around there apparently. Like to this day, they let people in like for tours. Well, no, it's just a building. It's just one day it'll probably get reopened again, but because where it is there's not much work and anything. It's in a place where there'll never be a use for it anymore. It's not enough people to actually fill it, so it's just sat there, rotting away. But it's a huge building, like fucking the architecture in there is just outstanding, like, you know, and it's just been empty since 1985 apparently.
Wait a minute. In Ireland, it's a criminal offence to be in there, or are you on about America? Ducks.
Trespass in America doesn't exist. Like, if you get caught in America, you're fucked. And also, at the end of the day, you'd probably get shot.
If it's the police catching you, you should be all right. If it's a farmer, you
in America where it's not.
Police only shoot you if you don't know what they're saying. Like, police will only shoot you if you're not doing what they say. They give you.
If you're not, they are like freeze. Yeah, keep your hands where I can see them. Like
instructions, like, oh, let me see your hands. Like,
let me see your hands. Yeah.
If you say like,
don't make any moves.
But in America, that's not the danger. It's not the cops that are danger. It's if you go on someone's private land, they've got the fucking guns.
Yeah, they got the guns. They can shoot you. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's the trouble in
Start
America.
hearing pop, 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 and you're on someone else's land. You better get off of their land.
Yeah. Make sure you lay down low, like.
Hopefully, they give you warning shots first. If they don't, then you're fucked.
Well, you fucking there. You get shot.
Usually, what you might call warning shots is just them missing.
True.
That's right. In the desert, you get buried. Never seen again, like. There must be a load of bodies. There must be a load of bodies in the desert, man. There really must.
Like, people allow hunting on their properties and stuff, but as long as you get a hold of them and say, you know, if you ask permission on their land, you know, they'll do it.
We had a guy in this country called Tony Martin who shot a lad in his house, like shot him dead with a 12-bore shotgun.
This house I went out to, my friend used to live at this. It's like an old farmhouse, and it's on the side of an old store and meat market, like a little like 1830s 40s meat market.
Right.
And it was like, you know, isolated in the middle of nowhere at the time.
I'm
And
just
I went
going to
there.
reheat some curry.
And, it's all abandoned, and the person that owns it is this old lady, but the neighbors like look out for the property for her, you know. And but yeah, last time I went there was like bullet holes all in the side of the house.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, like all shot up.
Fucking hell. Yeah.
There was like a deer feeder, but the place was just being fucking. It was just left to decay.
Yeah.
I wanted to film it.
Well, the guy I was on about, like Tony Martin, who shot this traveller lad in his house, shot him dead. Right, his farm is still abandoned to this day from that incident.
That one.
He served. Apparently, I think he served 5 or 6 years in jail for it, and he got. He was having hassle from the local travellers next door to his house. So one night they broke in, and he was there with a 12-bore shotgun, and he shot him on the steps as they were in the front room. Shot him dead. And he shot old boy like as he was running off, and he caught him in a vital place, and the guy bled to death up the road. Like, one of the guys bled. He caught in the leg on the second shot, and the other guy he shot dead, clear in the room, like shot him dead.
If it was in his house, I understand. But if those guys run out and he shot them in the street, then yeah.
No, he shot them both in the house, like. Yeah. But it's still frowned upon in this country, because at the end of the day, you're not supposed to do it.
Funny, why should he have to just let them just do what they want?
Well, they've been haranguing him for about 2 years, and he said I was a nervous wreck when they broke in that night, and he said that's why I did what I did, and he got done for murder, but then it got quashed through appeal, and it was later he got off with it. Yeah.
Why can't we be like America? Just go, come out.
And to this day, he doesn't live in this country anymore. He actually emigrated somewhere, and his farmhouse is still empty to this day. No one's ever moved in it.
I always want to check that out, but I have no idea where it is.
Tony Martin's house. Look on Google Tony Martin's house, and it'll come up. Somebody actually did do an investigation on it not so long back. They did get inside it. It's fucking wrecked inside. It's in a hell of a state. It's been left for about 15 or 16 years. Yeah, Tony Martin. Tony Martin.
Oh, it is that one then, I thought.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. There's somebody did get in it. It's in a hell of a fucking state.
I think it was Katie Colson.
Hey?
Oh yeah, I think it was Katie Colson that checked it out.
All right, Katie Colson. All right, yeah.
Is there another?
And are you breaking up?
People for no reason. What, me?
Yeah, you. You're getting parts of it.
Oh.
Wow. There's nobody else who's ever really done that, like, other than Tony Martin. He's the only one who ever shot somebody breaking into his house.
Ah, fair enough.
Nobody else has done it. It did bring up a big debate after it happened. There was a big story going around whether people should defend their house with lethal force. But it was, yeah, not many people have done it. I did hear of somebody who did shoot somebody up the road from his house, and he got done for murder for that. He actually ran up the road after him and shot him in the street.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
that's
that was fucking wrong. He shouldn't have done that, and he deserved what he got for that. That was clear. That was pure murder.
Wasn't there a guy that was running around somewhere, started shoot? He shot 25 people.
Yeah, the guy's called. What was his name? Oh, fuck me! I can't remember his name now. He shot 13 people that day.
Oh, yeah, they're saying he could shoot.
One of them even he even shot his twin brother. His twin brother was the first person he shot. Then he went and shot his best mate in a taxi. Shot him point blank.
He shot a 13-year-old.
And then no, he didn't shoot any. He didn't shoot any kids. He shot
Garlic
adult.
naan. Garlic and coriander naan bread.
I don't remember what the fuck his name is.
Like Indian bread.
I don't remember the guy's name.
Boiling hot. I just reheated it all.
Jesus.
And
I might have to go and get a tin of fucking haddock.
Chicken boner.
And there's nothing like
Indian curry, chicken boner. Look at the lumps of chicken in this.
Jesus, man, you're eating. I can't believe you're eating that at 5 o'clock in the morning, man. Fucking hell.
Chicken lumps.
There's a whole breast of chicken they put in it.
Oh.
Chicken boner.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you. You know, in the movie Shaun of the Dead, where he's eating hog lumps. Hog lumps are in a bag. And what are those?
No, they're pork scratchings, weren't they?
Oh, they're like fried pork skin.
Yeah.
Oh, my shit cheese.
Or done in the oven.
I think they call them in Spanish chicharrones. Chicharrones.
Oh.
Pork crackins.
Do I eat the love hearts? Coffee crisp.
What you got?
Well, the Harry got.
Show us what you got. I forgot, like, it's an emergency bucket. It comes with, like, some kind of peach.
Is that out that tub?
Freeze dried peach something. Like a crumble.
Prepper.
Crumble or something.
Crumble in a pack.
Freeze dried, so it's like space. It's like really light.
Is that where you just add hot water and it heats itself, cooks itself in this thing with the chemicals?
Yeah. You can just
chemical
water.
Is that what you can
chemical food like.
Has anyone seen Doomsday Preppers on Discovery Channel?
No.
This stuff has all the vitamins and stuff in it.
No one can hear me, can they?
Yeah, you can hear you, Alex.
Very loud.
I'm super loud. I don't know.
I usually got my headset.
Somebody's in a storm though, like, because it's rumbling like no man's business.
It ain't me.
Oh. It's not me.
Can't be me, like, because I can't hear myself.
Yeah, and I muted myself. Pretty sure it's...
Crazy John
Got
Dan
like a
Alex.
slight lemon flavour to it.
Lemon. Lemon matras.
Lemon.
Fucking hell, Alex, what are you doing with your fucking microphone, like?
Is that better?
I know when you stop waving your microphone around, smashing it around, like, yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. I should mute it.
It's like you're in a tornado.
Does a bit.
There's a storm outside.
Like in the movie
mine now.
Twister, where it's just like
I had
chasing
a
them.
storm earlier on, Frank. It was pissing down rain, and it was really fucking torrential rain.
Yeah, it's like that.
Shit.
Now, at mine.
Well, you probably got it over there then, because we had it earlier on. It was fucking hellish. It even cut my satellite signal. It was that fucking bad.
Play the
Christ.
Frank, play the me shitting my pants clip.
All right. Shall I play the whole video?
Like, cross it.
Alright.
Or so a pain in the ass to get it ready.
Yeah. I have to get it up on YouTube.
Oh, Tantastics. They're probably the best Haribos that Haribo make.
Haribo.
Yeah. Have you tried the sugar-free gummy bears? Oh man.
I ain't eating them. I do want to have
They give you
my
like the
toilet
super
still.
shits. Yeah.
Haribo.
Yeah,
Haribo.
Rocket.
Have you ever seen how
Volcano.
they make Haribo?
I don't want to know.
Do they grind horses up or something?
They grind up fucking all rotten meat bones for it.
Pretty
It's
much.
like
Put it in a great big tub. It's like a cement mixer. Mixing it all up once it's been all boiled to shit. And then they just chuck loads of fucking colouring, loads of fucking chemicals to fucking clean it up. Loads of sweet saccharin. Fucking whack that all in, like. Not fucking nice at all, like when you see what goes in it.
There's no saying what kind of whose bones are in there. There could be human bones and stuff.
Exactly, like there's a giant pile of bones, like.
They could be getting rid of fucking people and then feeding them.
Oh, fuck those, like.
Silent Green.
They always say, be wary of a pig farmer, like.
Oh, you never know. Kill ya.
Yeah.
As a pig farm, as pigs can eat a human body in about 45 minutes.
Years ago, they like 15.
They eat
20
anything.
years,
Pigs just eat anything.
Yeah.
probably
anything.
around 20 years ago, there was a pig farmer in British Columbia, up in Canada.
Yeah.
And they there was a pig farmer that was feeding prostitutes to his pigs, and he was actually like selling the pork to the local markets and shit, you know, like okay, feeding them to these.
Yeah.
And they found out, and they found like remains and stuff of like up to 50-something girls, and
Fuck me.
and
Jesus.
and that's not including the ones that the pigs just devoured and shit, right? And they fucking had to like cancel all the meat at the time. They had to cancel all the meat and recall it all.
You know,
and
we had a guy, we had a serial killer in this.
that house, and it was all. It had the caution and police tape around it at the time.
Yeah, man.
I drove it to the farm.
That's scary.
We had a guy called Dennis Nielsen in this country. Like he was a serial killer.
I was just.
And when they got in his house, he had a dog in the house with him. And when they found him, when they went in and arrested him, he had a human head in a fucking pot on the stove cooking away, boiling the fucking head, like, yeah.
Is he a cannibal?
Apparently, like, yeah, the dog must have obviously eaten some of the humans, like, because dogs eat anything.
Ew.
Yeah.
Ew.
Where's this conversation going?
Down the pan, like, real fucking fast.
So, how to lose your appetite? Are you eating too much? How to lose your appetite?
Yeah.
This.
Well, we used to talk.
Need
My family used to talk about fucking toilets and fucking sewage farms and all that shit when we were eating. Like.
I don't know how the hell.
What?
The conversation used to come up all the time. Like, used to come up every time we were all sat around. We was like, all the family was sat around the table. And then next thing you know, we were talking about toilet habits and having a shit and where the toilet where his shit went. Yeah,
so fucking funny.
Nice.
Fucked up. Like
Nice.
one of my aunties used to fucking. One of my aunties, every time the conversation came up, you'd see her eyes going at the back of her head. Going, here we go. Here we go again.
Whoever finishes eating
What
first,
the
it's like,
hell
I get
is
stuck
Stream
by
doing?
ass worm, so I'm still eating.
Yeah. We loved it. Like we all
Why is
we all
this
around the
going in
table
now?
roaring with laughter. Like we thought it was fucking
It's not letting
hilarious.
me. It's not letting me start a video.
Oh.
I keep going to enable a video and it keeps shutting it down.
I don't know. It's not letting you do anything. Like, is it?
Let's restream's like, nah.
There we go.
Here we go.
Oh, there it is.
Well, there's no play on it. I can't play it.
Damn.
I think Punches is tired.
What? No, I'm not tired.
What happened there? What happened there? Whole screen's gone blank now. Like,
Well, I'm trying to play a video and it's not letting me.
it's not letting you do it.
I'll refresh it. Everyone will just come back in, I think, if I just refresh.
I know. We'll still be here. You just go
I
off.
think yeah,
See?
like that.
That's right. How long are we going to be doing this? Because I want to go to bed soon.
Well, it's a 7-hour stream. You can go any time if you. Yeah, I'm probably gonna head off in a minute.
I'm not staying up till fucking 9 o'clock in the morning. I know that for a fact.
Then these streams like 17 hours.
Hey, nobody's holding the gun to your head, Sleepy John. And you know what? Would really
As long as I look, Dad. As long as I get 5 hours,
I
kid.
would go down on you if you passed out on camera. Like if you just
fell
passed
asleep
out,
for 40.
there.
I'm not though. Tonight, Dan. Tonight I'm wide awake, Dan. So it's not going to happen. Friday night, the Vanguard came on, and I was just literally, but I'd probably been up for about 24 hours. That's why I went for that 40-minute nap, like, you know, of a sleep, like. And I was literally like hanging out my ass.
Yeah, all I'm saying is if you want to sleep, you know, you can sleep.
It's working now.
Hey, punches. Right turn, man. Likes his lasers, like. Love it. Jesus, what are you doing there now? Nice bit of music.
It's stuttering for some reason.
Buffering like a motherfucker. Like. That's got some serious. Whoa! Like it. Ooh, that's a nice storm, man.
Wait in a minute.
Yes. Whoa! Look at that!
I just lit the whole sky
I love
up.
storms like that, man. I love storms like that.
Like a Jurassic Park feel. You know that sound?
Just pausing it for a second and let it buffer.
I love storms like that. I go and stand out in storms like that.
Here we go.
Try and get electric hit by the lightning. Buffering like a bastard, man. Wow. Listen to that. Oh, that's fucking mental. Man, you have fucking cool storms, man.
feels it.
See it.
Are you sat in the car, Dan, or are you stood out in it?
Sitting in my truck. Yeah. Sitting in my
I go and stand in storms like that. Put a coat on and go and stand in it.
I think the big one's about to come up. The big lightning strike's about to come up.
This is the one where he goes, holy shit.
Shit.
Wow. Oh. That scared the birds.
Fuck me, man.
That must have
Bird
been
didn't
loud.
like it. I didn't like that. That was scary. That's really close.
Yeah, that's like getting the car. That's like starting the car up and drive away.
That was a loud bang.
That's huge, man.
Oh.
I love that. I'd be in my element with that, man.
Holy shit. Oh. That scared the birds.
It's cool as fuck, man.
Bird didn't like it. I didn't like that. That was scary.
Yeah, let's start the car up. Let's start the car up and fucking drive away.
That was really close.
Fucking right.
Later that we think right there that's close to the one actually turned off. So I think it might have gotten hit. It sounded like it was like right there at that fucking.
It's fucking mad, man. It's mad. I love storms like that. Love storms like that. I do. Love them.
I've got another 10 minutes
Was
of that.
Right above you.
Yeah.
Was that fork
That's
lightning?
literally- That's bolt lightning, isn't it? That's proper
Oh,
bolt.
bolt lightning.
Yeah, that was crazy. And then when I was driving around earlier, before I got my camera, so I could drive around earlier, I saw some crazy spiderweb lightning going across the sky. And,
Spiderweb, man. Wow.
Yeah, it was just like.
Oh, I'd love to see that.
Going across the sky.
Spiderweb stuff.
Mate, I've been in. We've had storms like that every now and again in the UK. We get a storm like that, and we've had spider fucking lightning and fucking bolt lightning right next to the house, like.
Yeah.
And I was stood out in the garden that night, and I was like, "Come on, like, is that the best you can fucking do?"
I remember in the 80s, we used to get really big thunderstorms, and it was like sheet lightning all over the sky, but no sound whatsoever. It was like, just like
When I was a kid, same here. When I was a kid, we had sheet lightning. It's only in the last sort of 20 years that we started getting bolt lightning and spider web lightning.
sheet lightning just,
Yeah,
it
we
just
get
like
that.
covered the sky in like a spider web.
Yeah,
And
I'll
there
tell
was no
you-
sound. There was no strike. It was just
We went
straight across the sky.
I went to a
We get
place
that.
one night, right? We had a full-on storm, and at one stage, it was right above us, and the sky went orange. I thought there was a fucking UFO over us at one stage. I thought, fuck me, what the hell is that?
We
And
call
it literally just, it was like fucking lit the whole sky up, man, orange. And I was like, wow, man. And then the fucking noise that come after that was like, wow, what? Fucking shook the car, man. I was like that. Start the car up, let's get the fuck out of here. Like, after like, fuck me. Like, it was, but, when I was a kid, it used to change the sky purple. I've had purple lightning. That's fucking quite intense.
The biggest
Purple
storms I
lightning.
see was in the 80s.
Mm.
Especially like 70, late 70s. 79. I think we had the,
70s. I remember him in the 70s. It scared the shit out of me as a kid.
it's when we had the hottest summer, wasn't it? Of all
76. 76. You're right. 76. Just after the hottest summer we had a fucking great big thunderstorm. It got rid of the weather. The weather went back to normal after that. Yeah.
38 degrees or something here in England.
Fucking roasting hot. I'll never forget it. When I was 6 when we had that.
I remember like
Beautiful.
those what do you call them? When dandelions flower, you get the things floating away.
Yeah.
Like cotton wool in the air, just floating around everywhere, just like tons of cotton wool in the air, just floating about.
Yeah.
And it was like an oven. You walk out and you felt like you was inside an oven.
I'll tell you, the only time I've ever seen any weather as hot as that was when I was in Yugoslavia. We went there on holiday.
38 degrees.
And it was
Shit.
35 degrees, 34 degrees in the early hours of the morning. So about 7 o'clock. And then it got up to about 40 degrees, like. And it was fucking roasting, man, I tell you. 12 o'clock was the hottest time of the day, like, you know.
Imagine 38 degrees in England where it's down.
38 degrees in England is fucking nice.
It's hell. It's humid. It's hell.
I love it.
Oh.
Well, we went down on the beach. One year, I think it was 1988. We had a rather hot summer. No, it wasn't 88. It was when I had the car. So it was 1990. We had a warmish summer, and I had my car. I just got my license, and I was driving. We drove out to Porthtown Beach, and the tide was out, and the sea was like a couple of fucking. It wasn't really that deep. You could stand up up to your waist, like.
What's this?
I don't know.
And the sea was like being in a bath. It was like being in a hot fucking bath. Got burnt to a crisp that year. Red hot.
Shame you don't get that very often.
Not in the UK, like.
I think there's one due. I think there is a very hot summer due.
Every
comes in waves sometimes.
Internet's gone really slow, isn't it?
38 was beautiful, man. I love it. Love 38.
30 degrees. 25. Oh. 23. 25 degrees for me is too hot.
38, 40 degrees in Yugoslavia, hottest time of day, 12 o'clock midday.
That's
hot. It's just fucking roasting, man.
More like
roasting. Beautiful weather. Love it. Love weather like that.
Yeah, beautiful weather. Then you get horrible storms. Well, storms.
Yeah, then you get a storm.
Isn't that bad.
Then you get a storm that just changes the weather altogether, like. And it goes cold.
We used to go out on the
It's
hill
amazing how they...
in a thunderstorm.
Yeah.
Watch it.
As you do.
Oh, I did. I used to stand out in them. I love it.
I do. It feels.
I'm
good.
I'm like that. I got my hands up and I'm going, fucking no. Is that the best you can do? Like, you know, I want to see fucking mayhem.
Here's part 2. Let's see it.
Just go in a Faraday cage and get struck by lightning. That's what it's like.
The sound.
Well, the sound.
You seen that? You ever seen that Faraday fucking experiment? Have you?
When you play it.
Oh yeah,
You
with
seen
2 Tesla coils.
Yeah, with a bloke stood in there with a chainmail suit on, like.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's fucking bonkers.
Fucking mad. That is mad.
And there's no sound coming through it.
That's it.
No
Do some sound effects.
I don't know. It's not one of the. It's not one of the players.
Sound effects. StreamYard's playing up, I think.
I don't know. It's not going to play it, is it?
It's slow, so it doesn't make people busy.
That's holy shit.
That's the sample I played.
It's not. It's blurred.
That must have been pretty loud.
Let's say this. If you stood out in it, you'd get soaking wet. Hence
Yeah.
why you go out with a coat.
Yeah, it was
Extra
pouring down
strike.
rain. I think we got like 4 inches of rain.
Really, we had some rain tonight. I thought we were going to have a storm. I really did at one stage.
It was chucking it down outside.
Oh, it was fucking pouring down out of mine.
Is it
It was
raining?
literally
Nope, it's not raining.
running off the house. Like it was like streams of fucking water.
Zeus. I was trying to Zeus.
Zeus, yeah.
I was doing that.
Oh,
You just go, and it goes, "Pow," wherever you point.
Yeah.
I'm pretty close to the River Medway, which goes out by the Thames onto the Thames estuary.
Yeah.
The River Medway. I'm like a mile from it, or half a mile from it. So it floods here.
Right above me.
Jeez.
It floods when we get like a lot of rain. All the roads get flooded.
Yeah. I was amazed we didn't have a flood tonight.
There's a lot of water on the ground.
I reckon I got some water in the house tonight for that rain. It was fucking pouring it down, man. Pouring it. You could fucking hear it.
I do love the sound of rain when it pours.
When we was living in Sheppey, the council used to deliver sandbags because of the floods.
Really?
Yeah, to put up
Wow.
the doors because of the flooding.
Yeah, I'm lucky where
Why
I
you
am.
put a
I'm
floodgate?
not in a flooded area like where I am. So I'm lucky.
Why don't you put some floodgates in?
Well, on a whole island.
On a whole island, yeah.
No, not that. I meant on your door. I meant the door one.
Oh, it costs money, they do, like.
Yeah, a hell of a lot of money.
Yeah, they're not cheap, but
Yeah, they're not cheap, like.
they're better than sandbags.
At the end of the day,
Sandbags do the job.
at the end of the day, that's where you want a house built up high.
3-4 foot water, like you got to.
Yeah, 3 foot of water. Yeah, yeah. Not nice, is it?
No.
That floods your house.
Just get one of those anti-flood houses.
It's part of the council tax fees. They have to go around delivering sandbags.
That's what they have to do, like, yeah.
See better through my windshield.
Sandbags are not that fucking brilliant either, like they're fucking pretty shit.
It's
better than nothing.
Yeah,
I
that was
suppose.
weird right there where I said I could actually see better through my windshield when I looked through the camera than I could just looking through the windshield.
Wow.
It was like picking up different lights, frequencies and amplifying them.
It's amazing you didn't have the power going out, like, with that kind of lighting.
Oh yeah, when it starts getting like this, I'd like to be in an open place where I could see which direction the storm's coming from.
Man, have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen a storm move around? It's fucking mad, man. I tell you, it's crazy. I've actually seen rain moving around in a pattern, like just fucking raining in bits.
When we used to go up, we knew a storm was coming years ago. Like you could feel it coming in the air, and we knew it was going.
Yeah.
So we used to go down, walk up the hill. It's like the highest point in the village. We used to go right up to the top of there with our guitars and that, and fucking smoke and sit around, light a campfire, waiting for the storm. And there was one evening we could see what looked like the fucking Independence Day ship coming over the horizon up this hill.
Jeez.
And it was a big fucking cloud, like a ventricular cloud. Like
Full of storm, like.
It looked like the Independence Day ship coming over and, over, and then fucking lightning coming down out of it.
With it, yeah.
It was amazing.
I bet.
No rain.
That'd been an awesome sign.
No rain for ages, like waiting for the clouds to come over. We're just like.
I love a thunder as well, like when it really fucking shakes your house.
Yeah.
So the whole village was getting wet. You guys were just dry as a whistle.
Well, the storm hadn't come over yet. It was
down and watching in the village, like, yeah.
Yeah, you can actually see
That
the
would have
rain
been cool to see that.
Like I said, I've seen it once. I've seen rain move around with a storm with
That's
it.
bonkers.
It
And it's
like,
fucking mad, man.
it was
It's
like a
crazy
blue,
to watch.
it's like a blue sky and a big black cloud formed.
Yeah.
Like a round,
It's just-
big, massive round cloud. Looked like fucking Independence Station.
Yeah, we had that as well.
Yes.
It was like rain clouds moving around
Yeah.
with just rain, just where they were was rain. There was nowhere else, like, you know, and they would just have a storm with that bit.
And the
So you'd
cloud,
have
the cloud was lighting up with the lightning. It looked
lightning, yeah. But it was great. It was mad watching the rain go with it as well. As it's moving around, the rain's going with it. So it was just raining. It's like a shower head, you know, moving around like fucking nuts.
Yeah, basically the sky was lighting up like this. It was pretty cool. Sometimes you don't even hear the thunder.
That means it's in the distance. You know, they always say like count. If you can count to 10, it's usually a good fair distance away. If it's in one or two, it's right over you.
They reckon it's a mile for every second or something.
Yeah, a mile for every second. Yeah.
Come on now. I didn't get nothing at the end here, so I just ended it. But come on now.
Intense. Very intense.
Bloody weather.
I love it. I love storms, man. I just get right into them.
And there we go.
I do. I could get right into storms, man. Watching storms is fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
Years ago, somebody thought I was walking one day in a storm, and somebody thought I got struck by lightning. Like this fucking great big fucking bolt went up above me, and I was like, I sort of went forward, and they thought, "Fuck me, you just got hit by lightning." But it wasn't. Like,
You only hear the lightning when it comes down, hits the ground.
Yeah.
When it goes across the sky, it doesn't make any sound, just like a buzzer.
No, it's a buzz. Yeah.
Yeah, we get what we call heat lightning here, where it's just flashing. It goes across into the sky, but you don't hear any sound.
Yeah, I've had that. I've seen heat lightning as well. Yeah.
Because there's no strikes breaking the air. There's nothing breaking the air. It's not coming.
No,
through.
it's not coming down.
It's just ozone. It's just ozone. kinda
Ozone
making that.
based, yeah. See, I'd like to see the Northern Lights as well. That's another thing I'd love to see.
I've seen.
Just
I've
go
seen
Norway.
Yeah.
I've seen some Northern Lights kind of thing up in Washington State, where it looked like it was
They're not supposed
Northern
to be there.
Lights. It looked like we're going through a meteor shower. It looked like like white streaks of light coming from like a center point in the sky.
Yeah.
Like we were going through hyperspace. It was crazy.
Yeah.
That'd be a good picture.
A few years back, the Northern Lights came down really far south.
Yeah.
And we was able to see it like people up in like the middle of England was able to see it up in like
Yeah. You usually can see it in Scotland, can't you? The Northern Lights.
You can see it right at the peak of Scotland. You can see them.
Yeah.
And then the south, I think
Yeah,
the Aurora Borealis and the Aurora
Borealis. Yeah.
And the
Well, that is the green light.
Australis. The Aurora
That is the green light. Green. Yeah, I thought that was.
The Australis
Isn't
is
it?
the southern hemisphere, and the Borealis is the northern.
Oh, that's right. That's what it's called.
Aurora Borealis. That is green.
It's all different colours: green, purple.
Green and purple. Yeah.
Blue, green, purple.
All
Flashes
different
of little orange and stuff every once in a
Yeah.
while.
Yeah.
Yeah, mostly green.
It's radioactive.
Mostly green.
It's radioactive plasma.
Yeah. Something's not right.
It's like when you have a like a neon light bulb, or for a bar sign, you get that neon tubing. It's the exact same principles are happening. It's electromagnetism going through those particles and charging them up, and they light up. And the gases.
Dux is asking, does anybody remember a thunder snow?
No.
Thunder snow. Yeah, well, that's what happened to us last year here in Texas. The thunder snow, it froze everything. It was like the coldest it's been in like recorded history here.
I remember the we had the storm a while back with the big hailstorms and thunder, like
with thunder, with big balls of fucking ice.
yeah. It's like a storm, like a thunderstorm, but big fucking massive golf ball size.
Golf ball size fucking hailstone, like yeah. Kind of thing that shatters your windscreen, like.
That shit does happen here. Luckily, I haven't been bombarded by those things.
Yeah, that would fuck your caravan right up, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah.
That happened here in England in the 90s. It caused fucking billions of pounds of damage.
It did, yeah.
Because the big, massive fucking hailstorms in this freak storm.
Yeah.
Shattered fucking windows all over the country.
That's right, yeah. Windscreens being broken.
Motorways coming to a standstill.
People trying to brave it with a mattress to throw a mattress on their windshield, and then and then they like trying to cover their heads so they don't get fucking domed by.
They don't get domed, like yeah. Yeah.
Wow! Just 5 pounds.
Fucking hell, man! Great big piece of ice fall over that skyline.
Or 2 pounds. I would say it's like probably a 2-pound chunk of ice.
you gotta worry about fucking planes as well, because aeroplanes let some of that shit out as well, don't they? Great big fucking piles of fucking
when they empty the
water.
toilet.
And they empty the toilets, yeah.
Because that turns to ice on the way down.
Yeah.
I thought they stopped doing that now.
Oh no.
Dumping shit out of planes.
That still goes on.
They never did that. They never did that.
They
never did that, and they don't. No,
Shouldn't be allowed to do it, but
they don't do it.
Yeah, the tanks. What happens is the tank sometimes leaks, and it seeps out onto the skin of the aircraft and accumulates in one area. It keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
And then it gets big enough to where it breaks off and comes
breaks
down
off a
big
flat.
ass ice storm.
Yeah.
that'd be a
Big-ass
bad
balloons
day
on-
having ice shit on you.
But they don't.
Very bad
They don't
day.
just dump fucking tanks, and that's fucking.
No, they
wouldn't-
don't dump
that's a
tanks.
no.
There ain't no tanks on the the Atlantic crossing ones.
Yeah, they
It's
even
just-
asked.
Yeah,
they
'cause it's
even
dumped
asked
in the
Air
sea.
Force, do you have where's the switch that dumps the tanks, right? And they're like, there's no switch to
Well,
dump the
there ain't,
tank.
the toilet actually goes directly out the plane when you flush it.
No, it gets saved to the tank.
It
and
gets
they suck
saved
it
up.
out when
They suck it out,
they
yeah.
they suck it out when, when you land.
I saw a program once on telly about
Poor Joe's job has to attach a pipe under the plane, and it
Some
sucks the
bloke's
shit
gotta
out.
suck it out, like, yeah.
I know in the 80s.
Oh, imagine the pipe just falling off while he's sucking it out.
In the 80s they did in the Atlantic crossings.
Well, they would have done that over the sea, like, I would say, yeah.
But in those days the toilets didn't have a tank because of the weight. They wanted to keep the weight down.
Yeah, true. Planes weren't exactly
In the old days in the 70s.
advanced then.
Mate of mine used to work for the railways, like, years ago. Another lad I knew. He used to work with the railways, and he used to work on the tracks. And every now and again, a train would go flying by, and you get a mist coming off it. As they just empty the toilet, yeah.
Yeah, they definitely do the British Rail. They empty
Right,
My
man.
cat sounds like it's hungry.
They empty the tanks on the trains on the
On the
train.
train, yeah, they fucking do, like. He
Do
said
that
it's
all the time.
lovely, you get a nice mist of piss in the air.
Oh, is that your cat punches?
That cat makes a hell of a meow, like.
Making a lot of racket.
What's he meowing for, like?
You want something? They
He's
only
probably
talk
like, give
to-
me food,
they
bitch.
talk to people.
Mine never does that. He just does it when he says hello now and again, like.
Where's your
The way
cat
he's
then
looking
today?
at it,
Saw him earlier.
he's like, don't you understand?
I want food.
No.
Where is he, like? Oh, he's sat there next to you, look. Look at the size
He's
of that
getting
cat,
right
man.
dirty looks. He looks fat. No
Meow.
offense.
Can you hear it? Can you hear it? Meow.
Meow. Meow.
Look how pissed off he looks.
He is. He's hearing me. He's hearing me out.
Meow.
I got a video. I saw a video the other day with these two big bloody cats with this little monkey.
Oh dear.
And the
Don't
monkey,
like the sound of that.
the monkey was trying to eat some fucking ice cream and yogurt with a spoon, and the cats are getting in there, and he's trying to push the cats away from his fucking ice cream, and they're butting in and they're like trying to push him, but then at the end, like the monkey's hugging the cat. It's like really cute. It's really cute. It's like a little small monkey, you know, like little small ones.
Want some attention?
The cats are like twice the size of the monkey.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Cat.
It's funny.
They're beautiful cat.
John, where's your cat?
He's sat behind me on the kitchen surface.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's starting to come in a lot now because it's getting dark early at night, so he's coming in a lot. Comes in. It's rare not to have him sat on me because he usually sits on me a lot. Most annoying, like, because he does it all the time.
I might get a cat.
They're a task. Like you gotta, and it'll also limit you what you have to do if it's in the house.
Well,
all the time.
It's not as much as a task as having a dog.
Dogs, a dog's fucking hard work. I had a dog years ago. Hard fucking work now. Cats are alright. They look after themselves, like, you know.
Yeah.
But you've got to have. At the end of the day, you either have it in the house with you all the time, or it goes out.
You still get pissed off. And if you die and you have a cat, your cat will eat you after like 3 days.
Dogs are the same. Like my mate who's a fisherman, his father died in Thailand, and the dog actually chewed his arm. So there was great lumps out of his arm. He was trying to wake the dog was trying to wake him up, like, so the dog was chewing at his arm, trying to wake him up, and in the end, half the arm was chewed up. Like, you know. And when the guys came in, actually came in to find him, they shot the dogs dead.
That's a bit extreme.
Yeah.
Have you seen that film called
Bastards.
Hachiko? Have you seen
Hachiko?
Hachiko? About the dog.
Punches, your cat is pissed off.
It's a true story. It's a true story.
Very demanding sometimes.
It's about a dog that was fell off of a train.
Oh yeah. Wow.
And the bloke picked it up and ended up taking it home. And then it's like the relationship between the dog and the bloke. But then the dog followed him to work every day. He walked down the train tracks to the train station. The dog followed him. Then went home when he got on the train. Then the dog would come back at the time and wait for him to get off the train from work. Followed him home. It's like this, building up this relationship with the dog. And then one day he goes to work and he has a heart attack at work and dies. And he doesn't come home.
The dog just sits there and waits.
And the dog went to the train station every day for like 12 years.
Yeah.
And they moved and they tried to take the dog with him. And then the dog escaped. This is in Japan, I think. And originally the story was Japan. But this remake was set in America. The dog fucking walked for 3 years across the country.
To go back to where it was.
To go back to the train station and lived in the bush under the train station.
Wow.
And they ended up putting a statue for the dog at the train station.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I'm filling up now thinking about it. It's really sad.
The dogs, mate. I've seen a video of dog. There's a bloke who let go of this pit bull cross, I think it was, white dog, and he dumped the dog at the side of the road, and then threw its bed in, and then they legged it into the car, tried to drive away. The dog's gone up to the side of the car, and he's like begging to get back in the car. It's fucking heartbreaking. I think Snoop Dogg actually saw the video to it, and he gave some money for the dog to be reowned. But yeah, it's sad, man, watching it, because the dog's like trying to get back in the car. and he's running to both sides of the car, and then when the car drove off, he actually ran after the car for a little bit. Fucking harsh, man.
Shit.
That's the movie I wrote it in, Hachiko.
Hachiko.
It's starring in that remake. It's starring Richard Gere, but
It's true though. They do like. I know that I've seen lots of videos of dogs being dumped in places, and they go back and wait for him to come and pick them up.
yeah.
Yeah, I think if you do that in England, I think you get arrested if you did that in England.
No, you don't get arrested in this country. The guy who let go of the dog in this country, it was an English video. It was done in the UK, and the guy, they never found out who the guy was. He was there with his missus in the car, so there was two of them in the car because the dog went to both sides of the car to try and get back in.
I see that clip. It's like taken on CCTV footage.
Yeah, it's a CCTV. Yeah, outside some guy's
Oh
house.
yeah, that one.
Yeah, the guy pulls up
That's
in a
fucking
silver car.
crazy.
He opens up the boot. He's got the dog on the lead. He runs over to the lamppost, lets the dog off the lead. The dog then runs back as it would do as he goes to the boot to get the bed in. He then runs back.
Yeah.
The dog goes back to the lamppost. As the dog's then run off to go do something, he's then legged it back to the car, pulled out the bedding, threw the bedding by the lamppost. They both, and then he jumped in the car, and the dog's then legged it back, and he's then begging at the door. He's like pulls up at the window of the car, like trying to get back in.
Then he runs around the car, goes to the
And he runs around the car, and he goes on the other side to try and get the attention of the bloke. And then the car drives off, and the dog actually chased after the car for a little bit, and then came back, and then went and sat down in the bedding on its own. Like, it's fucking heartbreaking video, man. That is.
Yeah.
I'd be in tears. That did.
I'm filling up now. Fucking just sad.
It's harsh, man. It's harsh seeing it. You know.
Thing is, if these
Got some
people don't
balls to do that,
take
man, I
them
tell
to
you.
home, that would quite happily take it. Why don't they just take it to home instead of doing that? Cause
just stick a sign up.
Doesn't cost much.
It's fucking hassle, isn't it? Yeah, but at the end of the day, mate, you've got so many individuals who are looking for dogs, bait dogs, basically. Like, it's fucking harsh, man. But I mean, Gumtree's fucking terrible for advertising dogs. You know, there's a lot of people fucking buy dogs for bait dogs, and it's fucking wrong, man.
Yeah, that's just wrong.
It's fucking wrong. Yeah, there's some awful videos out there.
They should go to prison for that shit.
It's not just scent. It's dogs and humans.
Listen, man, they know, like,
it's a relationship. It's like they're like part of the family, and they
are, man.
You as their like a father or mother, their parent.
Have you ever seen dogs being reunited with somebody that's disappeared? Like, there's a guy who had a stroke and he was in hospital, and the dog was waiting outside the hospital, like, and the guy had a stroke, and in the end somebody took the dog to a shelter, and about 6 or 8 months later they found the guy, and they reunited him with the dog, and the dog went absolutely berserk when he saw him. You know,
Wet himself.
It's because they don't forget. I really
Yeah,
don't
man.
think dogs forget.
well, the dogs are
Dog is
loyal,
the only
man.
animal in the animal kingdom that reads the human face the same way we read each other's faces.
Yeah.
Expressions and emotions.
Yeah, man.
They know when you're sad, and
They do.
they react.
Yeah. Harsh, man. Isn't it?
They can also smell it. They can also smell your pheromones and your,
They can smell. They can smell fear as well. They also smell cancer.
smell all sorts of things that you don't realize your body's doing. that
Yeah,
your glands are
certain
doing.
ones can smell. Certain ones can smell cancer.
Yeah.
If you're nervous, dog can.
They take dogs into hospitals. We've got a hospice near here. They take dogs into the hospice for the people with cancer and that. Just to
Yeah.
prevent them,
Yeah, there's a video of on YouTube of a bloke who was reunited with his cat, and he was in a hospice, like, and he was like one of his last wishes was to see the cat, like, so they brought the cat in, and it's a heartbreaking video to watch, like.
Yeah, I've seen the thing about the scent and the pheromones. Yeah.
Yeah, it's big, man. It's huge.
But have you seen Dr. Rupert Sheldrake, who's done telepathy experiments with dogs and humans?
No.
He films a dog with a CCTV in the home. He has the owner go out on a drive away. Then while no one at home, just the dog on his own. The dog's like running around all over the place, like
going
just doing
nuts.
his normal thing. Bit sad and just wandering about the house and just moping about. And then as soon as Dr. Rupert Sheldrake sends a text message from his mobile to the person out to start coming home.
Yeah.
The second the call goes through and he reads the message, the bloke to come home.
The dog's on it.
The dog like jumps up like that.
Yeah.
The split second that he sent the message and the owner's seen it to go home. It's like there's some sort of
How? That's pretty insane.
Cats have it as well, because I used to sort of appear. Well, my other cat before this one, I had a black cat called Joe, and he used to sense that I was coming home because he'd come in the house, literally seconds before I walked in.
The dog.
He knew I was coming home.
As soon as that bloke got the call to go home from another third party, the camera shows the dog sort of jumping up, listening, and then going up to the window and just waiting at the window constantly until doesn't move from the window until the owner arrives.
Yeah,
that is bizarre.
And he's done it for like hundreds of dogs.
The brain to the frequency of that.
They're tuned up, man. They are. They're tuned up.
Dr. Rupert Sheldrake. It's dogs who know when their owners are coming home. He wrote a book about it and done a documentary about it.
There's another one with forces people, like they've gone away on a tour of duty and they've come back, and the dogs like sensed it as even before they got to the house. The dog's there. As soon as the door opens, the dog's gone fucking loopy, to the extent that one dog literally collapsed. It was that excited. He literally, the dog got collapsed 2 times. Like he was that excited. You know, he hadn't seen his owner in 6 months.
That's crazy.
And he blanked out the dog twice. You had to revive him twice. Like fucking hell. Like whoa.
I started to get a bit broody for a dog. I miss my dog.
Dogs, you know, I've only ever had one in my life. We had a black Labrador. He was fucking crazy, that dog.
I grew up having a dog like all my life up until when my last one died in 2008.
That cat is not happy.
It's like ready to have your hand off, like.
He just wants attention. He likes that. He likes to be like slapped.
Mine doesn't like that at all.
Okay.
He loves it.
He gives me a sharp bite for that.
He only swipes at me when I stop.
It's weird, isn't it?
Kinky cat.
Yeah, I know. He likes it. And it's like he wants you to smack him really freaking hard.
Oh, wow.
Why?
No. I don't know, man. Don't ask me. Like, he just... I did it once, and he's like demands it.
I've never had cats do that. I've had cats that are very deceptive. They'll come up to you and give you love, and then all of a sudden they'll just bite a big chunk in your hand, like.
Yeah, it's like, what the hell?
You're like, what was that for?
He won't bite me unless I'm like playing with him, like with my hands.
Oh, this was only supposed to be a couple of hours. This stream.
You gonna shut up?
Here we go. We're coming up to 6 o'clock. Well, I'm gonna go to bed at 8.
Yeah.
I gotta go to bed at 8. I'll never get into the fucking shop.
You guys are crazy.
6 o'clock.
My sister's cat hates people rubbing his stomach. Only she's allowed to do
Yeah, well,
it.
most cats don't like people rubbing the stomach. It's a very sensitive
But
area.
my sister's allowed to do it.
Yeah, well,
When I did it, it rolled through his back trying to. I want a toe rub, then attacks you.
Yeah.
My sister, we had a cat when I was really little.
Who's this guy? All of you guys have been. What? Oh, I do.
Here we go. We got a troll. We got a troll.
We got a troll.
I wasn't gonna say it.
You got one.
We got one. We got one.
We got a troll.
He's like, who's the troll here? Who's the troll here? We got one. We got one.
Wait. Oh, yeah. I didn't read the whole thing. Yeah, fucking idiot.
This has been reported for terrorists.
Well, he's blocked.
Because of the cat.
Fuckers.
He's on it.
I know I've got a beard. Jesus Christ.
Dragon.
The cat will only let you rub its belly if it trusts you. Yeah, my cat will let me rub its belly. It just licks me.
Yeah, never. Mine, none of mine ever liked it. Belly rubs. Fucking hate it.
Some cats do. Some cats don't.
You get a right bite for that, right? Very sensitive area.
I love if he did that and he just bit him.
He tries to lean on me and stuff, you know. See?
Lean on you. Yeah, I like that when they do that. Head bumps are good as well, like.
Yeah, licks the same spot for like a fucking too long.
Oh, it licks your skin like mine does that every now and again. Yeah.
You know, like nibble at you right there.
Oh yeah, they'll give me a nip as well, like little nip if I'm ignoring him. He'll give me a nip. He'll be like, oi.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish this at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
20
Good
minutes.
plan, like. Good plan, friend.
Some pussycat chin rub there.
Chin rub.
I've got some
Pussycat
cold
chin
free
rub
ice
action.
cream. I'm gonna finish that off in a minute.
Oh, that sounds fucking good.
Cold
That
free.
sounds nice.
That does sound nice.
It does sound nice. I might get a nice lolly in a minute.
It's quite warm here.
It is warm. It is rather warm. You're right.
I can't have animals in this house.
I can.
Okay.
Yeah, but this is a supported living, so.
Mine, the downside with where I live is they've got a main road right outside the house. So, and it's busy during the day, but during the night it's deceptive. I had a cat ran over right outside the house one night.
Shit.
And my next door neighbour's gone like that, knock on the door, and they said, "You have a tiger type looking cat, don't you?" I said, "Well, sort of. Me and the next door neighbour look after it." He said, "Oh, it's just been hit by a car." And there it was in the middle of the fucking road, like heartbreaking.
Jeez.
And they had to go. I had to knock on the next door neighbours, and my next door neighbour on my right side fucking hates me, you know. And I had to go and knock on the door and say, "Look, the cat's just been run over." When she answered the door, she said, "What do you want?" I said, "The cat's just been run over outside the house. I thought I'd let you know, like, you know." "Oh, I'll go get him then."
Oh.
And she went and picked him up in a towel, like, threw him out in the bin.
We had a mad cat.
Jeez.
I lived in the big circle. I had to drive around in a circle to get back into my driveway. And every time I was driving around, this fucking mad cat would be stalking at the side of the road, ready to jump at the side.
Mad
Like
cat.
it used to go after the wheel of cars.
Do you know what? Do you know another thing that they tend to
The
do
most
is sleep,
dangerous part of it.
sleep on the wheel.
Yeah, or in the engine when they're little.
Oh mate, another lad I knew, he had one of those Persian Blues. Now they're worth a bit of money, Persian Blues, like, you know. And the thing slept on a wheel of this fucking vehicle. The next day the guy got up, drove off and ran it over.
Yeah, it's pretty common.
Beautiful cat.
There was one time the cat leapt, it missed the wheel and fucking hit the wing of my car. I thought, fuck, I've killed it. I stopped, got out, and it's like unconscious on the bloody side. I thought, oh,
Yeah.
fuck, dead. go and knock on their door. She come out. She said, "Oh no, you run over my cat." I said, "I didn't run over it. It fucking jumped at me, like leapt at my car." I said,
Launched at him.
Why would it do that? She says. Why would it do that? And then
Yeah.
it goes, "Oh," starts waking up like howling. It just knocked itself out.
A dog we had, like as I say, we had a black lab, and he got hit by a car. Actually hit the front of the car. Didn't get hit by the wheels or nothing. The front of the car hit it. And the dog literally legged it off 100 mile an hour, and we found him in a tree up the road, hiding in a tree. They have a tendency to do that when they get hit. They leg it off.
So I was riding in the car.
I nearly died when I saw that. I was like, oh!
Car in front of us. There's a car in front of us at night, and this little dog. It was like this little Pomeranian, like little. Or what are the ones with the white? They're like little poodles.
Yeah.
Well, it was like this little dog comes running across the road and goes right under the back wheels of these people in front of us. Like, whoa. Like fucking gets up,
ran off like nothing happened. Yeah.
Yeah, we stopped. They stopped, and then they drove away, and we stopped, and we were like, "Oh shit!" So we went to the place where it went back to. You know, it was like, yeah. It was like laying there, like spazzing and twitching and shit on this lawn, and we knocked on the door and was like, "Hey, is this your dog?" You know, and they were like, "Oh no, it's Gizmo. That's the neighbor's dog."
Gizmo.
Right, so, and it was out there like.
I have to get a video of the bloody next door neighbour's cat that's over there. Giant, like I call it Arnie. It's huge, Scottish Highland thing. It looks like a leopard or something.
I tell you, there's what they call Bengals. Bengals grow pretty big, like, don't they? Bengal cats. Yeah. Very nice coat on them. Very nice sort of.
Very demanding eaters.
Very demanding. Very vocal as well. Extremely vocal cat.
This is Scottish. It's called a Scottish Highland. I see if I can get a picture of it.
Yeah, I know. It looks. Highland. They got long hair in it. Is it long hair cat?
No, it's short.
Yeah, it's like a big.
Short hair.
Almost looks like a lynx.
It's like a leopard. It looks like a leopard.
Right.
It looks like a proper wild cat.
Yeah, mine had leopard sort of.
But it's like a grey and brown sort of spots. Not.
Yeah, they look like a lynx, but not a lynx, but look like a lynx.
Scottish Highlands. Hang on, I'll just type in Scottish Highland. It's just finding pictures of scenery. Scottish Highland cat.
I can't find the pictures of it. I might have got it on my Facebook. If I've got it on my Facebook.
Actually, it's not a Scottish Highland cat.
I could probably share if it's on my Facebook. I got a picture of the two cats I had.
The one I got here, Scottish Highland, looks more like a tabby cat, but the one that's next door looks more like a lynx or a.
Yeah,
leopard.
I've seen the ones that look like they have like a lynx, almost like a coon, like a Maine Coon.
Yeah.
Maine Coon.
And
Maine Coons are lovely cats.
Got short hair.
Yeah, I used to have a Maine Coon.
Yeah, they're beautiful
Almost
cats,
30
Maine
pounds.
Coon.
That cat got almost 30 pounds.
I know it's a Scottish cat. She told me it's a Scottish something.
I don't think I've got any other cats.
Scottish.
Oh yeah, here we go. I'll show you a picture of the cat I had that got run over. I'll try and share it in a minute.
Grandma got ran over by a reindeer.
I'll show you the one I lost.
Some folks say there's no end. Some folks say there's no such thing
See
as
if I can get a
reindeer.
full picture of it. Here we go. Right, full picture. I'll share you a screen. I'll show you the one that got run over. Right, I got it up front. That's Lipo. Lipo got run over right outside the house. It was a beautiful cat, man. Look at the fur on him, look.
Yeah.
Lovely cat that was.
Like a tiger.
Like a tiger, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a beautiful cat.
It's like what we would call a tabby.
Yeah, tabby. He was a tabby tiger cat.
He's like the tabby tuxedo because he's got that white on his neck and chest. And
See if
belly.
I got another. There's another picture. That's me black cat Joe. That was my other cat. He died. He died in my arms. He had some tumor growing in him.
What you got growing there? Strawberries?
Nah, fucking hell, that's just a load of shit in the ground, that is. No,
Right,
just a
I've
load
got,
of
I've got
crap.
an image of what next door's cat looks like. I just found.
I don't know if I got any more. That's it, really. Like, yeah. No more pictures of that. Yeah, Lipo was a lovely cat. But him and Joe, they hated each other. I don't know if I've got a picture of them both sat together.
Hey, look at this.
Quite-
This is what... Hang on.
Oh yeah, there they are. They're both together. They hated each other. And Joe on the
See,
toilet.
I had a cat that looked just like that cat, and it was this cat's brother looked just like that cat.
Yeah. I don't know if we got them both sat together. I had them both sat on the chair once. It's a great picture. No, I haven't got it. No, I better stop fucking showing that because it shows me fucking... Come on, fucking get out.
I'll switch it off. There we go. Look at this. This is what next door's cat does to me when it's sitting on my doorstep and won't let me in my own bloody flat.
Wow.
That's what it looks exactly like that, like a lynx or fucking. It's huge as well. It's built like a. It's massive.
Yes, that's a crazy looking cat.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. But it's more grey than that and brown.
Yeah.
And it looks evil. and it growls like you're like, wow, like proper
Yeah.
growl.
Oh yeah, but they kick off like.
It's really territorial. It's sit on my doorstep, and I get home, and I want to get in, and it like won't let me by. It's sitting on
Alright.
the doorstep, guarding bloody my door. I try to move it, and it goes to lift its paw up and claws out. Fucking hell.
I'll give you another. I'll show you another one, like just briefly, like of them both sat together. It's quite funny. Yeah.
Yes, quite funny.
That's them both sat together, which was very rare. Very rare that they both sat together. But they hated each other. So to have them both sat in the chair together was quite rare. Yeah. And they had proper fights as well. I've got a video of them somewhere fighting each other. It's fucking funny as fuck.
Oh, I just got smoke in my eyes.
Cats. Yeah, I loved Lipo,
Yeah,
man.
we-
Lipo was a lovely cat, and he died right outside the house, man. And I remember it. 'Cause I just remember hearing this thud, and then I got a knock on the door from the next door neighbour on the other side. Like, and he goes, "Do you own a tiger? Do you own a tigery looking cat?" And I went, "Yeah, why?" He goes, "It's just been run over."
Hmm.
And there was no damage to it. He'd just been hit hard on somewhere. I think he probably got hit on by the front of it or something. And he was complete. He had no crusher or anything. He just got killed instantly outright. Right? Harsh, man.
Yeah, it's hard. My
Yeah.
last cat I got run over in the street too.
Yeah, Joe was the black one. He had some illness, like, and he just stopped eating his food one week. And I thought, what's the matter with him? And he started losing weight very quickly. And I thought, well, what could be wrong? And then he started eating again after 3 days, but there was something not right. So I took him down to the vets, and they said, oh, he's in a hell of a state. We've done blood tests. He's tumored up. He's got a tumor inside him. Yeah, and he had to be put to sleep right in front of me. Like, that was heartbreaking. That was I actually fucking cried for that in tears. It's very rare that I cry.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
find a picture of this.
Yeah,
this
I
like,
had
next door
I had a
neighbour's
cat that was put to sleep in my arms, and I cried.
Yeah, Joe used to sleep in the top of my arm. like a ball of fur in the top of my arm. He'd done that from when he was like 6 weeks old. So when he was only 9 when he died, so he'd done that. You know, every night he used to sleep in the top of my arm. Yeah. Ruggy doesn't do that. He just comes and sleeps on my chest. If I try and put him in my arm, he doesn't like it. And Ruggy didn't get on with Joe either. Like, he was another one who didn't get on with Joe. I had 3 cats that didn't like each other. 2013, that was that last photo. So that's just about six months before he got run over, Nico. Yeah.
Yeah, I found one that's more like its colour. It's the same type of cat. Oh. Open image in new tab.
Probably snapped his spine, John. I don't know, Ducks. Whatever hit him really quick.
It's not a big picture, this one, but
I've been only giving my cat like ultra filtered water, like machine filtered water.
Yeah, Ducks. I think there was something like that, liver issues. He had a big tumour inside him, they said, and he was in no fits. He'd obviously had that through some issue with his blood. Look at that cat, look.
That's more like the colour of next door neighbour's cat. It's one
Wow.
of those. It's one of those cats, but it's got more lines on it and like rings on its fur.
Yeah, that cat's not happy at all. Like.
But that's what they like all the time. They're like, well, our one is next door. It's
Raging. There's a grey one that comes in my house every day, like, and robs my cat's food. And he's a lovely grey cat, like, you know, it's like the cat in the advert for the cat food. And but he's nasty as hell, man. He'll literally open a vein with his claws, like he just fucking hates me, hisses at me, like that, and he just fucking growls. When he'll swipe at you with his claws out, and he'll literally fucking draw blood. Yeah.
It sits up right really tall. That next door cat. It's like it's like a Egyptian bloody statue when you look at it.
Yeah, man.
It sits up really, really tall, like his back straight. It's weird. Like his paws right down, like in his lap.
All right, cool.
Sits weird. Not like other cats that just sort of slouch and sort of lay down.
Yeah.
It's always sitting up.
Really crazy old cats, like.
Yeah, it doesn't let any of the other cats nearby. It's really
Well,
territorial.
Ruggy, my cat, and this grey thing is called Loki, and they fucking hate each other. Ruggy has a tendency not to stay on the floor. He always likes going up places. He hates being on the floor. I can't feed him on the floor. He won't do it.
That's the cat that fights with the foxes. Goes after the foxes, jumps on their backs.
Wow, that's brave of him, because foxes will kill him.
Well, it's attacked probably, I don't know, half a dozen foxes since I've been living here.
Fucking hell, man, it's a brave old cat, that.
And it hasn't had a scratch on that bloody cat.
No, I bet.
It's just, yeah. And you should hear the sound of it, of the cat bloody growling and howling, like really loud. You know that guttural thing they do?
Yeah.
And the fox screaming. It sounds like something from a horror film.
Yeah, they do, right? Yeah.
I've heard that right behind my my caravan right here. Like, it sounded like, dude, my cat was too. My cat was freaking out.
And this is like right outside my front door in the front garden. It's like,
yeah. Oh, I had a cat. There was a cat that come into there, and Ruggy was putting on a show. Like they were both howling at each other. At 5 o'clock in the morning, it's like, each other. I was like, fucking hell, give it a rest, the fucking pair of you, like, you know. We are like, it's fucking anybody would have been calling the fucking RSPCA with those two. Like, there was proper howling fight. Like, you know?
The only way I could stop them fighting out there when the cats go off is to throw water at them.
Yeah, that's what I did in the end to get them both apart. Like, they were just fucking non-stop. Like,
I've got an empty old fairy liquid bottle, squeezy one, the old one.
yeah, another ones.
I fill that up and squirt water.
Squirt water it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I did with those two. Like, they were outside howling at each other. It was all, I wouldn't have minded, but it was fucking 4 o'clock in the morning. Like,
yeah. It's always a time that, isn't it? Middle of the night.
Yeah, fucking non-stop, man. Proper having a go at each other, like big cat standoff.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But this cat's so bloody crazy and territorial. It won't let anyone nearby it, and I guarantee, like every 2-3 months, all the cats, I think, they gang up.
Must do.
We're gonna get him this time, and he'll come.
We're gonna get the brute, like, yeah.
Like war out there.
Yeah, like proper war zone, like.
Yeah, it just sounds like the cat's bloody howling and growling and all bloody night.
Ruggy. The two pictures I saw of Joe and Lipo, they used to have a go at each other when they'd literally jump on each other and they'd be rolling around in a ball of fur, like, you know, fucking having a full-on Barney at each other, like.
I'm gonna have to get some record them when they're having a fight next, because it sounds pretty cool, really.
Sounds fucking awesome, doesn't it? When they're going, like, yeah. when they're fighting, man, it's fucking proper. Now, what's going on here, like?
Cool. Proper wild.
Yeah, that's it. Wild zone, man. Wildcat.
Yeah, they scream at each other till one backs down. Yeah.
That's what they do, like. That's what they do. They literally scream at each other till one backs down.
Yeah, mm-hmm. This one out here won't never back down. This is territory.
These two, the cat that Ruggy was having a go at, they both looked the same as each other. So they were two of they were both black and white. And yeah, I thought, what the fuck's going on here, like? My next door neighbour on one side, she sleeps with her window open, so she heard it as well, like, you know. Fucking hell, it was just fucking full on.
I'm gonna have to end this stream, get some ice cream.
Good plan.
What?
I like ice cream.
Yeah.
Especially if you got some like Kahlua, a little bit of Kahlua on some nice ice cream.
Do you know what? Kahlua is fucking lush on ice cream.
Well, this Indian ice cream is not very sweet. It's a bit tarty.
I tell you what, that Kahlua is fucking very Moorish, that stuff.
Banshees. I've got a mad uncle said that he heard the banshee crying. This is in Ireland, in Dublin, and he looked out onto the shed roof, and he said he saw the fucking his nut is a fruitcake. Yeah, he goes, the fucking banshee was outside cooking sausages on the fucking shed roof. My uncle was like really eccentric, nutty, like. Yeah, fucking long hair on the fucking concha.
It's not really just ordinary rabbit.
Really
look at the bones.
It's really superstitious and frightened of anything spooky.
Big sharp pointy teeth. It leaps about. Look at the bones.
No one can swear like an Irishman, like Dublin. They've got an art for swearing, I'll tell you.
Oh, it's great language.
You can't get you. I saw a mama. I was so scared.
You fucking concha. That's what he said.
That's right. It is. It rolls off that really nice, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Bravely bold Sir Robin brought forth from Camelot. He was not afraid to die. Oh, brave Sir Robin.
Sir Robin.
Was
that off a TV? Wasn't that off a TV show?
Brave Sir Robin. He was not at all afraid to be mashed into a pub.
Who was that other one? Sir Lancelot. Have you ever seen that old TV show from the 60s?
Burned away. His limbs all hacked and mangled, brave Sir Robin.
Sir Robin.
That's good enough, lads. There's not dirty work afoot.
Right.
Alright.
Right. It's the time.
His feet, he beat.
I don't care. I'm necking the tablet, so I'm going to go to bed. If you're staying on, you're on for 45 minutes.
Yeah, cooking
When danger reared its ugly head, he bravely turned his tail and fled.
Do you remember Sir Lancelot? There was a TV show like that years ago called Sir Lancelot. He used to sing a song like Sir Lancelot.
Do you remember Sharp? Sean Bean?
I think it's from the fucking 60s, I think. Sir Lancelot, Sir Lancelot.
Sean Bean, that first series that he ever did, was it Sharp?
Sharp.
Remember that? That was good.
I remember it. I've seen it. Sean Bean's been in a lot of things, though, hasn't he? I mean, he was in Game of Thrones. I mean, I've still got to watch all of that as well. I've got the first 4 seasons of that. I've only got through the first 3, like.
I couldn't get into it.
I don't want to watch the whole thing.
I watched like the first 4 episodes of Game of Thrones, and I thought,
Really? I watched it. I've watched 3 seasons of it. I managed to get a box set with in Blu-ray with all first 4 seasons, and I've only got through about 3.5 seasons.
I could never get into it. It just seemed a bit too.
I've just got Supernatural as well on box set. All 10 seasons. I think there's 2 seasons that came out after. And I've only got through 3 episodes of that. Like, still got to watch it all.
The only one I binge watched that was like recent was Vikings.
Vikings, yeah, I've seen that. That's a fucking mad series. That.
You remember the character in Vikings, King Rollo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's my 33rd great grandfather.
Is he?
He was
Really?
a real person. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking
Wow.
madman.
Yeah. No, he was a turncoat that buggered off to France, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think a lot of their the history of that I hear from these people that I'm related, I'm like, wow, this person was fucking insane, and this person was a coward.
I got another series, Black Sails.
I've not heard of that.
I don't know if anybody's heard that. It's about pirates and stuff.
Yeah, I heard about it, but I never watched.
And I've only got the first 2 seasons of it. I still haven't watched it yet. Vikings I got through pretty quickly.
Like 10 seasons, isn't it, Vikings?
10 seasons, yeah. I've only watched about 2 seasons of Vikings.
Do you know what? I binge watched because I had Amazon Prime on as a month trial when I first done the first order.
Wow.
So I had Amazon Prime for 1 month. And
So you went nuts, like.
So I thought, right, I've got to fucking watch Vikings now.
Yeah.
Because I'd only watched like 3 or 4 episodes, which I downloaded before. And I thought, I want to watch more of that, but I couldn't keep fucking downloading it. So I got Amazon Prime fucking for 1 month, free trial.
See, another
binge
one I binge watched was Breaking Bad. I fucking love that. That was a great series.
Crazy Guns at 5 a.m. hours ago.
Yeah. Well, they got 45 minutes of me, and I'm going to bed. I've just necked my tablet. So unless I fucking you want me going like that. That was good.
The only other one I binge watched was Travellers. I like that. That was good.
I haven't seen Travellers. I tell you another one I watched. I binge watched was Californication. Did you ever get a chance to watch that?
Yeah, I've seen some of that.
Fucking brilliant. Brilliant series that.
What was it called? something Santa Clarita Diet. Santa Clarita Diet was it's like a zombie movie. It's like a zombie show. It's got Drew Barrymore is like the main character, and they're like trying to hide the fact that somebody's a zombie in their basement.
I'd say there's another series that David Duchovny did after Californication, where it was all about the Charles Manson murders, and they only ever did 3 seasons of it, and they axed it, so it never finished. So the 4th season never came out.
Did you see that film? What's it called? Is it Shape of Things?
No, I haven't seen that.
Stranger Things.
Shape. Is it Shape of Things? I can't remember what it's called now.
Dude, my fucking
The Shape
my
of
screens
Things.
are fucking.
No, it's not the Shape of Things.
My video card's dying or
It's
something.
the one where they find this like fucking aquatic alien in the sea, the Navy or something.
Yes.
They take it down to an underground bunker to try and communicate with it. And
Go on.
it's really weird. It's a brilliant film. I
Necrotic.
can't remember what it's called.
I tell you another one that's I watch as well is Better Call Saul, and we're still waiting for season 6, and hopefully it'll come out soon. Like,
It's not called The Shape of Things. I'll just put that in. It's not that. Movie about. I was going to put a description. It should find it. About aquatic alien. It's underwater, or it's in water, and it's like this woman has a relationship
Alright.
with it. It's a male, and this woman has a relationship with it. And
that sounds bizarre.
Yeah, it is, but
see another one
I
I've
think, like
got.
you said, I saw you, Frank. Frank, you were putting in Altered States.
yeah.
Altered States.
That movie,
That's a
Altered
brilliant
States.
Yeah, man.
I've got that on
Yeah.
my playlist on Odyssey.
Yeah, that one's good.
The Shape of Water.
And it's like it's so intellectual, like it's like intellectual level kind of psychedelic out there.
It's out there, like, yeah, it is, isn't it? It's definitely out
that movie I'm on about is called The Shape of Water.
there. The Shape of Water. Right.
It's a good film.
When did it come out?
I've heard about that.
2017.
No, man, I'll have to have a
Yeah,
look at that.
I've heard about that.
Let's have a look. Yeah, Shape of Water. Another series I've got all every episode of the X-Files as well, which I've got to get through and watch all them.
I've got all the
All seasons. I've got all the seasons of ER as well. Every episode of that I've got to watch.
I've got the Outer Limits, all the old ones.
That's a crazy show from back in the day. Outer Limits, man. Fucking hell, bizarre.
I've got
Bizarro.
I've got all the first seasons of the black and white ones up until it was.
Yeah,
I've
till
got
it was
the old-
colorized. Yeah. Fucking bizarre series that is. Very.
And I've got some of the new ones of.
I couldn't get into the new ones. I always liked the old ones. Like,
The first
mind
one,
you.
the first one was like a feature length, and it's brilliant. It's got Bo Bridges in it, and
Yeah,
it's called Sand Kings. That is
Sand
brilliant.
Kings.
That is
Yeah.
brilliant. It's about a bloke that gets like a moon or Mars dust or whatever it is, or Mars rocks.
See, another one I watched as well was Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
You're in a Twilight Zone.
He gets Mars rocks and it's got eggs in it, and they hatch, and there's like these fucking sand creatures, and they build statues of him as a god. And he goes mad because he gets bitten by one of them.
You're in the Outer Limits.
But he does his performance in that Bo Bridges is the best performance I've ever seen him do in my life. He goes proper. I'm Johnny. He goes proper crazy. Jack Nicholson Shining. In that film.
Yeah. Bo Bridges he hasn't done much, has he? He seems to have disappeared over the years, hasn't he, Bo Bridges?
But he goes proper crazy, Jack Nicholson style in that film, and it works. Yeah, it's a film. It's like a 2-part Outer Limits. It's feature length.
Right, feature length one, like.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Sand Kings, it's called. Outer
Is
Limits.
it in colour? Is it?
Yeah, it's his father's in it as well.
Jeff Bridges, not Jeff Bridges. What's his old man? Was his old man Lionel?
Bridges.
Lee. I can't remember his old man's name now. Like his old man died not so long back, didn't he?
Yeah, his old man's in it, and I think his other brother's in it as well.
Jeff.
Yeah.
Jeff Bridges, the dude.
Lloyd Bridges.
Lloyd Bridges, that's it. Lloyd Bridges, yeah.
Yeah, Beau Bridges and.
I think the best film I ever saw Lloyd Bridges in was Blown Away. Have you not seen Blown Away? It's got Tommy Lee Jones in it. I think Lloyd Bridges is in it, and I think Jeff Bridges is in it as well.
Well, I just typed in the Sand Kings. It comes up as a movie, but it's an Outer Limits.
Outer Limits, man. It used to be on Channel 4 at one time. Like they showed some of them.
It was always on Sky, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was on. It was on Lake TV sometimes as well. Back when it was originally on. Yeah. You'd watch it.
I've got all the 1960s ones up to.
I think BBC Two used to show Twilight Zone, or I think it might have been ITV. I'm not too sure.
I've got the movie. Is it Twilight Zone? The movie with the man on the wing.
The Man on the Wing, yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
And the one where they're at an airport and something happens to time.
So there's a crazy film I remember watching with William Shatner in it, and it involves an aeroplane and some igneous rocks from this Buddhist temple or something like that, and it's on a plane. And at the end of it, they have a hooded man stood on the plane, and it fucking scares the life out of you, like, you know. The plane's like almost semi-destroyed, and it's coming into land with great big holes in it and everything, like, you know. And they have this fucking ghostly figure at the end of it, man. It's just fucking whoa, gets you, puts the fucking fear of God. Even talking about it, I'm fucking shivering about it, man. It's fucking scary as fuck. Yeah, 1977 film, I think it was.
The Sand Kings, it's got three of them in it, but not his other brother Jeff. It's got Beau Bridges, Lloyd Bridges, and Dylan Bridges. Must be his son.
Oh, fucking hell, never heard of Dylan Bridges. Like, fucking hell. Wow.
There's another film where they're good together as piano players.
Yeah, the with Michelle Pfeiffer in it, is it?
Yeah, that's a good film.
Yeah, that's fucking brilliant. That film. It's a good film.
Beau Bridges and Jeff Bridges in it.
I wish I'd fucking got that on DVD. I've not found that yet.
They're like jazz pianists.
Yeah, they both play together on back to front pianos at one stage in the film. Jeff Bridges plays the fucking wild man, like, and Beau plays the fucking sensible guy, like. Yeah. Kind of in life, that, isn't it? Yeah. But Jeff Bridges apparently got cancer at the moment, right?
Is he?
Yeah, quite badly as well.
The Baker Boys, it's called.
The Fabulous Baker Boys, yeah. Yeah. Both after Michelle Pfeiffer, who looks fucking stunning in the film, to be honest.
Yeah, well, she was, wasn't she, back in the day. Up until after she done Catwoman, and she went a bit.
Well, Catwoman's just fucking forgetful, really.
Yeah.
It's like I'll tell you, somebody else made a film with Cat. I can't remember what's her name. The coloured girl. I think what her name.
The coloured one.
Yeah, the coloured girl. I can't remember her name now.
The Bond girl. The
Bond girl. Yeah, she was in the Bond, and she was also in Swordfish. She was in Halle Berry. That's it.
Yes, yeah.
Right. She was in Catwoman, the recent one, and I got that on Blu-ray. I found it in the shop. Watched it and fucking took it back to the shop the next day. Fucking get rid of that.
Burn it. Awful
film. Horrendous. Thank God I didn't fucking pay any money for it, like, you know, shit. It's like that with some films in there, Dan. I tell you, I'm glad I don't pay for some of them, like, because they're fucking crap. Rise of the Foot. One I'm taking back tomorrow is Rise of the Foot Soldier. I watched that a couple of days ago, and fucking hell.
Sounds like a Chinese movie.
What, Rise of the Foot Soldier? It's about the Essex Boys murder. You ever Google the Essex Boys murder in the Range Rover? It's all about that. Pat Tate, Terry Tucker,
I don't like Googling
Tony Tucker, and Craig Rolfe.
I don't like
It's
Googling
good,
about
man. It's a great film because it's based on real events. That those three ended up dead in a Range Rover, blasted to death with a shotgun, like, you know.
Yeah, you got to watch the Sand Kings Outer Limits.
Is that the one where they went up the road and it's like a big mystery?
Went up where?
It was like
They went.
a vehicle full of like the whole family, and somebody like shot him up on a motorcycle and then drove away. And some other guy that was riding a bicycle found him, and the only person who was alive was a little girl.
No, not that. No, these guys, they were based on real. It's based on real events. The three of them ended up dead in a Range Rover, and pretty gruesome.
That's what I'm talking
Pretty
about,
gruesome
like
at the end as well, because you actually see him get shot to bits in the Range Rover as well.
I've got a few films to watch here that I haven't watched yet. Session 9, I don't know what that is.
Okay, no, never heard of it. What is that?
2001, I don't know. I must have got it for someone recommended it to me, I think.
I had a couple of films. I got well into the French Connection. So there's a couple of follow-ups of that, like there's 7-Ups with Roy Schneider in it, and I think another one's, I can't remember. There's another film as well with a good car chase in it.
Oh, Session 9 is an American psychological horror film.
See, horror films. I can't get into horror films.
David Caruso.
Oh, David Caruso. Yeah, sure, not David Carradine.
I just watched the Bob Herman Romeo and Juliet with Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah, seen that years ago. Like, didn't really rate it much. Like,
so good.
Is it? I didn't get on with it, to be honest.
Well, it's word for word the old bards talk, like, so it's exactly like spoken the way like Shakespeare would have spoken.
Shakespeare, yeah.
Like a modern day world.
Yeah,
I love it. They do it perfect. You got to rewatch it, man. It's brilliant. It held up, I think.
It's a bit like another one I always remember was Romance in the Stone. That was another one I couldn't really get into watching.
Yeah, it was a bit cheesy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll tell you who has been in some really brilliant films. Robin Williams.
Photos. 1 hour photos.
1 hour photo,
fucking.
yeah.
That's a fucking mad film. That is. Fuck me. Wow. Wow. Very, very fucking in there. That in it. That 1 hour photo.
He would like go to these people's houses when he knows they're on vacation and stuff.
Proper strange. That is.
Dead Poet Society. That's another brilliant film.
Dead Poet Society. What was the other one? Good Morning Vietnam.
Yeah, I've got that here. I've got that Good Morning Vietnam here on Blu-ray.
Really good.
Yeah, it's a good film.
Pretty much anything he touched.
He was good, man. If you, I like watching old interviews with him, and he's a fucking funny guy, man. He really was a funny bloke.
The old show, Mork and Mindy.
Yeah, Mork and Mindy, the offshoot of the Happy Days, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And the other one as well that was on the other was I can't remember, the two girls who used to work in the Coca-Cola in a bottling factory. I can't remember what they call it now.
Laverne and Shirley.
Laverne and Shirley, that's it. Laverne and Shirley.
Good Will Hunting was another good film.
That's going back some years. That fucking show, isn't it?
Good Will Hunting was another really good film with Robin Williams.
Good Will Hunting.
Classic. It's a classic.
Did he do a couple of films with? Did he do a film with Jeff Bridges or he did a film with Robert De Niro, didn't he? What was that? Awakenings.
Yeah, Awakenings. Yeah, I've got that.
Where she plays the doctor in, isn't he?
Doctor, when they wake up, he got a drug like LSD thing that he gives his patients.
Yeah, gives the patients. Actually, that's based on real events as well. That film, because that apparently did happen.
Yeah, but there's a funny story behind that. They didn't actually wake up and become normal.
No.
They woke up and started jacking off non-stop until they fucking
Yeah.
sleep.
So they died.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, that's true. That's a true fear. That's true. He ended up whacking off.
Couldn't stop jacking off.
Couldn't stop jacking off because they hadn't done it for so many years. Like,
Was it from an LSD?
I don't know. There was some sort of chemical, some sort of medical thing they put together for it. They jacked them, but all of them up, and the whole fucking ward woke up. You know, these people have been zombied like for God knows how many years.
Catatonic.
Catatonic, yeah, catatonic, and all of a sudden they're all fucking awake. Brain.
It's a good film, Awakenings. You've got to watch it if you haven't seen it. Awakenings.
Yeah, it's a fucking brilliant film.
Good film.
Yeah.
He was in some pretty cheesy films like the kids' films, like he was in like.
Oh, Miss Doubtfire.
Flubber, that was terrible.
Mrs. Doubtfire
Flubber
was fun.
Jumanji's fucking brilliant. Watch that.
Yeah,
That's
Jumanji.
fucking hilarious, that film.
Yeah.
I got a list of Robin Williams movies. There's some I've never seen, like The Birdcage. I've never seen that.
No, I've not seen that myself.
Robin Williams, 1996. Jack.
He had worked like crazy. Oh, Jack is good. Jack is a good one.
I haven't seen
Jack.
Jack.
Yeah, Jack is good.
I saw him in Peter Pan as well. He was in that as well, wasn't he? Peter Pan.
It was Popeye originally, when it's first movie, wasn't it?
Popeye, yeah.
Popeye, yeah.
RV, that's a good one. RV.
I haven't seen RV either. Like,
oh, that's hilarious. That's really funny.
I must go and see that.
That's one of his last ones, isn't it? 2000.
See, another actor I used to like watching was John Candy films.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't know which film it's from.
Trains,
but
Planes, and Automobiles.
Is it the one where he's in some sort of booth, like paying booth for a car park, and somebody jumps up on him and it scares him that much in the fucking booth that the whole booth goes over. I can't remember what film that's from. Like I can't remember if it's Dan Aykroyd. It might be Dan Aykroyd who was with him.
Steve Martin.
Steve Martin. Planes, Trains, and Ornament. Yeah, when they're sleeping together on the train, isn't it?
The Great Outdoors.
He's selling those.
The Great Outdoors. I think it is the Great Outdoors with that scene in the car park, isn't it?
And the bobsleigh one.
Cool Runnings.
Cool Runnings. Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, okay. Feel the rhythm. Feel the rhyme.
Uncle Buck's hilarious as well. Like.
What's that?
When he
one where he was like he was running like a theme.
National Lampoon's Vacation.
Is it?
He's actually a security guard at the Wally World.
Oh, no, I'm thinking of something else. It's like a crazy cult thing in his house.
Oh yeah.
And he's like he gets trapped in his town with a crazy sheriff. He gets locked up. John Candy. Hang on.
John Candy did a fucking lot of films. Like he's another one who did a hell of a lot of films.
Who's the one that was in like Black Sheep and Tommy Boy and?
Oh yeah.
God.
I watched Tommy Boy not long ago.
Yeah, who was that? What was his name? Here, I'll look it up while you look that up.
I don't know.
Is it Only the Lonely? I'm thinking of.
You'll
John
know
Candy.
as soon as I say his name. He died from doing 8-ball.
Oh, what's the name? Who was in Twister? He played the guy with the van, and they're going off doing Twisters.
The van down.
And he goes to the woman, and he goes beef. What was he?
I just found an old John Candy film. It's a horror film called The Clown Murders.
The Clown Murders.
1976.
That's one of his first films.
Yeah, it must be. A horror film.
He was big on Saturday Night Live, wasn't he? John Candy.
I'm trying.
He was also
This one
He
where
was also
he's
in
stuck in his house.
Blues Brothers 2000. He
Oh,
was in that.
Chris Farley.
Oh,
Chris
that's it.
Farley.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris Farley. Yeah, he
Farley.
died. He died of, yeah, like you say, he died of an 8-ball, didn't he? Yeah, 8-ball.
Took it straight to the dome. It's too much for him.
Yeah, man.
It was like pure. It was like pure.
There's a
Not
there's a
like
there's a there's a 24 hours, the final 24 hours of Chris Farley, and it is fucking nuts, man. He's almost like John Belushi,
His
fucking
movies
right
are
on it. Oh, Chris Farley's were fucking great, and Belushi as well. Belushi's films were fucking great as well, man. He was a fucking great loss when he died.
Yeah.
He would have been in Ghostbusters if he'd lived long enough.
Oh,
He would
yeah.
have been there.
Farley was in Tommy Boy.
That's Tommy Boy. Yeah. Now you say Chris
And,
Farley. Yeah.
Coneheads.
Coneheads. Fuck me, Coneheads. That's going back, man. Who was in that again? Was that Dan Aykroyd and him?
Dan
Dan
Aykroyd,
Aykroyd.
Kim
Yeah.
Basinger was in that as well, wasn't she?
Kim Basinger as well. Yeah. He was also in. He was also in The Mermaid, wasn't he as well? Like with Daryl Hannah, John Candy.
Well, this is
Splash.
Chris Farley.
Splash.
I always get Chris
Splash.
Farley and
That's
John
right.
Candy
Splash.
fucking mixed up, though.
That's right. Splash.
Darren, Tom
He was the
Hanks,
security
John
guard in
Candy.
Wayne's World.
Wayne's World. Do you know what? I watched that, and then I found out there was a Wayne's World 2 about 10, 15 years later.
His first, that was Chris Farley's first movie, Wayne's World.
Wayne's World.
I found a classic John Candy film you got to watch. It's Stripes.
Yes.
Stripes with
Yeah,
Bill
that was
Murray.
really good. Yeah,
Bill Murray and
Yeah,
John
Bill
Candy.
Murray.
That is a
Yep.
brilliant film.
I'll tell you another one he's got in.
Vietnam War movie.
Brewster's Millions with Richard Pryor.
Oh yeah, that's brilliant. I love Richard Pryor's films.
Fucking hell, he's funny as fuck, Richard Pryor.
Richard Pryor and what's his name? In Stir
I'm trying to think. There's a guy called. Was it Rick? I'm trying to remember the singer in the 60s and 70s. Rick something. He was a real big. He used to dress up in great big glasses and fucking great big luminous suits, like great big silver suits. And there's him and Richard Pryor together, like, and they're both on this interview. I think it's the Dick Shaw show thing. It's like a Johnny Carson's talk show, and they're both on there, man. And they're both coked up. And he comes on, and he's going coke, and as soon as he mentions that, old Ricky's in the background going, "Hey!" And they both roll on, and it's the only time you see Richard Pryor play drums for him. And he's like,
I've done a search for Richard Pryor and Gene Wilder movies, and I found one there I've never heard of. It's like a
Blazing Saddles.
no,
he wasn't in Blazing Saddles, Richard Pryor.
Another You. Have you heard of that one? Another You.
Another You, yeah. Briefly, I've heard of it, yeah.
That's like one of the later ones. That was after See No Evil, Hear No Evil.
Is it? Is it really one of the last films he'd done? It must have been one of the last, because See No Evil, Well, he's in a bit of a state for that.
Hey, John F. Kennedy's in the house.
This is 2 years after See No Evil, Hear No Evil.
How's your head, John F. Kennedy?
Yeah.
You all right?
Did you get rid of that great big hole in the back of your head?
No. Must have had a headache for a while.
I should think you're not looking forward to the 22nd too much, like in November.
Yeah.
Do you guys do the 5th of November? You know, like the Guy Fawkes blowing up Parliament thing.
Yeah.
We have a thing in this country. I don't know if anybody else has it, but we used to have November the 4th as a mischievous night, where everybody went out and rapped doorbells. Yeah, rapped doorbells and fucking played up.
Knock down Ginger.
Because the 5th of November was midnight on the morning of the 5th, right?
Well, the 5th of November is penny for the guy. Penny for the guy.
Do Do you see the? Remember the? I showed you before on one of the other streams. My old house with the big gardens and all the trees and across the road.
Yeah.
Big, massive trees. We used
Fir
to hide
trees.
Yeah.
massive walnut trees and
Right, walnuts. Yeah,
conker trees.
yeah, man, conifer.
And conker trees and walnut trees. But we used to hide in them on November the 4th with a sock filled with fucking apples and newspaper and straw on a piece of string, stick it out in the road by the pavement.
Yeah.
Bit of string hiding in the trees, wait for someone to walk along. And they go, they see it like down on the floor. And there was one time this fucking old woman come along, and she went down to pick it up, and I was pissing myself off waiting for it. My sister was there. She yanked the thing, like screaming, fucking running up the road. She was. We used to get up to right mischief.
We used to do with ours, like, right. We used to stand at each side of the road and pretend we were having a rope fucking tug of war. And you'd see cars coming down the road, and they'd be like slowing down, like we're both sides of the road, pretending to have a tug of war fight.
Dwight D. Eisenhower is now another president is in here, and he doesn't approve of the other president.
No, I don't.
These people walk among us.
There was another time where my brothers made a guy like a penny for the guy, but they made it quite realistic. Filled all the suit up with straw.
Yeah.
And one of their mates had to walk through this place called Hartlip, like it's a long country walk down this country lane.
Yeah.
They fucking went down there before he got there, tied up this fucking thing on a tree hanging over the lane, pulled it up, and they waited for him to walk down the road, and then they dropped it down in front of him. He went fucking white, nearly had a heart attack.
We had a mate. He got one of these pipes, like one of your drain pipes, right? And he's got it on his arm, and he put a rocket in it, and he's then set the rocket off at the end, and it's gone through the pipe at old bird's window in her house, and he's just gone woof like that straight out towards the window, and the woman in the house is just gone closes her curtains. And the firework just literally went woof like that right up past the window. She nearly shit herself in the house, like.
And I used to have this like Frankenstein green latex mask that had all the hair on it and everything. I used to go tapping on next door neighbours' windows when I was little with the mask on.
We used to have this fire.
Open the curtains and fucking scream.
Right. We used to have this bonfire. It was on the beacon of the town, like. The estate, and everybody used to put the rubbish on it like every year. So this thing was fucking huge, this bonfire, full of all sorts of stuff, or you name it. Every bit of trash in people's houses was thrown on it.
Aerosol.
Aerosol cans. One year somebody pulled out a fuck off great big gas tank that was in it. I mean, if that had gone off, it would have blown up, you know. But other than that, like every year it got bigger and bigger. And one year we had the council kicking off about it, and they were going to stop it. So somebody got this fuck off great big hangman's noose with the fucking pole, and they hung this dummy off, like with a noose round its neck of the local councillor, face on it and everything, like when they stuck it in the bonfire and set fire to it. After that, the bonfire was cancelled, and it was never allowed to be done again. Like it was that big, man. It was so hot, man. It was burning the houses on the road down from where it was. And the fire brigade had to come up and water people's houses down to keep it cold.
We used to have massive bonfires like that when we were little.
Yeah.
All the neighbours used to pile
everybody, yeah, pull up
and make a massive bonfire.
Yeah, we had a guy who used to live in it as well. He used to look after the bonfire. He used to actually live inside the bonfire for a week before it went up, just to make sure nobody caught fire to it. And one year, somebody set fire with him in it. And he was lucky he got out.
Baked potatoes wrapped in foil in the fire.
Yeah, man, we used to have that. Baked potatoes, parking cake being cooked.
And apples in foil.
Apples in foil.
God.
Yeah, man. We
I
used to
miss
do
those
the.
days.
I miss them, mate.
Don't get that anymore.
We used to have another firework. It was an organised firework display. They'd spend about £1,000 on fireworks, and we used to have all these old wooden beer crates burned. So there'd be just a great big stack of wooden beer crates, and they'd just set fire, and the fire would burn all fucking night. Parking, toffee apples, beef stew being cooked around as well, like.
Yeah, it used to be like a proper, like an old-fashioned street party or the night.
Proper fucking night. Yeah, I used to love them, man. Proper nights out. All the family could sit there. We had it happening in a few places. Even when my father was alive, when I was living with my father back in the 70s, we had this place called the Subscription Bowling Green, and they used to have a firework display where all the members would contribute to it. So there'd be about 3 or 4 grand's worth of fireworks. And then they'd have this massive firework, a bonfire, with a firework display, and the club was all decked out for Halloween because they'd had a Halloween party a couple of days before.
If you try and do it now, fucking fire brigade, someone call the fire brigade out.
Yeah, you don't. It's not allowed anymore now, is it? Unless it's organised.
Health and safety, all that bullshit.
Yeah, too much fucking health and safety. In our day, we were letting the fireworks off ourselves.
Yeah.
No one got injured. But yeah, it was good times, man. I loved the 70s when I was a kid. Going to things like that. You got presents. You had parking. Parking was fucking lovely to eat. Treacle fucking cake.
Yeah.
And fucking that toffee apples.
Yeah.
Big lollies and fucking fireworks and sprinklers. You had your own little sprinklers.
We used to get the apples baked, so they go like really soft. You get a spoon of it and pour cream over it.
Oh wow! I never did the cream. We always did the toffee treacle, like, and then let them go rock hard.
We used to eat them when they were like hot and soft, and then put cream over it, and then.
Wow, man, that's nice.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, man, they were really fucking good times, mate.
Big massive apples.
Yeah, good apples as well, like like your Granny Smith, like.
We had tons of bloody apple orchards all around us where we were.
Yeah, same here.
Just go and pick a load.
That's right, go rob a load.
Well, the farmers used to let them drop anyway, and they never used to pick them. So.
Well, we went and picked them.
Punches is gone. I was back.
We did have we had a good time in those days. I miss those days. I'd love to go back to the 70s and have some of those days. Yeah, man, I'd fucking love to go back to that. Happy times, man.
That's where I'd go in a time machine, back to the 70s.
I'd go to the 70s first, and then I'd go to the 90s after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I quite like the 80s too.
The 80s were good. Like, I started drinking a lot in the 80s. That's when I started drinking when I was 16.
Well, you're a bit older than me, so like.
Yeah. Well, you'd be surprised in one pub. There were people your age in pubs in the 4th year of school, like, and they were in the pub getting served pints as well. And we were 16, they were about 15, 14, like,
Yeah, I was going in the pub when I was 14, 15.
Yeah. We used to have one pub, it was called the Mermaid, and it was like all the adults were in the front of the bar. It was a bar down on the beach as well, so it was right next to the beach, and we used to all go in there, and you'd have a whole of the school in the back of the bar for 2 years, 4th and 5th year, drinking. It was nuts, man.
I remember when a pint, like when we was 14, 15, pint was like fucking 95p or something, or 90p.
Yeah. You would have seen it at 95p. I remember it at 79 pence for a pint of Carlsberg Green.
I think it's 90p for a pint of like bitter.
Yeah, 90 pence for a pint of bitter. We had it at 85p. Not 85. Yeah, 82 pence for bitter. Carlsberg Blue was 85, and Special Brew was £95 a pint. 95p, sorry, 95p a pint.
Yeah, and
I've only been in one pub that ever served it on tap, and no one believes me, but it
Yeah.
was one pub.
But this is
that
our
served it
local.
on
This is
tap.
our local village. One of our local village pubs. We had like 5 pubs in our little village. Tiny little village.
Yeah, where I live, we had 13 pubs in the town centre, and another 10 on the outskirts of the town centre.
We had the George pub, it's a really old pub. The Bull pub, really old pub. We had the railway, like next to the railway, really old pub. That was the Wheat Sheaf.
Yeah,
And we had the Workingmen's Club, which was.
they had a workingmen's club as well. Yeah,
that was good. We should go in there because they had like all games machines in there as well.
that's
and,
right.
Pool tables,
If you-
super tables.
yeah.
They had that
We-
tabletop like arcade game.
Yeah.
2-player opposite each other with a trackball.
That's
Can't remember
right.
what it's called now.
Pac-Man.
No, it wasn't Pac-Man. It's like a 2-player like football thing.
Oh, right.
Like an arcade tabletop thing. It's like magnified
Yeah.
screen.
Yeah.
Can't remember what it's called. It's a trackball, big like metal ball that you move around to move your character.
With plastic things. We used to have one like that. You could bash it around the table.
No, this is like a arcade game. It's like a
Oh, right.
electronic game. It's like really futuristic for like the early like 1980s.
Pong
whatever it
or
was.
something? What are you talking about?
It's like
Amusement
arcade
arcades.
game. And the old Workingmen's Club went in my little village.
Drink. I used to have
Speaking of
our nights out. We used to go to a pub. It was called the Cavalier Tavern, which was an old pub right up on the point. We went to another pub called the Railway Tavern. We got into town, went to a pub called the Cutty Sark, the Laughing Pirate, the Globe. The Globe was nuts, like they had furniture hanging on the ceiling in it, upside down furniture. Really trippy fucking place that was. We had a bar downstairs that used to be called the Silver Grill, and you could get anything you wanted in there: pills, gear, coke, amphet, you name it. And the ironic thing with it was, next door to them was the custom and excise. And then we used to go a bit further in.
Arcade game?
We went a bit further in town, and we had a pub called the King's Head, the Greyhound, and a pub called the Steam Rock Cafe. They used to serve Budweiser on tap. It was the only bar that had Budweiser on tap. Yeah.
Budweiser's gross.
Well, especially on tap. Like.
Have you ever heard of a arcade game called Polybius or Polybius?
Polybius, yeah.
It's an old arcade game that has like weird lore around it, because it had like, it would like flash while you're playing it. It would flash screens that say obey and stuff like that, like in They Live. And every like a month or so, they had stories of like men in black coming and picking the machines up and like replacing them.
Wow.
I just found that that trackball arcade game. It's on Wikipedia that the old 1978 it was Atari football.
Atari, yeah. We used to have another one that was it would be like
it was 2 players sit opposite, play 2 players.
a 2-player game, and it was Asteroids.
Oh yeah, Asteroids.
And it used to have the 2 balls on it, and you had crosses in the sky, and you could roll off a load of crosses, and that would be where all the bombs would get shot from the asteroid.
That's Missile Command. Missile Command.
Missile. Was that Missile Command? Yeah.
Yeah, because you'd shoot the laser and it would go up and go boom, right? And then
That's right. Where the X was. So and it made this noise. It go. Boom, 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 boom.
So you're trying to stop all the lasers that were coming down with the
Trying to stop all the lasers hitting the ground. Yeah. That's why you had to go go across the screen with the X's.
There was another one just like it for the 386 called Paratrooper, and you had to shoot down the paratroopers because if they landed, if enough of them landed, they would like build like a little ladder and like destroy your gun. You had 2 guns on either side, 1 gun on each side, right? And the paratroopers would come falling out of the sky, and you had to like shoot them out of the sky. But it would get really, really hard to do.
Yeah, another ship like that used to go that way, all around, and it was the game itself was a massive, great big, widescreen TV, and it was behind a plastic screen, and I can't remember what that was, but you used to be able to shoot things along it, and go through things and through mountains and shit like that.
Oh, that was a Scramble, called Scramble.
It might be Scramble, yeah.
Yeah.
Huge screen with it.
It had like a mountains you go up and down. It had things like that fired at you, missiles.
That fired all over the place, yeah.
And you had to bomb them, and you had to shoot.
You had to bomb them, yeah.
You had to shoot aliens that were coming along as well.
Yeah, anything that came along, you had to shoot at it.
But you had to avoid the scenery from crashing into scenery as well.
Exactly. If you crashed into the scenery, that could wipe you out as well.
Yeah, that was a good game.
Yeah, we had that. We had Outrun first appeared, like in the 80s. We had that with the car.
What's another one that I love playing? Like one of the later ones, R-Type.
R-Type, yeah.
That's a shooting up. That was brilliant. And when Star Wars first come out, the cabinet Star Wars, we actually sat in the cabinet with the in the TIE Fighter. With the
That's right.
controls and that, and it was just like being in Star Wars with all the music and everything.
Yeah.
Shooting the TIE fighters, and then
shooting the TIE fighters down, yeah.
Going into the trench and avoiding the things in the trench, and then blowing up the Death Star. I loved that game.
Yeah, that was good. Like that was along with Speed Skate. Speed Skater was another one. You were on a motorbike going down mountains. Trying to race out in great big divots of snow.
And we had an ice skating rink in like the next town, and they had loads of arcade machines there. And we used to go there, like stay there all bloody evening playing there.
Oh man, we used to spend fortunes in there, man.
This bike. You sit on a dirt bike, and it's like you had to pull the bike up and everything to move around and lean on it, and
that's right.
Proper dirt bike. Do jumps and stuff.
Dirt bike. Yeah.
Can't remember what it was called.
I think it might have been called Dirt Bike, the one I remember.
Like a racing.
Yeah, it was a racing game. You had to get through time points.
Yeah.
Get yourself through timed areas. Outrun was like that as well. You had to get yourself through a time period of certain areas with the bird in the car, like. Beavis and Butthead do America.
Yeah.
Outrun was one I remember. We used to have also fruit machines that were pretty good as well in those days.
Hang on, let's get something.
Fruit machines.
What was that? Whoops.
My little cool bag.
Who's up? I've got the Jurassic Park box. This was the movies came. The movie came in. I've got all of them.
Oh yeah.
I got all of them in here.
I've just got to get something a minute.
The best one now is this one. Yes.
What's that?
Box. This is my collection of Jurassic Park and Jurassic World.
I've got a box of computer games here somewhere, but I can't find them. I only found one.
Space Invaders was another one I like playing.
I just like playing this, an old venture game.
Gremlins.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, Steven
Love that
Albert,
movie.
like, wow man, that's a good one.
For the ZX Spectrum.
Yeah,
that's
the
cool.
ZX. We had.
I've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of computer games.
We had
Boxes of them I've got.
Street Fighter when it first appeared.
I've still got all my old computers as well.
720, 1080s, 1080s, the snowboarding.
I remember 720 skateboarding part.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, that was.
I love that game,
Skate
dude.
Crazy.
I had a 1080 for N64.
1080, yeah, 1080.
I had
mate
it for
played that.
N64. Awesome.
I had Skate Crazy. One I had.
Skate Crazy.
Skate Crazy.
That must have been like pre Tony Hawk, because that
Gotta be, yeah. Because
once Tony Hawk Pro Skater came out, it was like no other skating games for a while at least.
I think I had it on the Commodore 64.
Yeah, the like top down.
Yeah.
Park,
no,
Park
it's
Sharks.
it was sort of
like
it was like 3D, kind of isometric, sort of 3D, half 3D. Sort of.
Snowboarding.
One of my mates was a programmer.
Remember Wave Race for N64?
That came out in the Nintendo 64 as well.
Yeah, the Nintendo 64 one. That's what I'm talking about.
My mate, when I was
like
a kid,
your,
was a programmer for a games company, and he had made his own games, like big games for like Taito, and he did arcade conversion. It's like it got quite famous when he moved away.
Cool.
Jonathan Smith, his name was. He did Green Beret, which is an arcade conversion. He did Cobra, Stallone Cobra.
Cobra, wow.
He did that computer game. He did one called Firefly. But they were really good games they were. And I used to get like.
Did Cobra go around and say, "Make my day, punk"? Oh, not punk. He's just saying that. You're a dirtbag.
He did Mr. Do as well. It's like a Donkey Kong game.
Lemmings.
He died like.
I used to play the shit out of Lemmings.
Mario Brothers and Mario Kart.
Yeah.
Mario
Remember,
Kart.
Remember Carmageddon?
Yeah.
You're smashing cars up.
Yeah, you were like got points for running people over and stuff.
Like Death Race 2000, whatever it was.
Yeah, they would like explode. They would like explode. You'd get like 10 points for a dog or like 15 points for an old lady.
I've got
like
you know that stream earlier on, match stream, when he showed how to beat a complete bastard board game. I've got that on the ZX Spectrum. That's what I was looking for. The computer game. How to beat.
That is a crazy game. Great game.
I've got a computer game where you control Rick Mao and you have to do all like practical jokes and pranks. And there was even worse one called Mad Nurse. We had to save babies on a conveyor belt from being squashed. And,
Are you saying earlier on about Mr. Jolly Lives Next Door?
Yeah.
I remember that film. It's fucking hilarious. Peter Cook.
Yep, he's the serial killer next door.
He's the serial killer next door, yeah. And it's sort of, they played two guys, Eddie and Rick, played two guys. They were basically like the Dangerous Brothers. There's one funny scene in that where they set off, let's go off, and they're pissed up in this Ford Bedford van, and they bash it up against somewhere. And the next scene in the morning is them waking up behind the wheel with the fucking engine still going. He's going, off we go.
There's a scene where they go out the window, isn't it? And when it falls out, they fall out the window. Is it in the bathtub?
Yeah, the bathtub. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Jolly murdering people like right next door to him. Like.
Yeah, and they're the private investigators, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah. And he's going, have you got any washing up liquid? Hey man, we just gave Mr. Jolly some stuff. And he says something, can we borrow something? And he went, fuck off.
I've got to get some Pete and Dad stuff because
Oh man, Pete and Dad, me and Gareth, we had a big discussion about that on one of his streams. We were talking about Pete and Dad.
Yeah.
He said he brought up the classic screen about this guy, and he's saying he was a cunt. He's going, really? Yeah, he was a real cunt. And he'd say it with such vigour as well. Oi, you cunt. My mate, he come over and said to me this and that, and he went, did he really? He's a cunt.
There's loads. I've just done a search. There's loads of Pete and Dad on YouTube.
Oh, Pete and Dad is great because it's more of them sat together. Do you ever watch the Pete and Dad ones? There's the videos. I've got a video of it now. And there's a lot of them where he's trying to catch Dad out. And especially the one about the Anna Magnani and so-and-so in bed. And he goes to bed and he says, you won't believe who's in my bed. And he said, who's that? Only Rackle Welch. I said, get out, you hussy. Threw her out. And he's just like rolling off about other people, like, and then at one stage, Dud's got a pint in his hand, and he says something, and Dud's just like that, laughing at his beer, like, as he's drinking it. And then another scene of him is in the Louvre, I think it is, and they're looking at artwork, and Dud's choking on a sandwich, and at one stage he coughs because he's almost laughing. And Pete says, are you enjoying that sandwich? He's going, yeah. He said, yeah, I'm getting it on me. He's spitting the sandwich out. Yeah. Pete and Dad, man, they're fucking hilarious.
I've had comments on this live stream while we've been live.
and the one that we were on about the most that's well worth watching is Derek and Clive, because that's where the swearing comes with Derek and Clive. You know, he says, oh, mate, he said about doing this, and I say, whoa, what, you can't. And he's going, I called him a cunt. Oi, you can't. Oi, you fucking can't. He say it with some real vigour as well to Peter, like Peter Cook.
I've had two new.
Is there a Mike Hunt here? A Mike Hunt.
Right.
Is there a Mike Hunt here? Mike Hunt. Mike Hunt. Anybody? Has anybody seen Mike Hunt?
Mike Hunt. We used to have a teacher called Mr. Hunt. Like he used to get, oi, Hunt the cunt, like that.
I've had two new subscribers since we've been on, and they're both like Chinese writing or Japanese writing.
Well, we had somebody who's definitely giving more likes and viewers.
Yeah.
42 people have disliked it. I wonder who they could be.
Yeah. Well, I blocked one earlier on, didn't I? So
That could be in there.
just have a look at who the subscribers' channels are. What his channel is. It's Chinese. Oh, is it the Django Reinhardt?
Django Rhino.
Django Reinhardt, guitar player, gypsy jazz guitar player.
Yeah.
And he's got one of my videos in his playlist. He's only got a playlist of 7 videos on his channel.
Wow.
And he's got Django Reinhardt, and I'm in it as well.
Cool.
Bit of my classical stuff.
Wow, man. Well done.
I'm getting. I think YouTube must be pushing my channel more. Because I'm getting lots more people subscribing that are into guitar, and I'm not doing any guitar on here.
Well, maybe, like you said earlier on, you should do a channel during the day when you're playing guitar.
Yeah, I should do.
Explaining things and showing how the guitar is, streaming guitar.
Doing the guitar stuff.
Yeah, I should do. I've got 2 subs
Play some solos and explain how the solos are done. I like watching those. I find them most entertaining, especially ones like Ace for Ailey's pretty cool. I love it. He plays some of his classic solos from his songs.
Who's that?
Ace for Ailey out of Kiss.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, hit the liking button. Likey, subscribe.
I don't even know how many I've got because I haven't got my page open, my YouTube.
Cut the what was it?
47 likes I've got.
Yeah, it's cool, man. 47.
2 down thumbs.
Yeah.
Likey, subscribe.
Like and share.
Let's go. Animal. Cattle. Jackets made out of animal. Videos go viral.
Go viral.
Nice.
I've started it now, I've got to play it.
Dark place.
Came from a dark place.
I've got to play it now, haven't I?
Front rows to the Barclays bars.
Let's play it. I haven't
Free
played it
seats
yet.
from Beyonce.
There we go.
Let's go. Ammo, calico, jacket made out of animal. Videos go viral. Fly thing you ever saw. Came from a dark place. I went from the
On the Barclays.
What's happened?
Front seat of the Barclays.
It just stopped.
Bars. Yeah. It died.
Wonder why.
Yeah.
It's still in there. It's like it's just got.
Barclays to Barclays. Front row at the Barclays. Bars. 4 seats from Beyonce.
That's
4
weird.
seats from Beyonce.
It just stopped halfway through.
As I say, I think he's died.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Streaming takes a lot of your memory, your RAM.
Yeah, your RAM.
So it gets to a point where you just need to restart. I think I need to restart too because my shit's been acting real weird.
I'm closing down some tabs. I've got about 20 tabs open.
I've got to get.
I got a notification from Windows. Your device will restart in non-active hours. It's like, well, no, stop. I don't want the update.
Well, I'll go in and I'll postpone the update for like a month. I do.
Videos go viral.
Schedule the restart.
Yeah, reschedule, and then you can like do 7 more days, and click on the 7 more days button. And
Yeah.
Not go any further. That's what I do.
Eventually, it just does it though.
Yeah.
It's like you don't got a choice. It's like, no, we're gonna do it. We're doing it now.
Yeah, you wish you didn't, did you? Don't do it now, please.
Bars.
I've got notifications on Odyssey as well. God, Odyssey's stuck. I think Odyssey's gone down. Oh, it's really slow.
Oh, you wouldn't believe it. We've seen the day. Adverts for fucking Christmas.
Facebook down and out for good. I've got a video here.
The first video I've seen for Christmas.
My Facebook came back on.
And mine's on at the moment.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at my notifications. There's loads of new movies been up. Well, old movies been uploaded. Red Sun.
Red Sun, that was Wesley Snipes.
No, this is
Sean Connery.
This is an old cowboy. Like cowboy martial arts film, I think. Looks like it's got Clint Eastwood in it.
I know there's some good films with Clint Eastwood in.
Red Sun. And Charles Bronson.
Oh, yeah.
1971.
Bronson was
good old film.
Bronson's was in a good few films.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People put a lot of old films up on that Odyssey, like you can't get any more. Some good ones.
Yeah, man, you should watch some of these films, man.
Yeah, I do sometimes. Stigmata's gone up. That's a good film.
Man with a Camera. Great show from the 60s with Charles Bronson. Plays a photography man, like, who takes pictures of murders and stuff.
There's loads of X-Files episodes gone up as well.
Have there? I've got all of them. I've got to sit and watch it again. I've got so many I've got to sit. I just started watching all the Bond films yesterday from the start, so I got through Dr. No, From Russia with Love. So.
What's the first one? Was it Casino Royale, wasn't it?
Well, there was two. There was a 1967 version.
Was it Peter
with
Sellers?
Peter Sellers, yeah. And the chiffre was played by the big blue bloke guy. Orson Welles.
I just found in my notifications a new film's been up. Well, an old film been uploaded. I've got to watch this again. I've not seen this since I was little. Brainstorm, Christopher Walken.
Brainstorm.
Christopher Walken. I remember seeing that. I remember liking that when I was little.
There's another good one I remember. Code of Silence. Chuck Norris in it.
Brainstorm. Imagine a machine that records feelings, emotions, even your hopes and dreams, and imagine that it can transfer these experiences just from one mind to another. It's like a weird sci-fi. Christopher Walken, he's a one of a kind actor.
I like him in True Romance. He plays the gangster, and he's what's they saying, the guy who was a bloke who was killing. Another good classic, Dennis Hopper.
Yeah.
And he's got him in there. He's going, you know, I read books. Do you remember the Moors? And so Christopher Walken's going, no, I don't remember. And he says, well, the Moors conquered Sicily. And the Moors came in and basically shagged and raped all the mothers. They did so much shagging that apparently they changed the bloodline. So he's then going, well, your grandmother fucked a nigger. You gave spawn to a black child.
Oh, you just
and
said
now,
that. You just said that you gave spawn to a black child, and I've just scrolled down in Odyssey, and the film Spawn's come up.
Yeah.
1997, Spawn.
Spawn's.
I didn't know there was a movie of it. I read the book, Sean Hudson.
Spawn's alright, so Who was the
Mr.
other guy?
E.T.
Who was
The fool doesn't phone home.
Mr. E.T.? Who's the other guy who died in an heroin overdose? He was in the Big Lebowski. He was in the Big Lebowski, and he played the.
He doesn't phone home.
What a fool.
Mr. T.
He's a mix between Mr. T and E.T.
E.T.
Doesn't phone home.
I remember when I first come out, my mother and my brother. My brother found it. My brother found a pirate copy of it. We were watching pirate copies of it when it came out.
Pity the fool doesn't phone home.
E.T. was like a bloody phenomenon when that first.
It was such a phenomenon to get it on VHS as a pirate copy.
Well, we had to get it on Sony Betamax because we didn't have a VHS, so that's hard.
Hey man, that was a good format to have.
Betamax was a better format.
It was a better format, yeah. Better sound, better vision, more stability.
It had like DVD quality.
Yeah, it was fucking. Yeah, it was.
Well, the BBC still used Betamax tapes up until like the 90s. They still had everything on Betamax until they started converting everything digital. Up to the
Yeah, then they started using VHS as well. There was another one called VS2000.
Yeah,
as well.
they were big tapes, weren't they?
They were big tapes. Like I think America took the VS2000 one.
The Betamax was like a lot smaller than the VHS.
VXS was like the size of the hard drive basically today.
VHS was the biggest one, tapes.
I've got the original CK Biden VHS somewhere around here.
Oh yeah.
I've got a video camera VHS-C.
We throw them away. They're worth big money today, like you get hold of a clear disc, video cassette.
I wonder if I can use my old. I've got an old VHS JVC camcorder, like a really old one. You know the old shoulder ones.
Yeah, well, if you've got the cables for it.
Yeah, I've got the cables for it. It's just like
you'd be able to get it through something, and you'd be able to
use it as
blast it, use it as a cam, and then blast it down and record onto some sort of hard drive from it.
Yeah. I was thinking of because it's like really good quality picture.
Yeah, if you get a good tape, always comes on the good tape. They had those little small tapes, didn't they?
I was thinking of just using it as like a cam for doing recording.
Really? That might be worth it, man.
I've still got it here somewhere.
As long as you can get it off in a digital copy.
I was thinking if I get one of those, you can get interfaces to turn old video into.
Well, you can buy an old
HDMI.
video cassette player, and you can turn it into a disc, load it on a disc, and then put it in your computer.
It's well, you can get adapters to run old video equipment straight into HDMI.
I want a thing that can convert 16mm film.
Yeah.
8mm film.
Well, I've got an old 8mm projector with old film.
I've got two upstairs. I've got an 8mm and a 16mm.
It's an old Soviet CP projector.
We used to have another one that used to run too, but it had no sound with it.
I've got to get new belts for it because they're all really old, the belts.
Yeah, they're all
dry rotted.
Yeah, they're
dry rotted, yeah.
I think it'll take, because it's so strong and so sturdy, old Russian technology, it'll probably just use bloody strong elastic bands on it.
Probably, you never know.
Yeah, they might have to have a fairly strong belt or not unstretchy belt, you know.
Yeah.
Might not last long.
No sound on them, but just silent movies.
No, that's it. There's no sound on them.
But if
I did find an old brown tape. So one of them had sound with it. so you can put it through a twin reel player.
I've got a really good old film I want to capture and put on digital. Old 8mm cinema. It's like from the 1920s.
I got a couple. I got
Model T Ford cars crashing into trains and doing stunts and jumping over trains and things.
I got one from 1956, 57, and the mother getting married. 56, and the mother getting married to my brother's father.
I've got all the old Buster Keaton films and the Laurel
I
Hardy.
would love to get old films like that.
And Harold Lloyd films I got.
I used to love watching Harold Lloyd. I love watching Harold Lloyd. I love watching Fatty Arbuckle, Buster Keaton, Harold Lloyd, Laurel Hardy, Three Stooges.
Joe Biden.
I like the size of
Hang on.
Let's go, Brandon.
Look at the missing letters. F blank 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 Joe B blank DEN. Fuck Joe Biden.
Like people were like chanting that at a baseball game. They're chanting "Fuck Joe Biden!" Clap, 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 clap. And he was like, "Wow, a lot of people want to have sex with me." Somebody had to tell him like that's not what that means.
West Ham Terraces, they have a song they used to sing for years, and it was called Harry Roberts, he kills coppers, bang, bang, bang. He used to sing on the terraces to the cops. Cops fucking hated it. Harry Roberts got out of jail about 10 years ago. He was in for 42 years. Shot 3 coppers dead. 1965, I think it was.
Do you remember that boxer that shot his manager in the 80s? Terry Marsh.
Terry Marsh.
Do you remember him? Boxer.
I heard Terry Marsh, but I don't remember him shooting.
I'm pretty sure he shot the boxing promoter. What's his name?
What, Frank?
Frank Warren.
Taco Bell.
Yeah, he did. He attempted to shoot Frank Warren.
I think he did. Shoot him.
He missed it.
Scraped him.
Yeah. Because Frank Warren's still alive.
Yeah, I know. But I think he did get shot though. But
oh yeah, he shot him. Yeah, he shot him.
Lately.
Hey, we got Matt's Secret Vault is in the house.
Early morning depravity. Yep.
Yeah.
I was just about to
Early morning depravity.
I was just about to, because Crazy John's about to fall asleep, I think.
They're kicking in now, Frank. Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell you started slurring.
Slurring words. We work pretty fast. I can hold it off. If Frank comes, if Secret comes in,
it's probably off on the Explore.
Meow.
Way. Oh, I can't find the link. Where's the link?
Well, he went to bed rather early last night, didn't he?
Might be driving.
He probably doing his more editing.
Hi, I'm Secret Vault. I'm now on the stream. Look at me. I'm the Secret Vault. Secret Vault.
Did you see that latest one with that bean face? Here he is, look.
I'm the Secret Vault.
Yeah.
He's here.
I'm the Secret Vault.
No, that's Punches putting up the.
Oh, it's Punches. You see the latest one he's done. He had Bino, visit Bino, that Jordan guy,
B-Face.
Dreamface, and he comes in that place and he screams out, "It's Bino Computers!"
Yippee!
Whoopee! I thought, fucking hell, man, you might as well just shut the fuck up. We're in places. You could get nicked any minute. It's a police station, like, you know.
That's
Keep
the
your
one with
noise down.
arseworms.
Arseworms, yeah. Yeah, talking about arseworms. Fucking hell. What's that all about? Well, we got some arseworms. What am I going to do? Wash your ass. It's funny that he's a funny lad. I couldn't have somebody like that screaming out on a fucking adventure. I'd be like, for fuck's sake, man, keep it down. Matt says to him at one stage, "Don't jump in that computer, in that lift shaft. It'll cut you in half."
Oh, I think he's popped in. I have to go to beat.
He popped in, has he?
Oh no.
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
fun.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yep.
Hey.
Hey.
How you doing?
He's up.
Alright.
What's this then? Restream. Never heard of this.
And this is another platform, Matt.
It's
You want to
unlimited.
give it a go, like?
It's unlimited hours.
Unlimited.
Free.
A little bit erratic in places. Bit mad with the texting down the side. You see everybody's comments.
But audio quality is a bit better than streaming.
Yeah, the audio's fucking top notch on here, man.
You can't stop their comments then if they're naughty. You can't cut them out.
No, not on there. You can't. No.
You can.
Oh, can you? I thought you couldn't do it.
Well, I had that trolling earlier on. I'll just click on the dots next to the message, and I can block user on YouTube, and I can also add him to block list on Restream.
All right. I
Which is
didn't think
permanent.
you could do that.
Blocks the IP.
Anyway, hello Dan. Hello John.
Hello.
John, you're looking fucking out of your face, mate.
I am.
He's taking
I'm on the verge of going to bed, Matt.
Yeah, so you've had a load to drink and now you take a load of tablets. Right, great.
Yeah, I do that every night. It's not killed me yet.
Oh, that's right. You've obviously built yourself into this
tolerance, yeah.
Tolerance, yeah. You know you can do it, yeah, fair shout.
Yeah. One day it'll catch me out and I'll never get it.
Well, it has been known to happen, so yeah, just.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I know somebody who lost their life through it.
Oh dear. Mind you, though, I like a good Valium and a beer if I go on a plane. Valium.
I envy you having Valium. I'd love that.
Oh yeah. Well, the doctor won't give it to me because it's like.
No, mine won't.
They work, so they won't give it to you. They go, look, can we give you stuff that fucking is horrible and makes
Doesn't work. Yeah.
Makes you feel like you're being choked to sleep.
Yeah.
We'll give you that, but we won't give you Valium, which will just like send you down quietly. Like, yeah.
Well, it's an antipsychotic, so apparently it relaxes you. It doesn't. It's not supposed to put you to sleep, but it does. I've done 15 hours on Valium. I did, mind you, I boffed about 4 of them down, man.
But what you're saying then? Valiums are antipsychotics.
They're antipsychotics apparently. Antipsychotics and antidepressants.
Yeah, they just calm your brain down. That's what life tends to be like. If you're thinking like 20 thoughts a minute and you're going like and you can't, your brain's too active.
Hyperactive, yeah.
Yeah, it just takes you down, and then you're just thinking like, my brain's clear. I feel really like calm.
Maybe that's what I need because that's why I'm doing all night streams because I can't sleep all night. So.
Yeah.
You do. You need them. If you can get them, let me know.
Well, the thing is as well, like Frank, have you tried melatonin?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, mate.
Melatonin's alright for you, Frank.
These
It's
are
not bad.
totally fucking safe, mate.
I got melatonin.
These are totally safe.
Because I don't trust drugs. I was on lots of antidepressants like back in November. I gave them all up in November.
Melatonin's different, man.
Melatonin is in your body, right? So
There.
I haven't got a bottle. I've normally got like fucking bottles.
I've got one here. I'll show him because I've got one here.
It's like a,
Yeah.
it's like a brain chemical, isn't it?
Here you go, Frank. These are melatonin.
You know what?
Cycladin melatonin. Where's the camera?
You can get natural melatonin by just being in the sunlight.
That's melatonin.
Yeah. But the thing that
right.
I was going to say, it looks like it's like a morning stream. If I turn my lights on, watch what happens now. Ping, ping, ping. Then I look natural. Yeah. I got to have fucking big lights to do it.
I thought your camera went dark earlier.
What it is, right? When you go to sleep, and every night you're meant to have a good sleep. And by good sleep, what that means is you're meant to have enough sleep that you get to this REM, rapid eye movement, REM, which is where the band got their name from. REM, rapid eye movement, right? You're meant to get to that sleep state, and that sleep state only lasts like about a minute. But when it happens, your eyes roll around, like in your head. It's like eyes roll around and you twitch. It's like when dogs have like a dream and they go like, oh, 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 like that, and they're doing that. So that's when you have the most intense dream, right? And you have the most intense dream. And when you do it, your body kind of rewards you by giving you a little injection beep, of melatonin into your brain. Beep, like that, right? It's like a little drip. And it just gives, and when it does that, then when you wake up in the morning, you feel like you've had a good night's sleep. Right?
You know what? I do these.
Mm-hmm.
I do 3 of these, and I don't get any urge for sleeping off them.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I know.
3 of them.
My problem was I gave up all prescription drugs back in November.
Yeah.
All antidepressants. I was on Metazepam, sertraline.
Yeah, I have Metazepam.
Prozac. I gave the lot up because I was just like a zombie all the time, and my brain was not working.
I'm not on like a zombie until I start doing these.
No, I wouldn't call you a zombie. I'd call you. You look like a vampire, but I wouldn't call you a zombie. You look like Count Dracula.
Thanks, man. Yeah.
That's perfectly honest transparency. You look like Count Dracula. Looks like you need to like clamp your fangs onto somebody's neck. This is what's really wrong with you, right? You haven't been drinking blood properly, have you, for a while? Right? So, let's face it, right? Until you get
missing out on blood.
Yeah. Until you get your blood fixed, it's not going to work.
No.
So, but what you really want to do is check out some of these melatonins. Now, you can either get them from your doctor or from the States. You can get a big pack of them, right, from a place called Puritan's Pride. And what they do is it'll cost you like about 30 quid, right? But they will send you 500 of these bloody things in lots of bottles. And what because it's always too many, and they'll have gone off by the time I would have used them. I give them to friends. I just say, hey, have you ever heard of this melatonin stuff? I give them one, and it's like, so I give them away.
I've got a website up here. It's just called Puritan.com.
Puritan.com, yeah. Melatonin. They always do these deals where if you buy more in a pack because the postage is expensive, right? Find out when the postage gets ridiculous, and that's your threshold, because it costs more for the postage than it does for the tablets, And they are fucking wicked, man. I mean, I only need to take 5 milligrams, right? They sell them up to 50 milligrams and stuff like that. It's crazy. Yeah. You don't need it, right? If you're starting off, buy some 5s and some 10s, and sometimes I'll even break a 5 in half, and you can even give them to the dog, right? Because believe it or not, in us it's a sleep aid, right? But in dogs, it is a Valium. It acts like Valium would act to us, but in a dog, it's a Valium. So if the dog's hyper and being all sort of stressy because we're going on a long fucking journey or something like that, I'll just give her half a melatonin, and she chills her out.
Right. looking
she's
at-
quite hyper when she's in the car.
Drugs are bad.
Like, lights, cars, movement, lights, cars, because they're very movement triggered. Malamutes, they're not that brainy. They don't understand what it is, and they think that it's like prey animals. Everything that moves is a prey animal. So they get like hyper activated. So they're like me when I need a Valium. You know, there's too much going on.
They've got some different types. They've got like a slow release. They've got liquids. They've got.
I just get the normal tablets to start with, to be honest. And liquid is like crazy. That's like if you fucking need loads of it, I wouldn't bother.
You drop it up into your tongue and just like straight to the brain.
I mean, you know, liquid is for like somebody wants to put a drop in their tea because they don't like tablets and that sort of stuff. I mean, it's not necessary, I don't think. Hello, Vacant Haven, bloody hell.
Right.
Yeah, vacant.
731, yeah.
The 10 milligrams one, bloody hell. Buy 2, get 3 free.
Yes, that's the sort of thing I'm saying. Yeah, like, yeah, buy 2, get 3 free, bosh. And then you find out whether you like it. And you can give some to your friends that, you know, if you know somebody who's got sleep problems, because literally, right, here's the benefits of melatonin, right? You need some sleep, you take a melatonin. I was like up at like 11 o'clock, and I needed to get out on an explore at 10 o'clock in the morning, right? I couldn't sleep that night because my brain was too active because I knew I had a big day on. 4 o'clock in the morning, in the end, I took one. Whoosh, I was out then. That was it. Yeah. But I could not get to sleep.
If I got something the next day,
I would love 5 mil ones.
Yeah. So, you know, it's like you take one of those and it just makes you feel like you're on the edge of sleep, and you really would just, if you went to bed now, you would just drop off, right? That's what it makes you feel like. It's just like that. Right. So,
have you ever hit the sun and gotten all dopey?
I've got here is 10 mils is the strongest.
Really?
yeah, I've got 10 mils and I got 5 mils.
Yeah.
But I only ever really myself need to take the 5 mils. So I've got a bottle somewhere of 10 mils which doesn't get used. You know?
I'd love some 10 mil ones.
Yeah.
5s probably, because they're quite expensive, like £30.
Yeah, they're not, man. If you go and get them, it's right.
Yeah.
Melatonin 5 milligrams. Buy 2 get 3 free. That's 5 for $28.98.
There we are.
How much is in the tub? How many is in the tub?
100, 200.
Yeah, maybe like that. Oh.
120.
Yeah, but you don't need many. See, that's the thing. It's literally, if you've never taken them before, you start with just one, and you're not supposed to take them all the time because your body will start underproducing its own melatonin if you do that.
Yeah, I think my melatonin's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but the thing is, if you take them and you wake up in the morning, when you wake up, you literally just give yourself a good shake, go and get a cup of tea, and your body knows how to reabsorb the melatonin because you're in the waking process. Your body goes, ooh, melatonin's in your body, and it pulls it back out. So your body knows how to reabsorb it, so you don't walk around like a zombie all day. Now, if you took Valium to knock you out and you woke up in the morning, you'd probably still have some of it in your system, so you'd still feel a bit groggy. You don't get that with melatonin because your body knows how to withdraw it. So it's actually really good. And if you go on holidays and you have jet lag, right, and you're like, you can't get to sleep on a plane, you've got jet lag, all this sort of stuff, yeah, you take one of those when you get to the country where the times have changed, and it automatically resets your body clock straight away.
Wow.
Boom, your body clock's reset. So you don't get all the jet lag, and you just get into the new timing of new sleep at the other end, and you're fine.
That's like, that happened to me Friday and Saturday. I've done a long stream, 12 hours, up all night till 3 p.m. And then I went to sleep that evening, actually straight after that, and I slept through to 2 p.m. the next day.
Yeah.
Like 11 hours. But then I was awake for like 24 hours.
See, I don't Valium like
it's
that.
just like I'm asleep for 11 hours and I'm awake for 24 hours.
I did Valium. I did four Valiums, and then I was asleep for 15 hours.
Mm. But you need that much?
Well, obviously not.
No. Sounds like you're jumping in the deep end with these things.
It is. Like, it's
how
like,
it goes.
a loaded gun, like, well, you might as well put it in your head, like, you know.
Yeah.
Just fucking
Yeah, you
crazy
maybe
stuff.
don't be so reckless. Like I've been to nightclubs where people have gone, right, I've just necked 10 E's, and I'm like, why?
Yeah, why?
Why? And it's like 1 E is enough, you know.
Well, it used to be, not
Yeah.
anymore. 10, I remember people doing that back in 10,
Yeah,
and they were fucking
yeah.
all over the show.
But the thing is, as well, like especially if you're buying them in a club, you don't know the strength. It's like you take one, you see how it affects you, then you take more. You don't go, I
Yeah.
just bought a load of unknown drugs off somebody I've never met before. Let's take 10. And it's like the stupidity of it. And I explained it to him. I said, like, it's not a fucking race. You know what I mean?
No.
It's not a race.
It's not a
like the
race.
race is with your life. Like, you know, it's
Believe
like
you me, 10 of them, you are risking it.
Yeah.
You're right, you are.
You know, like if you want to go to hospital and get your stomach pumped, like that's a good way to
If you
try.
want to get to hospital, you're gonna fucking make it.
Yeah.
Fucking right.
So ultimately,
We had a bloke at a party, and he was so excited he was going to this party. He boffed everything he had. Fuck knows what he eaten that night. But he died. He died on the dance floor.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was it. The rave was over.
Well, yeah, it's a bit of a downer for everyone else who's there, but I mean, it just goes to show that like some people don't understand what drugs are about. It's not how many you take; it's the fact that you take something and it works. It's not like take everything I've got and I'll have a better night. You won't. You'll have the worst night of your fucking life.
You will. You fucking will.
Your brain won't be working. You won't be feeling like dancing. You'll be feeling sick. You'll be in a corner. You probably won't remember a lot of it, and everyone else will be having to look after you. It's not going to be a good night for everybody else. It's not going to be a good night for you.
I've seen people neck 2. Now this is going back in the days when one pill would last you all night, you know, and these things were weeping MDMA. They were that good. And he's just gone bang with 2 of them, like oh, fuck me. We're in for a funny night here. Like, when the guy got through it, and he came up one stage, he was like a fucking steam train. He was up. Fucking hell. Wired. What a wired situation to be in.
You see him fucking gurning, like.
Oh, his face was broken at one stage. He was like that. Jaw was over there.
Yeah.
Matt, after you showed that How to Be a Complete Bastard Rick Mail board game,
yeah,
I dug in my old computer game ZX Spectrum stuff, and I found How to Be a Complete Bastard computer game.
Yes, it is. It's a Spectrum game, but some bastard was trying to sell the Commodore 64 version for £100 on eBay.
I've got all the tapes here. I've even got a Commodore 64 version. I've got like, hundreds of games for those old computers.
You can make some money on it. Try and sell it for £99.99 to take the piss out of that fucking bloke on eBay. He'll be angry as fuck. Sell it for a couple of quid less, like £95.
Yeah, I've got lots of valuable ones, especially rare. You know, you see them on eBay, R@RE, like rare. And they're selling them for stupid money. So, but I don't know. I collect them because I used to be into programming and stuff, computers back in the old days, and Spectrum and Commodores.
Yeah.
So I collect them, so I'd rather keep them.
Yeah. Oh, I see. The new comments come at the top. They don't come at the bottom.
Yeah, it's confusing.
Yeah. All new
Actually,
Steve Ellis.
And on mine, the new comments coming at the bottom.
Oh. So for you see them at the bottom.
Yeah.
But we see them at the top.
They go up. But you see them at the top and they come down.
Fucking weird.
Yep.
Yeah, I just woken up, remembered I had to put the bins out, so I thought I'd better do it because my bins were full. So, and now I'm like, can't go back to bed. So I just started editing, and then I saw Frank Triggs is on. I was like, okay.
What was that you found out about Vanguard?
Oh yeah, that's right, Vanguard. Well, to be honest, I was expecting to like have a job to find out who they were.
Yeah.
They've got a website.
Yeah, I found a website. Yeah, I know about the website.
And they're in Pennsylvania. They brag we are one of the biggest companies in the world, and like we've got trillions in investments.
7 trillion apparently.
Yeah, 7 trillion. I've seen interviews with the CEO, and apparently they have like a different strategy for investment. I'll tell you what it is now if I can find it. Vanguard, here we are. I've still got the tab up. Like.
Vanguard, here we go.
Yeah. Oh, here we are. There's even a Wikipedia page for them. They're an American registered investment advisor based in Malvern, Pennsylvania. It's interesting, Malvern, because we've got Malvern Hills in Worcestershire, or Worcester. And they got 7 trillion in global assets under management as of January the 13th, 2021. It's the largest provider of mutual funds and the second largest provider of exchange traded funds in the world after BlackRock's iShares. So BlackRock is bigger apparently.
But the biggest
Vanguard owns BlackRock.
The biggest holder of BlackRock is Vanguard.
Well, that's it then. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. In addition to mutual funds and EFTs, Vanguard offers brokerage services, variable and fixed annuities, educational account services, financial planning, asset management, and trust services.
They loan money to the World Bank as well, and the IMF.
Yeah. Vanguard is considered one of the big 3 index fund managers that dominate corporate America. And the founder, John C. Bogle, is credited with the creation of the first index fund available to individual investors, and was a proponent and major enabler of low-cost investing by individuals.
But they're not just in America; they're global.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, America is such a big sort of country for money that probably all other countries their sort of stuff is easy to buy out, so it's kind of like they probably find it easy in poor countries to just like we own it, we own your country, it's like we've got everything.
Yeah, well, they own most of the debts of all the countries as well, so the bonds that the countries have got.
I keep saying about this company, the Bank of Cabales. They're just a huge collector of money, and they seem to tend to fund terrorism on the quiet.
Don't know about that. I don't know about
Do you ever watch an interview and it's Stone Roses getting back together, and the guy from the Daily Mail asks the group a question, and Ian Brown rips into him and he says, How's it like to be run by a company that deals out misery and pain? And he's like going, who's that? He said, the Bank of Cabales. That's who's behind you. And the guy's like that, trying to ask him a question, and he's like, well, doesn't have a clue. Like, no one knows about this bank. Huge bank.
Steve says Vanguard provided investment for Twitter, also Alphabet Inc. and Apple and Microsoft and Elon Musk and Tesla.
Elon Musk.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, it's got on the Yahoo Finance their top 10 holdings, and the top 10 is Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, all the big tech basically, Tesla. Practically every one of the big techs is their top 10, and they look at those companies and what their holdings are for those companies.
What are you meowing at me for? You got food, go and eat
and
your
they're the
food.
biggest withdrawers of the profits as well out of all the other investors, so that they're taking as much money out as they're investing.
Come here then. Mine's meowing now, like.
I heard mine.
They definitely.
Did you hear it?
They definitely haven't got much risk in what they do, holding all that. Those assets.
Well, come on then.
They let companies take the risks, and they.
You're coming down.
profit if they make money.
Well, yeah, they probably, do need to be looked at, like just how much control they've got. Because, I mean, they're one of those sorts of companies. They're a bit like, Rockefeller and the, Rothschilds and things like this. They're so powerful. They're so powerful that when they pull stunts, like they start pulling money out of something, everybody will run, And it can be a trick that's used because they literally, like everyone will look towards them and what they're doing. And if they suddenly start pulling out of something or selling, everyone will sell and that company will just be destroyed. So they've got a lot of leverage over, who succeeds in the world and who fails.
Vanguard is one of the biggest holders of JP Morgan as well. And some of those.
And Sachs.
And Goldman Sachs. They own
Goldman Sachs
as well. Goldman Sachs.
Yeah. So it's one of these things. Like, I mean, it's almost like they're a juggernaut basically, and they've got to pole position.
They've got the monopoly basically on
monopoly.
But they've only been around since the 70s. You see, I mean, it's like founded in 1975. And they built themselves up. And the reason they came into existence, apparently, was because the guy that set them up, Bogle, he made a big mistake. He was working as a fund manager for a company, apparently, and he invested a load of their money, and they lost loads of money. So he was sacked from that company. But he then thought, well, what did I do wrong? What have I done wrong here? And what would stop this happening again in the future? So he devised a different plan, a different strategy, which was a slow strategy with minimal costs. And it was like that was the key thing, was like that the costs to you to be in this kind of like fund or investing with them meant nothing. It was like you're paying nothing to be in it. And it's like, but it sort of like moves in a certain way. It has like a forward motion that moves in a certain way. Whereas a lot of other funds you pay more to be in them, and they're a lot more aggressive, and this thing is just like a very slow and steady and fucking costs nearly nothing to be in it. And what everybody found is that left alone, this dominated, right? So a lot of people jumped ship from other companies and said, well, we got risk with these companies or no risk with this company and no fee. So everyone just started selling and getting into Vanguard and just leaving their investment long term.
Because there was this strange case, it's kind of an urban legend, but it was true. This man called Andrew Carlson, he had started with $800. This is... and he invested $800 in the stock market and within 4 months made $350 million. Not a single investment lost money. He done high risk, putting everything all in on the next investment, sell, and in 4 months made £350 million out of $800. They arrested him, the FBI, and they accused him of insider trading. This is where it gets weird. Andrew Carlson, his name is. He claimed that he was from the future, from the year 2056, and he knew what the stocks were doing. And then they obviously didn't believe him. But then he said, "Oh, I know the cure for this disease, that disease. I can tell you where Osama bin Laden is." And a lot of the things he said were true, like some things. But then an anonymous benefactor, who they don't know who it was, bailed him out, gave a £1 million bail, and he vanished.
What are you doing? You're going down. Go out.
Probably something like that is how these companies
just sit there meowing
make their money, through insider trading. Having some fool guy go in and make all loads of money for them, get caught, claim them from the future, get bailed out. There's some pretty weird stuff that goes on with the stock market.
Yeah, but it's where the big boys go and gamble, not down the fucking horsing.
It started with $800, making $350 million in 4 months.
Shocking.
It's crazy.
Well, like, people don't realize that penny stocks can be one of the best investments for like beginners, because you can pick $1,000 and buy like a 1 penny stock, right? And then the next day it might be worth only 3 pennies, but that if you got $1,000, then that's $3,000, right? And you just take it right out again and reinvest it in another one that's only a penny. Oh my gosh.
They're like, my life, it sucks. What do they want?
That was in he was arrested in March 2003.
Just
My life. My life is no good. Make a fuss of me. Oh.
Attention.
Yeah, some weird stuff going on.
Oh.
You okay?
Drinking Coca-Cola probably doesn't help either.
Well, yeah, sugar stimulates the brain, and so does caffeine.
Yeah.
And then the body has to process the sugar, and then that wakes your stomach up and stuff. So yeah.
Eating an Indian curry at 5 o'clock in the morning don't help either. I did tonight. A chicken boner at 5 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I'm all upside down. I can't get to sleep.
Yeah, get some of those melatonin and see how they work for you, man.
Yeah, I will.
You will be able to put yourself to sleep. I get it sometimes. I'm like, oh, fucking sitting there, and I'm watching like, TV series, and I can't stop, and I just can't get to sleep, and it's just, and the reason I'm watching a TV series is because that would often get me to sleep. So I watch something and I just fall asleep like 20 minutes in, fall asleep. But sometimes I watch them and I can't get to sleep, and I'm watching them and I would go 4 episodes, 5 episodes, 6 episodes. I'm like, fuck, I can't get to sleep,
Yeah, my brain's always busy, so I find it hard. I listen to movies instead of watching them. Like films that I know is kind of off by heart, and that's what I end up doing. It's like counting sheep.
Yeah, I do the same thing. I'll put a movie on that I've seen 1,000,000 times. That helps me.
Yeah.
I have a terrible thing of putting a movie on and then falling asleep through it and waking up when the credit comes on.
Yeah. Yeah, or waking up just at the last thing, and you don't want to know what's happening, but you wake up because it's always like bang, 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 shout, shout, shout at the end, and it's like you wake up and you're like, oh, really? That's what happens. But then it's like it takes you 4 more attempts of watching the movie or falling asleep before you can actually watch it.
I've actually done that. Gone through the chapters, reversed them to where I last remember watching it.
Oh, every time when I watch something, because I fall asleep in everything. I watch everything and fall asleep. Yeah,
it's a good thing to do sometimes, isn't it?
So ordering from America then for this Puritan, how long will it take? Sort of 2 weeks?
Yeah, or less maybe. I've been surprised. It doesn't take long, and their postage is reasonable as well. Because American postage, boy, they can be fucking wankers.
Yeah, I know.
Like this video camera, right? Just wrapped in a box. No packaging, just like that. No Sony box with it, just like that, right? It was $80 to send. $80 fucking dollars.
Wow.
Well, I used to buy guitars from America.
Because I get shipments. I buy stuff from Varusteleka, and they're in Finland, and from Helsinki, and I get stuff for $10 shipped.
Yeah,
like huge boxes of stuff.
But America has turned into like a shithole, really, isn't it? For like being overcharged for things, and Britain's gone that way because they privatized our post office, which used to be cheap. They privatized it, and now it's fucking expensive. And it's like,
they have these things here, the USPS, United States Postal Service, where it's a fixed price box, or it's like whatever fits in the box will ship statewide, at least like within the United States, for a fixed price. So it can be like full of lead. Like you can fill the box full of lead and they'll ship it for $15.
Yeah.
Well, I had a
good.
guitar, like a classic guitar shipped to
So
America.
that's how people get like their drugs and stuff. They ship them in these flat rate boxes.
It was £70 postage, and then duty on top of that.
Ugh.
Damn. And they charge you because of the size, like the size of the package?
Yep, the size of the package and the weight. But I found a way around it. The next guitar I bought from a shop in New Jersey, because it was like half the price if it is in the UK to buy it, with the exchange rate and everything at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Got them to wrap it as a gift. And like write a tag on it to Frank, many happy returns, your Nana and Papa, and sent it as a gift, and then I didn't have to pay duty.
Nice.
If it's a gift.
Nice.
I don't know how many times you can do that though, but yeah, you can get gifts sent with gifts.
Yeah, but the gift value before having to pay duty, I think, is still only like £15, or it used to be 30, but they reduced it to 15. You know, so
this was an £800 guitar.
Yeah, that's it.
Sent through the post, and I didn't have to pay any duty. So
did you pay
yeah,
the
the thing is as well, you shouldn't have to pay duty if something's being repaired, because if you send it back for repairs, you know, and it's been returned after repair, well, it's already had duty paid on it, so you shouldn't be paying duty again. You know,
well, it's just won't repair. It's buying it new out of a shop.
Yeah.
So, but it was a store shop, not like an online shop. So I got them to wrap it up nicely as a gift.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that. I used to do that all the time. Back in the old days when the exchange rate was like $2 to a pound.
I just got to remember now, like I bought this from the States, and the reason I bought it is because it was American. It had 29 frames a second, because I'm fed up of our fucking 25 frames a second, because it's good when it doubles to be 50 for television purposes, but when you're trying to do film work, 25 frames a second is shutters, you know, like shuddery. So I got a feeling this is I got to remember now. Was I intelligent? Yeah, I want to have the 29.9, not fucking 25. An American is better, really.
Doesn't that change the format though, like from to NTSC or something?
Well, it is technically NTSC. Yeah, it's 29.97 frames a second. Why they couldn't make it fucking 30? You know, like 29.97. Who the fuck thought that one up?
I know with the old CRTs, the power on the was like 576 lines or something, and the NTSC was 600 and something lines. It was taller picture but narrower.
Yeah, and the other reason to buy something from the United States, which is a United States camera, even though it's not technically, it used to not be compatible with British tellies, but now tellies all auto switch. They switch to American or whatever. But if you buy something from America, they don't charge duty on having a record in function on the camera, so you can plug a wire in and record on the camera, because then in duty terms, when they send these from Japan, when they come into the States, it doesn't matter that this records, as well as being a camcorder, it records in as well. It's a video device as well as a camera device, right? So in Britain, they want fucking double tax for that. They want it because it's a camera device and it's a video device. So 2 sets of duty, please. Yeah. So that's why in Japan they disable the video in function to send to the UK. So American cameras can do fucking amazing things that like British cameras can't. You know?
I've got to get a decent camera.
I had
I
no
haven't got
idea.
a portable camera. I've only got this webcam, which I paid £40 for.
I don't know what my old
60 FPS though, 1080.
Yeah, you can plug a wire into the side of an American camera and like record off the telly or off a box or something. You can record it high quality onto the camera, like onto a tape, and you used to be able to do like super high quality recording, whereas VHS was shit. You could record it onto DV tape, you know, get a perfect quality copy. And you couldn't do that with British stuff because it was disabled.
I've got an old SVHS camcorder.
Yeah. So you Americans, you've had it too good for too long. You get everything. You get like buy radios in like supermarkets at 5 watts. And you just like, it says, oh, by the way, you should have a license for this. Honestly, sir, make sure you get your license, which costs like $50. But like, how many people do that? They just go, no, I'll have the radio, thanks. I'll have the powerful one. And yeah, I'm going to use it. And no, I'm not having a license. And it's like 5 watts. Over here, the most powerful fucking radio you can buy, I think, is like 30 milliwatts. Milliwatts. Not watts. Thousandth of a watt. So like an American radio is 5,000 milliwatts. Right? That's 5 watts. And we can have 30 milliwatts. So 30 versus 5,000. So our radio can shout to the end of the street. There you go. That's right. Bofeng's 5 watts. Yeah, that's right. But China doesn't give a fuck. They'll send it to anybody. Like, you want 5 watts, sir? 5 watts it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's it. But if you, oh yeah, but if you buy a Motorola radio that looks exactly the same as the one that's from the States, the one that can be sold in the UK is 30 milliwatts. So this literally goes like this. Hello. Like that, right? And the one from the United States goes, hello! You know, it's like fucking, it goes 5,000 distance, and ours go 30.
Yeah. I can actually have 2 of these, set one of them in the mountains and use it as a repeater, station, so that I can get a signal over the mountain.
Yes.
So I put one right at the top of the mountain, so if I'm in this valley, I can use it in direct sight.
When we were kids back in the 80s, we used to get our computers and broadcast the signal using a television booster backwards with an aerial in the television booster to broadcast a computer game signal on channel 36 from like an old ZX Spectrum or Commodore, so that next door neighbours could pick up us playing computer games in like the 1980s.
Yeah.
Like a miniature pirate TV station, but it only went like 300, 400 feet. But
and what blew me away was like Greece. I went on a holiday in Greece, and I found out that there was like all these radio stations. Like every little movement you made on a radio dial, it was like radio station, radio station, radio station, radio station, and it was like they were playing music with no adverts. And I was like, I said, like, there's all these radio stations. They're really cool. Like, they just play music. There's no DJ, there's no voice, just playing music, and what's all that about? And they said, oh yeah, they're just the radio stations that we have around here, you know, like people just set them up in their houses and just play music. And I'm like, what? Are you allowed to do that? And they went, yeah, you just buy a transmitter and set it up. And I said, what, it's not illegal? And they went, no, there's no laws about transmission of like radio signals. I said, what do you mean? Like, you know, what about television? They went, yeah, you can set up a teletransmitter as well if you want, and you can transmit. Like, there's some people, like there's one on that island over there, and there's like there's a big transmitter on the hill up there that some bloke's got, and it's like, what? And you can buy this stuff. And I was like, where do you buy this stuff? And I went to a shop, and it was there. It was just a like 500 watt transmitter for television, and it's like, just buy it, and it's like £2,000, please, and it's like, what? What? I'm like, you know, it was just off the shelf stuff, like, you know, just here's your transmitter, plug it in, off you go. And if you go to Greece, they just sell you whatever you want. And I think the only thing that fucked them up is, I think when they got into the EU went, no, we don't want people having that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got one of those old school, like the big boat anchor. It's like a 450 watt ham radio. You know, like the old, it's from like the 1950s, the big, huge ones, and it still works.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't have the microphone and everything for it.
But the old stuff was built to last. Like, I've got an old 1930s 8mm projector, like, and the Russian one, CCP, Soviet. That still works. The original bulb in it as well.
Wow.
It still works perfect.
Yeah, that's crazy.
John's gonna fall asleep.
I'm on the verge. I'm on the verge, man.
Why didn't you get yourself off to bed, man? Why are you killing yourself staying there?
I think I will go to bed, to be honest.
Why did you get yourself to bed? You're forcing yourself to stay awake there.
I'll hold my gun to your head, man. Like, better stick around until the show's over.
Yeah.
Gotta go.
Gotta go. Hello. I hope now you do actually wake up, because I don't want to be the one who said, "Well, I was actually the one who said, go to bed, man."
I'll see you later. I'll see you all, guys. I had a nice life, right?
Don't fight those drugs. Go to bed and give in.
He's afraid to fall asleep because he thinks we're all gonna draw dicks on his forehead.
Oh yeah, we'll do a 3-way bukkake, like through the internet onto you there, like in the corner. Yeah.
Well, he fell asleep last time on Friday.
Yeah, 40 minutes nap that was.
Yeah.
Right.
It was good.
But yeah, transmitters. It's funny because, like, I had a pirate radio transmitter and we buggered about with it a few times in Bristol. There's no point in me transmitting here because there's nobody here. But in Bristol, I had a 10-watt transmitter and it would go from one side of Bristol to the other. Just 10 watts. That was it. And it was just like, whoosh, everyone was listening to us in Bristol. And I set it up, let it go, and drove my car around Bristol to check. And it was like, yeah, there we were. All the way, every inch of Bristol, we were fucking banging it out. Yeah. Yeah.
Hear me now.
And the thing is, we transmitted on 106.6 because I got this thing about 666 and 6, and all that. So I was 106.6, but everybody sees it as 1066, the Battle of Hastings. And there was and the reason I chose it because there was nobody on that frequency because I didn't want to fucking jam some other channel out because that's when you get into real trouble. So I chose a frequency. There was nobody on it, right? We transmitted on it a number of times over a year, and then I stopped for a bit, and then a fucking channel opened up on that fucking frequency. It's like they went, oh, that's a good frequency, isn't it? 1066. There was people on there. Yeah, let's have that. It's like, what?
The Russians are broadcasting them because I've got an old valve equipment, valve amps and stuff, guitar stuff, and I've got this old fuzz pedal from like the 1960s. And when I'm using that and I turn it on, if I roll the tone control down on my guitar, I start picking up Russian radio stations.
Huh.
So they must be broadcasting on a pretty powerful signal to pick up Russian, probably shortwave. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, but it's picking up the frequencies in the vacuum tubes.
Yep.
Yeah. It's funny because I got a ham radio transmitter. It's only a small thing. It's like tiny like that. It's 100-watt ICOM. And you can put it in your car, put an antenna on the roof, and transmit on the shortwave frequencies. But the thing is, it goes up into what's broadcast as well, so you can actually transmit on the channels that people can normally tune into on a normal dial. And so you can transmit all around the world on that on shortwave on 100 watts. I mean, power makes a lot of difference with that stuff.
Who used to do that? That was Wolfman Jack, wasn't it?
Mm.
In America, he used to have a massive, great dipole outside his studio. You could pick that up on shortwave radio back in the 70s.
Mm.
I saw a clip on YouTube of this old washing machine that apparently the circuitry was such a certain length that it picked up the frequency of Radio 1.
Wow.
Because it was turning into kinetic energy on the case from the sound, from the vibration of the frequency.
Yeah.
He put a microphone really close to it, and you could just faintly hear Radio 1 coming out of his washing machine. It's bizarre.
Madness.
Weird.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a big believer that a lot of these radio transmissions do interfere with our bodies,
Yeah, they do.
Oh, yeah.
They do. They don't like to admit it because it's the government's big fucking weapon is broadcasting. They love broadcast for propaganda.
They claim that non-ionizing radiation is harmless, but it's not.
No. And the thing is, you can pick it up as well. People do pick up radio in their heads. It's not a conspiracy theory. Some people have been tested and they know what's playing on certain frequencies. And there was a woman who was saying about radar. She was tested by a TV program and they said, keep a diary, And it's like her diary corresponded exactly to when the radar was full power, half power, off for test purposes. And she knew, and they kept the radar dish spinning so that she couldn't look with binoculars to find out when it was. They kept it spinning on purpose. And like over a period of a month, she knew it was loud today, quiet, it went off. They knew when they would, So, and there's from the 1950s, I always say there's a great video. Well, it's a film, actually, 16mm film of aphids. And there are these like little things that are living on plants, and they've got little wings, and they're sitting there. And when the radar dish from 20 miles away is going past them, they're getting the signal. It's like zzz, zzz, and the fucking aphids are like, it's affecting their nervous system. So the thing is, insects pick up radio waves, yeah. And like they wonder why bees are declining. Well, it could be because the amount of we transmit on absolutely every frequency we possibly can with massive powers. Of course, it's affecting insects, it's affecting animals, it's affecting us, but we don't acknowledge it. I mean, it's like a noise in your head that you attribute to just, oh, that's just life, isn't it? But it's not. It's radio. It's just a clatter of radio.
Saw a documentary on the bees, and they did experiments to put a mobile phone like within like 10 feet of a beehive, and none of the bees returned. None of them. None of the bees returned to the hive with the mobile phone there.
I was jumping on a trampoline at my friend's house when I was like 10. Went over to his house and I was jumping on the trampoline with him and stuff. And I heard in my head, it was like my head vibrated, and I stopped and their phone rang. And I swear I heard it was like in my head, like unmistakably in my head, like a electronic, buzzing in my brain, where I stopped. It was like the phone rang.
Called resonance beings of frequency. It's about picking up frequencies, the body, non-ionizing radiation, and how it affects animals and bees and insects and things.
Yeah.
I see it years ago. It's a good documentary.
Microwave dishes as well. Like.
Steve is asking, have I still got my ICOM 706 Mark II-G? Yes, I have. Great little radio. It's only a tiny little thing, and it transmits everything from long wave through medium wave, short wave, what was it, like CB bands, which is like starting to get HF into, then you get VHF, and then it's got UHF. Wow. I mean, the only thing more they could put on it would be like satellite, like microwaves, like higher than that even, But it's a crazy little radio. It's like 100 watts, and I could just go up on the hill up there and just like put a sort of like 4-foot antenna on the roof, and I've spoken to people in the States, no problem with it, And Russians all the bloody time, because of course they transmit on a kilowatt of power. It's like that they don't seem to have any laws in Russia about transmission power, so people go absolutely crazy over there, with transmitters.
Well, it's the Russians that are broadcasting what they call it, the woodpecker signal, which is been going constantly for God knows how many years, since World War
40 odd 50 years, isn't it?
I think the woodpecker actually stopped because it was connected and powered by Chernobyl. That's what Chernobyl was about. People thought Chernobyl was like for powering Russian cities. It wasn't. It was there to power the transmitter, and the transmitter is very near to Chernobyl, and people who've done walks and gone into the Pripyat and all those areas, they passed the antenna that it was like designed to transmit from, and some of them have climbed up it, and it's like it looks. I would never climb it. Right? Yeah, that's it.
It's like a big flat tower. Looks like a big,
massive wall basically of antenna. It's huge, and some people climbed up it. I don't know how the hell they could do that. I mean, it scared the shit out of me.
Number one fan from IKS. Went there and he filmed around the base of it, but he didn't. I don't think he climbed up.
Yeah.
The woodpecker signal, I've got it here. It's a sharp, repetitive tapping noise at 10 hertz.
Yeah. So Steve is saying he preferred the Yaesu FT100, but didn't the FT100, was it a tiny, thin little thing, but it only transmitted like, it wasn't 100 watts, wasn't it like 50 watts or 10 watts or something like that? It just didn't have the oomph, the power. Was that the FT100? I can't remember now. But it was tiny, but you'd have to put it into an amplifier to get any sort of decent signal. ICOM 7000, yeah. Yeah. And I quite like Yaesu because they seem to sort of have better sound processing. But, yeah. Yeah, Italians and Russians are a fucking pain in the arse because they don't just try to transmit to get a small signal a long way. They just literally, they're like, I am a broadcaster. And they just like transmit around the globe, you know, so like everyone hears them. You can't not hear them. And what it does then, you see, is it saturates all the other frequencies near them. So it's like this massive swamping. So nobody else can transmit because of dickhead here who's like transmitting all the power and blanking everything. So now all the small users, whatever they're doing, they can always hear him all the time, even on a different frequency. They can still hear dickhead. You know what I mean? So
It says here in 1976 that they had like 10 to 30 megawatt power on their broadcasting. 10 megawatt to 30 megawatts. That's crazy power.
My brother had this giant dipole on the side of the house when we had CB radios were big. It was the biggest fucking thing I've ever seen. It must have been about 10 foot high on the side of the house. And every time he clicked in, he kicked everybody else out. Right? It was so powerful. Right?
yeah, I had a Zetagi 1 kilowatt amp. In SSB mode, it could be 1 kilowatt, but in FM and others, it was like 400 watts. But yeah, I mean, it would create a lot of havoc for people, you know, around if you transmitted on it.
Yeah. Everybody hated him, like, 'cause he cut everybody else out every time he kicked in.
I don't
For
know.
a copy.
CB radio only in my old car though, and an old Fiat 127 with a massive huge radio on it, massive huge area on it.
Yeah, on top of the car, like.
On top of the car, it's huge. So I couldn't drive the car. The car didn't drive anyway. It was a banger out left on the driveway. It just had the CB in it. Just sit out there and go on the CB.
Yeah. I think yeah. Steve Ellis says the 817. Yeah, it's only like 5 watts or something. It's really, really small, but it's a tiny unit. It's like microscopic size radio that does all the frequencies, but it's only 5 watts. But some people like doing that. They like to see how far they can get with a minimal power. You know.
Well, they've got these new aerial chips built into chips now that are like they use like the Fibonacci sequence to get a larger amount of coil into a smaller space, which works better apparently. I've seen like how they make the mobile phone ones, so that it hasn't got an aerial anymore. It's just in a chip in the phone.
Yeah.
He keeps on going. Wasn't that the buzzer? Wasn't that the buzzer? I don't know what you mean by a buzzer. Wasn't that the UV5R TH buzzer? I don't know what that is. I'll have a look now. UV5R, because I've got loads of UV5Rs. They're good little radios, 20 quid radios. Buzzer.
Well, that's what this is. That's what I got here. That's what that is. Which is a
Yeah.
UV5R.
Yeah.
You can see the. I don't know if you can actually see it.
And it makes a mockery,
UV5R.
really, doesn't it? I think those radios make an absolute mockery of. Yeah, it makes a mockery of. Makes a mockery of all these companies like Yaesu, ICOM, Motorola, who for many, many years have been rolling out radios that cost 500 quid or £1,000 for a little like, you know, site radio, you know, like this, for like has 4 channels and it's programmed to just 4 frequencies, and that'll be £1,000, please, sir. And it's like the Bofeng has a screen, a keypad. You can type whatever frequency you want to transmit on, so it'll transmit on everything on multiple bands. Like, all right, 20 quid, please, sir, versus £1,000, please, sir. And it's like, you know, these fucking companies. It just shows when you break it down, they're built in China. So the same company that manufactures this piece of shit, right, manufactures the Bofeng, and the Bofeng is 20 quid, and they're selling it to you with postage and profit. So the radio actually costs about £3 to make. You know what I mean? Versus £1,000, please, sir. And you wonder why these fucking companies are rich. And you think, well, they can't, you know, how the hell do they, you know, people can't buy these. They can't buy these radios. They're too expensive, you know. So
yeah.
That's why I went with one of these, because it was like, why not, you know?
Yeah, you can drop it. You can drop it and break it and not worry about it because it's 20 quid. You buy another one.
Just buy another one.
Experiment with it. You know, play around with it. You know, mess with it.
Scanners first.
You got to be careful though broadcasting on these, because people do these things called fox hunt, where they actually look for you.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, was I talking over you? I can barely hear Frank right now.
Go on, Frank. What was that?
I was saying that when the scanners first come out, when people started getting the scanners years ago, you could even get like military and police frequencies on them. You could just dial at any frequency you wanted. It's crazy.
The police updated their frequency to the Phantom 2 frequencies. It's like on a whole nother level.
Yeah, but a lot of them, see, in the States they went to digital, but in Britain, because we are horrible cunts in Britain, right? When it comes to transmission, right? They were like, no, we're going to have it military encrypted now. And it's like, can I have military encryption? No, you can't have military encryption, but we're going to have military encryption on our police, so you cannot hear what we're saying. So now you can't hear anything the police do.
That's what they did. That's what they did here. It's called the Phantom 2 encryption, and you can buy the scanners that can hear it, but they cost like $400, $500, $600. Yeah.
But the difference is. The difference is, no, it's digital in the States. It's called trunk. It's trunk broadcasting, but you know, they don't encrypt it. So if you buy the receiver, the scanner, you can still decode it. You can hear all those transmissions still, but they don't encode it, because in the US they're like, so what if people are listening to what we're broadcasting? Like, you know, they know what we're up to. You know, well, so what? In Britain, it's like, no, you will not listen to the government. No. You will not listen to us. We are secret. No.
That's
like,
super cheap.
Yeah. I mean, like here, we've still got the British government deleting certain military bases, airbrushing them out of the maps you buy. They're not allowed to be on maps. You know what I mean? They're that fucking anal.
And they listen to everything we do.
That'd be like that's cute down in
on.
Cornwall, like that's been hidden away.
What's that joint spying effort? Is it GCHQ and USA?
Menwith Hill. Yeah.
Echelon.
Yes. Yeah, because it's illegal for the British government to spy on its people, because, you know, that would be classed as like something you would do in a war. It's illegal. So the British government say, well, no, we don't spy on our people. We don't, because it would be illegal to do that, because you can see in the law it says it is illegal. You see, it is illegal, so we would not spy on you. But they do spy on us, because what they do is they get the Americans to spy on us, and we spy on the Americans. Yeah, and then they just give each other the information. It's called the UK-US agreement.
Yeah.
It's literally there if you look at it. So they do spy on us. They just get the Americans to do it for them.
The US too.
And that Echelon's been going since the early 90s, I think.
Yeah.
And that
We've been
even
trading
monitors
spies from
landlines,
Russia.
not just radio, landlines as well.
Yeah.
So.
They listen to absolutely every phone call. They're listening for keywords. They can even listen for signature voices. If they program it into the system, they can learn somebody's voice, and then they can hunt for that voice, even if it's on a different line, on a different number. You know, they can hunt for it.
Which they can do really easy now with AI, machine learning, and
Oh, yeah.
They can fingerprint your
Did
voice.
you know that when you were doing those, you know how they'd have the CAPTCHA, and it would be like, which pictures are the ones with the bicycles? Which ones are that? Right? You were actually helping Google's algorithm learn. That was a program, and that's why you don't see the ones that are like, which word is means this, which word means that, right? You don't do those anymore because you actually helped Google's algorithm do that phase of their learning, the AI learning process. So they've been rolling out these new CAPTCHAs, and you don't even realize you're doing it, but you're participating in helping the AI learn to identify trees, bushes, stop signs, mountains, bicycles.
I think it's way beyond that, because I mean, like, there's millions of hours of video every day uploaded onto YouTube, but it immediately knows when you held up a gun. Remember Punches? Yeah, we were on the live stream. I said, "Oh, you got a gun." So he went, "Yeah, I got a gun. Mike, boop, the live stream went down, and I had a message saying, inappropriate broadcasting. The thing is watching everything.
Well, I got away with it.
Everything.
Punch has got his gun out on mine once, and I never had any problems.
You're lucky.
Yeah,
But it wasn't loaded.
Oh, so it knew where there was a bullet in there as well.
It was your rifle, wasn't it? Was it your AR-15?
AR-15. I showed the rifle, and I showed the pistol without a magazine, and it's, none of it had it was all empty. And I did it on Garrett's, mine says Central, and his never got flagged or anything.
But this is me. This is me. This is me. I've always said to people, right? I said, if you're fucking sitting in a car with me, there's a good chance, we could get stopped. I mean, like, but and I said to people, have you ever been stopped by the police? They're like, no, never. It's like, oh, me, like, I get fucking stopped all the fucking time. Yeah.
And the first stream I'd done was really controversial, because I said the forbidden C word, which we're not allowed to say.
Yeah.
I was talking about the V,
cunt,
the jabs,
everything.
naming everything fully, the whole stream for 12 hours, no problems, not a single.
Remember in the movie Idiocracy when they're going down the street in the little car and he has the tattoo on his wrist, and it's like it scans his wrist and it's like, you are harboring a fugitive, and it turns the car off.
Yes.
Please wait for the authorities.
Yeah.
And and they get out of the car and run off, and the cops show up and just start shooting the car.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the owner of the car turns around. He's like, yeah. It's like, that's your own car, dude.
The only time I got a warning, got a strike, was for showing a clip of an old BBC show.
Yeah.
Just a little clip.
Yeah.
A Doggin video.
Oh yeah, Peter Kay.
Like that.
That was already freely available on YouTube.
Steve keeps on going like UVB76, the buzzer. He keeps going, the buzzer. I have no idea what you're talking about. He's applying it to different sentences, and it's the buzzer, this transmitter, the buzzer, the buzzer. And it's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. So you're talking a different language to me. I've never heard this used to kind of explain something. Yeah.
He's way more into radio stuff than I am.
Yeah, and it says Tetra encryption in the UK. Yeah, Tetra. But the thing is, I mean, like the British police wanted to invent their own system. So they had the Tetra system, and then they wanted to like invent their own system because we've got lots of money, so we're going to do it differently. It's like we're going to invent a new police car. Like it's like, well, no, you just buy one off the shelf. And they're like, no, we're going to reinvent it and make a different one. It's like, why would you do that? Well, they did with radio. They didn't need to do it because they had radios and they had encryption. But they went, no, it's got to be special. It's got to be specially policified. And it's like, okay, And most of the time, when they get into trouble, they end up fucking using their phones. Because, like, the system, of course, it's microwave. They got to have transmitters everywhere because they lose signal, just like you'd lose with a mobile phone. You get signal problems. So instead of going on an existing system where there were transmitters everywhere and sharing that system with other people, They said, no, we've got to have our own individual one. So it's like they had to pay for all the money to do that. And now they're deciding that perhaps it was a lot of money and they would have been better off going with the other system. No shit. But that's public money they're spending. It's okay, you know, for them to make mistakes and then decide to rip it all down and go back to a cheaper system, which they should have been on in the first place.
Well, apparently that Tetra system caused a lot of health problems amongst the female officers that are wearing their transmitters on their breast.
Yeah.
Breast cancers.
Yeah.
There was a big spate of police female officers going down with breast cancer. A lot. Not just one or two. There was probably 30-40% of them.
Wow.
Had
That's a
lumps.
really-
Not all benign. Not all benign. Some were like nasty.
My comment just disappeared up its own ass.
Did it?
Right, I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to go and get a cup of tea.
Okay.
Okay.
God, this is going to be a long one again then.
So you gotta get a cup of tea.
I think I'm going to put the kettle on quickly as well then.
I'm gonna pour this undrunk bit of beer. Where is it? That's going in the bin.
Cat's going crazy.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
God. You're so
Damn.
sometimes.
The loving animal.
Yeah, I'm going to sleep.
I'm gonna give you another 45 minutes.
Oh my God.
Oh. It's banging in hard there, right? Wow.
Is everyone gone? John's fallen asleep. No.
Nearly.
Thought you was going to bed.
I'm gonna go to bed.
Thought you was going to leave us.
Yeah, because I'm never gonna get in the shop.
Don't fight the effects of the sleeping pills, John.
I've gotta go, man. I've gotta do it.
Yeah.
I'm blinking here. I seen something just crazy a minute, about 20 minutes ago. On this side of me here, there's a back door. And a little white space. And I could have sworn I'd seen somebody walk down past that.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know. Bad, isn't it? You got me looking. Yeah. Twilight Zone.
You ever thought you'd seen something, but you didn't see?
The song of that is fucking brilliant, the Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
Here in the twilight. Here in the Twilight Zone. We used to do a laser light show to it, that song. We used to have this crazy thing in nightclubs where we'd have a laser light show for about 5-10 minutes. And it would have that song, Laser Light Twilight Zone. The club was funny enough. The club was called Twilight Zone as well. And then, yeah, you'd hear it, and you wouldn't be allowed on the dance floor to dance with it or anything. The floor's just going mental with all these lights. And then you were allowed to dance. command. Welcome to the Twilight Zone.
Welcome to the machine.
Faith No More. Old Faith No More.
Here in the twilight. Here in the twilight. Twilight Zone.
Before Faith No More went commercial.
They were a good band.
Back in the old days. The first.
They were a good band. They were a good band in the day.
Yeah. But they went a bit poppy, didn't they? A bit.
Everybody did that. Everybody went commercial just to make some money.
Yeah.
There was loads of artists in the day like they did that, and then all they especially music producers of the dance music, they would all do this shit hard stuff. Then all of a sudden they bring out this commercial song just to get in the charts. You hear quite a few bands that did that back in the day. KLF.
Yeah, KLF. Yeah.
And I think
But-
the other people were.
Johnny Cash. I can't think of any.
It was good to see.
What's that? Hurt.
Yes, the stuff that was really, really hard. Some of the hard stuff that they used to chuck out. These dance producers, you hear some real good stuff.
Looking through a burning ring of fire. Down, down, down.
Bring out some really naive stuff. You ever seen the Folsom video, like live in Folsom?
Yeah, the prison.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's good.
that's a good one. That
It's gonna get my tea.
Oh, get your tea.
it's talking about somebody like shooting them, like, and everybody goes nuts in the crowd.
Melatonin. Yeah. I'm gonna order it after
I wish I had
after this stream.
tea and biscuits.
Tea and biscuits.
What's
Hey,
that? $28.98.
Porridge.
Porridge. Wow.
That'd be about 25 quid, wouldn't it? $28.98.
What's
I
that?
think this is what I'll be doing. Porridge is when they see my fucking up and coming video. Oh, the fucking government are not going to be happy with me.
Well, you've been somewhat naughty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Going like showing their fucking security app like fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's not going to go down well.
Don't you have
Is
your?
it
Don't you have
anywhere
your?
that? Is it anywhere like the?
Don't you have your channel mirrored like on Odyssey or somewhere?
But I'm gonna say when I do it, I'm gonna say, please, people, don't attempt to do what I've done here, because they're gonna up their security after this because of the embarrassment factor. Don't attempt to do it because they will be fucking angry about this, and I don't want anyone fucking getting into trouble because of what I've done. But ultimately, I shouldn't have been able to have done it. You know, I should not have been able to have done what I've done.
If you mirror your channel on Odyssey, they'll save all your YouTube videos, and the ones that get taken down by YouTube will stay up on Odyssey.
That's right, I have. Yeah, that's what I do. It used to be a different name. They've just renamed it to Odyssey, didn't they?
Yeah, library, wasn't it?
Library, it used to be. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, You know, like Area. Let's think of like an equivalent, like Area 51, somewhere that's so secret and so risky that you'd have to be insane to do it. You know, and like the fact that you could do it and get away with it and get footage of it is pretty crazy. So I obviously haven't gone inside the buildings at Area 51, but I've gone equivalent of like right up to them to a level that you should not really be able to do. You know, and if a terrorist was to do what I was doing with bombs in the back of a van, the ramifications of what would happen if they were to set off a bomb near this place, I wouldn't like to think about it. Because the world would suffer. Put it like that. The whole world would suffer because of it. You know? Yeah.
I've got to find your channel on Odyssey now. Is it the
It's
same name? Secret Vault.
Yeah, the Secret Vault. Yes. I think so.
Yeah, I've got it.
I
didn't know you was on there, so I'm following that now as well. There you go.
The only thing I don't understand is there's a weird symbiotic relationship between YouTube and Odyssey, because the Maritzes, remember that fucking Westbury Manor video where they kept on complaining and get my video taken down?
Yeah.
That is not on Odyssey.
Hit you with a cow pie.
Yeah, it's not on Odyssey. So, like, what? When stuff gets removed from YouTube, it stays on Odyssey, apparently. That one didn't. No, it didn't.
I think there's a setting when you can have it linked to your YouTube videos or have it download them and mirror them.
No, I have it download them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Odyssey, well, some of the stuff they leave up is a little bit suspicious. It's like I don't fully trust Odyssey and their intentions, or, you know.
Yeah.
But all the other ones, like BitChute and Brand New Tube, I've gone right downhill now. They're virtually unusable. Brand New Tube, it don't even let you upload anymore. So I can't upload anything on Brand New Tube anymore. Even like a 1 megabyte video, I tested it. It says, you're restricted to 500 megabyte per video. And it's only 1 megabyte video just to try and test if I can load up anything. And it still says, no, file size too big.
Yeah.
They just won't let me upload anything. So.
Right. Yeah. This is a fucking, here we are, genuine Motorola charger. Bought it to charge this radio, so I could reprogram this radio to learn about this radio. Right. Genuine Motorola. On the back does not tell you what the voltage in requirements are of this fucking thing. So you can see it's got a little input, but it doesn't tell you what the fucking... Who prints a sticker that doesn't tell you what the amp requirements and what the voltage is? Fuck's sake. Motorola, give us £1,000 for it, but we're not going to tell you what to plug the fucking voltage in this, because you should buy our charger, only our charger, and don't buy anything else. We're not going to fucking tell you what the voltage is, so you don't attempt to do it with anyone else's stuff, because you've got to pay £1,000. The charge is probably going to be fucking £100. Yeah,
you could test it with a multimeter, find out.
It's like
what? How much voltage is meant to be going in there? You'll blow it.
Well, you can test the output off from the phone of how much is being drawn.
No. Well, I know what the phone. I know what the phone's going to be, because that's going to be. Yeah, but you have to know. You have to know the input voltage for this device.
Yeah, it's usually 5 volts, isn't it?
Yeah, I know what that'll be wanting on there.
This one says DC 10 volt.
There we are. There you go. It's bound to be like 12 volts, but the thing is, because they're wankers, they probably designed this to work on like 25 volts, so you have to buy the Motorola charger or something fucking weird. And it's like, Argh! Anyway, the way you normally get around it is you then type the model number into eBay and look for the charger unit for this fucking base thing. Here we are. Doggy's here, look, by the way. if you want to see a doggy.
Angel.
Angel's, yeah, she...
I miss my old doggy.
Doggy. Dog. You want to lick the bowl. She wants to lick a bowl. So let me lick your bowl.
My old dog used to go goo-goo for a bit of ice cream if it was dropped on the floor.
Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah. We went to the Sugar Puff factory, and it had been knocked down. And it was like it must have been knocked down in the last few months because all the fucking knocking down equipment was still on it. It was like, no. So I wanted to get in there because it was a really big factory, and it was like the Sugar Puff monster or whatever, which probably in the States you don't know about Sugar Puffs and the Sugar Monster.
They call them Smacks.
Smacks.
They call them Sugar Smacks, and the little character on the box is a frog.
It's a honey monster over here.
It's like a puffed wheat, isn't it? It's like a puffed wheat.
Yeah.
With like sugar, honey all over it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's find out the magic that they don't want us to know. So it's a WPLN 4226A. Right. And then there's a manual for it. So in the manual, it'll probably tell you the information. But I also want to know the charger for it. All right. I want to have a charger. So it's just fucking... It's an Imprez charger or something. So we are, right, with charger unit. So they fucking sold the base, but they didn't put the power brick in it to charge it, see?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of chargers are lower voltage than the actual battery can take.
Like this part, the actual part that plugs into the wall, right?
Yeah, that bit. Yeah.
The adapter. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a bigger charger for my old phone, and it charges up quicker and better than the voltage that it's supposed to take. Like a 5 volts the charger was, and I've got a 9-volt charger, and it works perfect. Charges quicker as well.
5 volts pretty standard because that's what comes out of your like a USB charger.
I can see bloody chargers on eBay, but I can't read it. I can't read the, and you got to make sure that the center pin is positive, which it should be, but you can't fucking trust these people, you can't fucking trust it. You got to make sure.
Yeah, it's like a lot of old guitar equipment was, center was negative because the transistors was used as PNP ones instead of NPN, so that's negative ground. Positive ground instead, which causes a lot of problems if you're mixing it on. If you're using a transformer to power it, all your pedals, and some are PNP, some are NPN, you end up blowing your equipment up.
Yeah. Oh, now there's a fake and a real one. Now, have I got the fake one? Because it matches. I'm looking at a YouTube video now, and it's like, how do you tell the fake from the real? And it's like, I don't know which one's actually fake, but I've got one of the ones he's showing on the screen here. So it's like, do I have the fake one? And he's going to tear it down in a minute and show what's inside there and see if it's, Amazing. The fucking Chinese will rip off anything. They will fake and copy anything.
I like the ones where the guy tears open the solid state drive. That he gets
and it's USB sticks inside.
There's a bunch of USB sticks inside.
Glued together. They're just glued together.
Fucking unreal, isn't it?
Each one has like its own little USB. It's like 4 little USB sticks plugged in inside of a case. With like a total of like 32 bits of information or something. Like they can only hold like 8 gigabytes or something like that in it.
And really slow, not an SSD. What they're selling them as.
Really slow.
Yeah,
that's what they sell on Wish. And anything you buy on Wish is like that.
They get away with that shit too. It's crazy.
Ooh, I've got the one that's got a lot more stuff on it. So is it the real one?
For circuitry,
Got more.
you've got definitely something that looks like microcontroller.
We've got the microcontroller, so I think I've got the real one. Because mine has lots of capacitors, lots of circuits, lots of chips.
That would be just a simple standard charging.
Yeah, and the other one, the Chinese one, has like one capacitor, one chip.
They need a capacitor to smooth out the voltage, otherwise it's just destroy your battery in no time if you charge it with something with dirty electricity.
Yeah. So I think I've got the real one, so that's good. But still, don't tell me what the fucking voltage is. It's proving to be interesting to find out this answer of what's the fucking voltage.
I'm just going to get my cup of tea. I put a kettle on a while ago.
You have to put that kettle back on now. It's going to be fucking lukewarm. Oh, somebody wants £61 for the fake one. Cheeky bastards. Cheeky bastards. You can buy the real one for fucking cheaper.
I was scrolling down my Facebook feed, right, and I saw this exact headlamp. There's like an advertisement on Facebook going around for this exact headlamp, right? And they're like, "Oh, normally $49, on sale for $35." Got this on Amazon for less than $15. It's like they're full of shit. And there's not one marking on here saying where it's made or anything. It's a good product, but people are fucking ripping off like crazy out there.
The only trouble with torches is, though, I mean, unless you actually see the brightness of a torch, there's a lot of ripped off torches, and you can't, tell until you get them. Because I bought some like fog lights for a car, and they're bulky metal, and it's like you turn them on, and they are the dimmest things. My light on my phone, like the little light on that, like would be brighter than these fog lights. It's just like absolute fucking joke. So I had my money back. But the thing is, they look like the powerful ones that you can pay for. They look exactly the same, but the LEDs in there are just rubbish. Absolute joke.
Yeah. This one,
so
this little headlamp, like I wouldn't use it on Explorers or anything. It's not like a real big flashlight or anything, but it's like pretty bright. I mean, I don't know if it doesn't do justice or not, but it's
good
pretty
enough
bright,
to see with. Yeah, that's all you need.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, good enough to see with is not good enough to film with. That's the trouble.
No, not at all. Not at all. You need
whomping lights to get film quality, unless you're using an A7S. If you're using that with an A7S, yes, because that thing sees that's more sensitive than the human eye. An A7S,
right.
You can see in the darkness.
Really doesn't it have like a 1-inch CMOS?
It's a 1-inch CMOS, and it's only 12 megapixels, but it's a 4K camera. But the pixels are actually huge instead of being like tiny little pixels like they are in normal.
Have you seen this guy that figured out this motion? This guy figured out how to film stuff that vibrates, and it's a program that accentuates movement. So it might detect like 1 pixel of movement, and then it accentuates to like, let's say 3 or triples it, right? So on screen it moves 3 times as much as it normally would be. And so like he's got videos of like machinery where you would normally not think it. And then it puts this system on, and you start seeing everything jumping around. It's crazy, man.
I haven't seen that. What's the benefit? So you can actually work out whether something's moving in an image.
Right. So like people will film like you'll have like let's say a fuel distillate factory, right? Big machines,
John.
Pipes everywhere. And
John, go to bed. John,
he's sleeping.
Go to bed.
Right. I'm going to bed.
Go to bed.
Go to bed because you're just nodding there.
Yeah, I'm going to bed.
Yeah, do
See
it.
you, John.
Because you'll get a crick neck. You get a crick neck otherwise.
Good night, John.
Good night, John.
Take it easy, man.
See you later.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, cheers for having us.
No worries. Pleasure.
Cheers, mate. Even though it would be funny to see you snoring, and we could giggle and replay it to you many times. Even though
I I don't think I'll live down the first 40 minutes. Like, so.
Yeah, you might start picking your nose and eating it and all sorts of stuff. You know, we don't want
Farting, yeah.
yeah, farting.
Right, I'll see you guys later.
All the best, mate.
See ya.
Cheers.
Yeah.
I noticed he was started doing the thing. His leg was doing that in his sleep. He was twitching, dreaming.
That's the drugs sort of soaking through his system. Yeah, I mean, like the reason I say that these things can be weird is because, like, I had this vacuum thing I've got down on the floor. It's like a portable vacuum, and I thought, oh, it's going to be 12 volts. So I tried 12-volt charger. Nope, it happens to be 23 volts, and it's got a weird charger. So I tried a laptop charger on it because that's 19 volts. Yeah, tried that on it, and I was like, that'll probably do it. And nope, it specifically wants that 23 volts. You know,
I've got one of them. Is that an X5 thing? Shark.
Vitronics.
All right.
Cheapy. I bought it for 20 quid because it was like, I thought I want a portable cleaner because when I clean like which I could do now actually, I could because I've been promising to do this for ages. I could clean with the remote arm that is on it, and it has a little brush, and it was for cleaning computers. That's what I wanted it for. Let me see if it's got suck. Yeah, clean the front of my computer. Yes, baby. Oh yes.
I can hear it sucking all the dirt up.
No, that's
yeah.
Oh yeah, baby. So yeah, my front fin thing on the computer has picked up all the dust. But you may not have heard that because I think I have my noise. Do I have my noise cleaning on?
Here we go. Okay.
No, we heard that.
You heard it, and the noise removal is turned on.
Check private chat.
Oh right, okay. Have a look at this, Sam. Reveal invisible motion with this clever trick.
Suppose you manage a factory that makes widgets. You've got a spinning thing over there. You've got an up and downy thing over here. It's a complex setup that produces a lot of vibrations. So you're quite reasonable.
Oh, Steve Mould, yeah, I like his videos. He produces some really weird things.
Like a small vibration here makes
stuff was like
to come loose, which causes even more vibrations that leads to metal fatigue over here, which leads to even larger vibrations. It's a snowball effect. So you want to catch the vibrations early before they become a problem, before they're even visible to.
Right, I shall watch that. That looks interesting. I shall definitely watch that.
So it's kind of like the opposite of stabilization, where he's accentuating the motion instead of getting rid of it.
Accentuating motion. That's almost imperceivable. Yeah.
So that detect it and remove it. Head.
This basically explains how you have like even a 1 megapixel sensor, CMOS, is like casting 1 million sensors onto an object where just a slight movement will actually be, sensed on those sensors, right? And it just accentuates that movement it detects into enough movement that you can actually see.
Yeah. I was quite interested in the features that were built into high-end graphics cards. Let me just put this back up here again because the dog's no longer here. High-end graphics cards, because I found a company that were producing this this little free tool. It was called V-Reveal, I think it was. V-Reveal, and you could still get it, and it's really good because it was very fast, almost on the fly noise cleaning and stabilization, but it was using your video card, so it was using the GPU, and basically you feed it video, and then you could instantaneously see it take away the shake, and it was like wow. And then you could dial up like noise clean, and it would noise clean the footage. You could find a happy medium that wasn't too cooked, too baked, and you could then say, right, I'll have that, and then it'll produce you a video file, and it still works. That thing is still out there. It still works. V-Reveal, right, and it's good. But the company that made it pulled the product. They said, nope, no longer available. And the reason is because they went into selling it to the military for use on drones, for stabilizing shaking footage on drones and cleaning the noise and super zooming. They had this super zoom function. And what it does is it takes 3 or 4 frames backwards and forwards, and then basically it can zoom noise clean and enhance objects because it removes the noise but leaves the object. Yeah. So of course
saying
it was made.
Enhance is becoming real. Like enhance.
Yes, exactly. Enhance. That's it. It cleans it up. Like it could definitely do a good trick on your image up there, Mr. Punches. Yeah, you pixelated bastard, you.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
My internet sucks.
He's stealing the internet from his neighbours. So.
Oh, is it?
He's in a trailer in Texas, and he's
theft of net. Although they don't see in the states. People consider have it free. Like, you know, there's none of this sort of like you have to log in to get your internet at like a service station. You must log in and give us your details to get internet. It's like free. You know, you come to Britain to like and people from the States, they're trying to get on the Wi-Fi in Heathrow, and they're going, "What's this thing? I got to give them my details and I got to log in to get the free Wi-Fi, and I'm in a bloody airport." Airports in the States, it's free. Free means free. It just connect, transmit.
Here you just click on a button that says, "I accept the terms and conditions," which means you're signing a contract. So it's probably even worse over here because you're actually signing a contract by clicking OK, accept.
Oh, but you have to sign that contract here, but they want to know who you are so they can fucking send you the bill or send the police around, you know? They want to fucking know who you are with that contract,
So they can sew your mouth to another person's anus.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But the thing is, this noise cleaning stuff, now this is where it gets a bit weird and dark because obviously these graphics cards are fully capable of doing live, real-time noise cleaning on a live signal, you know, and they're starting to do like NVIDIA broadcasts now. I've got it so they can turn off the noise. Now, if anybody who happens to have headphones on, if I turn off the noise removal, you're probably in my washing machine in the distance. Probably hear my fan of the computer, which is quite quiet.
I can't hear anything, to tell you the truth. Oh, just about.
Yeah.
It's very quiet.
It's very quiet, yeah. But like this thing now, if I put on the it's supposed to be able to clean out music and noise, and it's a graphics card, but it's got noise cleaning for audio is provided, and now they're going, here everybody, would you like some noise cleaning? And noise cleaning, you can have this background image thing as well. Look, you can put a background image on you, and you can do this live, yeah. And it's like, so anyway, I'll put this vacuum cleaner on so you can hear it in the room. Let's see if it works now. I'll turn the noise cleaner on. Ready? Noise cleaner is now on. Right. So are you hearing the vacuum cleaner? You hear?
You can hear it a bit quieter.
Yeah, okay. So there we are. It gets rid of noises, and apparently if you have music playing or kids and things like that, it gets rid of noises of dogs and kids, and it's like a whole spectrum of things you can clean up to a certain degree.
I think I didn't notice anything the first time you turned it off because Restream's got noise suppression built in.
Oh, it does, is it?
In the settings, yeah. It's got echo cancellation and noise suppression.
If you turn that off for the moment, then we'll do the experiment. We can do it again so people can actually hear.
I've got it off now.
Right. So you might hear my washing machine.
Faint.
Faint, yeah. So let's do this. You know, so I've got that thing there. Right. And then let's turn on the noise cleaning. So noise cleaning's on now. So I'm not sure if it makes much of a difference or a lot of difference or whatever, but it's supposed to be like a noisy environment, like fans in your room, and it will clean it up. But I don't know if it does or not.
It cleaned it up by a good 40.
Quite good, was it?
Yeah, but you can still hear it.
I'd say it's 70%. 70% quieter on the vacuum noise and stuff.
Yeah, if I put the vacuum in the hallway, which would then make it sort of like backgroundy vacuum rather than right next to me vacuum, it probably would do it, I expect. Let me just try it. Let's just see, because it is good. It's good quality shit, this. Right, hang on. Oh, the dog won't like this, but dog doesn't like the vacuum cleaner, and I just put it right next to the dog. So there we are. So that's with it out in the hallway. Is that quite quiet now? Yeah, the dog's gone now. Oh shit! Oh no. Dog's gone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right, and
it's about as 10%.
I'll turn the noise removal off then, so you can hear the vacuum cleaner that's in the hallway. Yeah, so that's with it in the hallway. Yeah. So Yeah, so it should be there. Now turn it back on. So now it's back on with noise cleaning on. Yeah. So this is provided. Right, that's provided to as a part of a graphics card thing, because people are doing gaming, yeah, and of course they've got big fans on their computers when they're playing games, and it's designed to sort of clean your noise of your headset when you're gaming, and also provide like all this like background artificial intelligence sort of blue screen job without a blue screen. I don't have a blue screen.
It works better with music.
Gamers and stuff is the clacking of their keyboards, clack, 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 and clicking.
That's right.
The mouse and stuff.
And it takes
So
all
that's
that
annoying.
clacking and noise and dogs and certain sounds. It's got like it's programmed for certain sounds to get rid of things. But there we are. So that's the graphic. The graphics card can do that, and it's no overhead as well. It's only using 10% of my graphics card's power to do video and audio cleaning. It can remove room echo as well. It can remove room echo. So they're rolling this stuff out. But what they don't tell you, and what they've been very, very, we don't want to tell you that it can do real-time noise video cleaning, video live, yeah? Because this is the stuff they had 10 years ago, and then it went into the military. So they're like, oh, we can sell you the top of the range graphics cards, but we're not going to allow you to have the software, because it's like, if we show you that you can turn this on and do noise cleaning, then that's the holy fucking grail of video editors, is live noise cleaning. You're not having to wait like 8 hours to process,
That only works on NVIDIA with CUDA cores, doesn't it? Like multiple CUDA cores.
It does work with CUDA cores, but it can. I used to have AMD cores, and that software vReveal did work on that as well. There was a version. I think it used to work on it, definitely, because I was like a big thing of like, oh shit, I'm going to have to get an NVIDIA card to use this. And no, it did work. So it is out there, vReveal, and it's quite good. It's a quick fix for some people, like I used to use it a bit. But the thing is, I want to get this fucking military software. I want to fucking get this military grade cleaning fucking software that does it live, and really, really allows you to do some clever shit, And
I'd like it as well for recording music. That would be ideal instead of having to do it afterwards.
Yes, you can do it live. That's right. Yeah. So have you got have you got an NVIDIA graphics card or?
Well, my laptop needs a new power supply at the minute, so it's out. My tower, I mean.
Well, it's called NVIDIA Broadcast. It's totally free software, but it can actually allow me to clean the sound coming from everyone who's in my StreamYard as well. So I could take the audio of all them with all their fans and all their noise, and I clean the speaker sound, and I clean my microphone sound, so that what goes out is actually quite clean. But if I turn it off, you can hear everybody's got their fucking fans on in their room, and rooms sound bloody terrible. I've said to them sometimes, like,
if I use my audio interface, like I've got an audio interface, if I use that going in, I've got insert loops. So I've got hardware noise cancelling stuff, which I can plug in to each, so I can live do it that way. So
you can do it that way, yeah. That's it. But for people who haven't got that sort of hardware, if you've got a graphics card and you're a gamer, if it's enabled, some graphics cards do it, some don't. But if it's enabled, then it's a free utility you can use to kind of clean up your stuff. But what I want is this military stuff. And I contacted the company and I said, so how much would this software cost? And they said, well, are you government or military? We're not allowed to deal with you if you're not. And it's like, this is classed as military hardware now, this software. But of course, all it's doing is they're paying NVIDIA a large amount of money to have the secret turn on, to turn this fucking function on in the graphics card. And that pisses me off.
I've got some really good noise cancelling stuff.
The back doors that they, the military back doors and everything. And
my digital audio stuff, recording stuff in plugins. It takes you give it a sample of the bit of noise, and it will learn it, and then you can apply it over a sound without it affecting the sound, but it will remove that noise from the sound, so it doesn't affect the EQ or quality of the sound. It takes like a good minute to process 5 minutes of audio. It's quite slow, but it does a really good job.
Yeah. You can get V-Reveal. It's still available on some software sites, even though it's supposed to have been taken down. You're not supposed to be able to get it, but it is still out there. Although some of these are looking to me like I've seen all the versions of V-Reveal, and some of these to me look like somebody's fucking hacked it. You know? Yeah. So make sure you virus scan it before you run it, because there are some versions out there that look like they've been slightly screwed with.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing now. I've used plenty of torrent sites.
Yeah, you know, but it is fucking good little software. Like, you know, you can see the instantaneous results of the cleaning, you know, and it's like, that's quite freaky, actually. You know, the fact that it can do it live.
I wouldn't be able to do it on this laptop. It's
yeah,
it's got an NVIDIA though inside it, but it's not CUDA cores.
Yeah, and I use Real. What's it not called Real? It's called Neat Video, which is like an industry secret that a lot of people know, but you'd be surprised how many people have never heard of it. Yeah, and it's what most people are using when they go nighttime, if they want no noise on their videos, you know, and if they want clean video, they use this tool, and it cleans up chroma noise, which is harder for the eye to perceive unless you're a professional and you know what chroma noise is. Most video cameras have tons of fucking chroma noise because the eye doesn't see color with a higher resolution as it sees black and white. So videos are made up of a very high resolution black and white image and just a horrible coloring in, like a color pencil coloring in. So each frame is like horribly colored in color and a high resolution black and white image per frame, but people don't realize that. And that chroma noise, it's like the color is the thing that creates this noise effect worse than the black and white. So cleaning that up, I use Real Video, but fuck me, does it take long?
Yeah, well, Neat Video, I just found Neat Video and
100 quid it costs.
Yeah,
it's worth it.
You can't even you can get a demo version, but
you can get hacked copies of it all day long, and yeah, that's good. But I paid for it, and I get updates now because I got a new graphics card, and to get the new graphics card working with it, and it was an expensive fucking graphics card, I had to have it. So I paid him, and to be honest, even though it's slow, I'm very happy because it's very high quality. But I do want this fucking real time shit. I want to fucking like find out. And I was just looking for V-Reveal to find out who made it. Motion DSP is called the company. Hang on, let me see if Motion DSP. And if you go to them now, it's all about forensics police. And I'm going to send you a link so you can have a look. And you'll see the difference it makes to video. And it's fucking unreal. And it's real time. And I've seen what this software can do, and I know its potential. So I'm thinking, oh, the new graphics cards with this thing ramped up is going to be, amazing. But of course, you cannot have it. They will not let it out of the lab. It's for military and government use only. And they won't even speak to the public about it. It's like, no. They don't want this fucking leaking out into the public arena. So where do I send you a message?
There's private chat down there on
private chat.
So
right, here we go. So Motion DSP. So if you have a look at that website, right? Now I'm going to go up to the video examples at the top because this is a new website. So you can actually look at what it can do. You know, like the difference it can be, like read license plates from a fuzzy image to a clean image, and it can do this real time, and that's called temporal processing.
Yeah.
Because it takes several frames, puts them on top of each other, and sees what's changed. Now, what's changed is usually noise, and what doesn't change is the actual image behind the noise. So it can actually erase fog, you know, like fogging and blurring, because with several images, it actually knows what's really there and what's just like the mess, the blur, the fog, the noise. So have a look at the read the license plates example, you know, and you can swipe left and right and see how the difference it makes.
That's it.
Crazy shit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it does a hell of a lot to, you know, clean up footage. But why they don't want this in the public arena? Because this is a product that I think the public could use as well. but they're just trying to milk it with like, you know, oh, instead of selling it at £20 and having 10 billion people using it, we'd rather sell it for £1 million and have 20 people using it. You know. But in fact, I think
Keep it in the hands of the elites.
Keep it in the hands of the elites, and it might be that, you know, maybe they've been told they're not allowed to roll this stuff out. I don't know. You know,
you can do that same thing after the recording, but
yes. Well, this Neat Video does the temporal processing, but it has to do it in the slow way. It hasn't got the keys to the car to start the engine of like real time. You know, it's like fucking, which I know this software can do, because it's designed for drones. So the signal that's been sent from a drone is processed real time onto the screen. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to fly the drone. You know, so yeah,
that's what they do with the UAV, UFO stuff. People do that sort of thing to clean up, to find out what's the real pixels and what's not.
Yeah, and they do a product called FMV, which is full motion video products. Yeah, so real time, and you can see it's like a military laptop with a military target thing on it. You think, oh yeah, I see where they're going with this. Yeah, that's why we're not allowed to have it.
Yeah. Products, Forensic Studio, FMV, ISR.
Yeah, look at their logos, right? How they're like an octagon with like something inside. That looks like the military logo from like Doom, or like, you know, some of the video games, just like the military contractor logo, you know.
Yeah.
A logo with 3 letters next to it.
Yeah.
That's like Umbrella Corporation.
Yeah. And they've got demo videos as well. Let's have a look at real-time video enhancement. Let's have a look at the video on YouTube. I could send you, it's unlisted, this video, so they don't want the public even seeing this video. It's unlisted on YouTube. You know what I mean? Let's have a look. So it's going to go through some examples. I'll send you the link. I don't know how to share it in the thing so everyone else can see it, but I mean, it's kind of interesting for others to see it if you want to put it up there.
I can copy it and put it in the chat.
There we are. But I'm going to watch this video now as well. So like,
I can play it, share it here, so everyone can see it. I'll just download it quickly. It's downloading.
Yeah.
God, the download's slow today. Internet's throttled. I'm normally downloading at 6 megabytes a second. It's downloading at 1.
Yeah.
And that's normally while streaming.
Yeah, the real-time anti-shake stuff is crazy. Small drone fidelity improvement. That section, when you see that, it's like the fucking it's crazy software. It's real time, you know.
All right, so I've got it anyway. Arkina.
You gotta think about like self-guided missiles and stuff that have like camera sensors and stuff on the front where they're actually like TV guided. They have to have like a real-time image clarification software in there, you know, so it can keep refreshing and clearing up the image so it can stay on target. Right, that's something that would, a military chip would need to do.
Here it is.
Yeah, you watch that video for just a whole range of things, which are obviously very military centric, like object tracking, like printing a map out, you know, a high resolution map from just flying along on a landscape, and it produces a high resolution map, and it doesn't matter whether the camera's rotating, it stabilizes the rotation, and it just produces you a map, you know. Just from flying along.
Christ.
You know, and you cannot get this software anywhere, you know?
You can see, look, the state of that, and then how it cleans, it smooths it, even stabilizes it as well at the same time.
Yeah. I mean, so you get the power of what is capable with these graphics cards, and they are not opening this up to the public. You know, like our graphics cards they're eking out these little functions like, oh, would you like some noise cleaning for your audio? Would you like some artificial intelligence background? You know, these graphics cards can do a lot more stuff that's been like locked away, you know?
Yeah.
Look at that. That stabilization.
Yep.
That's ridiculous.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, when you think that like you got to sit there and process that with software that goes frame, like, and it takes like 10 seconds per frame, and you know, and it's going to take you an hour to process like, you know, 30 seconds of footage and shit like that, you know, and it's like, and you think it could be real time if they just unlock that feature of the graphics card, and I swear it's because the military, like every fucking time, they've told them, don't let the public have this, you know, because realistically now graphics cards have got like, I got 3,000 cores on my. So that's 3,000 processors I got on one graphics card. 3,000 processors, not 16. Like my system is running on 16 processors, yeah? But the graphics card's got 3,000. Yeah. But of course, it's for a graphics card, sir. So it can't be used for anything else. No, it can. A graphics card is noise cleaning my audio. What the fuck are you on about? You know what I mean? It's like, it can. Graphics card, they could do away with the processor and just have a graphics card in the system running the operating system.
Have you ever seen Adam Savage describe how the difference between a GPU and a CPU, how it processes information with, he uses like a paintball gun, and he's like, this is a processor, right? You have a line of information coming out like pop, 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 and he's painting a picture using, you know, 1, 1, 1, 1. And he's like, this is a video card. He has a big panel full
3,000 guns.
Of 3,000 balls all at once, and it just goes,
bang.
pow.
And it does the picture, 3,000 pixels, bang. Yeah, that's right. The power is so fantastically large that I don't think they want to let people know what you could do with it, which is why universities write software directly to the graphics cards. And they have banks and banks and banks of graphics cards. They don't buy processors anymore. They don't buy Intel processors and servers. They buy graphics cards. You know, because you get 3,000 processors on one small little graphics card like that.
Well, I've been following the chess advances with AI, and they've got AI chess which can beat the best chess programs in the world that have been in development for the past 30 years. And this Alpha Zero was trained for 24 hours to learn itself. Just told the rules of chess, and it started playing millions of games a second against itself. And within 24 hours, it beat the strongest chess engine in the world. Like 99 wins, 1 draw. Crazy. In 24 hours, it learnt the game of chess, solved chess.
That's some Skynet shit, man.
And that's using graphics cards. It has to use a graphics card to do that. So.
Steve Ellis says he's got a torrent of it. Oh, what? You mean vReveal? Yes. That's the old software that used to do a certain resolution and certain functions, yeah? But the military stuff is capable of doing a lot more, and that's when they pulled vReveal. So vReveal was a little taster of what could be done, and it was given away free. And it was supposed to, you were supposed to see that and then want to buy the military product, yeah, which could do a lot more, yeah. And then they said, "Oh shit, we'll just do military, no pull vReveal." But of course, the copies are out there in the wild now. So
I imagine the military hardware is a lot better as well than the consumer graphics cards. They've got their own military
high-end NVIDIA, like Quadro cards and stuff like that, which are ridiculously expensive, which don't have many more cores, but just they have the firmware chip on there to say, "Yes, you can have," you know.
Yeah.
It's not, yeah.
And like they
have the keymaster.
I see a thing where they were using dedicated memory for each core.
Mm-hmm.
So they divided the memory as well for each core, and it ran like a parallel computer as of a multi-core computer, which is a lot faster if you had dedicated memory for each core. Not a lot of memory, just the same amount, but spread. It's just so much more expensive to build and make and produce.
Yeah.
Just crazy money.
See, every bastard sells the fucking charger, but they don't the base, but they don't tell you what fucking charger you need to go with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what's the power pack?
Nobody tells you what the fucking power pack is. And it's like, are you kidding me? I'm still searching for it. I'll get there in the end, but
This is amazing. This is like this is amazing. Like it only runs. All it needs is 5 volts.
Mhm.
Well, it's 1,000 milliamps. And like something like this 10, 15 years ago would have taken at least 12 volts at 2.5 amps.
Yeah.
It's like the power consumption of things nowadays is virtually nothing. You
Well,
can run this off USB. Just
yeah, I've been saying for ages, like the power of your mobile phone to process video. Like I can process 4K video, like editing it and sending it out on a mobile phone at comparable speeds to what my computer would do, you know? And it's like, so the power of these mobile devices, and I was thinking anytime soon, somebody's going to come out and they're going to put the mobile phone, not just in a tablet, they're going to start producing PCs. And that's exactly what Apple have just done. It's called the M processor. And it's a RISC-based ARM processor. And it's got multiple cores, like loads and loads of cores. And Apple are the first to do it. And Intel are lagging behind. And literally, I think overnight, they start to sell them now. The power, I mean, it just wipes every PC off the market for power. Like, there's nothing to touch it, you know.
It's
and people
like
are going to start.
that cloud sourcing CPU from cell phones.
Tim, you're an alcoholic.
Powerful computer in the world, just using like tiny pieces of processing power from millions of phones.
Drinking at what time in the morning? 9:30 in the morning?
9:30, yeah.
Oh,
So Intel have to catch up like this now. And this is why Microsoft have brought out Windows 11, because it's designed to just say goodbye to all old processors. And like, this is the new future because it's all going to be ARM RISC. Yeah. And because Microsoft said, we are not going to bring out Windows 11, it's going to be Windows 10. But of course, what they realize is that Apple have just they've gone and released the Pandora's box, which has been there for fucking years, right? And they could have done this like fucking 10 years ago, right? But nobody was like big enough or fucking bold enough to do it, yeah? It's just like, let's use RISC processors from phones in computers because the heat will be a lot less. They'll be silent. You could, laptops will be able to video edit, which is something they struggle to do at the moment. You know, it's like, we can unleash the power. And it's like nobody did it. Apple's the first one to do it. Now you're going to see a massive run. It's going to be like, how many processors can I have?
It was actually a Welsh company that invented the ARM processor.
Well, it was actually Acorn. You're on about parallel processing, aren't you?
No, the ARM RISC processor was invented by, was it Acorn, which was based in Wales originally?
No, Acorn developed RISC and the ARM processor.
Yeah.
But I think you're thinking about where did parallel processing come from, i.e. multi-core, yeah?
No, just the ARM RISC processor, the basic ARM RISC was, it's first used in the Dragon 32 computer, which was produced in Wales, and then it was used in the Acorn Electron.
I don't think Dragon had it.
Yeah.
Nah.
But it was very expensive. I'm sure it's a Dragon. I've got an Acorn Electron here because I collect old retro computers.
Yeah. No. I think I don't know whether you're getting confused with there was a company called Inmos, and they produced parallel processing computers, i.e. multi-core, like 3-core, 5-core, all this sort of stuff. And they were bought out by Intel and shut down because Intel were like, no, the world's not ready for this. So
Acorn Electron was 1983.
Yeah.
And it had the ARM RISC.
Yeah. No, you are thinking of the Acorn Archimedes had RISC. It was the Archimedes, which was much more advanced than the Acorn Electron. Electron didn't have them.
I'm sure it was Electron. Actually, Acorn Electron had, doesn't say here, Acorn MOS, which is
Yeah, that's just rubbish. You know, that's you know, like old school slow shit. Yeah, no, the first computer to introduce RISC from Acorn was the Archimedes.
That was only a year or so later, though, wasn't it? That was 1980.
Oh yeah, I mean the Electron, they should never have brought it out. It was a joke, but it was it was supposed to be a halfway house between the BBC Micro, which was way too expensive, you know, and home users couldn't buy it and weren't interested. And they were trying to say, oh look, this could be like the Commodore 64, nice and cheap, and it does stuff. But of course, because it was a crippled device, really, you know, people were like, well, why do I want to buy a crippled device that has no software base, and we can just buy the Commodore 64? You know, you're trying to bring something out to try and beat something that's already got like 1 million games. You know, and it's like, nah, no thanks. So I don't think anyone bought the Electron, and those who did were probably very, very disappointed in it. But the Archimedes, again, they outpriced it. It was £1,000. You know, like nobody could afford it. It was only schools had it, and that's why RISC sat on the shelf for a while and went into business machines and business computing, and eventually ended up in mobile phones because, you know, Acorn didn't know how to sell stuff themselves. They were always overpricing shit.
I was looking at a documentary at the Computing Museum.
Yes.
Right? About the man who invented the original first RISC is now building a new type of card using a more advanced RISC parallel.
Yeah. He's a professor in like Manchester University or something, and he's doing neuron stuff with
thousands of cores,
per card, and it's like 1 million processor. I think they got a 500,000 processor setup, you know, in this thing. Which
runs at a fraction of the power of the old ones.
It's something to do like wind and sail. It's got a sail is the logo. I can't remember what it's called, but it's something like wind or sail or.
Yeah, it's in it. The servers are at Manchester University.
That's correct. Yeah. But there's very powerful stuff. But I mean, again, it's scaling it in a way that's useful for people, because you can scale it for video, you can scale it for certain types of, you know, so RISC can be designed for certain types of thing, or it can be designed to be like all round. Well, all round is mobile phone, you know, because that can do, you know, audio, video editing, video in, video out. It's like it's all around. So Apple have said, well, basically, why don't we take that and just scale it up with lots of processors and put it into a computer? And of course,
Intel went the opposite way and added more and more instructions, which has slowed the whole thing down.
Yeah. So Intel have got to basically now come up with a processor like that. And what you'll find is Intel will, because they've had it sitting on the shelf for a long time, but wouldn't actually bring it out. Because Intel are the company that like to hide innovation and slowly build it up, you know, and Apple have just basically said, well, do you know what? We can't fucking sell lots of computers because, you know, we're expensive and fucking we're not doing anything. So they say, well, fuck it. We're going to put our mobile phone technology into a computer and scale that up. So now the mobile phone will operate on the same operating system, the same instruction set as the computer and the tablet. So they're basically joining the whole thing together, so they only have to program things once. And it's a good idea, but I'm fucking angry to see that it's Apple that are fucking doing it, you know? But yeah, it is going to wipe the PC market out overnight. Once people start programming games on this new Apple system, it will make fucking PC games look like a joke, you know? So.
Yeah, but then
it's all about how they market it, though.
Yeah, and it'll be really expensive. Yeah, it'll be really expensive, so it'll be outside most people's price range, and it still has to have the graphics card on the back end as well, you know, but they're going to include that in the processor. So they're going to start putting multi-cores graphics cards in with the processor. So it'll be a system on chip. The whole thing will be just one chip, which of course will make it incredibly cheap for Apple to produce. You know, there'll be a lot of design and R&D costs into it, but then everything's going to be on one chip. The whole fucking thing's going to be on like that. You know, and it's going to be more powerful than anything you've ever had before. So, yeah, annoying. It's going to be Apple, but from a video editor's point of view, I mean, they are going to have the, press render, and it's going to render like 10 times faster than real time. Whereas I'm getting like 2 times at the moment with a lot of hardware, and the slowest Apple machine is going to be 10 times faster than what I got, So it's annoying because I fucking hate Apple. Here's a picture. If I can see the charger, and I got to zoom in. Come on, is center pin positive? Can I see the volts? Output 14 volts at 1.5 amps. See, 14 volts. Why? Or do they mean 13.8, which is actually what 12 volts is most of the time? But they call it 12 volts. But 12 volts, folks, is actually 13.8. If you didn't know that 12 volts was actually 13.8, it is. They call it 12 volts, but 12 volts is 13.8. Go figure.
I wonder if 5 is 6.66.
Yeah. Nice. What it is?
The car battery is 12 volts, but the output
You charge
when
it up,
the
it's-
alternator's running is almost 14.
Yes, that's right. It's when the charge is on volts, it's 13.8. But when you turn the charger off, it settles back at 12, and it will tend to discharge to 11.
A new 9-volt battery is actually about 10.5, 11 volts. About 10.5 volts, a new one.
Yeah. So that's what I got to get. I got to get a 14 fucking volt. That is bollocks. What a bunch of arseholes. See, these companies, they do it on purpose. They cannot produce standard stuff because they want you to be forced to buy theirs,
Yeah, no industry standard kind of thing.
Yeah.
I've just done a search for there's a 14.4 volt at 1.5 amp lithium battery charger.
Yeah, but you don't want to have any circuitry in there to do with lithium cutoffs where it turns off. It's got to be an actual it's got to be a power supply, not nothing. Well, if as long as it's just supplying power and it hasn't got an intelligent cutoff.
So you just want a power supply, not a charger?
Oh yeah, no. When I say charger, I mean it's the power supply for a charger. Yeah,
right. So
there's got to be a stable 14-volt power supply by the looks of it.
Right.
Hey, there's the bin men coming to collect the bins I put out earlier on. Oh, here we are. Here's another one. Ooh, 18 volts. No, into that's a motor. 18 volts into a similar looking charger, but not the same one. Ooh, but this is a B. See, it's a B charger. So I see. I got to be careful with this because it's like if I plug that charger in, it's just going to do nothing. It probably won't even light it up.
They have multiple head the adapters where it's like the charging brick that you plug in, and it's got a slider on it where you can change the output voltage. And then they also have different ends, different diameter charger ends and stuff.
Yeah, you tend to find that those multi-power ones, they don't have many amps.
I've just looked on AliExpress and they've got a 14 volt 1.5 amp power supply for £2.46, and then right next to it, exactly the same picture. Oh no, that's 50 pieces, £140. I was going to say. So they're £2.46 each on AliExpress. 14 volt. I bet it's a US. It's a US power adapter. You have to get an adapter to make it UK.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's.
I found the code for it, and one of them is saying that this D8235 is 12 volts.
They've got them in the US, but that's US voltage at 120, isn't it? US or 110.
Maybe like 110.
Yeah, 110 supply. Is it 220 or 230?
Well, the thing is, you can safely work your way up. What you can't do is be too high because you'll blow.
Yeah.
So I could plug a 12 volt into it and see if it lights up. And if it's sort of freaking out a bit, I know it probably needs more, you know. But I'd rather know for certain, you know, before plugging in and killing the bloody thing. So
And it's a DC as well, isn't it?
DC, yeah.
Yeah. We've got them on Amazon. Just found one on Amazon.
Anyway, don't you go wasting too much time looking for it. But I mean, I'm just.
I found one on Amazon, but it's 3 amp, so it's more powerful.
That doesn't matter. It's the volts have to be right. It'll only take the amount of amps it needs.
Yep, 14 volts, 3 amp.
This little one right here from my radio is 5 amps.
Yeah, it's a trickle charger basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, these are AC. AC DC. No. DC. I'll just search for DC. 14 volt DC. That's it. Okay, what is that? A Sunsil, $12.99. Is that DC?
We got a whole new set of people trickling into the chat here.
And they're all AC adapters. Samsung AC adapters, 14 volts. That's all I could find. AC, 14 volts.
Yeah.
Whereas USA are selling, they're like 15 to 20 quid. Whereas USA are selling a DC 14 volt one for £2 something, or $2.
Yeah, I just plugged 5 volts into it. The light comes on and goes off. So, just for a giggle, I'm going to put the charger on. I know 5 is going to be too little. Oh, it comes on red. Ooh, it's charging on 5 volts. It's actually come on red. So, but the thing is, it's probably not enough. So maybe there's an intelligent circuit inside here. So whatever kind of input power, if you put 12 in, it'll adjust itself to 12. But I'm surprised to see this come on with as little as.
It's at least feeding the capacitor or the light, you know, like, because the capacitor will, if you feed it less voltage, right, the capacitor will just take longer to fill up and then discharge, right?
Yeah.
But it's still discharging the same amount as it would if it had a higher input voltage, right? It's just doing it slower.
Yeah, yeah. So that's funny. That is strange. I didn't expect it to come on that.
So I might just trickle charge it.
I found a universal one, 24 watts, adjustable power supply, DC.
Yeah, I don't really go for those because when they're adjustable, you don't get a lot of power out of them.
24 watts.
Yeah, but 20 watts at you know, it's volts versus amps, isn't it? So if you go 12 volts, it'll probably be like 1 amp. If you go 5 volts, it'll be like 3 amps.
Well,
you know?
the most voltage is 24. Is the least voltage is 5 volts, so that would probably be the most power, 24 watts.
Yeah, and with the losses as well, you see, it's like that's what they'll class as plus losses equals your total watts, you know, but it's not how much it's actually outputting. So yeah, they're the worst because when it's fully rangeable, you know, you put it like low volts, you get high amps, and then you put it high volts, you get low amps. Well, you know, you're better off just getting one which has high amps and high watts, high watts and high volts, high amps and high volts. Sorry, yeah, because volts times amps equals watts, which you probably know.
Yeah, V over I times R, Ohm's law. 24 watts. And I've got a calculator here to do watts calculations at 5 volts, and then you could do the conversion to high voltage. 5 volts. Well, Google does it as well. Just type that in and Google does the differences.
So I'm seeing another one that says 18 volts. So that's two now I've seen that can take 18 volts into this. It's like, that tells me that, laptop power supplies would work with it, which is like, But that's two I've seen now where I've confirmed the voltage is as high as 18 volts, which is crazy.
What's this laptop supply I've got here? Doesn't even bloody say on it. China, typical. Oh, yes, it does. No, it doesn't. Yeah, 19.55 volts. Mine says 19.5. At 4.6 amps. It's quite a lot for a power supply for a laptop, isn't it?
Yeah.
Dell.
Wow, tonight's the first night it's gotten down to what is like 72 degrees here. It's like 23 Celsius. Nice and cool.
About the same temperature here, I think.
Yeah, I just got the fans on and sucking air, and it's nice. Don't have to run the AC super loud.
There's a new development of solar power now, which would be ideal for AC use, because it's like a passive system that takes the heat from your house and radiates it back out into space. So it basically, you pump the hot air from what's being gathered in the house. You suck the air in, and then you pass it through this solar panel, which radiates it in the frequency that passes through cloud, so it can go to space. Boosh! It's like it converts it into a specific frequency and passes it up to the sky. And then, of course, when that energy is just lost into space. It's not hitting the clouds and heating the clouds or heating the earth. It's just straight through the clouds, straight into space. And all you need is just a small pump. So, yeah. And then you can just get what's returned then is the cold, and then you pass that into the house sort of thing. There's a new design thing coming out.
I saw an invention where they were using refrigerant in like big radiators. And as long as the temperature outside was warmer than the refrigerant, it produced a pressure on the radiator to power a compressor, which spun a turbine. So that looked quite promising.
Yeah. Well, heat pumps are kind of similar sort of system, aren't they? Because underground it's always cold, so above ground is always warm. So you can use that difference to kind of produce power or to produce heat.
He tested it in a refrigerator, like a freezer, like -20, and it was still producing power because the refrigerant was at -50 or -60. Yeah, didn't it? And it's still producing pressure to turn a turbine and store the power in the battery, and which can then be used. No moving parts either, other than the pressure from the compressor.
Yeah.
And the refrigerant gets fed back into the system.
I love this. It's like I'm looking at a charger thing, and it's like you can read everything. It's like AC adapter model. You can't read it. They've scrubbed across the model number. Input 100 to 240 volts. Output. Oh yeah, right. I'm not buying that one then, am I? Fuck you. Yeah. We don't actually want to tell you what the specs are.
Gareth's just come in from Abandoned and Forgotten Wells.
Ah. So VAC. No, I don't want AC fucking output. Bollocks that.
Morning, Gareth.
Morning, Gareth. Is he not in chatting with us then in this thing?
He's on the chat But
He's in the chat, but not on this live. Yeah.
No.
He can come on if he wants, but I've not seen him come on yet. I'll have to put the link in again, I suppose. Yeah, I've almost got enough hours in 2 weeks to be monetised. I just need the subs now. Was it 3,000 hours I need, or 4,000 hours? I've almost got them already in 2 weeks. Watch views, watch time.
God, you must be an interesting chap to be getting that many people watching.
I'll get around 50 at one time, and then
I think I've got it. I've looked at a manual, and it says for these models, it refer to this power supply. I've looked for the power supply, and it is 18 volts. Yeah, it is 18 volts. So I'm going to just check a couple more of these power supplies, just to make absolutely certain what we're dealing with. So that's one's for European. China. USA. So let's take the USA one, which will be very popular. We'll go for that.
everyone's waking up now.
Getting close to an answer here.
Natalie's in. Winnie's in. Donna.
Ooh.
Everyone's crow is. Everybody's cock is crowing.
Yeah, these people like live for these lives, don't they? They love it.
Yeah.
Everyone's cock is crowing.
But there's too many shy people out there that won't come up.
14 volts, 1 amp. I think 18 is the highest, and 14 is the lowest I've seen so far. But there is definitely 14 volt ones out there. So I think these things have got an intelligent circuit. As long as you don't give it more than 18, it will take care of it. You know. So I'm gonna give it 12, and then I'm gonna give it a laptop 18. Or I'm going to push it, actually. I'm going to try 19 because it's 19 is easier. I've got one in front of me. Let's just make sure it is 19.
My YouTube page has gone down.
19. I'm going to take a chance.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a chance on this.
It might just be my end. I think I'm still broadcasting, but...
Do you want to see something blow up? Let's see whether it blows up. I'm going to take a chance. 19 volts.
Hey, that's like what 90% of the people on the internet come on the internet for. No, as soon as you plugged it in, the green light turned green for a fucking split second and then turned off.
Yeah.
And it hasn't turned back on since.
No, it's not a good sign. Oh, yes.
It was like green. Oh.
Yes.
It's too much power, though, isn't it?
No.
It was too much power for itself, but maybe once you plugged it in, it has more of a path for the electricity to go.
Yeah, no, I think the green light stays on longer if you've got lower voltage. So, but it is on, and it says it's charging, and it's 18 volts, and it would have blown up immediately if it was a difference between 12 and 18, 19. That would have definitely killed it. So basically, then a nice big punchy laptop power supply, at least 3 amps, is going to be more than enough than what it needs, as long as it charges.
It's the only time you blow a power supply if it's underpowered and it's drawing too much.
Too much amps, yeah. But I mean, like overvolting is what will usually kill it. It's like too many volts. So let's just make sure these contacts are clean then, because it doesn't seem to be bringing the battery back to life just yet. Yeah, I got given a few of these old DMR radios because they're like site use and they were considered to be too manky. So I've got a box full of them here, parts and bits and pieces. So I'm going to see whether I can just reprogram some of these, because these are like £1,000 each, these fucking radios, you know, and it's just like, oh no, they've fallen apart, we don't want them. Great. Well, I can reprogram them, but they're digital, and I hate the digital sound of DMR radio. Punches.
You've got to be careful overpowering lithium as well, because they can go bang.
Yeah, but you're not overpowering the lithium, because the charger base takes care of regulating the voltage down. That's what all the circuitry is about. It's just I don't want to blow the base. It will send the right amount of power to the lithiums for sure. The thing is, laptop power supplies are a lot easier to get hold of, a lot better manufactured, and they can handle the amps better. Whereas if you buy a little brick power supply, a little tiny wall one, it might be going and getting red hot, where I'd rather underrun a laptop supply than overrun a brick. You know, like a little wall thing, you know, not a brick, a wall supply. So
The adapter. Yeah, they do get hot though.
yeah.
Power supply for my amplifier, yeah. What's this?
Do you know what the green light probably is, though? When it's charged. The green light was a spurious thing, you know, just happening to pop on. But red means it's actually charging, and green means it's finished charging. So
I've probably got the ideal power
It's
supply.
weird
I've
how, like,
got one
as soon
here.
as you plugged it in, it was like green for a second, and then you unplugged it and plugged it back in, and the light didn't turn green for a second at all.
I've got
radio just came to life.
I've got a Yamaha one at 15 volts at 3 amps.
Yeah.
How long has that radio been dead for?
2 months.
It's alive! It's alive!
You can hear it now. when it decides to come on. They're so crap, these Motorola's. They take literally 15 seconds to come on. That's how crap the technology is in them, right? Right, listen now. I've turned my noise cancelling off, so I'll turn it on. Ready? It's booting up. It's booting up, folks. Ready? Now you can use it. That's how crap that, and you pay £1,000 for that shit. Yeah. Unbelievable. But the thing is, as well, I can use this. The reason I'm interested in these old radios is because it's the adapters you can get for them. Like you can get headsets that go on, noise cancelling headsets with noise cancelling mics. You can get them that will plug into some of these old type radios. And you can get some of that stuff for Bofeng, but it's a bit more Chinese quality. You know, it's crap.
It's like a little.
So
I have one. It's like a headset. It's got the microphone. It's got hands-free, so like the VoIP type hands-free stuff where it just picks up your voice and broadcasts without pushing a button. But I don't use it because I just use it to listen to the emergency frequencies.
This
I
has
don't
got a
wanna
mute to the
broadcast on it.
microphone, like little button on it for the microphone here. These earbuds. It's just a mute button.
Yeah, same thing. Same thing. It has a little switch.
yeah.
I got a nice set of Sennheiser noise cancelling headphones. They're wired ones.
You've been on for 11 hours now, Frank. You are. People are going to believe that you're either a coke freak, or you're taking speed, or you've got a serious problem.
Yeah, it's a serious problem. It's giving up the antidepressants has done it. It's just, I'm not taking any medication whatsoever.
Yeah.
So it's just my brain is
Addicted to
hyperdrive.
the conversation.
Yeah, well, it's the side effects of the lockdown and having no one to bloody talk to for months. That's what it was.
Yeah.
And so,
get out and do some exploring. It'll get your energy. You know, expend your energy.
Yeah.
Because I come back and I'm knackered off these explores, and then I just fall straight asleep. But sitting in front of the computer, it can, you know, your body can just be overproducing energy, and it's got nowhere for it to go. So you just up and up and up and up and up. You need to like wear that energy off.
well, I play. Well, when I like use energy, I play in a band as well. So twice a week I'm out with my band.
Yeah.
But when I get home, I'm on such a high after playing in the band that I don't sleep either.
Yeah, too much excitement. Yeah. Yeah. But I bet you if you were sort of like really sort of rigorously doing it with the band? Because I know it's probably excitement, and then you're driven by music, aren't you? So it's like it overexcites your imagination then, but you're probably not getting too physical with it. Because I mean, at the end of the day, all you're doing is sort of like waving your hands about.
No, it's very physical. It's
Oh right, okay.
yeah, where you have to stand up. Well, you're standing up and you have to jump about
It's
the
like
stage.
standing up and wanking. It's like standing up and wanking all day.
And carrying a heavy Les Paul guitar as well on your back for like
Oh God, I hurt my head doing that face then.
4 hours or so. So
busted a brain vessel.
Head's now resetting.
you have to be quite fit to play in a band and keep doing it.
If you're jumping around, because I mean, like on stage, when you're rehearsing, you're probably like rehearsing for the technical factor of it. But like when you're on stage, you're probably like jumping around and sort of like getting into it, or at least the lead person will be, and the rest of the band are just standing like fucking statues. Like, yeah, get on with it. Go on, I'm like an idiot.
even at a band practice, I'm moving about. So it's just the way I am. Yeah. A bit hyper when I've got a guitar and I'm a different person. Like I'm quite reserved normally, but when I've got a guitar on, I'm a different character. Like an alter ego comes out.
Yeah. So now I is gonna do the sensible thing, and I'm gonna get my labeling machine, because I label every device with what is its volts and what is its amps, and I put them. The reason I do it is because I put it on big so I can read it, so I don't have to like get my glasses out and go and scan up and down. Right, I literally put it's 18 volts at 3 amps, and I put it on the side of every device. What is its voltage? Because then you can just, with your eyes, you can just briskly look across it and go, that's what it needs. You know, it's like,
yeah, Vacant Haven knows. Alex knows. I can vouch for the heaviness of a Les Paul. Carrying that on your shoulders all night long.
But it is like on your shoulders though. It's not like you're actually holding it up with your arms, is it? Like, you know.
Well, it's on your back. It's on your legs. It's weight. It's heavy.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
And it's constant. You don't get no relief from it. It's not like you can put it down after a song. You're wearing it all night long. So, but you don't notice it when you're playing. It's kind of.
Well, no, because you're buzzing off adrenaline, aren't you? And you don't notice it.
Hurts your back when you get home. You sit down. It's like the back's killing me.
I used to be in a band when it was like fucking, you know, I think we played out twice, you know, but we practiced quite a lot. But I turned into a mutant, like fucking jumping around and rolling around the fucking floor and fucking, you know, it was just like, it was total exhibition fucking freak shows territory, like, you know, fucking, yeah. It was, you know, and the songs were also like very aggressive, fuck you, fuck them, and all fucking shit like that, you know, and it was like, yeah. The band name was Shatner. Because it's my favorite joke. It's like, you know, I won't tell it on my channel, but I'll tell it on your channel. It's like, why is Lieutenant Uhuru black? Because William Shatner.
Yeah.
That's got to be the naughtiest fucking joke. I think that's the rudest, nastiest, because it's like, it's about characters that people like, but it's when you think like his name is Shatner, but it's like, yeah, because he's Shatner, because he shat on her. Yes. Oh my God.
That's a good one. Shatner's bassoon.
Yes, from Chris Morris, isn't it? Yeah.
We're watching the end of Day of the Dead, you know, at the end of Day of the Dead, when the black hero guy, who just he's helping everybody the whole time, and then the sheriffs come in and shoot him at the end. And my joke was, rest in peace, Harambe. It's awful. It was awful.
Yeah.
Awful joke. It's funny though.
Yeah.
It's the same fate. For that
Yeah,
poor gorilla didn't do nothing to nobody.
Yeah. Brass Eye. Vacant Haven, Brass Eye. And Jam. Did anybody ever watch Jam?
Yeah.
That was good. Yeah. Your TV, it's full of lizards. It's full of lizards. He goes, it's not full of lizards. It is, it's full of lizards. I can see them. There's lizards in your telly. He's like, no, it's not full of lizards. He goes, who the fuck are you? You're not a real repairman. What's your name? What's your name? He goes, Mr. Lizard. Mr. Lizard. fucking great.
Justin Villarreal.
I know you said you wanted to get him on.
Yeah, he recommended a film to me the other night, and God, I wish I'd never watched it. It's called The Color of Space. Have you seen that?
I have.
The color out of space.
Color Out of Space.
Out of
Space. That's H.P. Lovecraft, yeah.
Yeah, but it was remade. Nicolas Cage.
Yes.
2020.
Yeah.
Yeah, and God, I wish I hadn't seen it. It's like a cross between that
The Thing.
the human caterpillar and the Thing. Nearly.
Yeah.
It's really disturbing because it's like a little boy molded with his mother, and they're crying, and then they start turning into this thing, and it's like 2 hours of my life I'm never going to get back again. That's probably why I'm staying up, because of bloody nightmares.
It's probably one of the better renditions of H.P. Lovecraft, though, because often people just don't have the money to kind of get the visuals, because a lot of what H.P. Lovecraft does, he works in. He's a bit like Hitchcock. He sort of gives you a kind of a taste of something, and then he goes on the psychological rather than actually telling you things. It's often what you don't see, and it's like the characters often die by themselves. They die away from the story. They go, I know it's coming. My time is close now. And then it's like, this will be the last you hear from me. And then you know what's coming, but you fill in the blank. It's like, that's the end of the story, and it's, but to kind of meet the expectations of the visual audience. I mean, I don't think many people have ever really touched Lovecraft properly.
No. It's pretty disturbing stuff. That's why.
Yeah.
And the
I love
environments of
Lovecraft.
Lovecraft is always kind of like, it's always really biological environments and buildings and stuff. Like the architecture is really based on biology and bone structures and stuff, and it's really complex.
Yeah.
And it's hard to put that on a screen, right?
Yeah. I mean, Geiger should have got involved in designing some stuff for these, Lovecraftian things. Yeah.
Geiger. Yeah. He's the one that
Geiger was the visual, and Lovecraft was the
That's right.
The lyricist, as it was.
Yeah,
the author.
that's who I'm thinking about, Geiger.
So Geiger was the visual representation, really, of Lovecraft stuff.
Yeah.
And
You'd
the
see those kind of artwork where it's.
And I mean, he did things
Really,
like the villages, which all the people were kind of like, they came out of the water. They were like amphibians. They could live in water and on land, but they were human, but there was something wrong with them. They had like frog sort of frog faces, and they're all like distorted. And it's like, nobody's ever really done that at all. Nobody's ever touched that, from the Lovecraft stuff, That's pretty good. And representations of Cthulhu, an actual Cthulhu. I suppose the closest has come to it is Pirates of the Caribbean, because that he had tentacles. He was like an octopus pirate, and he had tentacles. Remember him?
Davy Jones.
That's it. Yeah, that's the closest I've seen to something that you could develop on from that to be Cthulhu, but a lot more horrific,
Wasn't Cthulhu, didn't he live in the water and come out of the water?
Well, he could live in.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like an octopus type thing. It was like a humanoid octopus, but he actually lived interdimensionally, so he could live inside matter and inside mountains and inside things, because he wasn't like necessarily of this dimension. And when you brought him forth to this physical dimension, which is like, he was out of space and out of time, so it was like he could be in any time and any space. It was like, yeah. The older ones. These were classed as being before gods formed. These are like ancient gods, the older ones. So these are pre the gods we know, which are like slightly more ordered. So that's what the storylines in Lovecraft were kind of implying. These are kind of like
Guardians of the Galaxy 2, the second one, in the very beginning where that interdimensional squid octopus thing comes and they have to defend the batteries.
Right. Yes.
And it's like shooting rainbows and sparkles out. It's like barfing rainbows and sparkles out.
Yeah.
It was like a similar type of creature, I guess.
Yes.
Interdimensional squid thing.
Yeah, I used to like reading old books like Edgar Rice Burroughs and old science fiction. I preferred the older stuff, and Edgar Allan Poe.
Yeah.
Edgar Allan Poe's short stories were the best.
Yeah. Yeah. I love that the Simpsons one where they did the thing, the beating the crow. That was what it was, the raven. Nevermore, nevermore. He's going mad about the raven above his chamber door. Nevermore, nevermore.
And who's that writer that predicted his own death? Science fiction writer. Died several years ago. He did all the films. He wasn't he the writer of Blade Runner? Did the androids?
Oh, Philip K. Dick.
Philip K. Dick, that's it. Yeah.
Did he predict his own death somehow then?
Yep, he wrote about it when he was younger, and how he died and where he died, and yeah, it's a pretty strange story that he actually wrote about exactly the circumstances of where and when you die. Very weird. I heard that there's a researcher that writes books about him, quite intelligent fellow, sort of into Philip K. Dick, or what's his name? I can't remember now. There's a documentary on YouTube. It's into the daemon. Like you've got a daemon living in you, which is like a thing that he reckons that you, as to do with reincarnation, that you deja vu experiences and things. He's a pretty weird guy.
One of the things I found about him, it says, what kind of hallucinations did he have? And it says, throughout February of March 74, Dick experienced a series of hallucinations which he referred to as 2-3-74, shorthand for February-March 1974. February through March 1974. Aside from the pink beam, Dick described the initial hallucinations as geometric patterns and occasionally brief pictures of Jesus in ancient Rome.
But he wrote about where he died and how he died as well, and what was around him at the time on the table, and it was
Sounds like
it was
he
pretty
had some crazy premonitions.
it was pretty accurate from the scene where he was found. I think he was found in between a sofa and a table. Like he had a heart attack or whatever. I can't remember how he died, but yeah, and he wrote about that exactly.
Right. I'm going to pop to the, little boy's room.
Yep.
And I will be back. So, and I have to undertake something that I've been putting off for ages, but I'm going to do. I've got a bloody the glass window in my computer rattles, and I tried putting tape on it to stop it, and then the tape gets weak and it starts rattling again. So I'm gonna fucking get my glue gun out and I'm gonna glue it properly. We're gonna do it. It's gonna be a thing. Live on air, a glue gun, folks. You saw it here first. A glue gun live on a live stream.
Glue gun shooting.
Glue gun. Yeah, we'll see if we get fucking banned off YouTube for my glue gun.
Demolition Ranch glue gun issue.
I've got to find this. Got to find this bloke's name. It's doing my head in now. The Philip K. Dick fella.
Pen names. He has different pen names.
Yeah. Well, he wrote the Blade Runner story. When androids do androids dream about sheep is the book, which is Blade Runner. And John Carter.
Okay.
And that film with Tom Cruise where he's a clone.
Oh, Oblivion.
Oblivion, yeah, that's one of his books as well.
Okay, yeah, that's a Spielberg movie.
Yeah, but it's a Philip K. Dick story book.
Huh.
And there's another pretty weird film. It's a low budget one, but it's quite good because of the story. Called Radio Free Albemarle, and it's a direct, like a book to film.
He's about to piss in the Jedi Temple.
It's not Neil Saunders. It's I've got a site where I know he's been interviewed. I'm looking for his name. He tells all the stories about Philip K. Dick and what his premonitions were. He writes about psychedelic experiences as well and things like that. I'm trying to find his interview.
I like Philip K. Dick. There's a lot of audiobooks. I listen to him as audiobooks because I can't read these days. If there's something that sends me to sleep really quick, it's reading. But I love
I had a
stories.
roommate named Dick Phillips.
Well, there's one film that I quite like. It's low budget, but it's Radio Free Albemarle, which is a direct from the book to screen.
Oh. Facebook is back up. That went down last night. You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
it's down 4 o'clock. So when did it come back?
It came back in the
Came
night.
up
I think.
and then it keeps going up and down. Like seems like when I refresh it, it'll be down, and then I'll refresh it, it'll be back. Seems like
So 1 a.m. a lot of the outages stopped. Apparently, so it's 4 a.m. in the afternoon it went down, and 1 a.m. in the morning people were stopping reporting shit. So PayPal is still reporting problems this morning. Apparently, that's still ongoing. Started about 4, and then got bad in the morning. Facebook again, which is the same thing as 1 a.m. in the morning. That was all returned. So yeah. There's a hell of a lot of just general outages of internet yesterday in the United States.
And in London, City of London, places in London, the whole ISP internet went down.
Bloody hell! I wonder if it was an attack.
I think it was because there's a lot of internet providers went down in certain areas.
It's Tony L. Port Talbot.
I had a map up of where the outages were. And all the outages were like in a straight line across the map. It was really weird. Yeah.
So look, 1,000 eyes. That was the one I was looking at. America has still got quite a lot, actually. It's got 48, 50, 102, and 30. So more than yesterday. Europe has still got a lot, 63. 17 in the UK, but 43 in Germany. Germany was suffering yesterday as well. But I heard, believe it or not, Germany has got a terrible internet infrastructure. I was watching a program about it. People say they think that the mobile phone network and everything would be brilliant in Germany because of like German precision. It's like it's terrible. It's absolutely fucking awful. Apparently in Germany, they really don't understand, and they're like years behind everyone else with internet.
I found that researcher was on about Anthony Dick. He's done some good interviews. Philip K. Dick. His name's Anthony Peake.
Oh, right. Yeah, that name rings a bell for some reason, but not for good reasons. Yeah. Oh my! Why does Peake come to mind for not good reasons? There was a bloke who was fucking harassing me with like fucking emails all the time. I think his name was Peake. That's why.
Anthony Peake is quite an intellect. He's a bit of an intellectual. Yeah, he's got. He writes books mostly. He's into parapsychology, near-death experiences. Philip K. Dick. He's written books about Philip K. Dick.
Oh, this guy hasn't written books that I know.
This guy's written loads of books.
This guy I'm talking about, he was like providing dental services, but he was not a dentist to people in India. So basically, he was just fucking ripping their teeth out with the pliers with no anesthetic. He was like the mother Teresa of the fucking dental world in India. Like, you know, yeah, I'll sort you out, mate. Yeah. He's a fucking nightmare. He should be fucking deported out of the fucking country, I would say. You know, any people like that. Yeah, he's like, I'm a dentist. And it's like, well, what training have you had? None. It's like, yeah, well, why do you think you're a dentist then? Like, what do you do? Do you use anesthetics? No. And I'm like, what, you're fucking pulling people's teeth out without anesthetics? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, are you fucking insane? It's like, you're not a fucking dentist. You're a menace. Don't fucking write to me again. And he was like, kept sending me shit. You know, I'm like, fuck off. I'm like, fucking prick.
Yeah, he wrote a book, Anthony Peake, called Philip K. Dick, The Man Who Remembered the Future. So it's like a biography. Philip K. Dick. He's written loads of books, mostly about consciousness and time, reincarnation, things like that.
Yeah.
It's an interesting guy.
Well, Philip K. Dick was very interesting with the sci-fi stuff he wrote, but, you know, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which they based Blade Runner on. I remember listening / reading that, and I was fascinated. Right. Oh, so this thing that's rattling. Yeah, that's the. Oh, you can't hear the rattle probably because let me turn my noise canceller off. Right. This is the.
Speech at the end of it. So good.
It's that fucking rattly noise. I could possibly just push these little metal things tighter because they haven't been pushed down really tight. And that might stop it, but I know it's going to come back because it's like Jurassic Park. It's like the T-shirt he's wearing. Nature finds a fucking way. If there's a chance it can rattle, it fucking will. And I'm not having it, so I'm going to fucking glue it.
That's what we call the Murphy's Law.
Yeah.
I'll just put a link into that talk that Anthony Peake gave about
whatever bad thing can happen can and will happen.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what these pricks who build nuclear power stations don't take into consideration. Like, we have all our nuclear power stations are all next to this fucking sea here, and so they can use the water to cool and it's like. And I said to some people who are like building the new nuclear power station, like near Weston-super-Mare, it's like, and I said, it's next to the sea again. I said, I hope you've learned the lessons of Fukushima. Like, and this thing can be submerged for like 5 days underwater and it's still not going to explode. Yeah. That's what I would expect you to be building it to the fucking standards of, not like, oh yeah, it'll work, Well,
they had a lot of trouble with the one at Dungeness, which they,
If we ever have a tsunamis type scenario, we've got like 20 fucking nuclear power stations are all going to go on our fucking coastline. So Britain is going to be.
Have you seen a lot
Britain's
of
going to
those
become
abandoned ones? Nuclear power plants that like you go into them and you see like proper going into these nuclear power plants in America.
Yeah.
And they still have the computers on 95.
Yeah.
I think they're still open. They're still running and everything because
they're not going to shut down the power plant. They're just going to update the systems inside of it, right? So they keep it running and they progressively kind of change out systems.
Well, they had to shut down Dungeness Power Station in, it says here, 2018 for repairs because it was leaking.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the reason I don't trust scientists is because scientists are the people that also thought we'll test nuclear weapons and we'll see how close we can get the troops to them. That can't hurt, can it? Yeah, and it's like, and in Britain, they built a nuclear power station up in Yorkshire that just had a chimney, a large chimney coming off the reactor. And they said, well, it's a chimney, innit? It's a chimney. You've got to let it breathe a little bit, innit? And it's like all the radiation into the countryside, and it's like, oh, maybe we shouldn't do that. And it's like these people who call themselves scientists, they've got all these fucking degrees, yeah, and they know how to fucking add things up on a calculator. Right? Common sense, fucking zero.
Well, they've had to
trust the cunt.
Well, they've had to shut down Dungeness, and it's becoming a problem. Dungeness began defueling. It's in defueling status. It's supposed to be shut down on the 7th of June 2021. But it's still defueling because it won't.
Britain doesn't even know how to deal with the nuclear subs it's got, so it's just left them in Port Plymouth. They're just there. I mean, like, there's a wall, and I know behind that wall are all our nuclear subs that have become decommissioned that we do not know how to deal with. Right? And not only do we not know how to deal with it, we could, because America deals with it, but it's going to cost too much money. So because that's another term for we don't know how to deal with it, is we just don't want to fucking spend the money on this. So we're just going to leave them there rotting in a fucking yard. So, you know, like this business that we talk about when we do explores, why do they leave these buildings just go to fucking ruin? It's because nobody wants to spend the proper money it's going to take to fucking do it. Yeah. But it has to be done right, you know, because these are listed buildings. Well, of course, a nuclear fucking submarine has to be done right. So because they can't fucking deal with that, and the British way is just fucking hide it and pretend it doesn't exist, much like these abandoned buildings, these abandoned fucking submarines are just sitting there like fucking ticking time bombs, you know, like fucking with their full nuclear fucking engines still intact.
It says here, the final nuclear power station on the Kent coast is to close ahead of schedule after issues found within the reactors rendered it beyond repair. So that's an accident waiting to happen. And it's the last nuclear power station for Kent, on the Kent coast. And it's having to close because it's beyond repair.
Crazy, innit? Now, the only reason I've not done nuclear power stations, because you know a good video is coming up soon, and the reason I've avoided nuclear power stations is the last person who did a nuclear power station in the UK got arrested and jailed. Photographer who went in Trausvunid nuclear power station, which is shut down.
Yeah.
But it still has fuel and stuff in there.
Yeah.
So until I knew for certain that something was defueled, I wouldn't attempt it.
No. Well, Dungeness is still fueled. It's in defueling phase. It's causing a problem because the reactors are beyond repair, so it's obviously leaking.
Oh, by the way, in my crotch, I haven't brought you in on this, but yeah, in my crotch, I have actually been doing the gun, but I forgot to bring you in on the amazing fucking excitement of glue gunning. Yeah. Manually pushing the glue stick in with my thumb because it's quicker and easier than fucking pulling the trigger.
So what's that for your laptop? Your glass?
No, it's not a laptop. It's a pretty big fucking laptop. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Your monitor?
It's not my monitor. It's
what is it?
Case. It's a case. Case for a PC. Oh, look, folks.
Oh, case for a PC.
It's my Willy. I put it away for you.
I thought it was like the screen, outer part of the screen.
No, it's the case has got glass in it. You know, like they have the glass-sided cases.
All right. I don't know. I've got a carrying bag case made of plastic. Cheap rubbish thing. Right.
Yeah, the new gaming computers usually have those windows so you can see all your lights and shit in your case.
Yeah. I didn't really need to have the glass thing, but it was just like they all had it, you know. Every supplier was selling these, you know, like that. So
yeah.
Glue. Oh, I was gonna say. Go ahead.
That's right.
Yeah, my cat tells me it's time to sleep. He gets on my lap. He's like, nope, it's.
What, like he wants you to sleep? He wants to sleep, or he's going to sleep?
Like,
you got work in the morning, didn't you?
Who?
Punches has.
I didn't hear anything, but it's possible.
What do you do, Punches, if you don't mind me asking?
Tree trimming. So it's kind of like on call. Usually, I'll get a call the day before saying that there's a job scheduled, but sometimes like I get given like 2 hours in advance or so.
Yeah. Is it because of emergency, like besides the roads, cutting up trees that have fallen on the road and shit?
Not really. It's just somebody will call and actually agree to have us come in from a tree or cut a tree down, and
somebody will call that actually has money.
Yeah,
we've got one that's got money.
Call that actually has money, because believe it or not, it's expensive.
Yeah.
Expensive,
do you climb? You climb the trees?
No, I don't. But like my boss, who he probably doesn't. He doesn't like me saying how old he is, but you guys don't know who he is. He's 73, and he still climbs trees.
Wow.
He's been doing it for 48 years. I mean,
yeah. So he knows how to do it without expending too much energy. Then, being that age.
I lived up a tree when I was a kid.
I
was always up trees, climbing trees.
Yeah.
Well,
I was always climbing trees too as a kid.
I wouldn't describe you as looking like a twig. That would not be me at all, Frank. I would never say that such a thing. But you are a thin wraith, sir. You look like a twig. No, I didn't. I said I wasn't going to say it, but I know I've said it. You're a thin bastard.
Well, I'm thin like this because I was homeless for a year.
Oh dear.
And I was basically starving. Went down to 6 stone.
Jesus Christ.
And gradually putting on weight. I'm eating like 3 meals a day for the past year. And trying to put the weight back on. Up to about 8.5 now. Still trying to I'm stuck at 8.5 for a long while.
So you don't want people to send you monetary donations, and you just want them to send you food parcels?
No, I'm okay. I don't need money, parcels.
No.
I just need something to talk to. That's basically what I'm doing here.
Yeah. And you think we're good people to talk to?
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's Gareth that got me from Mindset up on cam to be brave enough to come up first of all.
I can't understand how a man who plays on fucking stage would have a fright of a bloody webcam, but I suppose
it's it's different. I don't know. It's when you're showing a talent, it's like it doesn't feel like it's me. It's hard to explain. It's like an alter ego.
Possessed, like those Hollywood bitches who say, like, I get possessed when I go on stage. A demon enters me, and it's not me. And I've even got a name for my demon.
There's like people like who transformed, and then their fucking eyes start rolling in the backs of their fucking heads when they're on stage. People who said like they're on drugs, but they say no, it's their demons. The demons.
I've always been very shy until I've got a guitar, and then that's when I can show off, kind of thing. Something that I'm good at.
It's all those Illuminati, famous people that cover their eyes and do, they do the secret,
creepy, satanic
secret
stuff.
society shit like that. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I don't dress different. I don't know. I just get more confidence with a guitar. That's basically it.
No noise now, bitches.
dampened.
No fucking noise now. Fuck you, case manufacturer. I know how to build a fucking case better than you bastards. I do actually know how to fucking build PCs better than fucking some of the manufacturers in terms of like cooling certain components. Like you need to cool the memory and you need to cool the Northbridge, and fucking PCs come out and they're just like little fins sitting on them and they're fucking toasting. That's why PCs crash. If you cool the memory and cool the Northbridge, your PC won't crash.
Yeah, man, like my PC, like I got like this cooler on there, right? It's not a fancy cooler, but I got this cooler on, but the Northbridge is back here behind the cooler, and man, that thing gets 10 times hotter than the CPU does. It needs its own fan. It needs its own fan.
If you don't cool it, that PC will not last you the distance, man.
See, I got the fan back here. This blue fan is exhausting, and then the fan from the CPU is just pushing air past. But the Northbridge is underneath, so it does have air flowing past the Northbridge.
Yeah, but it's not enough.
It's not enough. No, it needs its own. It needs like an actual forced air, like air pressure directly on it.
And you'd be surprised how little air it needs, but it needs direct air. And I can tell you how to do it in such a way that it'll be really quiet for you as well. Okay, because
I could build like a cowling or something.
No. It's much simpler than that. My stuff is ugly, but it fucking works. Yeah, because I'm not worried about the way it looks. It's fucking hidden in a box. You know, it's you get a fan, and they often have 2 or 3 cables. Discard the one that's for the sensing, so you just use the 2 power cables, the red and the black. Discard the third, right? And then what are you going to power it from? Well, it's a 12-volt fan. Well, try connecting 12 volts onto that fan. It'll go like this. Woo! Yeah, right. So you don't want it at 12 volts. Now, there's 2 ways you can do it. You can buy an expensive little controller that'll allow you to go ooh and turn it down. That's expensive. The second way is look at the power adapters. You've got one called a Molex, which is the ones that used to go on the back of the old hard drives. These are the simplest ones. They're kind of shaped. Yeah, I'm just going to show people who might be watching who don't know. That's a Molex connector. It's got 4 pins. And it's like a little house at the corners. Yeah, it's got like, and you push those onto old devices. Oh, there we are. Let's have a look what he's showing. Yeah, Molex. That's a Pixelex. We can hardly bloody tell what we're looking at because this is just a load of pixels, mate. Yeah,
pixels.
Should call you Pixels Couches.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a much bigger pixelated version now. It's pixelation. Yes, that's it. There we go. That's a Molex. Well, what you do is, it's a rough and ready way of doing it, is find out which is the 12 volts. I can't remember which it is now, but if you go black to one color and the fan goes crazy loud, that's the 12 volts. If you put black to the other color and it goes much, much, much quieter, you'll hardly even hear the fan is on. And then just cable tie that fan down onto the top of the Northbridge, and that's it. Job done. And sometimes, if I haven't got anything to do it with, I cable tie across from one side of the motherboard to the other onto the case, and I just have 4 cable ties that basically spring suspend the fan in midair, pointing down at the thing. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it can be done. Cable ties are wonderful things, you know, for this sort of shit, and you know, just get that fucking thing cool, because honestly, you know, it kills computers all day long.
Yeah.
Northbridge.
What's that tonight on Pigeon Hospital 3? Hawk strikes. 3 hawk strikes in a week on my birds.
Well, yeah, because that's what they like to eat them. I would imagine that hawks try to stay alive, and pigeon is food. So yeah. This is normal. It's just that the pigeons don't normally have like a savior like you. You know, that's the thing. Normally those pigeons would die a horrible, cold, slow death on their own. You know what I mean? But they got you.
That's like if you were in the Serengeti and you were watching a lion chase and some like African guy came out with a spear and like speared the lion. Ah, get away from my gazelle! Yeah, gazelle savior.
Like that's what they eat.
That's what they eat, but at the same time, I love gazelles. Stay away from my gazelle friends.
All we get round here is magpies and seagulls.
You ever notice that every magpie has a seagull on its face?
No.
Like, look at a picture of a magpie, and they have like a white. The tip of their beak is white, and it looks just like a seagull's face on their beak. It's crazy.
Oh, right.
Like every magpie has its like unique marking, but every single magpie has the same seagull on its face.
Magpie seagull beak. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I've never seen that before. Fucking hell.
Like tiny little seagull face on its face.
Yeah. Yeah. Magpies are horrible cunts, aren't they? Because they put their eggs in other people's nests.
Yeah, and they throw out the eggs from the
original.
And then they let the other poor bird fucking take care of them.
Feed them, and they're like a Titanic whale in the nest. Like instead of being like this big, which was the original Robin, where it's like got this fucking monster thing, and it's like,
in like a tiny little nest. There's like 4 big ass fucking magpies barely fitting in it.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, they're a parasitic bird, really, when you think about it, isn't it? It's like they put themselves in other birds' nests, but they've learned that the bird will not know. The other bird is going to be too stupid to realize that it's not their baby.
I'm going to share this picture because it's cool. Hang on, sharing screen. I have to do it this way. Hang on.
There we are. Yeah.
See the little eagle, the seagull's face.
Crazy, isn't it? Yeah.
Little seagull there, look.
Yeah.
That's weird. I never noticed that before. The eyes as well, look where the nostrils
like a seagull's.
Also looks like a stormtrooper.
Yeah, it does.
It does. It's weird. I've never noticed that before.
No, that's a good call, that one. I'll remember that for the rest of my life.
I'll stop sharing. There we go.
Yeah, we don't have eyes over here.
There's millions of them around my way. I don't know why. Don't even have many tall trees near me because they like to nest very high up, don't they?
The pigeons built-in GPS system. Oh, the homing pigeons or whatever they call them.
Yeah, most birds navigate using the magnetic field, didn't they? They got this, is it magnetite in their brain?
Or in their eyes. They think it could be in their eyes.
Yeah.
It works kind of like dowsing rods.
They can actually see the magnetic field, apparently.
Yeah.
I'd like to know how they find that out.
Right.
One of the most amazing things I ever see was David Attenborough. I told you about the salmon before. Where they put a camera on a salmon, David Attenborough's crew, and to see what happens as it goes upstream. And it doesn't actually swim upstream. It gets sucked up by an eddy current coming down. Goes in like a tunnel, which pulls it up like a screw. And they try again at the bottom to find an eddy current. That's how they get worn out. But when they find one, they literally sucked up and leap out the top. It's like a bird's eye view of the salmon going through this tunnel. It looks like something out of Star Trek. It's amazing.
Hey everybody, how's it going?
Oh, Louis Rossmann is in trouble. I think they're going to audit him. He's just done a video saying he's been rejected. I wonder what this means now. It's like, uh-oh. They fucking don't like him because he's going like, fuck New York, you're all too expensive, you're ripping people off, and New York is dying because apparently like 50% of the commercial buildings in New York are empty. Nobody's going to pay the money, and the reason they're empty is because the prices are so high for the rents, and the companies are actually better off keeping them empty because they can class them as an investment, and like these investments go into portfolios and are on the stock exchange. So it's not about money anymore. It's about putting it on the stock exchange and increasing the value, making it unobtainable and increasing the value. And if they were to decrease the rents to make them affordable, they wouldn't make money in the stock exchange. So it's all about getting people out of these buildings and keeping them empty and having them on the stock exchange. It's like, yeah, but that means then there's no shops. It's like, yeah, it's good, isn't it? I get to get rich. There's no shops. Yeah, it's good. I like it. And it's like, no, but there's no shops. Yeah, I know you don't have any shops, but I get rich. It's good. And it's like, right. So yeah, he's been going into this, but the thing is, I think they're fucking the elite Illuminatis. They're pincering it in now. They're coming after him. This is like, yeah. Have you gone quiet?
Hey, me.
Oh right, I thought there's something wrong with the audio. Then, do you know Louis? Do you watch any Louis Rossmann stuff? Do you know him?
No.
No. He's the guy who's got Right to Repair and shows you how to repair Apple products, of course, which cannot be repaired because Apple, throw it in the bin, buy a new one. Throw it in the bin, buy a new one. It's supposed to be a sustainable company. They are not. They are a fucking bunch of liars. Yeah, and so he shows people how to repair this stuff live and shows them board repairs and what goes wrong. And but he's been going up against like the landlord system, the rent system, the right to repair, New York fucking bureaucracy and stuff like that. They said unless you get this paperwork to us, within a week, you have to shut your business. And he goes, well, I put it in a year ago, but you still haven't processed it because you're so fucking inefficient. So I can't submit you new paperwork because you haven't processed the last one. And on the new paperwork, I have to put the old processing code because you haven't done it for a year because of COVID, because you're so fucking inefficient. But you just sent me a letter telling me I have to shut my business down in a week, but you haven't processed my code. So therefore, I did it right, you did it wrong, fuck you. And their attitude is, no, Mr. Rossmann, fuck you. You closed down in a week because you haven't got your code. And it's like, whatever. You know what I mean?
My brain just did something weird just a minute ago. When you said obtainable, I had a flash of where have I heard unobtainium from? And I just done a Google search. It's from Avatar.
Avatar, yeah.
And the moon Pandora is mining obtainium. Unobtainium.
Unobtainium. But unobtainium is, I believe, it might actually be on the periodic table.
No, it says it's a fiction engineer.
No, but there's a substance like unobtainium that's on the periodic table. So unobtainium.
No, it's not. It says unobtainium is not a real element.
Element
it's a real word.
There is an element 117, and I think they called it something like unobtainium, or they called it something. Because they have made element 11.
The Bob Lazar one, 11.
I thought it was one. Was it 115?
115, yeah.
117 they've made, yeah. But what do they call it? They called it something that was. Because when you create a new substance, you get to name it. Yeah. And what do they call it?
Element 117. Name. No, Tennessee and 117. How far have they gone now?
Oh.
Vibrating.
Right, that's right. Element 115. They called it ununpentium.
All right.
Yeah, ununpentium, which is probably where I thought. Oh, it sounds like unobtainium.
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah. But that's like is like 1 and pentium, pentagram 5 115.
The second most popular question on Google: can element 115 create zombies? God.
What the fuck?
The second most popular question about element 115. Where did that come from?
I was telling you about that fountain that has the that radiated stuff in it that people drink and they turn into what was it? There's like a fountain in Spain or something like that where people drink from it and you become like integrate something into the bloodstream.
Yeah, Google trends. You can search for a topic, and it tells you what people are asking about that topic. And it's things like, the questions are often like, does he have sex with children and things like, it's like fucking things like that. People are asking these sorts of questions about people and things, and it's like, so yeah, let's pick something and see what people are asking, like about an actor or something. Can you think of somebody who might be controversial? So let's just try Michael Jackson then. Michael Jackson.
I was going to say Charlie Sheen, but
yeah. Search term. Oh, it shows how many people are searching for it, but it doesn't show what the. Hang on, I wanted to see what.
I'm gonna put a crazy article in the private chat here if you want to check it out. It's pretty nuts. It's a really long.
Oh yeah,
link,
it's a long link.
Long link, but it's
Project
really
creates
interesting.
human